One Piece Supreme Control, Chapter 481 to 500. Chapter 481 Entering the Universe. The fluttering flag quivered, the pole below pierced his captain directly, and the bright red blood gushed out, and the smell of blood made him tremble. Immediately after the next moment, a majestic voice swept the entire island with a domineering aura. From now on, this island belongs to the Death God Pirates. A godlike stalwart figure appeared from high above the sky. He was composed of unknown beings, about 100 feet in size. He stood above the void. Wherever he looked, there was turmoil. And this huge naked face is lifelike. It is Lucifer, the god of death. After a year, the king of the pirates was finally born. Everyone's heart trembled and trembled. At this moment, the madness, admiration and fear of the past resounded in their hearts. The world will be trampled underfoot again by the god of death. Muttering from his mouth, he slowly knelt down on one knee and surrendered to the splendid light and shadow of the sky. In just 1 month, the banner of the Death God Pirates was planted on the land of every island kingdom in the New World. Headed by the Pirate King and supplemented by the 3 emperors, the combined combat power. In addition, his subordinates are attached to the pirates at all times, and the combined powerful combat power is invincible, and no one can stop his progress. The New World has been occupied. Like the autumn wind sweeping away the leaves, no one can stop the advance of death. Standing on the bow of the Reaper, Yang Qing chuckled softly. Crazy, turbulent times subsided. All the pirates who resisted were strongly suppressed, and everything was terminated with blood and violence, so that the New World calmed down again. What shall we do next? Dillons asked suspiciously. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the pirate world is composed of the sea and the Great Waterway, as well as the Windless Belt and the Sea Kings. It is difficult to truly complete the unification. Even in the former World Imperial Court, there were a large number of strong people, but it was still not enough. This cannot be changed unless the isolated islands can be brought together to form a huge continent. Look ahead. Yang Qing pointed forward with a smile, his eyes flickering. Everyone was stunned when they looked from the direction Yang Qing pointed. There is a huge continent that traverses the sea. The red land like fire blocks the sea. He divides the sea into 4 seas and creates a great channel. It is the Red Earth continent, the symbol of this world. Red Earth continent. On it, there are our enemies. Yang Qing said with a smile. Next, let's destroy this place with the momentum of thunder, and let our last enemy disappear. The Court of the World. Dillons narrowed his eyes. That is not an enemy that can be easily defeated. So I put him last. Yang Qing smiled, paused and then said, let's set sail. In the first half, it seems that a large number of enemies have gathered, and the first half of the Great Channel has been completely calmed down, and we are not far from victory. The Reaper set sail slowly and accelerated. Dorag, soon we can meet again. The sea breeze was blowing slowly, and the night came, and the silver light sprinkled on the sea was sparkling. The sea breeze at night hit the boat. Yang Qing sat cross-legged on top of the sculpture. His eyes were full of bright light, and he looked at the stars in the sky. What an interesting night sky. After muttering a word, he began to exude his own abilities. Speaking of which, the ability of the devil fruit is very magical, and it seems that it is combined with his spiritual power, consciousness, physical strength, etc. From the 3rd time he increased his strength, the strength of his whole body began to grow all the time under the expansion of the devil fruit. By now, it has grown to a terrifying 10 million miles. The speed of strength enhancement is getting more and more happy. I am afraid that it will take a few years to truly cover this pirate world. Yang Qing sighed with emotion. From this moment on, in this world, he will no longer have an opponent. No one can face him like this. He is truly invincible. Even Whitebeard, Kaido and the others couldn't take the next move. With one punch, he can gather the pressure of a small world of thousands of miles. That kind of majestic, powerful, and stalwart power is unimaginable for human beings. Even at this moment, he couldn't really recognize his own power. Because he did not dare to use his full strength, such power was too terrifying, and it could be said that he already possessed the power to truly destroy the world. Suddenly, I feel that this world is boring and lonely. Some trance, some helpless. Before he knew it, he had become an invincible existence from a young child. In this world, it is impossible to have one's own opponent. The power he controls, even he himself is terrified. Except that I am not immortal, I am already invincible. The control range of thousands of miles is terrifying. He didn't know if anyone in the history of the world had achieved such an achievement, but there was no doubt that it was enough to change the world. Slowly closing his eyes, Yang Qing suddenly heard Analu's original dream, and his eyes lit up. What the hell is going on in the universe of this world? He had a hint of curiosity, and his eyes became bright. Extend the power and see what the universe of this world will have. With his power at the moment, it is enough to probe the spiritual power out of this world and observe the universe. Slowly, his ability was like a fine thread, and he began to quickly move towards the sky along the sky. This is very fast, close to the speed of light. Just a minute, in his sight. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The moon, the sun became huge, 2 or 3 times larger than on the ground, like a grinding disc. Outside the atmosphere of the pirate world, in the twinkling of light, Yang Qing appeared here with a converging light. In the blink of an eye, Yang Qing had already felt everything in the universe. Is this place in the universe? Looking around curiously, observing everything here, Yang Qing's heart is full of exploration and knowledge of the unknown. The huge stars emit light and heat. Standing in the vacuum, Yang Qing can clearly see everything in front of him. That star, like a huge fireball, released a terrifying temperature, illuminating all the darkness. Even, with the light body composed of this spiritual power, he can feel the huge magnetic force between the stars, dark matter, gravity and other forces. This is an incomparably vast power, even he can only feel it slightly, but cannot control it. This is the range that the devil fruit cannot reach, and it is the origin of the universe. What's in the distance? How big is this world? Chapter 482 In the Earth of the previous life, human beings stepped into the Earth, and then the scope of activities was only within the orbital line between the Moon and the outside of the Earth. But even so, it is already a pioneering progress. This represents a huge step for human civilization, from the stars to the universe. Although this step is not yet taken, it is not far away. But the pirate world where Yang Qing is now is a world completely different from the Earth. If it is divided according to the previous life, then one is 3-dimensional, and the other is 2-dimensional. Now that with such power, Yang Qing himself does not know what he will see when he enters the universe. Standing in the vacuum of the universe, with the body of light at this moment, he can clearly feel the various rays and pressures in the universe. If it is his own body, even if he cultivates to the most powerful realm, he cannot resist these terrible things. If the real body steps here, I am afraid that due to vacuum pressure and rays, I will die here in an instant. Sighing, Yang Qing said helplessly. The technology of the pirate world has not yet been developed to be able to build an aircraft and go out of the universe. No matter how strong I am, I can't get out of this star. This is Yang Qing's regret, which is irreparable. Conditions limited him, but after the disappointment, he gathered his spirits again. Even so, he was able to see the universe. The body formed by light began to move rapidly in the universe. Unlike the solar system in his previous life, here, he only observed 5 planets, revolving constantly around the sun. Only the pirate planet has creatures. Yang Qing quickly found out that the other 4 planets were either too far from the sun and became icy death stars, or too close to become Mars, but they were not suitable for derivatives. Biology. He continued to fly towards the outside world, but at this moment, his brows furrowed. The sense is getting weaker and weaker. At this time, his induction with the light clone began to weaken, and he reached the limit. Go ahead and see what else is out there. I seem to see a huge film in the air. Yang Qing's eyes shrank, and as he moved forward, he saw a huge transparent film outside the planet. He didn't know what it was. However, that membrane is indeed huge, just like his fruit mask, covering the entire solar system. It is very strange. What kind of power is that? Curious, he was very curious. The light body began to speed up, but suddenly, the light body had disappeared from his induction and dissipated. It's the limit. Frowning slightly, Yangqing could only withdraw his sense in disappointment. My power is still unable to sense the outside world. It would be great if I could know what the membrane was. Slowly opening his eyes, he found that half the sun had risen on the distant sea level. It's dawn. Startled for a while, he didn't expect that this trip to the universe would have passed a day, which surprised him a little. A month later, Yangqing has arrived in Alabasta. And within a month, his strength has increased again, and even he does not know how strong it is now. Stop, in this place, it's just right. Yangqing nodded, and the Reaper stopped. With his current radiation range, he is in Alabasta, and his ability is just enough to cover everything in the first half of the range. Dorag and the others are really powerful. They have now controlled 56 countries. With a sigh, Yangqing was also a little surprised. It is indeed a famous innovative soldier in the era of the great pirates. Through his own ability, he can see that Drago's army is very prosperous, and the country under his governance has also undergone subversive changes. But it's not enough. Nobility governance, you just changed blood, but didn't change the whole person. After a long time, it won't work. Shaking his head, Yangqing did not agree with Dorag's governing philosophy. After a second thought, Yangqing laughed. Although his behavior is crazy, he is a little tougher. But the impact on future generations is far-reaching. Next, Dorag, look at my method. Now that he plans to change the world, Yangqing will naturally move at the fastest speed. And now, he has the invincible power to face and change all this. The ability began to cover at an extremely fast speed. In just 1 minute, all the countries on the entire Great Waterway have been shrouded in range by him. Shish! A flag began to appear in the sky at an alarming speed. The sickle and skeleton on the flag shook, exuding strangeness and power. Immediately after the next moment, countless flags began to fall from the sky, and huge flags landed in the country with a bang. Death, death pirates! In countless countries, many people saw the flag that came suddenly, and when they saw it clearly, they all trembled. What is this for? The expressions of the captains of the pirate group changed greatly, and they hurried out. After seeing the flag in the field, they all had a bad feeling in their hearts. From now on, this place belongs to the Death God Pirates. Rebel, die. This is an extremely powerful sentence, and with the appearance of this sentence, light and shadows also appeared in the sky above these islands. And those who resisted, scolded and began to fight with all their might. No one can take vested interests without resistance. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Let others. But the next moment, the huge light and shadow clone fell from the sky, just a big hand. The rebels turned into a mass of flesh and blood. No one can stop this terrifying giant light and shadow. Facing the pirates in the first half, this light and shadow is almost invincible. In just a short half-day effort, the flags of the Death God Pirates were planted on every island. On an island in the first half, Drago's face was ugly, and the cadres of the new soldiers behind him also had solemn eyes. Lucifer. The warring states looked helpless. I suggest you cooperate. Resistance is ineffective. The huge light and shadow clones fell from the sky, shaking the whole continent to tremble. The splendid light shone on several people present who could not open their eyes. Your philosophy is wrong, please cooperate with me. Otherwise, I can only destroy you. Light and shadow looked around, looking at the army that would be surrounded in the middle, and spoke lightly. I think you don't want the army you built with your own painstaking efforts to be destroyed in an instant. Chapter 483 Building an Empire. We don't even want to hand over the new world we painstakingly built to you. Drago said solemnly, and Garp and Sengoku stood up beside him. The three stood together, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. You don't understand my current power. The light and shadow clone shook his head. Forget it, let you realize the gap with me. The eyes of the three of Drago were condensed, and their hearts were full of heaviness. The next moment, the Beizong light and shadow clone suddenly began to grow and swell. The inexplicable strange power in the air began to gather from all directions, and after 3 breaths, a vast power fluctuation spread from the light and shadow clone. The wind picked up, and the thunder flashed. The light and shadow have become thousands of feet in size, standing on the island, like a god, tall and boundless. With the sun above his head and his feet on the ground, he is awe-inspiring and inviolable. Boom! The giant raised his right foot and stepped on the 3 people in front of him. Block him! Warring states roared, and the 2 people beside him moved quickly, raising their combat power to the highest level. But the next moment, the giant's foot became pitch black, and a circle of air appeared. Armed color, the world mask has the power of light and shadow clones converge into one. Bang! The majestic power descended on the 3 of them, and in an instant, the faces of the 3 of Drago changed greatly, and they were impacted. Repression. Between the huge backhands of light and shadow, the mounts in the palms gathered together to form 3 5-finger mountains. Then it crashed down towards the bottom, and the sound of boom rumble continued to come out. In just a few breaths of effort, the 3 of Dorag, who had the rank of generals and even surpassed the combat power of generals, were suppressed under a hill as high as 100 jong, stiff and unable to move. This time I was born, I want to suppress the world with force, and no one can stop me. The great waterway radiates out, and then there are the 4 seas. I will plant the whole world on my flag. When I accomplish such a feat, the world court will be an empty shelf, and it will be self-defeating. And they don't have the courage to stop me. Yang Qing's voice hummed loudly, making the sky tremble. The 3 of Drago's eyes were shocked, and they were horrified that he had such a magnificent power. But there is nothing they can do, they have never seen such a power. A new era is coming, what will it be like? No one knows. The 3-person system can sigh helplessly. In the face of such power, who can resist? It took almost 3 months for Lucifer, the god of death, to be born. The entire Great Waterway was completely ruled by it. And from this moment on, the Great One Piece finally announced a word to the whole world. From today onwards, to establish the Great Qin Empire, I am the King of Qin. The domineering One Piece, from this moment on, actually abolished the pirates as princes, and even declared himself the King of Qin. This scene shocked the world. It caused the shock and wonder of countless people. This guy has finally shown his purpose. He wants to unify the whole world and accomplish the goal that the world court has not yet accomplished. Can he do it? Qin, what kind of empire is it? His strength has reached the strongest in this world, and there is still great hope. However, after his death, Dakan will inevitably fall apart. In this world, there are many islands, and the empire cannot exist at all. Mary Joa, the 5 old men remained calm, talking to each other. Why don't we stop him? His trajectory seems to have deviated from what we expected. Are you going? Anyway, I can't beat him. I'm an old man who wants to live another world. Ah! The old man who had just made a sound was suddenly dumbfounded and had nothing to say. On the Reaper, Yang Qing smiled. King Qin sweeps away Liuhe. What is the tiger looking at? Saying these words domineeringly, Yang Qing is full of energy. Possessing invincible power, at this moment, he felt that the world was in the palm of his hand, and it was as easy as the palm of his hand. No one could stand in his way, and for the next month, he made rules and regulations. Unify the laws, politics, divide the administrative regions, and implement the system of separation of powers. He built a new empire unlike any other country in the world. He truly turned the old world upside down and built a new kingdom. Open up the wisdom of the people, establish martial arts schools on each island, and govern the country by civil and military. In one sentence, Yang Qing announced the New Deal. At this point, a powerful empire like never before began. Every territory under the Great Qin dynasty has established a school of civil and martial arts. One can learn liberal arts, and various knowledge and administration is established to train executives. The Martial Artist Academy, on the other hand, is a school for cultivating the power of three-color domineering, demonic realism, swordsmanship, and so on. The daring king of Qin, who does not limit the development of force, is so powerful. I want to build the pirate world into a powerful empire. Facing the doubts of the whole ship, Yang Qing said this. At this moment, the empire was only initially established and not sound. But a year later, everything was on track. Everyone will see a prosperous country. In this new empire, there are no nobles, only officials, commoners, and warriors. Yang Qing established a new law. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Democracy and fairness were put on the table by him. Compared with the world court, the new empire is more stable and prosperous. A year later, the Great Qin Empire established official offices and martial halls on every island. The people's intelligence was turned on, the nobles were beaten back to their original shape, and most areas have become an equal country. Next, it's not too long. Just wait up to another year and the world will really change. No one knew what Yang Qing's words meant to himself. However, in the days that followed, they sailed back. A month later, the group of death gods landed on the Red Earth continent. They were heading towards Marijoa, and the group slowly moved forward to the base camp of the World Court. It's completely different from the World Imperial Court I imagined. Looking at the large empty building in front of him, Bucky said suspiciously. The general trend is that no one is staying here any longer. Yeah, many people have joined the Great Qin Empire and become one of them. The wisdom of the people is turned on, everyone has the motivation to do things, and the people are happier and happier. All this is thanks to the boss. Yang Qing shook his head with a smile, and slowly stepped into the area of the World Court. There are people here, and quite a few. Chapter 484 Compared with before, the World Court at the moment is very empty. Even the mighty World Court is powerless when the crowds are rising together and public opinion is hard to resist. Sora is a man with skill and strong enough, but he alone is not enough. In this era of death is the peak and peak, everyone will be bleak. Marijoa, headquarters of the World Court. The sound of hurried footsteps sounded, and then there was a bang, and the soldier gasped and pushed open the door. Marshal, something is wrong. The soldier shouted. Sitting on the chair, Sora was very calm, raised his head slightly, and asked softly, "What's wrong?" "Death, here comes the gang of death." The soldier shouted. "What did you say? Where are they?" Kong was shocked and stood up immediately. "It's at the door, it's already in," the soldier said. Sora couldn't sit still anymore, got up and walked outside. "Gather the generals and prepare for battle." "Yes," the soldier roared nervously, then ran away quickly. 3 minutes later, a large number of soldiers in the World Court began to gather. They quickly gathered in the square, and at the call of the officers, the number was very large. Sora stood in front of all the soldiers with a serious expression, came to the square in front of the headquarters, and looked at the group of Shinigami who were not far from here. "Death, Lucifer, I finally see you." Some old voices sounded here. Yang Qing raised his brows and smiled. "Yes, we finally meet, Marshal Kong. Let's fight, victory, the world is yours," Kong said lightly. "At this point, only the battle will determine the winner. The world is already mine." Yang Qing smiled, very casually. "I am here only to destroy the old world." Sora frowned, then said, "Do you want to rule the world without learning your power?" Looking at the World Court army of only 50,000 people gathered in front of him, Yang Qing shook his head helplessly. The old man is stubborn. The next second, he slowly stretched out his right hand. The majestic fruit ability shrouded the entire World Court in an instant, and with a hum, the space seemed to be distorted. Sora's face changed, and there was a look of horror in his eyes. He felt the huge and almost impossible power fluctuations in the air. At this moment, he finally understood how terrifying the power of this kid in front of him. This is a power she has never seen before, shocking, desperate, and completely unable to resist. Suddenly, Yang Qing's right hand reversed. Boom! Huge pressure fell from the sky, in the air, and the shocking eyes of the World Imperial Army. Standing on this piece of land, the building that has never collapsed for a long time has swept out all the dust and completely turned into ruins. In the blink of an eye, the World Court was destroyed. Even the strongest army panicked at this moment. This is a power that has no place. The young man standing in the front is like an invincible god and demon, and it makes people unable to revolt at all. Marshal, the general behind Kong trembled, his eyes full of fear. Sora naturally understood what his subordinates meant, and his eyes couldn't hide the shock. After a long time, he let out a breath. Kid Death, your power is indeed strange and powerful. But I'll be disappointed if I can't experience such power. Yang Qing was startled, then smiled. Come on, senior. He heard what the old man meant, and already had the heart to admit defeat. To challenge him now is just the curiosity and fighting spirit of a strong man for a more powerful person. 10 meters forward, he quietly waited for the opponent to attack. And Sora also took 5 steps, paused, and took a deep breath. Woo! Slowly exhaling, Sora's whole body turned pitch black, and the armed color domineering covered his entire body. A huge breath came out of him, and the aura of this veteran was no less than that of any general. Bang! Suddenly, the ground exploded, and Sora's figure quickly disappeared. Yang Qing narrowed his eyes and raised his right hand. With a loud bang, the wind blew, and a fist appeared in front of him, followed by an empty body. The veteran's eyes were more solemn. His left foot was the axis, his waist twisted, and his right foot slammed towards Yang Qing's waist. Yang Qing made a fist with his left hand, and then punched. Bang! A shock wave rippled out, and the huge force made Sora fly towards the rear. When it landed on the ground, the veteran retreated several hundred in a row, leaving a series of footprints before it stopped. What a strong pervert, Kong said incredulously. In the next moment, his pupils shrank suddenly, and his arms were raised above his head. A strong wind blew down from the sky, the air pressure suddenly increased greatly, a fist broke through the space barrier and hit his arms fiercely. Boom! The ground began to break apart, and a huge pothole appeared. In an instant, Sora was thrown into the pit. The dust was flying, slowly revealing the 2 people in the center of the battlefield. Yang Qing was in the void, and a fist was firmly pressed on the empty arm, and it seemed to fall into stillness. Cough cough. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Sora suddenly coughed twice, and 2 large pools of blood spat out of his mouth and flowed on the ground. Marshal! Marshal empty! In the rear, the army of the World Court was shocked, shouted loudly, and rushed towards here. In an instant, 4 or 5 figures came to Yang Qing's side and launched an attack. The strong wind swept across, and the strength of these figures' shots was no less than that of a general. But after a breath, Yang Qing suddenly turned around and punched. Bang bang bang. With a loud sound, shock waves blasted out from the backs of these people. The next second, these people vomited blood and flew out. Instant kill. In the face of Yang Qing's powerful power, even at the level of a general, he is still not the enemy of his unity. Too strong to pervert. How is it, Lord Marshal, can you admit defeat? Yang Qing smiled. Armament receded and returned to normal, and he opened his mouth with anger. I admit defeat. In front of this guy's powerful power, no matter how many people there are, it probably won't work. The imperial court of the world no longer exists. Yang Qing smiled faintly. Sora shook his whole body and sighed deeply. Next, please leave the Red Earth continent. Because of what I did, it may cause some damage to your army. Hearing Yang Qing's words, Sora was startled again. Chapter 485 _ What are you going to do? Kong asked in a low voice. Change the world. Facing Sora's stern expression, Yang Qing chuckled softly. When Kong was stunned, Yang Qing had already strode forward. A kilometer is just a few steps away. Yang Qing was already standing on the ruins at the center of the imperial court of the world, on this building that had stood for a long time, and the irony was that there were still flags flying at the moment, covered with dust. Soldiers, I suggest you get out of here quickly. Otherwise, there will be casualties. Bucky, Dillons and the others strode across the World Court army and suggested with a smile. The leading general looked serious, and after a moment of hesitation, he immediately said, get out of here. The few soldiers quickly left here, and 5 minutes later, there were only a few people left here. Most of the troops have already boarded the ships where the port is located. They stood on the sea, looked at the red soil continent, looked around curiously, and wanted to know what the death gods were going to do. With sharp eyes, Sora stood on the ground with 5 generals standing behind him. We're here to see what they're going to do. In my heart, I am really curious about what Yang Qing said about changing the world. Looking at them from a distance, the group of death gods standing on the ruins saw the tall and thin figure standing there with his eyes tightly closed. He seemed to be feeling something, and he seemed to be brewing something. After half an hour, a shocking breath suddenly rose into the sky. The space on the red Earth continent seemed to freeze in an instant. This is not only the aura of the Overlord, but also the depression caused by the incomparably powerful force. Because the power is too strong, even the space is trembling. Crack. Small cracks began to appear on the ground. Sora and the general behind him shrank and looked forward in shock. There, Yang Qing, who had been closing his eyes all the time, suddenly opened them. At this moment, when he opened his eyes, those eyes were cold and ruthless golden vertical pupils. Ha! With a loud roar, Yang Qing suddenly bent down and slammed his right hand on the ground. What is he going to do? Unleash his power on the red Earth continent? Kong was shocked. The violent power was transmitted from inside Yang Qing's body, through his right arm, and then rushed to the ground below. This power, incomparably violent, domineering, and crazy, spreads along the ground and spreads in all directions in an instant. Because the power is so powerful and majestic, it even caused violent shaking. At this moment, a tremor occurred on the red soil continent. Give me strong. A minute later, Yang Qing roared loudly. Buzz. The large space began to solidify, and then this strange power continued to invade along the distance. In just 5 minutes, this huge force has spread over the entire red soil continent. The vibrations became bigger and bigger, and the cracks on the ground began to appear crazily like spider webs. Large swaths of dust flew into the sky. At the same time, on the 3 corners of this planet, there are 3 stalwart figures standing here. Roar! Kaido roared, jumped up suddenly, and headed towards the sky. The next moment, he dispatched his fists and punched the red soil continent under the ground. Kid Reaper, I didn't expect you to do such a crazy thing. Old man, he will accompany you to do such crazy things, ha ha ha. The shock waves surged violently above the fists, and Whitebeard punched the ground in front of him. Destroy the red Earth continent, let the 4 seas connect, and the whole world gathers in one place. What a bold idea. Shanks raised the western sword in his hand, and at the same moment, with all his strength, he swung it forward. The majestic sword intent erupted in an instant, and then large-scale fluctuations began to appear on the ground. After the sword was swung out, Shanks was slightly taken aback and looked to the side. There, an indifferent man with a cowboy hat and a black wife came over. Similarly, he raised the black knife in his hand and swung a fierce knife towards the huge continent ahead. Mahawk. Shanks smiled. At the moment when the 4 released their attacks, huge waves began to appear on the entire planet. With the laterite continent as the center, large ripples began to invade all over the world, forming a huge tsunami. At the same moment, countless pirate ships stood in front of the tsunami in the places closest to the Red Earth continent. Looking ahead, the huge tsunami made the pirate ships look extremely small. However, when these pirate ships are in a continuous line, when they are blocked here, they are like a giant long. Ha 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 ha, brothers, here we come. Stop him, what the boss has to do will be successful. This is the last step, let's go crazy together. The high voice made people's blood boil. It was a terrifying tsunami ahead, but at this moment, they had to fight against the tsunami. It's a battle between man and nature that gets them excited. Use all your strength to defeat them. We are the most powerful. All over the world, almost all the most powerful pirates gathered in front of the tsunami at this moment. Under the order of One Piece, no. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Someone dared to disobey the order. And they also want to know what the world will be like without the continents that divide the four seas. Buzzing. The sea is roaring, and the tsunami is madly rushing forward. If you can stand on a very high void, you can see it clearly at this moment. The Red Earth continent that traverses the entire star, at this moment, under the inexplicable powerful force, began to cluster and vibrate, and then shattered and separated. The crimson sand fluttered into the sky, heading in all directions. The forces in the four directions continue to gather towards the center. Then at a certain moment, the four forces converged. Boom! A terrifying explosion occurred, and the shock wave generated by the explosion spread out, heading towards the land in four directions. Under this reverberating shock wave, the forces of the quartet attacked again. Boom 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 boom. An almost endless huge explosion resounded all over the world. Under the impact of not only fighting, but also continuous confrontation, the huge Red Earth continent began to collapse. Even the Red Earth continent, which stretched across the entire planet, could no longer resist at this moment, and finally began to crumble. They became small pieces of land, and the islands then drifted away in all directions. Chapter 486 System Evolution. People in the whole world know this shocking and unbelievable thing at this moment. The Red Earth continent is shattered. This Red Earth continent that traverses the sea, separates the four seas and divides the Great Waterway, actually began to collapse at this moment, and then disappeared. What the hell is going on here? Goloka stood at the twin points, looking at the scene in shock. A large area of land began to collapse, and the sea water was like crazy, and it was more than 10 feet high. This world seems to have entered the end of the world in an instant. It's over. Under such a scene, I can't live, old man. Golokas looked at the scene in front of him in despair. Large blocks of stones fell from the sky, and the sea flooded the small port. The towering lighthouse, which was fragile and could not even resist the first wave of the sea water, had already shattered into stones. Until now, he was still stunned to the limit. What the heck was going on? He had no idea at all. Boom! The stone fell down and came straight towards the top of Gorokas's head. Desperate Golokas closed his eyes and meditated in his heart that my life is over. But after leaning a little, he opened his eyes suspiciously. It was actually discovered that all the strange shocks, stones, and ocean currents bypassed him for 3 meters and went everywhere. Is that someone protecting me? Golokas understood. He was also a well-informed person, and he naturally understood that the mask that appeared around his body must be someone who helped him. But who? Where is he? He glanced around with his eyes, but found nothing. Standing in this 3-meter radius, it seems that the waves outside have nothing to do with him. He clearly saw that the port was quickly shattered and silent in the vast ocean. At this moment, I deeply felt how vulnerable people are in front of the sea. That impact, the power it carries, anything in front of him will be vulnerable. The smashing and cracking of the red soil continent lasted for nearly 5 hours before it began to slowly stop. A large amount of seawater began to flow toward other seas through the shattered red soil continent. In this way, 2 days later, the red Earth continent that traversed the planet finally disappeared. The world of pirates has become a world of the sea, with countless tiny islands floating on the sea. On a crimson island, Yang Qing was lying here in a big shape, breathing the air. He, Whitebeard, Shanks, and Kaido shared 4 directions. But among them, he consumes the most power. Broken this continent, at this moment, he is almost exhausted. Lying on the ground, after just 10 short breaths, he had already fallen asleep. Dylan's and the others stepped over and looked at Yang Qing on the ground with complicated eyes. The boss will smash this continent and penetrate the 4 seas, and I don't know what kind of era will usher in. I heard from my eldest brother that he will gather the islands that have been separated from one place to another to form a new continent. Loli is naive. A new continent, the crew said in shock. Is it really possible to accomplish such a thing? 3 days later, Yang Qing recovered. Sitting cross-legged in the front section of the Reaper, he looked calmly at the brand new sea in front of him, without any hesitation in his heart. The 3rd update of the system. It turned out to be changing again. The system update happened 2 days ago, even if he talked about the time of deep sleep after the red Earth continent collapsed. The update this time is also very fast. After Yang Qing woke up, he saw a brand new system. The Swordsman system was renamed again and became the System of Gods. In the interface, the former Swordsman system and Sword Immortal system are all there, but they have become small sections. It's like a small chunk of a huge client-side game. And this new System of Gods, including things, is extremely rich, so that Yang Qing cannot help but admire. The new system, the ultimate goal, is to make me a god, control all worlds, and become the master of all worlds. Yang Qing couldn't help laughing. What a magnificent dream this is. The true God stands in all worlds, immortal, and is the master of the whole world. And if you want to become a god, you need to become a powerful cosmic warrior, that is, to break through the barrier of this 2-dimensional world and rush out of the world. Through the system interface, if you want to break out of this barrier, you need to gather 333 devil fruits, and then exchange a boundary wall key to the system. Yang Qing moved his hand and pointed at the key to the boundary wall. The key to the boundary wall, the thing used to break through the barriers of the pirate world, can randomly enter the new 2-dimensional world. After use, the host's original world's ability disappears, and it will be converted into a combat power or ability that matches the new world. Yang Qing shook his head and frowned. That is to say, if I use this key, then in the new world, my devil fruit ability will disappear, and it will be converted into the ability of the new world. And in the new world, who I will be is completely uncertain. This is an unknown thing, and it is difficult for Yang Qing to make up his mind to experiment. Then, he checked the interface of the System of Gods. He was surprised to discover the things that could be exchanged in this system and the world he entered. Writing round eye, reincarnation eye, white eye, corpse bone vein, these are the world of Naruto. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The giant's key can be turned into a giant among attacking giants. Kabinari Pharmacy, Kabinari from the Iron City. After drinking it, it has a certain chance to change the body's quality and become Kabinari, with powerful physical conditions. Saiyan blood. These shown in the system can be exchanged for a small part of them. However, the conditions to be exchanged also made Yang Qing helpless. For example, Shanya needs to collect 128 types of A-rank people in the Hokage world before they can be exchanged, or they can be exchanged with the Spirit Stone of God. The Spirit Stone of God, condensed into a colorful and shining energy stone, has incredible energy, and can be exchanged by the host by sacrificing part of his strength. In terms of Yang Qing's invincible ability in the pirate world at the moment, he could only exchange 150 Spirit Stones of God. To be honest, Yang Qing was very envious of the various things in the system interface. But at this moment, he could only endure it. In the pirate world, there is still something to do. Wait for my power to cover the whole world, and then change this place. At that point, decide what happens in the system. Chapter 487 _ The collapse of the Red Earth continent completely merged the four seas into one, and the whole world has undergone tremendous changes. There will be no more great passages, and no new worlds. The Gang of Death, Whitebeard, Kaido, Shanks, and others were hit on the altar. They were hailed by the world as the gods who gave birth to the world, but this word was denied by Yangqing. There are no gods in this world. No matter how strong people are, they are only human beings. As time passed, Yangqing could feel that his power was increasing every moment. The establishment of the Qin Empire has made him take a new step. And the power of the country is naturally impossible for him to control. He abolished the nobility, advocated the personal character among people, etc., and created a free world where everyone is like along. Civilization, martial arts, 100 flowers bloom, and there is no longer a family. Above the sea, in an island full of cherry blossoms. Pink cherry blossoms fluttered in the wind, and the ground was covered with a layer of pink. Looking at the woman sitting on the beach with her knees tucked, a smile appeared on Yangqing's face. Walking slowly over, he said softly, "Asuna." The woman turned her head with a smile when she heard his figure. The style of this smile surprised him like the first time they met, and he couldn't help but be startled. Then, he smiled softly again. "Are you satisfied with the scenery here?" "It's very good. It's suitable for us to spend this honey and moon period." Asuna squinted her eyes and smiled sweetly, and her voice was soft. "Finally calm down and can accompany you," Yangqing said with a smile. "Didn't you say there is one more thing to do?" Asuna tilted her head and asked, her big eyes full of curiosity. Sitting on the beach, stretching, taking action, Yangqing put his arms around Asuna's shoulders. The latter approached his arms gently. "It will take a long time." Yes, even if his power is increasing every day, even he can't be sure of the time it will take to cover the entire planet and change the landscape. "Tomorrow is our wedding, just like in a dream." Asuna smiled sweetly. "I'm sorry, I already owe you a wedding." Yangqing apologized. "It's not too late," Asuna said playfully. Yangqing is 30 years old according to the age of pirate world this year, and Asuna is already 28 years old. Even in the past life, it was a late marriage, not to mention in the world of pirates. "I really didn't expect that you changed the world," Asuna said. "It's not finished yet." Yangqing shook his head and said after a pause, "Stop talking about this now, just stay with me for a while. There are too many in the pirate world that cannot be discarded, Asuna, Dillons, Ace, Bucky, Analu and so on. These people are existences that he cannot give up, and he has exchanged that key 3 years ago. If you want to break down the barriers of the pirate world, you can do it at any time. However, after living here for 30 years, there is still too much reluctance. There are items in the system to take them out of this world, but they are too expensive. One person needs 1,000 fruits of the gods." Shaking his head, Yangqing was also very helpless. Converting all his current strength into the fruit of God might not be enough for him to take anyone away. "Fortunately, I have accumulated some devil fruits and exchanged the secrets of cultivation for them to cultivate. Although the speed is slow, it can extend their lifespan, which is a good fortune in misfortune. There are many exchange items in the system of gods, and there are naturally some secrets of this kind of cultivation and longevity. After cultivating, the lifespan is long, and although the progress is slow, it is not a problem to live for 300 to 500 years. And as they progress, 1,000 years, 3,000 years are also possible. When everything is stable, I will leave here, and then in the unknown world, I will become stronger again, and I will bring them together in the future." Yangqing secretly said in his heart. The sea breeze was gentle, and when the next day dawned, a large number of people had gathered on this island covered with cherry blossoms. One after another, the pirate ships quickly docked, and the quiet island became noisy. Too many pirates have come, and the wedding of the Pirate King has caused a sensation all over the world. Soon, everything will be ready. On the spacious venue, the wedding venue is ready. The guests were seated everywhere, and lively voices came from them. Ha ha ha, Whitebeard, you have also practiced the secret recipe given to you by Reaper, right? You old guy, you look like you are in your 50s. Carp laughed. His old white hair it has become pitch black, much darker than before. Cap, are you embarrassed to talk about me? Look at yourself. Whitebeard frowned. You two guys, don't make trouble. Lucifer said that after cultivating this technique, it is very likely that you will become an old tortoise that will not die. Warring States said helplessly. He also looked much younger than before. I really don't know that this kid got such a good thing from there, it's amazing. Shanks and Mahawk next to him whispered. Other table, the Tianlong people gathered together. Suddenly returned to civilian status. I'm not used to it, but I feel much more comfortable. The old man with a cane said with a smile, and then he said to the 5 old stars at the other table, you 5 old fellows, how do you feel? We are very satisfied when we are alive. The death god bought us with a cheat book, let him toss with him. We can't beat him anyway. 5. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The old man smiled. In another place, Kaido looked at the huge steaming sea kings in front of him, beat his mouth hard, and let out a shocking roar. Ooh, I'm going to start. A group of pirates behind him looked at the emperor with admiration. Ah! In the crowd, there was a voice of admiration. Dylan's and the others looked at Kaido and covered their foreheads. When did this guy become so funny? Since he lost to the captain, he has been seeking stimulation from other industries, and his temperament has changed a lot. Speechless. Chapter 488 done. In the room behind the scenes, today's Yangqing was extremely nervous. Is the time up? Where is Asuna? He kept asking these words, unaware that this was the 15th time he had asked. The green pheasant, who was sorting his clothes for him, glanced at his face and said with a tired expression, this is the 15th time you have asked, and I will answer it again for the last time. It's time for you to go out after that big bell outside. Yangqing twitched her face, her heart beating hard to imagine. Whether it was a past life or this life, this was his first wedding, and he was so nervous that it was hard to imagine him. Haha, Captain, really, I haven't seen you like this before. Robin covered his mouth and smiled happily. At this moment, Yangqing's line of sight is only a small space. Even Robin's words were a little reluctant to hear. When Qingzi put a purple bow on Yangqing, a crisp bell sounded outside. It's starting, Lucifer, it's time to go out. Qingzi waved his hands tiredly, and walked out in a best man suit. Yangqing's whole body froze, his vision was even narrower, and the tension was unimaginable. Along with the rhythmic wedding march, Yangqing was pushed out by the green pheasant. Anyway, he is also one piece, so he is so timid. Aokiji's muttering sound made Robin snicker. When Yangqing walked out of the room, Asuna, who was wearing a white wedding dress, also walked out. Compared to Yangqing's nervousness and trembling with her steps, Asuna had a smile on her face, and when she saw her husband on the opposite side, the smile on her face was even greater. The noisy crowd quieted down a little, and the eyes of the visitors all turned to the bride and groom who came out. When they saw it clearly, they were all stunned, and then showed expressions of crying and laughing. Ha 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 ha, look at that kid Lucifer, he can't walk anymore. Drago laughed and kept beating the table. He's too nervous. Sabo covered his mouth and kept laughing, and Ace next to him even spit out his rice, pointing at Yangqing for a long time, speechless. It's the first time I've seen the captain look like this, ha ha ha, no, I'm dying of laughter. Yangqing's appearance like a zombie made all the guests laugh out loud. It is unimaginable that the majestic and invincible god of death would have such a scene, making people speechless, and at the same time even more so. I think such a god of death is easier to approach. The master of ceremonies is a long-standing person, and looking at Yangqing's whole appearance, he can't help but laugh. The wedding ceremony begins. At this moment, Lucifer and Asuna's wedding will be held on Sakura Island, tell Tiandi. One worships the heaven and earth, the other worships the high hall, and the husband and wife worship each other. The weird wedding ceremony was going on at this moment, and the tears of the people in the pirate world came out. Of course, this is also Yang Qing's masterpiece. This bizarre wedding ceremony was abruptly assembled by Yang Qing with reference to the previous life of the Yangxia kingdom. Asuna didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she didn't have any requirements for this, so she just let Yang Qing mess around. The wedding was soon over, and Yang Qing was shivering and nervous all the way. When it was over, he felt dazed and began to recover. Hee hee, first time, sorry. Facing Asuna's playful eyes, Yang Qing said embarrassedly. Am I the second time? Asuna said angrily. Yang Qing touched his head embarrassedly, his face a little red. 3 days later, on Sakura Island, only Asuna and Yang Qing were left. Their wedding is over, and the two cuddle up together at sunrise and sunset every day, and the days are very comfortable. In a blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. But at this moment, Yang Qing and Asuna's appearance has not changed much. They are in their 20s, but their eyes are a little more vicissitudes. And Yang Qing already has a well-behaved daughter at this moment. Both of them love their daughter very much. Yang Qing named her Xiaoqi. Dad, fly a kite with me. Xiaoqi said cutely. Okay, Dad will accompany you. Yang Qing said with a smile. Xiaoqi is only 5 years old this year. She is lively and cute. She is beautiful and follows her mother. Her cute appearance is very popular. At this time, Yang Qing ran in front, and Xiaoqi smiled and followed behind him. The kite flew quickly and flew higher and higher. Asuna stood behind the two of them, looking at them with a smile on her face. Suddenly, Yang Qing's whole body trembled, and his eyes flashed. Come on, Xiaoqi, grab the kite string and don't let it fly. Yang Qing bent down and smiled. Give it to me, Xiaoqi said in a hurry. The kite string was handed over to Xiaoqi. Yang Qing stood up and walked towards Asuna. What's wrong? Asuna asked, sensing that something was wrong with Yang Qing. Power, complete, Yang Qing said. Asuna's whole body was shocked, and there was reluctance in her eyes. In other words, you are leaving. I'll stay for a while, don't worry. Yang Qing took Asuna's hand. Even if I leave, I can come back, we have plenty of time. I always thought you were mysterious, but I didn't expect that you were not from this world. Asuna said helplessly. After she stretched out her pinky finger, she said softly, promise me, you will come back to see me and Xiaoqi. Yang Qing hugged Asuna and said with a smile, of course, I'm just like you. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. A good wife and daughter. Who knows if you will hook up with other women after you go out? Asuna snorted. Yang Qing was helpless and hugged Asuna tightly. Shy. Xiaoqi saw it from behind and covered her eyes with the kite string. This kid. Yang Qing was dumbfounded. 3 days later, he sat cross-legged on the shore of Sakura Island and closed his eyes. A majestic force began to center on him and spread out in all directions. In just an instant, the entire pirate world was wrapped. At the same time, Whitebeard, Warring States, Shanks and the others were startled and their pupils contracted. Here comes the biggest change. Boom! All parts of the world began to tremble, and the islands began to merge, and under the huge driving force, they approached each other. This kind of shaking lasted for nearly a week, when all the dust settled. The people of Pirate World were shocked to discover that suddenly, people who were not many kilometers away were already close to their eyes. The islands of the whole world merged into one huge continent. And this new complete continent is in the shape of a giant long. There are countless tiny islands under the giant's body and feet, symbolizing its scales and claws. So far, the pirate world has merged into a complete continent. On Sakura Island, Yang Qing stood up, a smile flashing in his eyes. Finally, it's all done. Chapter 489 Future Time and Space. The vast universe starry sky, countless stars are dazzling and dazzling. Stars blazing, emitting light and heat, planets revolving around them, and countless races stand in the void. For a long time, the creatures in the stars have been extremely curious about this deep universe. The mysterious and unknown universe has an unimaginable charm for intelligent creatures. Standing outside the atmosphere of Pirate World, feeling the dazzling universe in front of him, Yang Qing took a deep breath. That's right, he is standing in the vacuum of the universe at this time. Different from the last time when the clone came, this time it is the real body. Under his feet, a huge compass turned, emitting incomparably complex and strange golden runes, forming a faint golden mask, wrapping his whole body in it. In this mask, magnetism, light, and rays are firmly blocked from the outside. The key to the boundary wall turned out to be such a thing. Sighing at the compass under his feet, Yang Qing was a little unexpected. He thought it was in the shape of a key, but who knew it was a compass? And strangely, it actually has the ability of an aircraft. 30 seconds ago, he was still on Sakura Island, and under the watchful eyes of Asuna and Shaoqi, he stepped on the compass with a length of 10 feet. Then the next moment, the golden light fluttered along with the runes, but in an instant, he turned into a golden streamer and rose into the sky. At this moment, the compass is still moving fast. When one end broke through the atmosphere, it entered the vacuum of the universe. The runes of the compass are constantly flashing, and the speed is getting faster and faster. Yang Qing felt very clearly that the compass was constantly increasing. He sat cross-legged, wondering where the compass would take him. 30 minutes later, a huge film appeared in front of Yang Qing. Through this film, he could see the galaxy and cosmic nebula in the distant starry sky. Beautiful and captivating, they come in all shapes and sizes, slowly twirling under the watchful eye, blooming the most beautiful scenery in the world for the creatures. This film seems to block the connection between the pirate world and the outside world. Through the system, Yang Qing knew that this thin film was the barrier between dimensions. If he wanted to rush to other worlds, he had to break this barrier before he could go out. And the key to the boundary wall is exactly this purpose. An hour later, the thin film in front of Yang Qing was already close at hand, and his pupils narrowed. How does the key to the boundary wall break through here? Curious in his heart, he stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes. The speed of the compass has reached this point, which is already unbelievably fast. It was almost the speed of light, but he could see everything around him eerily. 3 seconds later, the compass took him and plunged his head into the film. It's so thick. What shocked Yang Qing was that the barrier that looked thin on the outside was an unimaginable thickness. When the compass plunged into it, Yang Qing surrounded it. Seeing everything in this film clearly, he clearly saw that the material in this film was gray, black flowing material, turbid and heavy. Just a little sense of it made Yang Qing feel that vast sense of history. The vicissitudes of life and heavy, after his horrified comparison, with his ability to easily control the entire pirate world planet, if he attacks against strange substances, it will not hurt at all. After the compass entered the film, the speed slowed down significantly. At this moment, the compass rune changed, and the front section became a sharp shape, like a sharp sword, stabbed towards the front fiercely. This strange substance was easily pierced, and then healed quickly. The seemingly transparent film is surprisingly thick. At an extremely high speed, the compass broke open after a full hour. At the moment of rushing out of the barrier, the compass was twisted away instantly, and a majestic pressure suddenly surged, squeezing Yang Qing's whole body fiercely. This is... Yang Qing was shocked. The terrifying pressure instantly rushed out the blood from his whole body. His arms, double, the legs suddenly burst into a bloody mist. Severe pain immediately swept through his soul, causing him to howl miserably. The next moment, his head and body suddenly burst open. The world in front of him was dark. Before falling into darkness, Yang Qing was horrified to see that the compass under his feet was also cracked. Fuck me, the system is tricking me. Are you going to die? In the universe, a golden light was moving forward at an incredible speed. Looking closer, it turned out to be a mask, in which a colorful, only inch-sized soul closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. Just like that, this golden light wrapped the soul and moved forward at an extremely fast speed. Soon, it entered the nearest galaxy. If Yangqing can open his eyes at this moment, he can clearly see the stars around him. Every once in a while, there's a giant thin film mask that covers it. Among them, there are countless stars, or the land of the small world, with all kinds of people appearing. In the end, the golden light plunged into a huge vast universe with his soul. What is surprising is that the boundary around the universe is also covered by layers of thin films, blocking the communication between the creatures inside and the outside world. What's even more shocking is that when this golden light entered this new universe, it actually showed a full 12 universes, surrounded by a circle of light. And this golden light rushed into the 7th universe and disappeared in a blink of an eye. When Yangqing felt the pain again and opened his eyes, there was already another world in front of him. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Still alive. The sight changed from blurred to clear. Yangqing looked at the vast desert ahead, slightly sluggish. Where is this place? Who am I? He remembered clearly that his previous body had long since been shattered, which meant that the power of the devil fruit was far away from him. And the previous power is naturally gone. System, tell me the current details. Yangqing remembered the system and asked with a headache. He needs to know where the key to the boundary wall has taken him. The dimension where the host is located, the future time and space of the 7th universe of Dragon Ball World, the M3R planet of the northern Milky Way. Race, Saiyan purebred. Combat power, 1300 converted from the pirate dimension combat power. Blinking his eyes, Yangqing was completely speechless. I came to Dragon Ball. Chapter 490, Super Strong Physique. Yangqing never thought that the system would bring him to the world of Dragon Ball. When it comes to the combat power of the two-dimensional world, Dragon Ball can definitely be said to be a high-level martial arts. Except for the beginning of Dragon Ball 1, the normal planetary level of martial arts believes that until Dragon Ball Z enters the universe, the domineering combat power is simply frustrating. In the later stage, destroying the planet is like playing. The huge planet seems so insignificant in front of personal force. And then in Dragon Ball Super, the 12 universes appeared together, and the Super Saiyan God appeared. The destructive energy generated in the battle at every turn could even destroy a universe. In the face of such violent power, everything in the pirate world seems so weak. And according to the combat power converted by the system, at this moment he only has a combat power of 1300. This is equivalent to the combat power of Sun Wukong when he was on Earth. Such combat power can be said to be like scum in the entire universe. He closed his eyes and began to let his soul fuse with this body that the system had found from nowhere. The Saiyans were sent out of the planet to destroy other planets because of their weak combat power. Timeline, 10 years before Frieza destroyed Saiyan. After opening his eyes, Yangqing finally understood the general situation at this time. Generally speaking, the planet he descended on at the moment was called Ker's Star, which was a country with developed technological civilization. The mission he was sent out was to destroy everything on this planet. Shaking his head, Yangqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. All of a sudden, it's incredible to have me destroy the planet. This identity, Yangqing can be sure that the system used unimaginable abilities to create it. In the original world, he did not exist. The name of the body is called Qing, and there is only one word, but it is easy to remember. In his mind, except for the general background and identity of this body, there is nothing left. The unique Qigong wave in the Dragon Ball world, the dance of the sky, he is not at this time. The ability to control the fruit was transformed into combat power, and I was beaten back to my original shape. Shaking his head silently, Yangqing began to stretch his body to get familiar with this new body as soon as possible. This is a pure-blooded Saiyan race, and the purity of blood is close to 100%. When he was first born, his combat power was 1300, which was Yang Qing's current combat power. Hoo-hoo. With the sound of the wind, Yang Qing's fists and feet attacked quickly, drawing out phantoms. 3 minutes later, a smile appeared on Yang Qing's face. I really can't imagine that after the original strength has become a real physical combat power, it is so terrifying. After 3 minutes of constant acceleration of punches, kicks, jumps, and fast-running moves, Yang Qing was very surprised. This Saiyan body is more than 1,000 times stronger than his original body in the pirate world. The strength of the previous body was mainly in terms of ability. But the toughness of the body itself, the ability to resist attacks, is not enough. For example, he can be injured under Doflamingo's attack, which proves this truth. And this brand new body, his strength, tenacity, and ability to fight, are all exaggerated to make him unbelievable. Even if I stand still and let Whitebeard attack me, I'm afraid I won't be hurt a little bit. It's incredible. He continued to punch and kick, and the huge force drove the air, causing a strong wind in the desert ahead, and the sand and dust spread all over the sky in an instant. It's just because I don't have enough control over my power to do whatever I want, and I can't control the power that suddenly increases. Yang Qing immediately understood, and also understood that if this body fought against the previous Lucifer, I am afraid that he would be able to kill the opponent in an instant. This is one power down 10 times, no matter how powerful the ability is, but if the body is weak, it will be instantly killed by the enemy. If I used to have scattered, huge, and powerful powers, now I have all my powers condensed and turned into combat power. Just like a flat blade, and a sharp blade, there is no such thing as a doubtful, sharp blades are more destructive. Quote. His speed at this time, fast opponents are difficult to respond, but can reach the front of the enemy in an instant. Try again to see if the previous ability can still be used. Yang Qing thought of armed color, overlord color and knowledge color. Armed. The Kazaza fists were covered with a dark color, which made a smile on his face. Very good, the 3-color domineering can be used. Next, Yang Qing quickly became acquainted with this body in the desert. He wanted to know the control of the body like the palm of his hand, and his strength should be concentrated in the body instead of being scattered. With the exercise, he also quickly realized that this body is quite talented, as if it was born for fighting. It's amazing, it's worthy of being a fighting nation. In just 3 short days, he was completely familiar with this body. After throwing his fist with all his strength again, the void in front of him did not shake at all, and the desert was calm. This means that he has completely adapted to this body. It's just a pity that it's not very clear what anger is. Also, what puzzles me is that the system introduced that this is the future time and space. Could it be the time and space of the Trunks who came from the future in the plot? Yang Qing has a headache. In his opinion, the time and space where Trunks is located can be said to be troubled. The powerful enemies came one after another, but the powerful self made them all die. It's just a pit, father. The pit has reached its limit. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. One of the things that should be done now seems to be getting into cities on this planet. Then, keep getting stronger. Taking a deep breath, Yang Qing had no way to identify Qi at this time, so he could only look in a random direction to leave here. After 3 breaths, in the desert, a desert stream rushing towards the entire sky appeared. Like a strong gust of wind, Yang Qing kept stepping on the desert with his feet, and the dust in the sky flew up 2 seconds after he left. His strength and speed have undoubtedly reached a terrifying level. Half an hour later, Yang Qing stopped, then jumped in and entered the blue ocean. What a terrifying physique, running 100 kilometers without blushing or panting. With a sigh of admiration, his arms slid quickly, like a propeller, and the sea water was lifted up a lot. Chapter 491 The Great Sage. The physique of this body is really too strong. In Yang Qing's view, it was really too much. He can be sure that even if it is a diamond, he will shatter it with one punch. Moreover, if he can condense the so-called Qi in his body and form a Qigong wave, he can definitely destroy the planet. The physique that is so powerful and despairing also makes Yang Qing very excited. Every man wants to become stronger. In the world of pirates, he has seen all kinds of strange abilities. But the only pity is that everyone's physique is not strong. They can be killed by bullets, and can be scratched by swords. Yes, it's funny, isn't it? Whitebeard can shatter the island with one punch and set off a tsunami, but it cannot withstand the damage of swords and shells. However, Yang Qing made up for this regret at this time. He could stand there, let the shells, bullets hit, all unscathed. His fists are more powerful than any cannonballs and bullets. At this moment, Yang Qing was swimming in the sea. His lung capacity shocked himself, and his physical fitness was so strong that it was abnormal. The speed of swimming in the sea even exceeds the maximum horsepower of the ship. Suddenly, 3 huge white sharks appeared beside him. They were slightly different from those on Earth, and their teeth were more dense and hideous. When they saw Yang Qing, the 3 sharks were obviously startled, and then they chased after them with vicious faces. "Ha ha, want to eat me?" Yang Qing laughed and his fist moved. Swipe. The speed was terrifying, and the 3 sharks shook their bodies, then screamed and ran away immediately. He didn't exert any force, otherwise these few punches would be enough to kill them. Half an hour later, Yang Qing saw a huge cruise ship on the sea. The shape was obviously different from the one on Earth, but he could tell that it was indeed a ship. Speeding up the swimming, 3 minutes later, Yang Qing came to the bottom of the tanker. The people on the boat also saw him. "Look, there is someone in the sea, and he actually swam here. It's amazing. It's strange that he actually has a tail. He's not from our planet, is he an alien? But he looks similar to us." When people on the boat were looking at him, Yang Qing was also paying attention to these people. "I saw that the people on this planet were basically the same as humans, except that they had all kinds of animal ears on the top of their heads, just like half-orcs." "Get him up!" someone shouted, and immediately everyone took action. A few minutes later, Yang Qing stood on the boat. He took off his upper body clothes and twisted it lightly, and the water droplets were immediately squeezed out. "What a strong man. Wow, look at his abs, he has 8 packs. He must be very strong in that aspect. I'm going to faint. I really want to do something with him." With keen ears listening to the whispers of some women in the surrounding crowd, Yang Qing's mouth twitched. However, his physique at the moment is indeed very strong. Solid Shang muscles, 8 perfect abdominal muscles, strong muscles on arms and legs, and looks very masculine. In addition, he is 1.75 meters tall, not low but not short, very perfect fighting body. The appearance is the same as the one in the pirate world. The hairstyle on the head is erect, which is the usual hairstyle of Saiyans. Outside the pants, a tail is constantly wagging. Because of Yang Qingnian's light and handsome appearance, he was immediately invited by most women. In 3 minutes, Yingying Yanyan's woman pushed him into the cruise ship and took care of him with all her heart. In the conversation with these women, Yang Qing also understood that this planet is called Ker's star. The level of technological development is similar to that of Earth, and it rarely contacts other planets. And there are many strong men on this planet. The most famous and powerful one is called Terra Man. Can you tell me where is that mighty Tran Man? I want to challenge him. During the conversation, Yang Qing expressed his thoughts. And when he said this, the women on the boat covered their mouths with a smile, and then started chatting. The great sage Terra is 85 years old this year. He has rarely appeared in front of people, and few people have challenged him. Yes, you will be disappointed if you want to challenge him. However, the great sage Terra is in the capital at this time. We are going to the capital. If you want to see him, there may be a chance. Yang Qing was startled, then understood. The Great Sage is the honorific title given to the most powerful person on this planet. What he didn't expect was that this Great Sage of Terra was already 85 years old, which was a bit exaggerated. Then I'll go see him and hope he can guide me. With a slight smile, Yang Qing said nothing. For this Great Sage, he still has some expectations, and he hopes to learn something from the other party. The ship docked behind a planet. Looking at the prosperous Shengyan city in front of him, Yang Qing felt as if he had returned to Earth. It's very similar to the Earth. Shaking his head, Yang Qing expelled the memory of the place in his mind and started to head towards the place where Terra Man was. Handsome guy, do you have a place to live? If not, stay with me tonight. Before leaving, a lot of cute cat-eared girls winked at him, which made him agitated. These aliens are really open. With a sigh, he walked towards the location of the great sage. Half an hour later. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Looking at this building that looks like a pyramid in front of him, Yang Qing feels very speechless. This is where the great sage lives. Will there be mummies in it? The great sage is the most noble and powerful person on the planet of Kurz, and has a higher status than many kings here. There are countless kings, but there is only one great sage. Legend has it that this great sage has defeated the outer demons 3 times in history and protected the planet of Kurz. His combat power is extremely powerful. One punch can destroy mountains and rivers, and he can even launch a terrorist attack that destroys the invincible detector. This made Yang Qing very sigh. This great sage is indeed a strong man. After all, one who can destroy the stars will definitely not be weak. When he was standing under the golden tower and was looking for where the building came from, in front of him, the flawless pyramid bricks cracked open, and a strong man with tiger ears came out of it. The man walked towards him, then bent slightly. The great sage has an invitation. Please come with me. Chapter 492 How to Use Internal Qi. Yang Qing was a little puzzled. How could this great sage know of his arrival? But he didn't ask much, just followed the man into the pyramid. After arriving in the tower, Yang Qing observed everything around him, which made him a little amazed. The pagoda has a vast area, and the lights are gentle and bright, revealing a mysterious atmosphere that makes people intoxicated. The space in this tower is divided into 9 floors in total, and you walk up the wooden revolving stairs until you reach the 9th floor. The Lord is inside, please come in, said the tiger-eared man. In front of the 2, a gate full of stars, sun and moon was closed. Yang Qing glanced at the gate, and the tiger-eared man withdrew after saying this. Slowly moving forward, then stretched out and shot to push the door open. The scene inside the door was also watched by Yang Qing, and when he saw everything inside, he couldn't help but be startled again. Inside this gate, suddenly there is a huge practice field. The area is wide, and countless precise and weird instruments on the ceiling wander back and forth, emitting light. In the field, an old man with a childlike appearance was slowly punching. In front of his forehead, a pair of long horns grew out, showing a majestic color, with a majestic and condensed aura. One stepped into it, the door behind him slowly closed. Yang Qing looked at the old man in front of him, his eyes were a little dignified. From the old man's body, he felt a powerful force no less than him. Come on. The old man felt Yang Qing's arrival, slowly retracted his body, then turned around and gave him a deep look before smiling. Come here, young man. Yang Qing wondered. The old man seemed to know that he would come here. He stepped over and asked the exit. How did you know I was coming? The inner qi in your body is no less than mine. When you were 100 miles away, I noticed it. Then when you came in my direction, I knew you must have come looking for me. The great sage Terra Man smiled and said. Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and he immediately understood that the inner qi mentioned by the great sage must be something like qi. His heart was a little excited. People on this planet even knew about qi. So, what are you doing when you come to Kurz Star? The old man squinted, stared at Yang Qing's tail and said slowly, aliens. You know my identity, Yang Qing wondered. Everyone on this planet knows your identity. The old man smiled and said, it's just that you don't have the evil aura of those extraterrestrial demons, so I'm curious, what are you doing here? Yang Qing understood that the people of Kurz Star turned those who invaded the planet into extraterrestrial demons, and ordinary aliens were actually not uncommon. I want to ask you about the use of qi. After a pause, he added, by the way, I also want to challenge you. With war intent in his eyes, the blood in Yangqing's heart began to boil. Saiyans are a warlike nation, there is no doubt about that. Today, the belligerence that exists in the blood factor has also infected Yangqing. It seems that you are a very belligerent person. The old man laughed, and then put on his posture. Come on, then, I sense no less qi in you than mine, you are very powerful. Yangqing's eyes became sharp, and he also set up his posture. In the next second, his figure suddenly disappeared. The old man's eyes flashed, his head was tilted, his waist was a little late, his body turned sharply, and his fists hit the back. Here. The punch was directed towards Yangqing who had just appeared behind him, but a second later, the old man punched in the air. Here. Above his head, Yangqing stepped on his right foot. The old man stepped back in a hurry, his foot almost rubbed the old man's nose, and stepped on the floor ruthlessly, a pothole about an inch appeared. After several backflips in a row, he looked at the young man in front of him again, the old man's eyes were a little dignified. This kid has excellent control of power and combat experience. A terrible fellow. The two began to look at each other, and after a second, the figure suddenly disappeared. In the center of the room, two figures emerged. The fists collided continuously, making a bang 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 sound, which shook the whole house. But their strength is condensed in one place, not scattered, and the destructive power is very small for everything around them. After punching more than 2,000 times in a row, Yangqing stepped back with a smile on his face. Old man, this can't beat me. Old man also smiled. Yes, this really won't defeat you. The next moment, the old man's eyes became sharper, his height was expanding, and the muscles and bones of his whole body were getting bigger. The legs have become thicker. Go ahead, boy. Suddenly, the old man disappeared instantly. Yangqing's eyes flashed, he gathered his energy, and began to perceive the place where the old man appeared. Seeing the color. Call. His figure suddenly disappeared, and at the moment he disappeared, a fist directly hit the phantom of his head and shattered it into pieces. Ha, here it is. The old man punched in the air, and after a loud shout, his right foot suddenly kicked towards the left front. Yangqing moved, bent over to avoid this leg, and then. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Sweep the legs. The old man jumped up and floated directly into the air, his right hand just trembled, and when the light flickered, a qigong wave appeared in his hand, and then he flicked it. Ha! The qigong wave came towards Yangqing with huge energy. Standing on the ground, Yangqing was a little shocked. This is a qigong wave. He can feel the huge energy contained in it through the void. Its size is only about a foot, but its destructive power is stronger than that of a bomb. Ha! Yangqing put his arms in front of him, shouting loudly, ready to withstand the attack of this qigong wave. Because it was too fast, there was no time to dodge at this time. Boom! There was a tremor in the room, and Yangqing's body was violently knocked out and fell to the ground. When he got up again, he was embarrassed. But what made him a little happy was that he was not injured. You don't know how to use your inner qi. The old man walked up to Yangqing and stretched out his hand to pull him up. Shaking his head, Yangqing smiled wryly. Young man, you are very strong. When you were the same age as you, I was 100 times weaker than you. The old man said with admiration. You are very talented, and your heart is not bad. I will teach you how to use inner qi. Chapter 493 _ For Yangqing at this time, what he needs most is how to use qi. No one can lead this thing into the door. Although it can be realized one day by virtue of its strong combat power, it will inevitably be lacking in details or other aspects. Now that the old man promised to teach him how to use qi, it naturally made him a lot happier. Thank you, great sage. Yangqing thanked him, secretly thinking that this person is indeed a great sage, and his character is really good. Hee hee, even if I don't tell you, sooner or later you will master it. It's nothing. The old man shook his hand and said, and I teach you this, and I hope that when this planet is in trouble in the future, you can help me. It once. Quote. My longevity is about to come, and my younger generation, but there is no existence with a combat power exceeding 1000. Shaking his head, the old man was very disappointed. Of course I will. Yang Qing nodded, remembering it in his heart. Soon, the old man taught Yang Qing how to use qi. It also made Yang Qing suddenly realize that the so-called qi in the eyes of the strong is not so mysterious. Qi is a mysterious substance that extracts the internal energy and physical strength of the body. After continuous practice and becoming stronger, it will appear naturally. This is also the reason why many powerful people are born with qi. It's like a person who doesn't practice cultivation has a hard time feeling qi inside the body, but a strong person can easily use it. With cultivation, physical strength increases and strength becomes stronger. Qi will become more and more powerful, and easier to be controlled by living things. At this moment, Yang Qing closed his eyes. His body began to emit a surging breath from the inside out. The strong wind blew, and his cross-knee body began to slowly lift into the air. Even, because of the power of qi, there are fine lightnings appearing. So this is anger. Opening his eyes, Yang Qing stood on the ground, very grateful to the old man in front of him. Different people use qi and have different understandings of it. The amount of gas is a key, and different methods of using it produce different intensities. For example, in the original work, the Turtle School Qigong is obviously much more powerful. In addition, Zhuang Fist, etc., is also a use of qi. Maybe I can develop a method that works for me. In the blink of an eye, Yang Qing was very interested in it. And then, Yang Qing began to discuss martial arts with this old man on weekdays and exchanged his experience. I have to say that this old man has been practicing for a lifetime. Although his combat power is not worth mentioning compared to those powerful guys in the universe, his theory, knowledge, and easy understanding of martial arts are extremely in-depth and erudite. After reading the original work, Yang Qing naturally knew. Cultivation is one reason, but methods and comprehension are also crucial. Don't you see, Sun Wukong and Dal are both Saiyans, but why is it difficult for the latter to catch up in the footsteps of Sun Wukong? This has a lot to do with the martial arts education Sun Wukong received on Earth since he was a child. In terms of martial arts, through the communication with the old man, plus the experience of the pirate world, Yang Qing already understands a lot, so don't underestimate this. One punch and one kick, even the angle, strength, and speed of the punch are strictly stated. Under different conditions, the degree of influence is different. For a full month, he has been communicating with the old man. And his combat effectiveness is also improving. After constantly fighting, communicating, and gaining knowledge, Yang Qing's mind is much wider, and he really understands how to become stronger. This is the combat power detector I took from the outer demon. It's a very good thing. It can detect the energy response of living organisms and turn them into numbers. On this day, the old man had an eye on his eye, and then pressed it down on Yang Qing. Yang Qing showed interest after seeing it. He naturally knew this thing. It was the combat effectiveness tester. Drip drip. The combat effectiveness tester quickly appeared many data, and finally stopped at one data. 1018, this is your current combat power. Old man smiled and said, it's already very powerful. With your combat power and the use of qi, you can even reach a strength of 2500. Yang Qing nodded. The combat effectiveness was only an approximate number on the surface. If the person being detected was able to use it or use various secret skills, the actual combat ability would be much stronger than this. Then he took the old man's combat effectiveness tester and pressed it down at the old man. After a burst of diddy sounds, the old man's data appeared. 2100. The old man's combat power was 300 higher than him, which made Yang Qing sigh. He naturally knew that the old man's actual combat power was actually higher than this figure. Great sage, Next, I hope to practice with you for a while. Of course. For Yangqing's request, the old man quickly agreed. The Saiyan race is a natural fighting race, and they have a talent for strengthening that other races do not have. After each battle, the combat power will increase rapidly. Every time you're near death, you get stronger when you come back to life. And when it is strong to a certain level, and with anger as a guide, it will become a legendary Super Saiyan, and the combat power will undergo earth-shaking changes. Yangqing knew that in 10 years, Frieza would come, and before that, he had to become stronger quickly. The combat power of Qinba is indeed very powerful in Ker's star, but after entering the universe, it is weak and vulnerable. Sun Wukong's fighting power when he was on Earth was at this level, not even as strong as his older brother Raditz. And Raditz is just a soy sauce character. From this you can imagine how dangerous the world is. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Risk. The planet is destroyed at every turn, and the world is destroyed at every turn. Only by becoming stronger can he be able to protect himself. Half a month later, with the help of the great sage's reputation, Yangqing built a gravity device for himself. This is based on the method of Sun Wukong's practice in the original work. For Saiyans, they have a special talent. They can adapt to gravity extremely quickly, and then become stronger. At this moment, Yangqing was standing beside the gravity device. The gravitational device covers a radius of about 20 meters, which just covers the entire room. The ultimate gravity is 100 times, try to get used to this 100 times quickly. I don't know how strong my fighting power will be after getting used to this 100-fold gravity. Stepping over, Yangqing directly pressed the number 10 on the gravity device. Chapter 494, Stamina Potion. Buzzing. The moment the button was pressed, the gravity device immediately began to roar. A huge pressure instantly enveloped Yangqing, causing him to bend down in an instant. It's heavy. Bean-sized sweat appeared from his forehead. Yangqing bent over, as if he was being pressed by a big mountain. Tenfold gravity was pressing on his body, making him feel that his movements had become sluggish. He tried to move his steps, and then found that under the gravity, everything seemed to be restrained. The speed is very slow, and even walking like an ordinary person has to do everything you can to do it. Punches, kicks. Get used to this gravity as soon as possible. He started punching as hard as he could, punch after punch, push up, sit up, kick, jump, run. Without Shando, he would not be able to exercise his body to the fullest like Sun Wukong in the original book. If he is not careful, he will die here. Steady improvement, I still have time. Day after day of training, and punching, Yangqing quickly got used to everything in this gravity room, and his combat effectiveness was also growing rapidly. 3 days later, he raised the gravity to 15 times. Saiyans have excellent physical qualities, can take everything quickly, and then become strong. At this moment, he is like an empty wooden barrel. With the exercise, the water is quickly poured into the wooden barrel. It started to suffer hardships, sweat, and after Yangqing got used to it, he began to enjoy it. And every day he could feel that he was getting stronger and stronger, and this feeling made him intoxicated. 24 hours a day, he spent 10 hours accustomed to gravity, to hone himself, and 5 hours to practice the use of qi and study new uses of qi. He slept and ate for 7 hours. Every day and every night, he was working hard to hone himself. Gradually time passed without knowing it, and in a blink of an eye, half a year had passed. At this time, Yangqing had become accustomed to 30 times the gravity. Inside the gravity chamber, the display shows the degree of gravity, the weather, and the temperature. Yangqing threw his fists and kicked his legs, and he was able to act like a normal person. He was completely accustomed to this kind of gravity and could start the next scale improvement. This time, Yangqing directly raised the scale by 3, and the gravity value jumped from 31 to 33. In just an instant, Yangqing was crushed to the ground. It's really heavy, but that's the challenge. Yang Qing's face was crazy, and he began to move in this small space, crawling, punching, and moving. Every time I moved, it was very difficult and painful, and the sweat gathered into a stream of water, exuding a salty taste. Day after day, Yang Qing is growing rapidly. At night, Yang Qing turned off the gravity and left the gravity room, only to feel that his whole body was as light as he could fly. At this moment, a woman with fox ears came over and said with a smile, "Master Qing, our science bureau has developed a new stamina potion. Drinking it can quickly restore your stamina." What? Yang Qing was shocked, followed by joy. Really? What's the effect? A single potion can stimulate metabolism in the body, reduce muscle wear and tear, and then quickly restore physical strength and state of the body to a full state. The woman said, and took out a potion from the suitcase. "You have just finished practicing, you can try the effect." Yang Qing took the potion and glanced at it carefully. There was a series of numbers written on the bottle, which should be the code name. He didn't hesitate, and then drank the potion. In just an instant, he felt that his energy was rapidly recovering, and his physical strength was constantly moving towards a perfect state. 3 seconds later, Yang Qing's eyes burst into light. Very good. This potion works. Yang Qing is very excited. The reason why he can't move forward fast is because he can't practice as recklessly as Sun Wukong, because his physical strength will be exhausted and he will reach the limit of his body, although this limit is constantly in practice. He broke through, but after all, he was still human and needed time to reply. "Can this medicine be provided to me?" Yang Qing asked. "Of course, the great sage asks our science bureau to support all your cultivation activities," the woman said with a smile. "I'm going to practice, you guys give me more of this potion," Yang Qing said urgently. Now that he feels full of energy, naturally he doesn't want to waste any more time. The woman was startled, then handed him the suitcase. "There are 5 potions here, you can use them first." As soon as Yang Qing took it, he turned around and entered the gravity room. As soon as he entered the gravity room, Yang Qing immediately turned on the gravity device and raised the gravity to 35 without hesitation. The huge pressure immediately made him lie on the ground. He gritted his teeth, and his eyes shone with light. "With this potion, I will be able to do my best, and my combat power will be improved as quickly as possible." Strong willpower, crazy desire and desire, let Yang Qing's life from this moment be spent in the gravity room. In the eyes of the fox-eared woman, this crazy cultivator had hardly ever left the gravity room, and they brought in the daily meals and medicines. In a blink of an eye, it has been a year since Yang Qing came to this world. On the 9th floor of the pyramid, the great sage walked to the window, looked at the gravity chamber below, felt the powerful breath surging out of it, and sighed in his heart. "This little guy is so powerful that I can't even perceive it." This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Out of bounds. His eyes were full of complexity, and the broken combat strength tester in the right hand of the great sage was lying there. Half a month after Yang Qing entered the gravity room, when the great sage used the combat power tester to test, the combat power tester had already shattered. The ultimate combat strength test of this combat effectiveness tester is 20,000. This kid, how far is his current combat strength? The great sage could not estimate. He felt incredible. This kid was able to become so powerful. He also tried Yang Qing's method, but he couldn't make an inch. No matter how he exercised, he could only continue to increase his combat power, but it was far less than the former, that crazy improvement. "It's been a year, and my combat power is now 3003. The gravity chamber does work, but that kid can get stronger so quickly. The most important role is probably his race." Chapter 495 100 times. The great sage made such a judgment because he thought about it for a long time before coming to the answer. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain why he could not achieve it, but the other party was so perverted. Today, a year later, the great sage does not know how strong Yang Qing is, nor does he himself. In the gravity room, Yang Qing was lying on the ground tiredly, the pressure made it difficult for him to move. On the display screen of the instrument in the gravity chamber, the number stopped steadily at 70. In 1 year, Yang Qing's frantic training made him accustomed to 70 times the gravity. Under such gravity, he doesn't even know how strong his fighting power is. He only knows that at this moment, he is not strong enough. Compared to Frieza, compared to Slu, compared to Majin Buu, he was far behind. Weak people simply cannot survive in this world. He's going to get stronger, so strong that no one can kill him. He has to go back to the world of pirates, and he has to go to other worlds to see a variety of abilities, strange exchange items, all of which are what Yang Qing is looking forward to. Ah! The training made Yang Qing roar wildly. His sweat was like rain, and his combat power was advancing rapidly. Yang Qing's mind has been concentrated in this crazy training, and he doesn't care about the outside world. Meals and medicines will be delivered from outside, so he doesn't have to worry about all this. Therefore, you can improve your strength without distractions and become stronger. After a month's time, gravity climbed again, becoming 76. After 2 months, Yang Qing had become accustomed to 80 times the gravity. But at this time, his progress has slowed down. He felt that he was getting close to his current limit. Is 100 times my current limit? I don't know, but I haven't reached it yet. Let's talk about it when we get there. He entered the frantic training again, and the values on the instrument table would jump every once in a while. 3 months later, the value on the instrument table has changed to 90. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, until the end of the year. The value on the instrument table had reached 99. 2 years later, Yang Qing is completely familiar with 99 times the gravity. Today, he is striving for the 100-fold. Just when Yang Qing was practicing selflessly, 3 spaceships descended outside the Kur's planet. On the 9th floor of the pyramid, the face of the great sage suddenly changed, and his eyes looked towards the sky. What a powerful, evil breath. It's an extraterrestrial demon. At the same time, 5 or 6 corners of this planet have powerful chi rising into the sky, flying towards the direction of the great sage. 5 minutes later, there were 6 more figures in front of the great sage. The great sage, the demon from outside the sky. 3 this time. Their chi is too powerful and evil. The 6 people looked ugly and said. The great sages naturally also felt the huge aura, which was a majestic aura that surpassed many of them, and even the biggest one was more than 10 times theirs. The great sage with a dignified face, glanced down, where Yang Qing was in the gravity room. At this moment, it was calm and there was no fluctuation. That kid should still be cultivating. Come with me and find out what these people are here for. The 6 looked at each other and nodded solemnly. The next moment, the 7 people rose into the sky and headed towards the place where the demons outside the sky had descended. Shish! 3 streams of light made a crisp sound in the sky, and 3 seconds later, with a bang rumbling sound, they fell directly into the city below. In an instant, thick smoke and explosive flames rose into the sky. The spaceship, which did not slow down at all, blew a third of a city into pieces. Bad comers. The great sage and the others looked extremely ugly. Prepare for battle. With a cold drink, the 7 people adjusted their breath to the limit and stared at the place with extreme solemnity. And at this moment, the gravity room. Yang Qing squatted down and stood up, sweat dripping down like raindrops on his forehead. He could feel that he was about to break through, just a little bit. Maybe the next time he punched, he could completely get used to the 99 times the gravity, and then adjust the value to 100 times. A little, just a little. Ah, I'm going to take this step, I'll fight. With a loud shout, Yang Qing's body seemed to be shattered again as if some kind of shackles, and then the next second, he began to run fast in the 99 times the gravity room, jumping up. Success. Without any hesitation, Yang Qing took a few steps to the front console and pressed the button to increase the gravity value. Buzz. The air seemed to be distorted, and the light in the gravity chamber began to dim due to this strong pressure. Yang Qing's originally standing body bent instantly, and beads of sweat fell again, and the pain made it difficult for him to move. Success. I resisted. Next, I will take 10 steps under this 100-fold pressure. Today's practice will come to an end, rest for a while, and then break through 100 times. Although Yang Qing's expression has become a little distorted due to gravity at this moment, but his heart is full of joy. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Outside, there was a rumbling sound from the 3 spaceships, and the doors suddenly opened. The faces of the great sage and others changed drastically, and some of the 7 even showed a look of fear on their faces. This chi is too powerful. They had never seen such vast, huge, stalwart chi. That chi seemed to be able to smash them into pieces with just a shock. Terrifying and terrifying. Great sage. Among them, someone shouted with trembling voices. The great sage glanced at the people around him from the corner of his eyes, and the corner of his eyes trembled slightly. He found that the people behind him were shocked by the chi, and their whole body was shaking at this moment. In this way, it is impossible to fight at all. With his eyes condensed, the great sage's forehead was dense with sweat, and he stared at the direction of the spaceship. The next second, 3 figures appeared from the spaceship. What a weak planet. As the most powerful person only about 3,000. And I'll clean them up and recycle the planet. There are 3 people, the face in the middle is indifferent, the breath is cold, making people tremble, and the one on the left looks at everyone. With just one glance, the cold breath made the great sage and others tremble. Powerful, too strong. They are no match for any of them at all. Chapter 496_. That majestic air seemed to distort the air present the moment they stepped out of the spaceship, and even the stones on the ground trembled because of these powerful forces and rose into the air. Every time I took a step, the dull breath in the air became more uncomfortable. Siba, there's a bunch of bugs over there, kill them. Suddenly, the man in the middle glanced at the great sage and the others, and said indifferently. At the moment, one of the 3 sneered and stood up from the ground. The chi in his body suddenly swelled. With just one breath, he came to the front of the great sage. Come on, great sage. The crowd shouted in horror, and when they finished shouting this sentence, the man named Saba had stagnated in front of them. Are you the most powerful people on this planet? It's so weak and pathetic. Siba laughed, and then launched an attack without hesitation. His figure flashed, and the hole disappeared. Be careful. The great sage's face changed greatly. He shouted loudly, reminding everyone. However, it's too late. Almost instantly, Siba's fist had hit one of them in the face. Bang! Like a cannonball exploding, the man was punched directly, and then hit 13 buildings in a row, hitting the ground heavily, and immediately lost his breath. Seeing this sudden scene, everyone's faces turned blue, and there were expressions of fear, nervousness, etc. in their eyes. Do you still have time to look elsewhere? Huh! With a sudden kick, the other was knocked out again, and fell heavily on the ground, causing a big pit to appear on the ground, which also lost its breath. In an instant, 2 of the 7 were completely killed. Saba's strength made the great sage and the others froze immediately. This is completely beyond their power, powerful to despair. That kid, can you come out? Is he the opponent of these 3? At this moment, the great sage thought of Yang Qing, the boy whose talent was so powerful that he was jealous, the terrible guy who was so powerful that even the combat power tester could collapse. But in an instant, he regained his senses. Because Siba killed the 2 people again, and for a while, there were only 3 people left. Great sage, this time we are doomed. One person took a deep breath and said with an ugly face. When will that guy come out? The great sage looked nervous and did not respond. The next moment, the gust of wind suddenly rose, and the great sage's expression changed. He suddenly raised his hand, and fiercely blocked the front. Boom! Like a mountain, a huge force suddenly hit the great sage's arm, causing his body to unstoppable and retreating for nearly 1,000 meters before it stopped. Oh, Saba was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect someone to block his attack, and then smiled. Very good, you can block 1/5 of my power, you are very good. The great sage had a solemn face, raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his arms only felt heart-piercing pain. He slowly took up his attacking stance, and this time he seemed to be desperate. Among them, the two people on the side of the great sage, seeing this scene, looked at each other unexpectedly, and the next moment they fled into the distance. The white airflow drew a streamer in the air. 0. On the ground, the person in the middle showed a mocking smile, and the other person's right hand trembled, throwing out 2 qigong waves. Ha! The qigong wave cut through the void, and a crisp sound came out, and then hit the two fleeing. After a breath, the two of them didn't even have scum left, and they were completely vaporized. The great sage closed his eyes, unable to bear to see this painful scene. Siba, settle the fight quickly, we're in a hurry. Okay, Captain Rant. Siba responded, and then looked at the great sage even more fiercely. I'm sorry, I will kill you with the next punch. The great sage's eyes became sharp, and with a loud roar, his figure doubled. The next second, Siba's figure suddenly disappeared. The great sage shouted loudly, passed back quickly, and blocked his arms in front of him. Bang! The great sage stepped back again, blood spurting out of his mouth, and surprise flashed in Siba's eyes. Immediately afterwards, the great sage sprinted up and attacked Siba frantically. Ah! With 2 hands, Siba easily blocked a series of intensive attacks from the great sage. Then, taking advantage of one of the loopholes, he punched the great sage ruthlessly. With a bang, the great sage was knocked off the ground and hit a deep pit. This blow made the great sage dizzy, blood flowed out, and the bones were broken. And just as the great sage was fighting hard, the door of the gravity room opened with a roar. A red, bare upper body, showing perfect 8-pack abs, a figure dripping with sweat appeared outside. 100 times, I finally got used to it. This figure walked out of the gravity room, muttered, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. For the first time in 2 years, I have breathed outside air. Just then, a woman walked over quickly. Master Qing, this is your recovery potion. Very good. Yang Qing didn't hesitate. He picked up the potion and poured it into his mouth. Soon, he felt that he was in the gravity chamber. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The exhausted stamina quickly recovered. Suddenly, Yang Qing's pupils shrank suddenly. These 3 breaths, and another. It's a great sage. There was a cold light in his eyes, and he realized something. Great sage, there is danger. Boom. Yang Qing suddenly became violent, and a gust of wind spread from the place centered on him in all directions. In just an instant, the violent aura smashed the gravity chamber into pieces, and even the surrounding buildings became smashed foam. The woman before that was even more impacted and flew out. Slightly stunned, Yang Qing immediately set off, picked up the woman, and placed it on the ground. I'm sorry, I'm not used to the power that suddenly becomes stronger. Then, he looked at his hands, felt himself, and showed a faint smile on his face. It turned out that he was already so strong. Now, the main thing is to save the great sage. Boom. The next second, Yang Qing rose to the sky. The violent aura of his body was not retained at all. He raised his chi piece by piece, wanting to know how powerful he was at the moment. Where the great sage was, Siba suddenly stopped and looked in another direction. And near the spaceship below, the person in the middle was also startled, and his eyes changed. Chapter 497 _ Lunda, test the combat effectiveness of the incoming person. The eyes of the person in the middle were obviously solemn. Okay, Captain Hi-Ho. The man named Lunda immediately turned his gaze to the direction Yang Qing was rushing towards, and the combat effectiveness tester rang quickly as his head turned. Drip drip. The dense voice rang rapidly, and in the shocked eyes of Lunda, the numbers on the combat effectiveness tester also rose. 3,000, 4,000, 6,000, 8,000. 12, 15, 20,000. 30,000, 35. At this moment, the unfamiliar aura that was rushing from the sky, the huge aura suddenly rose again. Bang! The combat effectiveness tester suddenly shattered into pieces, and Renda took a few steps back in shock. What's the matter? Hi-Ho looked at Lunda solemnly. He. Lunda was completely shocked by the terrifying combat power, and was speechless for a while. At this moment, a figure was already standing in the sky above several people, blue light surging around his body, and his aura instantly shocked the scene here. The majestic and vast chi made the great sage's heart tremble. Like the ocean, no, the chi is huge as a planet, how powerful he is. The great sage could no longer infer Yang Qing's fighting power. In his sense, the young man became unfathomable. Great sage, where did these three scum come from? With a cold face, Yang Qing's voice came out. They are all invaders from other planets. Qing, please, I am not their opponent. The great sage shouted, and there was a light in his eyes. Leave it to me. Yang Qing turned his eyes to look at the person coming. Next to the spaceship, Heihu's face turned cold after hearing Yang Qing's words. He took a step forward, and was about to speak, but was immediately stopped by Lunda with one hand. Lunda. Heihu showed a puzzled expression. Team, Captain, before the combat tester exploded, his combat power was 35,000. At the moment of the explosion, his power skyrocketed. His actual combat effectiveness has exceeded the limit that the tester can measure. Renda said with a sweaty face, and there was already a touch of fear in his eyes. Hi-Ho heard these words, and his whole body was shocked, and then he looked at the figure in the sky again, with a touch of tension. The phrase, exceeding the limit of the combat tester, sounds simple, but the meaning it represents is very simple. It represents the figure in the sky, at least a terrifying combat power of 100,000. 100,000 is already 3 times more than their combat power. Damn, how can there be such a powerful person in this remote place? Captain, look at his tail. He is a Saiyan. At this time, Renda's pupils shrank again. Saiyan. Heihu was shocked, and his face was even more ugly. In the sky, Siba laughed when he heard Yang Qing's words. Boy, you are really arrogant. Do you know who we are? He didn't know the fears of the other 2 people below, he just judged that the person in front of him should be strong by feeling, but he didn't have an intuitive feeling. I'm not interested in knowing who you are, but today, I will definitely let you know who I am. Yang Qing's face was gloomy, and the aura on his body swelled and became stronger. The wind was surging, and the next moment, there was a huge shuttle sound in the sky, and then there was a sound like a muffled bang. Siba's whole body trembled, and Yang Qing punched him in the stomach. The straight body turned into a shrimp-like curvature. In midair, the mouthful of blood had already spewed out, and his originally unconcerned expression had completely changed to panic. How is it possible? Yang Qing slowly retracted his right fist, and then saw the man in front of him fall from the sky and hit the ground heavily. One move, just one move, wiped out Saba, who had a combat power of 23,000. This scene made the 2 people below open their mouths together, and panic appeared in their eyes. Next, it's up to you. Yang Qing's eyes turned, his icy eyes turned downward, his figure just flashed, and a crisp sound of breaking the air sounded, and the next moment he was already standing in front of the 2 of them. Saiyan, we are all under Frieza. You can't shoot at me. Hi-Ho said with obvious fear. Frieza. Yang Qing smiled, then his eyes became cold. I will find him sooner or later. The figure just flashed, and a punch smashed the black body to smash, while the other side of Lunda was terrified to the extreme, and began to retreat continuously, full of horror. No, don't kill me. After a breath, Yang Qing's figure appeared in front of him, and with one punch, Lunda was sent flying, and then his right palm stretched out, and a dazzling light blue light wave appeared. Boom! The explosion sounded. A huge explosion occurred on the ground in the distance. The mushroom cloud flew up, and Lunda was completely vaporized here. It's too weak. I can't even force 5 points of my strength. After solving the 3 of them neatly, Yang Qing frowned. On the way here, he also tried to burst out all his breath, but this short distance prevented him from even bursting out 30% of his breath. With a flick of his tail, Yang Qing turned to look at. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Great Sage. Sage, are you alright? I'm fine. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. The Great Sage's eyes were very complicated. He really didn't expect that a guy who was weaker than himself would become so powerful after just 2 years. That's good. Fortunately I didn't come late. Yang Qing said with a smile. Next, I'll practice for a few more days before I'm ready to leave here. The Great Sage came over, and when he heard this sentence, he was obviously a little disappointed, but then he laughed. Well, it's better to leave. This time, thanks to you, our planet will probably be destroyed. Yang Qing smiled. It's nothing, Great Sage, you have also helped me a lot. The Great Sage shook his head. Compared with helping Yang Qing, he knew how much credit he had for saving a planet. After half an hour, the two returned to the top of the pyramid. You saved my curse star, and I have nothing to repay you, but the way I observed your use of chi is still a bit rough. The elder pondered. It happens that I am here, and there is a boxing technique that can improve your combat power. Quote. This boxing technique is called boom boxing, and it can triple your original combat power. Chapter 498 350,000 Shin. 3 times. Yang Qing was completely shocked. He predicted that his combat power at this time should be around 100,000, but as the Great Sage said, if this so-called explosive fist can instantly increase the combat power by 3 times, doesn't it mean that he can have a combat power that rivals the value of about 300,000? What a terrible and powerful stunt this is. Yes. 3 times, this is how I can resist that guy. The Great Sage nodded, and then there was a touch of nostalgia in his eyes. I spent my whole life studying how to use chi, and finally I came up with this method. Boxing. He can suddenly compress the chi together, and then burst out in an instant, relying on the burst chi to triple his combat power. That's why I named it Bakugan. Yang Qing was in shock, and the Great Sage continued to speak. Since you're leaving here, I don't have any gifts for you. The only thing that can help you is this set of boxing techniques. I hope you won't dislike it. How come? Thank you so much, Great Sage. Yang Qing said gratefully. To be honest, he is indeed very grateful to the Great Sage. In the original work, it seems that the only skill that can boost combat effectiveness is that Sun Wukong learned the Kaiwang fist from Kaiwang. By increasing his combat power and multiplying it, the talent of this Great Sage is also quite excellent. It can be said that his research has entered the realm of God. What kind of talent is this? 3 times, for Yang Qing at this moment, it is really terrible. Hee, just accept it. The Great Sage laughed. Next, the Great Sage gave Yang Qing a detailed account of the method of blasting Qi Quan. 3 days later, Yang Qing had completely mastered explosive chi fist. The two left the city and came to a small island overseas. In the past 3 days, you have completely mastered explosive chi boxing. Now let's see how powerful your fighting power is at the moment. Release your chi with all your strength, and then use explosive chi boxing. The Great Sage said with a smile. His body Xing also stepped aside and stood aside. Yeah, Yang Qing nodded. Then 2 fists clenched, placed on the waist. Ha! His face became cold, and he shouted. Deep in the body, the majestic chi was pulled and began to rise wildly. In just an instant, a light blue arc appeared around Yang Qing, and the terrifying aura caused a whirlwind, causing the entire island to tremble. The chi in his body continued to rise, and the powerful aura became more and more terrifying. It's terrifying. What a huge amount of chi. The Great Sage blocked the wind with one arm and said in shock. It hasn't reached the limit yet, it can still go up. Yang Qing shouted, "Yahahaha." The loud roar came out, and the breath on his body rose again, and the terrifying aura covered the sky and swept away the clouds in the sky. After 3 breaths, the breath on his body stabilized. At this moment, with Yang Qing's eyesight, he can clearly see the formation of vortexes on the sea in the distance. His power has reached the point where a single person can influence nature. Great Sage, can I estimate my combat power at the moment? Turning his head, Yang Qing asked the Great Sage. The Great Sage was still shocked at the moment. He compared himself, and then estimated Yang Qing's combat power at this time, and then said, there may be deviations, but your combat power at the moment. It should be around 120,000. Yang Qing was obviously startled when he heard this number, and then smiled. Is it already 120,000? As expected of a Saiyan. In just 2 years, the combat power has increased by 120,000. You know, when he came to this world 2 years ago, his combat power was only a pitiful 1003. And the combat power of this 1003 is that he has struggled in the pirate world and has worked hard for nearly 3 or 4 years. The differences in races, the differences in the world really made him emotional. Then, let's try Bakugo. His expression was condensed, and then he began to gather the air in his body, compressing, 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 compressing again, and when he could no longer compress, Yang Qing suddenly let out a loud roar. Ah! Boom! A loud explosion sounded, and 100 meters around Yang Qing's body began to explode. The sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and golden lightning bolts dashed. The scene was astonishing. The gust of wind was everywhere, and with the fighting power of the Great Sage, it was swept up by this gust of wind, and it drifted toward the back for nearly a kilometer before it stopped. It's too powerful. After Qing used the blasting fist, it was simply too strong. The Great Sage was even terrified. He had never seen such a majestic power. According to the comparison, his combat power at the moment is 350,000. The increase has exceeded 3 times. The dust dissipated, revealing Yang Qing's figure at the moment. The tall and straight body, the cold look, the fixed Saiyan hairstyle, and the light blue lightning around him made him look like a god at the moment. The strongest warrior in the universe, Saiyan. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Suddenly, Yang Qing began to punch, the air was cut open, and a crisp sound was made. The 2 arms kept throwing fists, and then turned into a phantom, almost unbelievable. Kick, retract, and kick again. The neat and tidy skills made Yang Qing smile. It's really powerful. 30 seconds later, Yang Qing returned to normal, and then felt a little weak. This explosive fist is really powerful, only. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. After being dropped, it will devour itself and become weaker. Shaking his head, Yang Qing was not dissatisfied. After all, being able to triple the combat power for 30 seconds is already a huge help for the battlefield. Great Sage, what is my combat power in the state of bursting chi? He shouted towards the Great Sage who was several kilometers away. The Great Sage saw that Yang Qing's breath slowly calmed down, and then flew over with a sigh of relief. That huge chi really put too much pressure on him. 350,000. Under the blasting fist, your combat power is about 35,000. The Great Sage looked at Yang Qing in amazement. I have never seen a person as powerful as you. Hee, there are too many people stronger than me. Yang Qing looked up at the sky. He remembered what the 3 said about Frieza. If he remembered correctly, Frieza's combat power in the 3-stage transformation state was in the hundreds of millions. Hundreds of millions of combat power, what a terrifying value. And if you want to defeat Frieza like this, you can only hope to transform into a Super Saiyan. Chapter 499 Super Saiyan. After testing the current combat power, Yang Qing was ready to leave. The spaceship was left by those 3 people, and after being studied and modified by those zealous scientists on the planet, a new spaceship was created. At Yang Qing's request, this spaceship covers an area of about 50 feet in size. A training room of about 10 meters is added to it, and natural gravity instruments are also added. And the destination, because Yang Qing can't control it, the people of Ker's star help him set it as the Saiyan planet. Predicting the arrival time, a year later, during this time, I can continue to practice and the food on board is well prepared. Yang Qing stepped onto the spaceship and smiled and bumped his fists. Then, he started the spaceship and waved goodbye to the great sage below. The spaceship hummed, and the next moment, flames were ejected from its feet, soaring into the sky, and soon it flew out of the atmosphere and into the universe. Sitting in the cockpit, Yang Qing can see the scene in the universe through the transparent screen. Outside the Ker's planet, there are many wrecks, which look like what the great sage had left after the battle with the former astronauts. When he first saw the beauty and depth of space, Yang Qing was still very curious. His tail was flapping back and forth. But after a day, he lost interest. Check the recovery potion, and then continue to practice. Different from the world of pirates, in Dragon Ball, Yang Qing is very clear that without enough strength, he can only be reduced to cannon fodder, and the planet will be turned into dust of the universe. The power level here is too high, and it will destroy the world at every turn. If you don't practice hard, it is impossible to survive. Opening the big box on the spaceship, Yang Qing showed a satisfied smile when he looked at the shelf that was nearly 10 feet tall and filled with stamina potions. Yes, it should be enough. In addition, during this time, you should also practice the self-cultivation technique obtained from the system. Otherwise, it is not a good thing to die early. After making the plan, Yang Qing opened the gravity room. Without hesitation, it was 100 times gravity at the beginning, and suddenly, Yang Qing's body sank. It's really heavy, but I'm used to it. Punching and kicking, Yang Qing began to repeat this boring action. The spaceship is moving fast in the universe, and Yang Qing is entering the practice. Get stronger, get stronger, get stronger. Half a year later, the spaceship suddenly roared, and Yang Qing's standing body could shake. What's wrong? When he came to the bridge quickly, his expression changed immediately. I saw a large swarm of meteorites in the void opposite the spaceship. It's a dense group of meteorites. The spacecraft has already set a navigation route and cannot be changed. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, and after thinking for a while, he made a decision. Putting on the spacesuit at the fastest speed, Yang Qing opened the empty door on the spaceship, flew up carefully, and then stood on the spaceship, looking at the meteorites in front of him. His eyes became sharp. If you can't escape, then destroy them. After 3 breaths, Yang Qing took a deep breath, and a radiant qigong wave appeared between his hands. Ha! Disappear for me. The qigong wave suddenly expanded and became larger, and then flew out, creating a thick, large aperture in space. Boom! In the silent universe, a violent Big Bang occurred. The meteorites were destroyed piece by piece and turned into dust. The spaceship under Yang Qing's feet moved forward rapidly, dragging its tail flames, passing through the area that had been smashed into powder. After half an hour, Yang Qing's mind lifted again. He saw a larger group of meteorites, denser and wider than the previous one. Call. Breathing in slowly, Yang Qing stretched out both hands. The spacecraft is still 10,000 meters away from this meteorite group, and Yang Qing's eyes are fixed on the meteorite group in front of him. Can't let any meteorite hit the spaceship, otherwise, I'll be dead. His eyes narrowed, and Yang Qing's heart became heavy. The meteorite group in front is too dense. If his position and strength are not right, even if one hits the spaceship, it will cause the fast-moving spaceship to explode. And he, who can't breathe in the universe, if the spaceship under his feet explodes, then the outcome is completely unpredictable. 5 kilometers, the speed of the spaceship is unbelievably fast, and it crosses in an instant. At 3 kilometers, Yang Qing could already see the huge meteorite floating quietly and slowly moving forward. 2,000 meters, 1,000 meters, 500 meters. Suddenly, Yang Qing's pupils widened, and a shocking light shone from above his hands. Ah! The violent roar came out, and Yang Qing shouted loudly, his hands quickly intertwined, and the Qigong wave rushed forward and threw it out fiercely. Boom 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 boom. A series of explosions soared into the sky, and the spacecraft plunged into the smashed meteorites and moved forward quickly. Yang Qing roared loudly, his hands couldn't stop at all, his aura kept rising, and his whole body swelled with a light blue aura. As the spaceship moved forward, all the meteorites along the way were blown to pieces by Yang Qing's Qigong wave. In just a few short breaths, the spacecraft has traveled nearly hundreds of thousands of meters. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. And the huge meteorite group was also cut abruptly by Yang Qing from the middle. Hoo-hoo. Panting heavily, he fired so many Qigong waves, Yang Qing was not very tired. He glanced at the void in front of him again, and found that there were no more meteorites. He breathed a sigh of relief, then jumped into the boat with a tired body, lay in a large shape, and fell asleep. Too tired. After more than 10 breaths in a row, he at least threw out tens of thousands of large or small Qigong waves, which was enough to blow up 3 or 4 planets. When he woke up again, Yang Qing realized that it was 2 days later. Sitting up, he suddenly remembered that he should check what the Dragon Ball world can exchange in the system. Writing wheel I. Reincarnation I. Shaking my head, these things may be very useful, but the Dragon Ball world is generally powerful, useful but useless. He glanced over and over again, and saw that there were props and bloodlines of other two-dimensional worlds in it, and the people who looked at it were dazzled, but it didn't help him for the time being. There was only one thing that made Yang Qing's eyes light up. Super Saiyan Tier 1, Transformation Method. Chapter 500 Blood of the Ancient Saiyans. The exchange interface of this system has exactly this thing, and the exchanged price makes Yang Qing smile even more. 10,000 combat power or 100 fairy beans, which can be exchanged. The price of 10,000 combat power is definitely not cheap. More than 1,000 combat power can destroy a planet for a moment, and it is enough to fight for decades in the world of pirates. And 10,000 is even stronger. Even for Yang Qing at this time, it was not a small burden. However, if you can switch to the Saiyan Advanced method, it is worth it. Yes, it's worth it. According to the data of the original work, there are actually ways to pursue the advancement of Saiyans, especially at the first level. In the original book, Trunks and Sun Wushan were able to transform when they were young, which is proof of this. As long as the talent is strong enough and the method is correct, even when the original strength is weak, it is possible to become a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan Tier 1, the increased combat power is doubled, a full 50 times. This astonishing figure was enough for Yang Qing to sacrifice 10,000 combat power in exchange. Without any hesitation, Yang Qing chose to exchange. After a while, a series of information entered Yang Qing's mind. So it is. After Yang Qing carefully read this string of information, a look of enlightenment appeared in his eyes. Super Saiyan is a unique transformation method for Saiyans. In fact, he is also considered a kind of racial talent. If you want to become a Super Saiyan, you first need to understand the Saiyan, the fighting race in the universe. Saiyan, a cosmic fighting nation, he has excellent warrior blood. At the moment of being seriously injured and on the verge of death, if it can be resurrected, there will inevitably be a rapid increase in strength. In their blood, there are inherent fighting factors, and the more they fight, the stronger they become. Moreover, after anger, it is possible to achieve a crazy increase in combat. Then, after roughly understanding the talents of Saiyans, let's understand the characteristics of Super Saiyans. According to this piece of information, Super Saiyan is actually a transformation mode that is most suitable for Saiyans to increase their combat power. The first thing you need is to draw the Saiyan blood in your body. In the original book, The Beginning of Transformation, Sun Wukong and others used anger to achieve. And next, it is to realize the assistance of Qi, that is, the help of internal strength. The two are combined into one, and then supplemented by strong will and spiritual energy, we can complete the transformation of Super Saiyan. Yang Qing understood the transformation of Super Saiyan. This transformation, in fact, does not require high strength, and a combat power of 100,000 is enough. That is, Sun Wukong reaches Namek and completes the combat power after 100 times of gravity. This kind of combat power, Yang Qing also possesses at this moment. Then, this half year is to complete the transformation of the Super Saiyan. Since there is such a method, Yang Qing will naturally not let it go. As for the 10,000 combat power, it can be easily trained. Next, Yang Qing glanced at the items in the exchange system again. The way to become a god. Kaiwang God Fruit. God of Destruction Identity Brand, the Staff of All Kings. These were all swept away by Yang Qing. The things were very good, and they were all things that could make people immortal, but he couldn't redeem them at all. At that price, the cheapest one is hundreds of millions of combat power. And there is one thing, but it also made Yang Qing pay attention. The blood of ancient Saiyans. Due to long-term historical changes, Saiyans have fallen from the race of gods to mortals. The blood of ancient Saiyans can purify the blood of Saiyans and stimulate the blood of Super Saiyan gods in the body, increasing the odds of becoming a Super Saiyan god. Quote. Exchange price, 500,000 combat power. Yang Qing was amazed and shocked. Good stuff. He just glanced at it and understood the value of this thing. If the blood of this ancient Saiyan is fused, then his Saiyan blood concentration will surpass that of many people in one fell swoop. Even, being able to transform into a Super Saiyan god in the future is far stronger than the concentration of the blood of Sun Wukong and others, and there is no need for 5 people to gather together in the future to transform. A single person can complete the transformation of the Super Saiyan god. Moreover, in the ordinary Saiyan stage, it must be far superior to the rest. For Saiyans, this is the real treasure. But the price was something he couldn't afford at the moment. He shook his head, and had to wait for his combat power to reach the standard in the future, and then exchange it. Next, the spacecraft continued to drive towards the Saiyan star quickly. Yang Qing, on the other hand, is cultivating while studying the method of Saiyan transformation. 3 months later, the 10,000 combat power that Yang Qing had lost had already returned to him, and it had risen again. Today, under 100 times the gravity, he can complete fast jumps and punches, which is much stronger than before. At this moment, he is trying to transform into a Super Saiyan for the first time. Yang Qing clenched his hands into fists and put them on his waist. His eyes were sharp. In this spaceship, I must gather all the breaths in one place, otherwise, the whole ship will be shattered by the powerful qi. And this is also the condition for turning into a Saiyan, so be careful. First of all, anger. His mind began to recall the things that made him angry, and gradually, a series of pictures began to appear in his mind. On his body, his robes moved without wind. There is a tiny arc starting. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. When it flickered, his breath condensed and became stronger, and his pupils were also changing, twinkling. After 3 breaths, the abnormality on his body began to disappear. No, the qi is not strong enough. The first transformation is the most difficult. With my current qi, it is difficult to break through the bottleneck. Then, Yang Qing's eyes widened and he shouted loudly. Explosive fist. The surging breath around his body began to flow. After such a long period of cultivation, he has been able to perfectly control any breath in his body. Suddenly, an aura that was 3 times stronger was surging towards the outside. Transformation. Immediately afterwards, Yang Qing drank heavily. Immediately, a more powerful aura emerged from his body. That vast aura seemed to disperse all the haze blocking his head, and all the aura blocking his body could be smashed to pieces. This is an invincible, powerful and frightening breath. One Piece Supreme Control, Chapter 501-520. Chapter 501 Saiyan Green. The golden aura-like flames began to burn around Yang Qing's body, mighty and mighty, like a blazing hot star. Accompanied by golden lightning, crackling sounded around him. Next, Yang Qing's eyes turned pale green, appearing ruthless, and finally, a lightning flashed past him, and his hair and beauty turned golden. Boom! The dull thunder sounded. Yang Qing's body was full of majestic energy, and the spaceship was trembling in front of this incomparably powerful aura. Success! Yang Qing looked at himself now, feeling the huge and vast aura, and his whole body became excited. At the same time, there was an extremely terrifying desire to fight in his mind, and that desire to destroy everything was also born, making his expression a bit cold and evil at the moment. Saiyans are a fighting family. They are naturally cruel, and when they transform into the first-tier Super Saiyans, they will be accompanied by a huge desire to destroy. But in only 5 seconds, the breath on Yang Qing's body disappeared again. For a moment, he also felt extremely weak, as if his entire body was hollowed out and lay on the ground. Hoo-hoo. He took a deep breath of air, although he felt tired all over, but Yang Qing's face was full of smiles. It's done for the first time. Then next, I just need to keep laying the foundation and make my strength stronger, so that I can truly complete the transformation without relying on the explosion of Kikwan. The exchange method of this system is actually really reliable. After being excited for a while, Yang Qing fell into a deep sleep. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, a year has passed since Yang Qing left Ker's star. On this day, Yang Qing withdrew from the practice, wiped the sweat off his body, and saw the huge star in front of him. As the Saiyan planet here. Standing on the spaceship, he could see a lot of huge spaceships coming out of Saiyan star. In the sky, there are also a huge number of Saiyans floating all the time. Yang Qing can feel the connection in the blood between them from far away. It is people of the same race as him. It was at this moment that complex feelings arose in his heart. Because he clearly knows that this group of people will be bombarded by Frieza and this planet into scum in the not-too-distant future. The spaceship quickly approached the port of Saiyan Star, and soon, the review results came out. Unknown spaceship, please sign up. The deep voice came into Yang Qing's ears, his eyes flashed, and then he laughed. Saiyan, ow. Saiyan. The guard's eyes fluttered, looking at Yang Qing, and when he saw the symbolic tail behind the latter, he nodded. No doubt it's a Saiyan, let it go. Boom. Soon, the spaceship landed from the sky, but the place where it was located was a harbor where the spaceship was parked. When Yang Qing jumped out of the spaceship, he saw 4 Saiyans flying quickly from the sky in the distance. Saiyan Star has no record of you, Saiyan, report your name. The visitor stood in front of Yang Qing and asked loudly. Is there no record of me? Yang Qing was stunned. This is the first time I came here. When I was conscious, I was on another planet, but the spaceship I was on had the coordinates of this planet. I tried to find my past here. The 4 Saiyans froze for a moment, then looked at each other and nodded. There is no doubt that he is a Saiyan. It seems that he is a low-level warrior who was expelled when he was a child. There was an accident, and he came back here. After they discussed it, they came up with a way to deal with Yang Qing. Report your name and combat strength, and we will make a record of you. Yang Qing was stunned for a moment, then said, Qing, the combat power, 100,000. The 4 of them quickly wrote down Yang Qing's name, and after writing the combat power, they suddenly froze and looked at the number in the pen again. 10. 100,000. Boy, are you sure your combat power is 100,000? What are you kidding, boy? They all shouted in disbelief. At this moment, even King Vegeta only has a fighting power of more than 10,000, and this kid actually said that he has a fighting power of 100,000. Yang Qing frowned slightly. I said 100,000 is 100,000, I can't be wrong. The 4 of them looked at each other and didn't believe it at all. One of them even shot directly and punched Yang Qing. But a second later, his fist was tightly grasped by Yang Qing, and the strength of the grip was like an iron hoop, making the man's forehead sweat and his face even more frightened. You are too weak, I will not bully you. Letting go of his hand, the man took a few steps back and sat down on the ground. The other three looked at Yang Qing again, full of shock. Do you really have 100,000 combat power? As I said, there is basically nothing wrong. Yang Qing frowned. Combat tester, let me test it. One of the women said, and soon, a diddy sound came from her glasses. And as the sound came out, the woman's expression was extremely difficult to see, and there was even a shock in her eyes. 30,000, 40,000, 50,000, 70,000, 80,000, 95,000. Sudden, pop, the combat effectiveness tester shattered into pieces. Woman. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The whole body trembled, and the eyes that looked at Yang Qing again were full of horror. 100,000. Really 100,000? No, his combat power, even more than 100,000, has exceeded the limit of the combat power tester. What? Several people present were shocked and looked at Yang Qing in horror. Are you really a Saiyan? They have never seen such a powerful Saiyan. Even if King Vegeta at this moment has only 10,000 fighting strength, he is already the most powerful Saiyan at present. In other words, this Saiyan who was sent out to perform a mission at some point and then returned, his combat power has surpassed that of King Vegeta by as much as 10 times. Go and tell King Vegeta. The four immediately panicked, and two of them turned their heads and left without hesitation. Sir, please come with me, your accommodation is arranged here. Please wait a moment, I think King Vegeta will definitely come to you. One of them bowed in awe and said, and stretched out his hand to lead the way. Yang Qing nodded and followed the two of them away. Then let's see what kind of person our king is. Chapter 502 King Vegeta. In the Saiyan Palace, the two people who just left, with anxious and nervous expressions, quickly walked through the palace. They reported the news 3 minutes ago, and they were also summoned by King Vegeta. Soon, the two had entered the palace and saw King Vegeta sitting on a chair deep in the hall. At this time, King Vegeta was still very young, and he looked very young, only about 20 years old. You said you found a Saiyan with a fighting strength of 100,000. Is this true? Seeing the two, King Vegeta asked with a solemn expression. He is very clear about what this matter represents. If it is a foreign race with a fighting strength of 100,000, it is okay to say, but if it is a native race, it means that it will have a great impact on his status. The situation is true, Your Majesty. The man's name is Qing. He is a Saiyan who has been displaced, and today is the first time he has returned. The two replied quickly. Qing. King Vegeta pondered for a moment, then said, take me to see him. Regardless of whether it would affect him or not, King Vegeta decided to take a look first. Their bloodline, because the bloodline has the highest purity, has always been born with the highest combat power. The Saiyans are a nation that fights by natural combat power, and basically seldom cultivate and enhance their military power. Suddenly a 100,000 combat power appeared, and he doubted whether it was the legendary person. 15 minutes later, King Vegeta, led by the two, came to the house where Yang Qing lived. My lord, King Vegeta is here. Yang Qing, who was observing the scene in the house, heard the voice outside the door, and was stunned for a moment, and then a smile appeared on his face. Vegeta's father. He stepped to the door and opened the door. What caught his eye was a face that was almost identical to Vegeta. At this time, King Vegeta is still very young. Sighing in his heart, Yang Qing's mood is a bit complicated. And King Vegeta looked at the same young face in front of him, a little dull. The person in front of him seems to be about the same age as himself, but does he already have a fighting strength of 100,000? He looked carefully at the tail behind him, and was sure that this person was a Saiyan. Are you Qing? King Vegeta was stunned for a moment, then asked aloud. Yes, I have seen King Vegeta. Yang Qing bent down slightly, with a neither humble nor arrogant tone. He knew in his heart that his strength at the moment had surpassed the Saiyans by a lot, and naturally he was not afraid of the king in front of him. It's just that as the head of the clan, he naturally has to be respected. And seeing Yang Qing salute, King Vegeta's mood is also relieved. He was really worried that the person in front of him was the kind of guy with huge ambitions and no respect. Then, the disaster for the Saiyan family may be coming. After hesitating for a while, King Vegeta waved his hand to disperse the two around him. Then they entered Yang Qing's room, and the two looked at each other face to face for a while. King Vegeta's face became serious, stared at Yang Qing and asked seriously, "Next, I ask you a question, Qing, you must answer me carefully." "King Vegeta, please." Yang Qing smiled. "Are you, the legendary Super Saiyan?" King Vegeta first took a deep breath, then asked in a low voice, with anticipation in his eyes. He can imagine that if the person in front of him is really a Super Saiyan, then the future of the Saiyan family. What a glorious and prosperous future will that be! Any Frieza or any other powerful race must be reduced to scum in front of the Saiyans. Super Saiyan. Yang Qing couldn't help laughing. Why does King Vegeta ask that? Because the Saiyans have never had an individual as strong as you. Even me, the purest king of our family, has only 10,000 fighting power. And you, surpassed me 10 times. King Vegeta shook his head. Now mine is not a Super Saiyan yet. Yang Qing pondered for a moment and said softly. Isn't it? King Vegeta was a little disappointed, then reacted and looked at Yang Qing blankly. Not now, then, yours, what do you mean? I can transform into a Super Saiyan. Yang Qing nodded. The so-called Super Saiyan is a transformation mode of Saiyans. Just like some races in the universe, they all have transformations unique to their own races. As long as they transform, they will gain more powerful power. I think King Vegeta should understand this. Yang Qing did not hide his strength. One is because he is already strong enough to have the power to protect himself. After completing the transformation into a Super Saiyan, the combat power has increased by 50 times. At this moment, his combat power after transformation is as much as 5 million. Even in front of Frieza, as long as he doesn't transform, he can kill him in an instant. The second is that he does not dislike the race of Saiyans. Even though most of them are evil, there are also good-hearted people. After all, they are just a race in the universe. Even King Vegeta in front of him has the kindness, majesty, and sense of responsibility of a king. He bears the glory and everything of a race, and is a respectable person. Saiyans are not only arrogant and arrogant. I understand. King Vegeta was excited. Those races will be 10 times, 20 times stronger than before. You mean, we Saiyans can also? This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Transform. Then, King Vegeta was speechless when he thought of this impossible fact. Super Saiyan. Can you really transform into a Super Saiyan? Have you reached it yet? Facing King Vegeta's question again, Yang Qing nodded after hesitating. Yes, I can transform into a Super Saiyan. King Vegeta was so excited that his eyes shone with light. Then, can I take a look? Ow, my lord. Under his excitement, he even started to call Lord Yang Qing. Hee, King Vegeta doesn't have to do this, you are the king of our Saiyans. Yang Qing said with a smile, and then stood up. Then, King Vegeta, look out for you. Seeing that King Vegeta was ready, Yang Qing put his fists on his waist, clenched his fists, and his face became indifferent. Then, in the next moment, with a hum sound, a huge chi burst out. Poof! His hair, eyebrows turned golden, his eyes turned pale green, and his expression became indifferent. It was the Super Saiyan mode. Chapter 503 I'm dissatisfied. The golden arrogance lingered around Yang Qing's body, and the fierce momentum rose wildly. That threatening aura made King Vegeta, who was standing beside him, immediately stepped back in horror. To King Vegeta, that terrifying aura was as if a whole planet was pressing on top of his head, causing sweat to roll down his forehead. He had never seen such a huge aura. Even Frieza could not have such a terrifying aura. He had felt the power of Frieza up close, but it was far less than the horror given to him by the person in front of him. This is Super Saiyan. King Vegeta murmured, his eyes filled with shock. At this moment, Yang Qing's cold eyes suddenly swept over. Being glanced at by those indifferent and cruel eyes, King Vegeta trembled unexpectedly, and there was a touch of fear in his heart. Immediately afterwards, Yang Qing released the transformation of the Saiyan, with a smile on his face. Yes, this is Super Saiyan transformation. It's so powerful, King Vegeta said excitedly. He looked at Yang Qing expectantly. Qing, we Saiyans have you, so we don't have to be afraid of Frieza, and we don't have to be submissive. We can get out of planet Vegeta, conquer other planets, and build a huge empire. There is no doubt that Vegeta is a very ambitious king, and the Saiyans themselves are very aggressive races, otherwise they would not be notorious in the universe. Yang Qing frowned, and he had some resistance in his heart. By nature, he wasn't that kind of evil guy. King Vegeta, I guess I will disappoint you. I only want to fight against the strong, and I have no interest in conquering other planets. Also, Saiyans can become stronger through training and become Super Saiyans. I tell you this, and I also hope that our ethnic group will become stronger. Finally, Frieza's combat power is not as simple as you appear. As far as I know, he can transform into Tier 3, which is unimaginably powerful. King Vegeta was completely shocked. Yang Qing's words completely overturned his previous fantasy. What made him even more terrified was that Frieza's strength even seemed to be afraid of Yang Qing. I will take some young people from the Saiyan tribe and train them to become powerful warriors. These warriors, I will be the seed of hope to protect our Saiyan race, and this is my contribution to the Saiyans. Yang Qing spoke again, paused, looked at King Vegeta and said, I also hope that King Vegeta can select some outstanding young people from our clan and let me train them. King Vegeta was stunned for a moment, then said in surprise, really? That's great, I will definitely support Master Qing with all my heart. Yang Qing's words made King Vegeta excited again. Even if you can't invade other planets and build a huge interstellar empire, it is possible to enhance the strength of the family. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked at Yang Qing embarrassedly. Master Qing, can I train with you? Speaking of which, King Vegeta was a little embarrassed. Yang Qing smiled and said, of course you can, you are the king of my clan. This strength is not enough, I will train you to be as strong as I am now, don't worry. King Vegeta was excited, and the pursuit of power was originally the instinct of Saiyans. From now on, Master Qing is the chief elder of my Saiyan clan, responsible for protecting the safety of my Saiyan clan. Yang Qing had a headache and was about to shake his head to refuse. There is no need to refuse, Great Elder, your strength has won this position. In addition, the position of Great Elder is also the most suitable for your current status. I can't give you the status of a king, and I hope you will be considerate. King Vegeta said helplessly. Speaking of which, he, the ruthless fighting nation king, is really domineering and cold in front of the people in front of him. It was really that powerful strength, which shocked him too much. Okay. In desperation, Yang Qing could only nod his head. After a while, King Vegeta withdrew. For the next 2 days, Yang Qing sat cross-legged in the room by himself, exercising his control of qi. In fact, in his part, in addition to honing the body to increase strength, the total amount of inflated cultivation qi can also become stronger. In the original book, Bic took more of this method to become stronger. 2 days later, Yang Qing was summoned by King Vegeta and came to the palace. When he entered the palace, he saw 10 young Saiyans standing in the hall. Most of them were 15 or 16 years old, with the pride and honor inherent in the Saiyan family. Elder, you're here. King Vegeta greeted him and pointed to the 10 Saiyans in the hall with a smile. The 10 here are the 10 selected after layers of screening. The youngest and most powerful tribe. They are all superior warriors, and their bloodlines are of high purity. Yang Qing nodded, walked up to the 10 people, observed them one by one, and then frowned. 10 are too many. I only need 5 people. As soon as these 2 sentences came out, everyone present changed color, and King Vegeta became even more puzzled and asked. 5 people, Isn't it too few? What I need is a kind-hearted person with little desire for conquest and little hope, outstanding talent, a seed of hope that can maintain the power of the ethnic group, someone who is arrogant and evil at heart. I don't need it. Just a glance, Yang Qing is the point. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Point to 5 of them. You 5, unqualified. The rest. Yang Qing hesitated for a while, then pointed at the 2 again. These 2 are also unqualified. This time, the people in the hall looked at each other in dismay. In just a split second, 7 of 10 people were kicked out by Yang Qing, and only 3 people remained. King Vegeta had a headache. Now there are only 3 people left, the Great Elder, the elite clansman. It's hard to find. Hee, don't worry, King Vegeta, I will find the other 2. Yang Qing said with a smile. Among the remaining 3, the middle one was a woman with short hair and a cute face, while the other 2 were men with Qi Yuxuan's arrogance and gentle faces. These 3 people don't seem to have the fierceness on the faces of the other 7 people. They have obviously experienced not many killings. It can be said that they are kind-hearted. In their eyes, there is no cunning, sinister and other colors. Just these 3, I'll take them away. Yang Qing greeted and turned around to leave. At this moment, a voice suddenly came out, causing Yang Qing to stop. Stop, I'm not convinced. Chapter 504 Cultivation. This voice contained a strong sense of unwillingness and arrogance. Yang Qing raised his eyebrows and turned around. What caught his eye was just one of the 7 people who had been kicked out just now, and when he looked at the other 6, all of them were unwilling and resentful. Rabat, shut up. King Vegeta on the throne was angry, and his heart exploded. This stinky boy, does he know who he is facing? Quickly apologized to the first elder. His voice became cold and majestic. The name was Rabat, and the Saiyan who had just opened his mouth was immediately terrified. It's okay, Your Majesty. Yang Qing laughed, then looked at Rabat. It seems that you are very dissatisfied with me. Rabat glanced at King Vegeta fearfully, and noticed that the latter had no objection, and just said, yes, I don't agree with you. Although King Vegeta asked you to be a great elder, I don't accept you. What skills do you have for this position? Although Yang Qing has been named the position of the great elder in the whole clan. However, its combat effectiveness has not been disclosed. All Saiyans only know that there is a great elder named Qing in the Saiyan family, whose status is the same as that of King Vegeta. However, many people don't know its specific combat power and what it looks like. As a result, many people will naturally be dissatisfied. Ha. Yang Qing laughed again. What ability do I have to take this position? Although this voice was laughing, it clearly contained anger. King Vegeta naturally felt Yang Qing's expression at the moment, and glanced at Rabat coldly. What a dead boy. Then come, shoot at me. Yang Qing stretched out his right hand. I only have one hand. If you can hit me, it will count as a loss for me. I will let you give you the position of the Great Elder. Rabat was startled and looked at King Vegeta with some hesitation. Is that okay, King Vegeta? Yang Qing saw the latter's scruples and called him directly. Okay. King Vegeta glanced at Rabat coldly, and then said. With King Vegeta's approval, Rabat's eyes slammed, his tail flicked, and after making a pop in the air, the whole person disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Yang Qing, and his stout fist was slashed towards the latter's cheek. One punch will break your face, you are still arrogant. What great elder, a kid who is only a few years older than me, what qualifications does he have to be a great elder and teach me? With a sneer in his heart, Rabat saw that Yang Qing was still, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. He showed no mercy at all, and he was full of jealousy and resentment towards this guy who was regarded as the great elder. Bang! But a second later, a huge sound came from the palace, but the smile on his face turned into shock, and then it was incredible. A punch, but a punch from the opponent. The punch hit his fist accurately, and then he felt a vast to huge force that swept his whole body and slammed him out fiercely. This force spread all over his body in an instant, making the cells in his body seem to let out an unbearable whine. In the eyes of the people around, Rabat flew back almost as soon as he rushed up, and then slammed into the wall of the palace next to him, and even the hard metal walls were knocked out by him. Made a dent. Cough cough. A few mouthfuls of blood were spit out, and Rabat fell off the wall, lying softly on the ground. This scene made everyone present shrink their eyes and take a breath. Rabat, who has a fighting strength of 7,008, can't stand his punch. This great elder is so powerful. The three people behind Yang Qing also showed curious expressions at this moment, and they stared at the figure in front of them with admiration in their eyes. Rabat, who was lying on the wall, had panic and fear in his eyes at this moment. He tried to struggle to get up several times, but found that his whole body seemed to be unable to exert any strength. With just one punch, he even knocked out his courage and strength. Any one of you who is not satisfied, you can come up and try it. Yang Qing turned his gaze to the remaining 6, and said lightly. Unsurprisingly, no one spoke out against it. Yang Qing's strength made these people fearful. Then, King Vegeta, I'm leaving. Finally, facing King Vegeta sitting on the throne, Yang Qing nodded and turned away. When he saw Yang Qing's back completely young, King Vegeta just looked at Rabat with a dazzling expression. Stupid waste, dare to challenge the great elder. Rabat gritted his teeth and said nothing. Get off. After a scolding, the 7 quickly left here. Yang Qing led the 3 of them out of here quickly. After half an hour, the 4 of them found an open place. Introduce yourself to the 3 of you, and I will start training you to improve your combat effectiveness in the shortest possible time. The 3 looked at each other, and then spoke excitedly. My name is Kurayat, I am 16 years old, and my combat power is 5006. My name is Dodori, I am 17 years old, with a combat power of 4003. I'm Stoyat, 18 years old, with a combat power of 6008, and I have seen the master. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. All 3 were wearing Saiyan-specific battle clothes, and Stoyart was polite and finally saluted. Very good, your talents are excellent. You can still achieve such combat power without special training. You deserve to be a superior soldier. Yang Qing praised with a smile. He was sincerely impressed that these guys have been sent to fight on other planets from birth, relying on instinct to fight, and then learn from experience and grow rapidly. Although the combat experience is extremely rich, in the final analysis they have not gone through even a single training. Systematic education, not to mention. Even in such a situation, it can still have such fighting power. You can only imagine how talented they are. Then, let's get started. Next, you all have to listen to me and practice for a while. Yang Qing nodded. Afterwards, Yang Qing unfolded a series of training effects on the earth, Wu Tian Teacher, Kalen Cat, and God on Sun Wukong for the 3. Such as carrying weights, swimming, fighting for things, closing your eyes and feeling all the bells and whistles, etc. While the 3 were cultivating, Yang Qing was also strengthening his foundation. It can be said that the teaching of the 3 is also an improvement for oneself. Chapter 505 Flaws. On the empty ground, the breeze was blowing, and the green grass was bent down. The eyes of the 3 young teenagers were covered with black cloth, and the expressions on their faces showed pain from time to time. Yang Qing held a soft stick in his hand, with a smile on his face. He waved to the 3 from time to time. And his eyes were also covered with black cloth. Yang Qing's expression trembled, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Duoduoli's expression really made him speechless. It made me seem like I did something to you. Concentrate your mind and use your perception to judge everything around you. The feeling of the wind blowing on you, the feeling of the surging air touching your skin, and the dramatic changes in the airflow when the attack hits you. These different distinctions, perceptions, have to be imprinted on you, and then turned into your conditioned instincts. After forming such an instinct, in the battle, you will turn it into the capital of your battle. The indifferent words were passed into the ears of the three of them, causing the three of them to tremble. It sounded simple, but it was too difficult to do. Speaking of which, this Saiyan great elder is powerful, and they admire him, but the way he trains and teaches people is really strange. It was unacceptable for them to split bricks with their bare hands, rushing back and forth at super limit speed in situ. Controlling the rise and fall of their own breath, even today, they actually let them cover their eyes with a black cloth to feel the attack that didn't reach them. How to dodge invisible attacks. How is this possible? However, when they asked questions, the great elder covered his eyes and let them attack at will. After 2 breaths, all 3 fell to the ground. Their eyes were full of inconceivable, but it really came true. The great elder could dodge their attack even with his eyes closed, and then counterattacked. Finally, under strong pressure, this bizarre training began. Crack! The soft stick hit Dodori's shoulder fiercely, making a crisp sound that made the woman scream in agony. Didn't I say it? You need to sense the airflow, use the airflow to judge the direction, don't use your hearing, hearing is just one of the methods. You want to achieve fusion. Do you know fusion? Hearing, sensing fusion airflow. When the wind blows, your body hair will sway, controlling every cell and every muscle in your body, using the cells of the epidermis, hair, etc. to judge the direction. Learning to use every part of your body is the key to winning. The faint voice sounded again. Yang Qing swung the soft stick, and the 3 of them kept making a pop sound. After 1 day, the 3 people's bodies were blue and purple, and their faces were very unsightly. Okay, let's go down and rest. Yang Qing's words immediately freed the 3 of them, and after a sigh of relief, they flew away frantically. After half an hour, the 3 came to a bar on the planet, ordered 3 bottles of drinks, and then let out a long breath. How is it possible to close your eyes to judge the enemy's movements? At the end of the day, I was covered in injuries and felt more tired than a fight. Where did the great elder come from? Is this inexplicable training method useful? The 3 complained, kept wiping their wounds, and touched the medicine on them. I don't know if our combat power has risen after these days. Stoyart suddenly said. Who knows? Karayat shook his head and said, but Saiyan's combat power can only be increased through battle or life and death. With such training, it is estimated that there is not much hope. Duoduo looked aggrieved, and drank the drink beside her sullenly. After a while, the 3 were chatting with each other when suddenly a voice came over. Yo, aren't these the 3 great disciples of our Saiyan elders? It's been a month, I don't know if there has been any progress. After the 3 turned back, their expressions immediately changed, and it was the Saiyan in the palace that day, Rabat. Behind him, there were also 2 Saiyans, all looking at the 3 with ridicule. Rabat, Kalayat whispered, what are you doing here? What are you here for? Rabat laughed. What are you doing here? I am also here. After a pause, Rabat narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice. It's just that I doubt you very much. The elders are indeed powerful, but you, I don't know if you have learned your skills during this period of time. Rabat, whether we learn something or not has nothing to do with you. Dodori said crisply, are you trying to provoke? Provocation. Rabat raised his voice. You 3 wastes, what are you worthy of my provocation? It's ridiculous. After he finished speaking, he laughed, and the 2 behind him also laughed. The faces of the 3 of Stoart became extremely ugly, and they were scolded as waste. If they could hold back, it would be too embarrassing. You're going too far. Although Dodori was a girl, she had a fierce personality and attacked Rabat directly. She punched Rabat directly in the face, but then, her complexion changed. This punch was directly dodged by Rabat. I didn't say, hello, girl. The gap in our combat power is too big. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Rabat sneered, then punched and counterattacked. The power carried by this punch is undoubtedly great, and the speed is much faster than Dodori. Behind Dodori, the expressions of both Stoyat and Karayat changed drastically. Stop, Rabat. Dodori, be careful. However, what happened next made everyone in the room a little sluggish. Due to the enormous strength of this punch, before she could answer Dodori's body, the surging airflow blew on her body. This is the surging of the airflow. The wind driven by his fist is too strong. Compared to the teacher, his flaws are too many. Duoli's eyes suddenly froze, and the next moment, in the eyes of everyone, she slipped and avoided the blow. Robot, there are too many flaws in your punches. Chapter 506 Rescue the Saiyans. It was only now that Duo realized that she had indeed become stronger under the 1-month training of the Great Elder. But this power is not reflected in the combat power data, but in terms of his battle experience and the sensitivity of all aspects of his body. The moment Robot swung his fist, she clearly felt the sound of the wind and how huge the rush of airflow was. She doesn't even need to see clearly with her eyes, she can also judge the direction of the punch, where it will hit her, and how to dodge it. Compared to Yang Qing, the soft stick attack that was so light that it couldn't even mobilize the airflow, Robot's attack was too childish. What? Everyone present looked at Dodori in disbelief, and even Stoyat and Karayat were a little surprised. They know how strong Dodori is, and they naturally know how strong Robot is. The combat power of these two people is not on the same level at all, but the picture just now is beyond their expectations. Escaped my blow. Robot's pupils shrank. This woman has become stronger. Without hesitation, he attacked again, punch after punch. But after a dozen punches, Robot's face became quite ugly. What made him angry was that he didn't even hit the opponent with a single punch. Under his own fist, the opponent is like a leaf blown by the wind, without any focus, drifting with the wind. Robot, stop, or the two of us will be welcome. At this moment, Stoyart and Karayat also roared. Robot put his hands away and took a deep look at Dodori. It's alright, I've made sure that under the training of the Great Elder, I have become very strong. Robot, he can't beat me now. Dodori said to herself. Humph. Robot snorted coldly, clenched his fists, and turned away. Although Dodori is exaggerating, the truth is not far off. He had only punched the last few punches, and he had exhausted his punching power, but he didn't hit a single punch. This woman, compared with her previous strength, has undergone tremendous changes. Watching Robot leave, Stoyat and Karayat were surprised. Dodori, you're getting stronger. How did you dodge his punch? It's not that I've become stronger, it's that we've all become stronger, it's just that we haven't noticed it. Duoli said seriously, the training of the elders is very useful. Not to mention the changes in the views of Dodori and the three of them on Yang Qing's training. Yang Qing welcomed King Vegeta here. Hey, I'm really busy, the Great Elder is still free, so he can focus on his cultivation and become stronger. King Vegeta sighed as he looked at Yang Qing, who was floating in the air with his eyes closed and his knees crossed. Hee, King Vegeta doesn't need to do this. Next, I will make you stronger. Yang Qing said with a smile. King Vegeta's eyes lit up. Can I also learn to transform into a Super Saiyan? Of course. Yang Qing nodded and said, your bloodline is the purest among us Saiyans, and the natural chance is very high. Great. King Vegeta clenched his fists excitedly. But before that, I need to help you raise your strength to a level of more than 100,000. Yang Qingning said, in this case, the chance of transforming is also the greatest. Of course, the transformation could be completed before, but the effect was not so good. I listened to the elders. King Vegeta laughed. Speaking of which, King Vegeta is not so cold and indifferent, on the contrary, when facing Yang Qing, he is very relaxed and natural. Seeing King Vegeta's urgent look, Yang Qing smiled and led the latter to the next gravity room. The thing that can improve the strength the fastest is it. King Vegeta looked at what was in front of him with a puzzled look, the gravity chamber. Yes, adjust the gravity, when you can adapt to 100 times the gravity, you can complete the transformation of the Super Saiyan. Yang Qing nodded. King Vegeta immediately became excited, and he said seriously, I will definitely accomplish this goal as soon as possible. Watching King Vegeta quickly practice and adapt, young Ching quietly withdrew from the gravity room. Soaring to the top of a high mountain, looking at the sky that is completely different from the Earth and the world of pirates, his expression is a bit complicated. The Saiyan wants to become stronger. There are two things that need to be done. One is to change their arrogant combat methods, improve their fighting skills, and start with themselves. In this way, although the combat power data and physical strength have not increased, the actual combat ability has been improved. The second is to change their cultivation methods and let them adapt to the method of gravity to improve their combat ability. Starting from this point, to improve the original combat effectiveness, it will naturally become stronger. This is also the goal that young Ching will work hard for next. He contacted the pirate world in his previous life, a series of cultivation practices on human body strength on Earth, and enhanced his own strength. Compared with Dragon Ball Dimension, the combat capabilities of these worlds are not high, but because of their weakness, they explore their own body treasures more deeply than anyone else. For example, swordsmanship. Another example is the use of various parts of the body, the domineering of the armed, the domineering of the knowledge and so on. Teaching the three of them to close their eyes and feel the movement around them is actually a domineering use of seeing and hearing. With this, it is possible to defeat a great combat force. In addition, young Ching is also. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. I have a tentative plan for what I have to do in Dragon Ball World. In the original book, the Saiyan star is unavoidable to be destroyed, and together with it, the entire Saiyan family is turned into dust. This is unavoidable. Even if someone can escape later, the Saiyans say they are extinct, but there is no problem with extinction. Because there is a supreme figure involved. God of Destruction, Beerus. Young Ching's face became solemn, even a little helpless. In the face of such a character, he really has no power to parry. Frieza has his own reasons for destroying the Saiyan planet, but it is also a hint of Beerus, the god of destruction. This god who destroys everything in the universe has an incomparably powerful strength. Except for the king who controls the entire universe, he doesn't even throw away the king of the realm. Stop the god of destruction from destroying planet Vegeta. At the very least, give the Saiyans hope of survival. Chapter 507_. The idea of stopping the god of destruction, young Ching has never, nor dared to think about it. This is the real universe, not the original. Moreover, what made him more concerned was that the time and space he was in was 17 years earlier than the original. That is to say, without his presence, the Saiyans will be destroyed by Frieza in 7 years, Sun Wukong will grow on the earth, and proceed according to the plot, and then until the 17th and 18th appearances, Sun Wukong because of his heart died of illness, the entire earth was mercilessly obliterated by these two. Finally, Trunks travels back to the past. The only weakness I know about this god is food. Yang Ching sighed. As far as he knew, the god of destruction had come to this planet when King Vegeta was a king, and stomped King Vegeta under his feet. At the very least, leave the seeds for the Saiyans. After all, he is also a Saiyan himself, and at this time is still the identity of the Great Elder. Although this identity, and not much practical value. However, there is no discount for enjoying the benefits of the Great Elder every day. It is no problem to pursue his own political affairs in his place. At present, all they can do is to improve the strength of those three people, and the other is to increase their own strength again. In the gravity room, King Vegeta directly adjusted the gravity to 30 degrees. Ah! How can I lose to the Elder? I must become a Super Saiyan. I will not admit defeat. As the king of the Saiyan family, King Vegeta has a very high sense of honor. Before, he didn't know the way to become stronger, but now that someone guides him, he will naturally not be polite, and he is not willing to succumb to the elders. There are still 2 people missing, so let's go look for them. Yang Ching thought that his disciples still lacked 2 people, so he flew up and walked towards the residential area where the Saiyans gathered. In fact, the planet of Saiyans is not much different from other planets, and they are all populated by a large number of inhabitants. There are soldiers who go out on missions, and naturally there are also people and children and teenagers at home. And most of the children and teenagers left behind are also very talented. Walking casually all the way, his eyes rolled, inspecting the teenagers here. Suddenly, a loud noise came into his ears. Yang Qing paused and stopped. Dadara, you trash, are you still a Saiyan? We Saiyans are not as cowardly as you. I punched you so many times that you didn't dare to fight back. The noisy voice made Yang Qing's eyes shift immediately. After looking at the noisy place, Yang Qing's eyes flashed. What caught my eye was a very ordinary scene. 3 children were bullying a child who looked about 10 years old. The bullied child gritted his teeth, was punched with punches, but he never fought back. What a shame for us Saiyans, you bastard. Bah. In the end, the 3 children seemed to feel that bullying a person who did not fight back had no meaning at all, so they turned their heads and left. Seeing the 3 of them leave, Yang Qing walked over with a smile, blocking the pace of Dadala's departure. Big brother, is there anything you can do to stop me? Dadala asked obediently. My brother stopped you because I wanted to ask you why they bullied you and you didn't fight back. Yang Qing asked curiously. Because Dadala was afraid of hurting them. Dadala was stronger than them, but my mother taught me not to bully them. Dadala hesitated for a moment and said embarrassedly. Listening to this child's words, if it were the 3 children before, they might even laugh at them. But Yang Qing clearly knew that what the child said was the truth. In this child's body, there is an extremely powerful qi. According to Yang Qing's perception, the combat power represented by this qi is even close to 8,000. Yes, it is unimaginable that a child can have such a huge amount of qi, which is already close to King Vegeta's fighting power. So, do you just let them bully? Yang Qing asked thoughtfully. Well, Dadala lowered his head. However, do you feel happy when you are bullied by them? Yang Qing asked. Not happy. Tears appeared in Dadala's eyes. Dadala is wronged. But, Dadala still can't shoot. Dadala can't control the power in his hands, and if he is not careful, he will destroy them. They're all Saiyans, and Dadala can't kill people of the same race. Yang Qing was startled, reached out and touched Dadala's head. Looking at this well-behaved boy, he suddenly thought of his daughter. I don't know what happened to Xiaoqi and the others. Shaking his head and temporarily moving his family away, Yang Qing asked Dadala. So, do you want to control your power? It's not good to be bullied for a long time. Dadara thinks, the little boy said without hesitation. Then follow me, you will worship me as a teacher in the future. I will teach you to control your own power, make you stronger, and protect the Saiyan family in the future. Okay, Dadala exclaimed, but Dadala wants to tell her mother. Okay, you can go. Yang Qing nodded. Immediately following, Yang Qing followed the little boy back to his home. At home, I also saw the boy's mother, a pretty. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. A gentle woman with eyes that seemed to be able to speak. At the first sight of Yang Qing, the woman recognized Yang Qing's identity and couldn't help being shocked. Big elder. You're welcome, your child is very good. I decided to accept him as my apprentice, and I hope you can agree. Yang Qing waved. No problem, it is his honor for the first elder to accept Dadala as his disciple. The woman said excitedly. Every Saiyan yearns to be strong, and his children are often bullied by others and scolded as cowardly by others. Naturally, women know that, but he can't do anything about it. The power of the child is stronger than her. How did she teach it? Afterwards, Yang Qing left with Dadara. An hour later, Yang Qing was in the residential area again and found a 14-year-old girl with 2 ponytails, named Lan Ruo. Very cute, with small tiger teeth. The fighting power is not high, only about 2,000, but he is gentle and kind-hearted. This is complete. There are 5 people in total. Let these 5 people become stronger and leave 5 seeds for the Saiyans. Yang Qing breathed a sigh of relief, then narrowed his eyes slightly. This is also the only way to become a Super Saiyan God in desperation at the end. Chapter 508 Enemy Attack. On the second day, Duodoli and the three were stunned when they saw Yang Qing with two children, but they didn't say anything. After yesterday's events, they have deeply understood how useful this great elder's cultivation seems to be. Master, what are we practicing today? Duoduo said with a smile. With the same eyebrows, Yang Qing glanced at the three of them, and naturally saw that their attitudes were very different from yesterday, and smiled. Like yesterday, practice your reaction to the outside world. The three of Stoyart started to practice with excitement. Unlike usual, this time there were two more people. This specialized practice followed 6 months later. The five people's control over themselves and the outside world has increased a lot. On the other hand, Yang Qing himself cultivated in the gravity room and increased his combat power to 150,000. It is worth mentioning that King Vegeta trained himself frantically during this time. He is worthy of his status as the king of the Saiyan nation. His strength has soared, and his combat power has soared to 50,000. Therefore, the Saiyan king also appeared to be much more energetic and confident than before. He has more confidence, and the entire Saiyan nation has begun to become radical during this time. They began to develop towards the outside, and they also began to expand their power, extending their hands to the planets in the surrounding galaxies. Your Majesty, won't Frieza have an opinion on us like this? King Vegeta's behavior immediately made the Saiyans behind him a little worried. These Saiyans are also high-level warriors, with a combat power of 7 or 8,000. Don't worry, we are the Saiyans of the universe fighting nation. We are afraid of other people all day long. How can we improve, become stronger? In the face of everyone's doubts, King Vegeta said coldly, making the people behind him startled. For a long time to come, Saiyan's star warship kept moving towards the outside. Most of the Saiyans were summoned, and at the suggestion of Yang Qing, King Vegeta even summoned all the Saiyans who had been low in combat power before. In the past, due to insufficient resources, insufficient strength, and pressure from other planets and races, Saiyans could only continue to fight like this, complete tasks, and gain benefits. But from today, it has changed. Because of the strength and the emergence of the strong, the Saiyans began to take measures to occupy the surrounding planets. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed. Saiyans now have 3 planets. The scattered Saiyans were all summoned back, forming a large-scale group, and the number increased greatly. It was also on this day that Yang Qing flew to King Vegeta's side. I have a hunch that the Saiyans will soon face an inevitable disaster. His expression was solemn, and King Vegeta's expression suddenly changed. Having been together for such a long time, King Vegeta and Yang Qing have become excellent friends. Disaster. Aren't you an opponent, Great Elder? King Vegeta asked with a heavy face. No, that person is too powerful. He is as powerful as 1,000 Frizzagas, and he can't compare to a single finger. Yang Qing shook his head. He will come in 2 years, maybe 3 years. To our planet. At that time, if one is wrong, the entire Saiyan tribe will be destroyed. Who is it? Great Elder, are you so frightened? King Vegeta said incredulously. For him, Yang Qing, who has a strong primitive combat power and can transform into a Super Saiyan, is already incredibly strong. But even such a strong man is even afraid of that person. God of Destruction, Beerus, he may wake up soon. We have to prepare early. Yang Qing whispered. Suddenly, he stopped his voice and looked towards the door outside the main hall. A young figure crawled over with a giggling look on his face, very cute. Vegeta. King Vegeta was stunned for a moment, and then smiled. Elder, this is my son. He is very talented. He was born with a combat power of 10,000. Yang Qing was startled, then looked at Vegeta. At this time, Vegeta, who was only 2 years old, looked small and cute, and could only crawl on the ground. Well, it's cute. In short, I decided to leave a little more hope for our Saiyan nation. I hope you can understand the next move. Yang Qing said in a condensed voice. I understand, Great Elder, let go and do it. Nodding, Yang Qing glanced at the young child held by King Vegeta again, then turned and left. 4 months later, Yang Qing suddenly spoke to the 5 people in front of him. You are ready, we will leave this planet from now on and go to the reserve planet of another galaxy. What, Master, you mean we're going to another planet? Yes, this planet has been taken care of by the other Saiyans for us last month. But why? Dodori wondered. Practice. In the face of the 5 people's questions, Yang Qing just said lightly. Afterwards, the journey started quickly. The 5 people came to the front of the spaceship, and after seeing this huge aircraft, they were stunned again. It doesn't look like it's carrying only the 5 of us. Stoyart asked in confusion. I heard from the master that there are still 3,000 Saiyans, including 1,000 low-level warriors. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. 1,000 intermediate and 1,000 senior. Dadara whispered. Is something wrong with Star Vegeta? Dodori asked. Right in front of them, the Saiyans entered the spaceship one by one, looking very orderly. The 5 were about to speak again when Yang Qing flew over and landed in front of the 5. These 3,000 people, you led 600 people by one person, restrain them all on the journey, and don't make any trouble. After arriving on a new planet, don't fight and practice hard. Master, won't you come with us? Lan Ruo asked. I only stay for a week, and there are still many unfinished things here. Yang Qing said condensedly. The 5 of them looked at each other and noticed the strange atmosphere, but didn't say anything. Just as the 3,000 Saiyans entered the spaceship one by one, and the 5 were about to board the ship, a huge explosion suddenly occurred in the position of the atmosphere. Enemy attack. Prepare to attack. A huge shriek spread throughout Star Vegeta. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, and he looked towards the sky. Chapter 509 Nova. In just a few breaths, dozens of Saiyan corpses fell in the sky. Then, in the eyes of all the residents of Star Vegeta, a group of people appeared high in the sky, surrounded by splendid arrogance, and the powerful breath made the Saiyans who came later stopped. Even the eyes of these Saiyans were terrified. The breath was too strong, and at the same time, the lenses on their eyes were beeping. 56. That person's combat power is 56. Gosh, who are they? It's too powerful, it's the enemy, they're attacking us. It's a Qigong wave, dodge it. One after another screams sounded immediately, and the targets of those people in the sky were very clear. Qigong waves are also thrown towards the residential area, where the Saiyans are most densely populated. Boom. The huge sound exploded almost instantly, and a city on Vegeta was instantly turned into a flame and razed to the ground. Inside the palace, King Vegeta reacted immediately. What the hell is going on? Who is attacking us? Are the defenders dead? He roared loudly, his eyes full of flames. It's the people of the Rant family. We have had a dispute with them in our business recently. This is for revenge, the Saiyan behind him said quickly. Take my battle suit, these bastards dare to attack our Vegeta star. King Vegeta shouted angrily. Don't, Your Majesty, these 7 people are the most powerful of the Rand family, and their combat power is at least 30,000. In our family, there is no strong person who can compete with them. Then what do you say? Kneel down in front of them and plead for mercy. King Vegeta said coldly. The latter was speechless, saying such words in front of the king of the Saiyan family, he thought he was short-lived. Putting on his battle clothes, King Vegeta walked out of the palace and looked at the 7 powerful enemies in the sky. He took a deep breath and was about to fly up to fight them. But the next moment, there was a light blue streamer that jumped up from the ground in an instant, and it was in front of the 7 people in the blink of an eye. Elder. King Vegeta was taken aback for a moment, and then a smile appeared on his face. After cultivating with the latter for so long, he naturally has a deep understanding of its powerful combat power. Above the sky, Yang Qing's face is not very good looking, seeing with his own eyes that a city has been wiped out, and it is still his own clan. I am afraid that it will not be so beautiful for anyone else. Who are you? Saiyan, do you want to fight with us? The leader of the 7 Lanta clan laughed, and the next moment, his face became hideous. Then you are here to court death. Kill him. As soon as the words fell, 2 of the 7 people disappeared in place, and the next moment, 1 left and 1 right appeared beside Yang Qing. As soon as the 2 appeared, they waved their fists towards Yang Qing with cruel smiles on their faces. The pupils condensed, Yang Qing's aura suddenly rose, and then he turned left and right, his arms clenched into fists and suddenly swung out. Bang! The sky red sounded like a dull thunder, and the 2 who threw their fists hadn't reacted. Even when their fists were only halfway out, they were hit hard, cutting off the strength behind them. Immediately afterwards, it was the terrifying penetrating power. In the brains of the 2, they were beaten into a paste almost instantly, and then fell from the sky. Standing in the air, Yang Qing just turned around at this moment. His expressionless face immediately caused the pupils of the remaining 5 to shrink. What's your name, Saiyan? The leading Rant clan asked loudly. I'm in a hurry, so I don't have time to pay attention to you. Yang Qing frowned, and then disappeared in a flash. In the next second, after a few dodges, in the eyes of most Saiyans on the ground, Yang Qing just circled around the 5 people, and then returned to the place. The battle was over easily. There was no tussle, no exciting duel, and the winner and loser were already divided in silence. But it is precisely because of this that these Saiyans are even more shocked. That's it, Great Elder. Did you win? It was only then that the 5 people in the sky spit out blood and fell heavily towards the ground. When the 5 fell to the ground, the Saiyans next to them watched nervously for a moment, and then heaved a sigh of relief. All dead. The elders solved them in an instant. It's too powerful. Everyone looked at the figure in the sky, and their hearts were all excited. They have always known that there is an additional great elder, whose status is the same as that of King Vegeta, but they have never seen how powerful the latter is. Countless people, at this moment, began to worship Yang Qing. Flying Body fell into the door of the spaceship again. Yang Qing clearly saw the admiration in the eyes of Dodori. 5 people, smiled and then led a few people into the ship. Come on board, we're going. 5 minutes later, the huge spaceship took off from the ground with a humming sound, then flew across the sky and disappeared into Vegeta. Standing at the gate of the palace, watching Yang Qing's spaceship leave here, King Vegeta's expression became a little dignified, and he remembered the unknown enemy Yang Qing said. God of Destruction, Beerus. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Muttering these words, King Vegeta's expression became a little worried. That unknown enemy determines the fate of the Saiyan family. What will the future lead to? For the first time, King Vegeta was angry at his own weakness. On the other hand, Yang Qing had already entered the cultivation process. The god of destruction Beerus, Frieza, and the powerhouses of countless races allowed Yang Qing to see the magnificent universe. He had to become stronger in order to survive in this strange world. The gravity of the gravity room has jumped to 110, just like when he first entered here. Yang Qing's whole body was difficult to move. The further back the gravity is, the harder it is to get stronger. When he got here, every time he increased a number, his combat power would increase a lot. A month later, with a roar, the spacecraft descended on an unfamiliar planet. Yang Qing went out of practice and looked at the planet below, like the Earth, with dense forests, seas, and rivers, with a satisfied expression in his eyes. This planet is good, more than 3 times bigger than the Earth, suitable for Saiyans to survive. Chapter 510 Star Vegeta Upheaval. After the spaceship landed firmly on a large piece of land, 3,000 Saiyans walked out of it neatly. Build a city within a radius of 1 million miles. You gather together, don't run around. Yang Qing ordered. The 3,000 Saiyans obeyed the orders respectfully, and the power of the Great Elder had conquered their hearts, so naturally they would not resist. Then, Yang Qing flew up and looked around. As soon as he got off the spaceship, he felt a dozen powerful breaths, and these breaths were so powerful that their combat power was around 50,000 or 60,000. This planet was also bought from other races. It is said that it is not suitable for habitation. The reason is these powerful beasts, right? Condescendingly, Yang Qing looked at the huge beasts in the jungle below, with powerful auras, much stronger than the senior Saiyans. In addition, the gravity of this planet is even 3 times that of Vegeta. If you stay for a long time, your body will naturally be honed. He continued to perceive the surroundings, and after using his chi to expand, he explored the aura of the creatures around him. 5 minutes later, a look of shock appeared in Yang Qing's eyes. This creature has a combat power of 170,000 or 80,000. And the beasts on that island, with a combat power of 400,000 to 500,000. In addition, on the other half of the planet here, there are even more than 1 million combat power. These precise data are all judgments based on his own current combat power, and his current combat power has reached about 250,000. But after reaching the current combat power, Yang Qing was in trouble. At this point, it seemed that he could no longer move forward. This is the bottleneck at this stage. As for how to break the limit of this progress, Yang Qing is not clear at the moment. He did not interfere with the creatures on this new ball, and these powerful creatures were also a test for future Saiyans. These 3,000 Saiyans were the last fire he kept for this nation. In the next week, he taught the 5 apprentices how to become stronger, the gravity training method, and after they became stronger, he taught them to the other 3,000 people. Then, he drove the spaceship towards Star Vegeta. It is conceivable that it will not take a few years for the 3,000 Saiyans to survive on this new star to become the most powerful group of Saiyans. Among them, although not everyone has the potential to become stronger and can grow to more than 30,000, but there will also be strong ones. On the way back, Yang Qing continued to practice, and in one go, raised the gravity by another value. It is this value that made his combat power directly break through to 300,000. But after arriving here, his combat power has reached the limit. Fight! I need to fight like crazy to keep growing. There was enlightenment in Yang Qing's eyes. Saiyans are a fighting nation, and only in battle will they grow up quickly. It's just that these days, my hunch is getting worse and worse. I'm afraid Beerus, the god of destruction, is coming. This is a very strange feeling, and he doesn't know why he feels this way, but he knows it somehow. A month later, Yang Qing returned to Star Vegeta. It was also at this time that he discovered that the atmosphere of the entire Vegeta star was not right. The number of Saiyans in the medical hospital has increased significantly, and everyone's faces are full of anxiety and tension. Doubt in his heart, Yang Qing flew directly towards the palace. What's going on? How can Saiyans be injured so badly? Yang Qing asked in a deep voice. Saiyans are actually not a big race. All of them add up to more than 30,000 people. Compared with other races in the universe, it is so rare that it is on the verge of extinction. Of course, their combat power is exceptionally strong. Ordinary combat power, even 3 or 500, is stronger than the high-end combat power of many races. Therefore, they will be known as the fighting nation. Frieza has attacked us, forcing us to submit to his command, or we will be destroyed. King Vegeta squeezed his fists, his face ashen. Frieza. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed. Qing, is there any way to do it? What is your power level now? Can you kill Frieza? King Vegeta looked at Yang Qing expectantly and asked. Without any hesitation, Yang Qing shook his head. My original combat power is now 300,000. Even if I become a Super Saiyan 50 times, it's only 15 million. After I use all my strength and use my secret skills, it's only 4,500. That's all. Frieza at his peak, I'm not an opponent. He is not blind, he knows that he is not the protagonist of Sun Wukong. When he has a fighting power of 100,000, he can use this World King Fist to fight with Frieza. In the end, he sang all the way and turned into a Super Saiyan. More than 100 million, and even defeated the latter. Yang Qing is confident, and if he is replaced by himself, I am afraid that in all likelihood, he will be eliminated in seconds. Hearing the young man in front of him explain his fighting power, King Vegeta fell into a sluggishness. He originally thought that the latter would be strong enough to change with 1 million, but he did not expect it to be able to reach the level of 45 million. Is this Nima still a Saiyan? If you don't agree with one word, you will have tens of millions of combat power, so how can these tens of thousands of them live? Swallowing his saliva, he looked again at. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Yang Qing's eyes changed a bit. Elder, you are really too powerful. No, I'm still weak. Yang Qing shook his head and said, I decided to practice in the next few days and try my best to improve my combat power again. Still weak. King Vegeta was completely speechless. When the god of destruction comes, you must tell me and we will face it together. Yang Qing said again, and King Vegeta nodded yes. In addition, your combat power must increase to 100,000 as soon as possible, and then learn to change Super Saiyan, which is also the top priority. King Vegeta's eyes narrowed and he solemnly responded. Afterwards, Yang Qing left the palace, but went to the place on planet Vegeta to study technology. The Great Elder, the Great Elder. As soon as he saw Yang Qing, the Saiyan who was supervising here immediately shouted respectfully. Well, nodded, what is the hardest, pliable metal here? I'm going to make a sword. Yes, Yang Qing wants to use his own weapon, the swordsmanship of the pirate world, he has not forgotten. Chapter 511 Everything is coming. Sword. Saiyan was stunned for a moment, then came back to his senses. The best metal here is used to make spaceships. It's a metal called UG and that won't be destroyed even in a space war. Take it out and let me see. Yang Qing nodded. When the Saiyan heard the words, he immediately ordered someone to take out a piece of black gold and hand it to Yang Qing. Elder, please take a look. Yang Qing took Wujin and saw that his entire body was dark and glowing with a deep luster. He squeezed it with both hands, and then with force. After looking at it again, there was not a trace of marks on it, and a smile appeared on his face. Not bad. Give me some metal of similar quality and make it into a long sword. The approximate production plan, I will give you later. Saiyans are very obedient. Although there are not many Saiyans using weapons, it is not that there are none. After that, Yang Qing left from here. He inspected the metals used to make the aircraft, and they were actually very good. After all, if you want to sail in space, ordinary metals simply cannot resist the erosion of heavy rays or even high temperatures. Moreover, he taught the Saiyans how to make long swords, which was also improved according to the method of the sword Yang. It is conceivable that if this sword is successfully made, it will definitely not be bad. After that, Yang Qing returned to his room, sat down with his knees crossed, closed his eyes, and began to regulate his breath. Controlling one's own breath is also a very good practice. Let the swollen breath of the whole body fluctuate constantly, and use mental power to carefully control it. This is a kind of practice for the accuracy of breath, and it can also enhance the improvement of combat effectiveness. In normal times, you can even balance your chi to an optimal state. Maybe not the strongest, but definitely the most relaxed and suitable state for his body. After 3 breaths, a series of lightning began to resonate around Yang Qing's body. The light blue energy fluctuated erratically, sometimes strong, and sometimes weak. Yang Qing closed his eyes, his body slowly floated in the air, and he was trying to control his breath precisely. This kind of practice is very special, but it is equally effective. At the moment of Yang Qing's cultivation, in a dark palace at the far edge of the universe, a man with a wand in hand, a pointed hairstyle, and a long robe, looked at the sleeping man with an inexplicable look on his face. Cerberus, the god of destruction, is about to wake up. Oops, I have eaten all the food I prepared last time. How can that be? Weiss thought distressedly, and after a while, he sighed. It's been so long, he should have forgotten it long ago. I hope he has forgotten it. At this moment, in the northern Milky Way, inside a huge aircraft. What the hell are the Saiyan monkeys doing? Frieza, who was sitting on the throne at the head of the spaceship, with a cold face and a long tail, asked indifferently. They seem to have reclaimed the line of defense recently. 2 of the 5 planets they occupied before have given up. The strange race behind him said with a smile, I must be afraid of your coercion from King Frieza, you know. You're punishing them, so a tribute to you. 2 highly civilized planets, the Saiyan monkeys, when did they know how to change? Frieza laughed mockingly, if that's the case, then let them go for the time being and send someone to warn them, don't get too mad. Yes, King Frieza. This group of monkeys will be grateful to Dade for your tolerance. The strange race said respectfully. Ha ha. Frieza laughed, these monkeys are still useful. As long as they do things for me obediently, I won't do anything to them. On a barren planet where the Saiyans fought, a war that changed the history of the future was taking place. Bardock, be careful. A nervous shout came out. The man named Bardock, with a scar on his face, was taken aback for a moment, and before he had time to turn his head, he was hit in the head by a stream of light. In just an instant, his consciousness fell into a blur. Bardock, how are you? An anxious roar came out, but the man named Bardock had already passed out. Bardock's companion quickly eliminated the enemy, and then came to his side. After carefully examining Bardock's body, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hoo-hoo, he's fine, he just passed out, let's hurry back to Star Vegeta. A group of people picked up the unconscious Bardock and flew towards the spaceship immediately. After a few minutes, the spaceship broke through the atmosphere and sailed into the deep universe, drawing a stream of light. But Bardock, who was in a coma, was having a long dream at this time. In the dream, he seemed to be able to predict the future. He saw the future of Saiyans. On Vegeta. 3 days later, the Saiyan of that day came to Yang Qing's door and knocked on the door respectfully. Come in, Yang Qing whispered, opened his eyes, and stopped practicing. Elder, your sword has been forged. Saiyan smiled and said respectfully. Yang Qing's eyes lit up, took the long sword wrapped in the scabbard from the Saiyan's hand, and slowly pulled it out, and then showed a satisfied smile. Although the blade is thin, it is exceptionally sharp. The dark blade reveals the depth of the universe, and the strange cyclone on it is as bright as the Milky Way. Very good, sorry to bother you. This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. Yang Qing thanked. It's okay, it's my honor to do things for the Great Elder. Saiyan said excitedly. From that day when the Great Elder killed 7 powerful enemies of other races, the Saiyan family has worshipped the Great Elder, and many Saiyans have regarded the Great Elder as an idol. Hee, I am very satisfied with this sword. Yang Qing nodded. Then I'll retire, you are busy, Elder. Saiyan said respectfully, you'll be satisfied. Okay, hard work. Yang Qing smiled. The Saiyan left a little excited, thanked by his idol, and one can imagine the feeling in his heart. After the Saiyan left, Yang Qing looked at the sword carefully again. The workmanship is really good. It is indeed an interstellar civilization. This sword has more than 3,000 kinds of metals. In this way, I save the biggest step, and only need to capture a spirit and integrate into it, and then I can complete the creation of the sword. Turn him into a real spirit sword. Chapter 512 Beyond Super Saiyan. Yang Qing was very satisfied with this sword, and then he put it aside. This sword is dark and dark, the body of the sword is like the background of the galaxy, and the vortex on it is like the Milky Way, so let's call it Johei. After naming the sword, Yang Qing closed his eyes and continued to cultivate his qi. In this way, 3 consecutive months passed. Yang Qing's qi has been precisely controlled by him. He can make himself become an existence without a trace of qi, and can also swell in an instant, and the breath is turbulent like rivers, lakes and seas. Next, Yang Qing clenched his fists around his waist again, and with a light drink, transformed into a Super Saiyan. In this mode, you can quickly grasp the power that suddenly becomes stronger. Super Saiyans increase their power by a factor of 50. How to control this sudden increase in power and exert all of its power is also a problem. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, although the consumption of physical strength is very serious, but if you can master the strength of this state, it will undoubtedly improve your own strength. The flame-like golden hair stood up to the sky, and the pale green eyebrows made Yang Qing look a little ruthless at the moment. He turned the gravity in the room to 100 times, and under such gravity, he began to punch, jump, and get familiar with the power of the Super Saiyan as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed again. At this time, Vegeta has grown up and has become a cold-faced little warrior with the usual honor, pride of the Saiyan family. And King Vegeta has already raised his combat power to 150,000. In 2 years, increasing the combat power of 150,000 is indeed not fast, but he deals with various things of the Saiyan family every day, and the cultivation time is not enough, considering this situation. The talent of this Saiyan King is really good. It was also at this time that King Vegeta found Yang Qing. When he opened the door and saw Yang Qing's blonde hair, King Vegeta was stunned. He is no stranger to blonde hair and pale green pupils. The strange thing is that at this moment, Yang Qing feels like a different person. Are you the Great Elder? King Vegeta said hesitantly. Who else is it if it's not me? Yang Qing laughed and glanced at Queen Vegeta. Looks like your Majesty has reached the qualification to become a Super Saiyan. Yes, but, how can you be like this? King Vegeta was a little puzzled. I'm already familiar with the state of Super Saiyan Tier 1, and I'm currently working towards surpassing the limits of Super Saiyan. This state is deliberately maintained by me. After I am familiar with the state of Super Saiyan, I will maintain this state and control my consumption in Super Saiyan 1 stage to a minimum. In the past 2 years, Yang Qing has not been idle. In addition to being familiar with the power of Super Saiyan 1, he also practiced the previous tricks. Otherwise, the short life of Super Saiyan really annoyed him. Fortunately, this tactic can also be used in this dimensional world. Beyond the limit of Super Saiyan, King Vegeta was completely stunned. What is that? Can Super Saiyan also continue to surpass? Are they Saiyans so awesome? Well, since King Vegeta, you have reached the basic conditions for the awakening of a Super Saiyan. Now, I will teach you how to become a Super Saiyan. Yang Qing did not continue to entangle on this issue. At this time, King Vegeta was still far from his realm. Even if he said it, he would not understand, but it added to the annoyance. If he wants to achieve his current state, if there is no talent like Sun Wukong and Vegeta in the original book, like him, he must master the power of each stage to perfection, and lay a solid foundation before it can be achieved. Moreover, the time it takes is many times that of Sun Wukong and others, which is simply incomparable. When King Vegeta heard such words, he immediately became excited. Super Saiyan, the legend in our clan, can I really become a Super Saiyan? King Vegeta still couldn't believe it. It's okay if I say yes, don't worry, King. Yang Qing nodded, understanding King Vegeta's mental thoughts at the moment. Afterwards, he asked King Vegeta to adjust his mood, and after calming down, the two flew to a place where there was no one on planet Vegeta. First of all, if you want to become a Super Saiyan, what you have to do is to break your human body limit, which is your current state, and your combat power exceeds 100,000. Secondly, anger. Anger is a powerful driving force for Saiyans. You carefully recall the events that make you angry, and put this anger in your own breath. Let your chi continue to expand, let your strength continue to increase, let go of all your restraints, and madly enhance your aura. Remember, be angry, be angry. Following Yang Qing's narration, King Vegeta began to act according to Yang Qing's narration. He clasped his hands around his waist, recalling his anger. The expression on his face suddenly turned cold, and then he let out a loud roar. Ah! A series of roars came from King Vegeta's mouth, and his anger began to rise wildly. The stones on the surrounding ground floated up, dust all around him, and the ground began to sink. The violent airflow swept across a kilometer radius, the strong wind swayed the branches, and fine golden lightning began to surround King Vegeta's body. His hair began to flicker, and his eyes were black and green. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Convert between colors. No, it's not enough. Yang Qing frowned. He turned into a Super Saiyan because of the means of explosion. After the explosion, his original combat power has actually reached nearly 400,000, but King Vegeta is only 150,000 at the moment. At this time, although there were already signs of becoming an advanced Super Saiyan, it was still a little bit worse in the end. Your Majesty, you are still a little short, so now I will attack you to increase your pressure. Control your anger, mobilize all the power you can mobilize, and resist my attack. Remember, suppress your anger first, then go berserk and unleash all power. Yang Qing's voice sounded quickly, and after a breath, he released his Super Saiyan, restoring black hair and black eyes. Chapter 500_Ancient Saiyan Blood. The exchange interface of this system has exactly this thing, and the exchanged price makes Yang Qing smile even more. 10,000 combat power or 100 fairy beans, which can be exchanged. The price of 10,000 combat power is definitely not cheap. More than 1,000 combat power can destroy a planet for a moment, and it is enough to fight for decades in the world of pirates. And 10,000 is even stronger. Even for Yang Qing at this time, it was not a small burden. However, if you can switch to the Saiyan Advanced method, it is worth it. Yes, it's worth it. According to the data of the original work, there are actually ways to pursue the advancement of Saiyans, especially at the first level. In the original book, Trunks and Sun Wushan were able to transform when they were young, which is proof of this. As long as the talent is strong enough and the method is correct, even when the original strength is weak, it is possible to become a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan Tier 1, the increased combat power is doubled, a full 50 times. This astonishing figure was enough for Yang Qing to sacrifice 10,000 combat power in exchange. Without any hesitation, Yang Qing chose to exchange. After a while, a series of information entered Yang Qing's mind. So it is. After Yang Qing carefully read this string of information, his eyes became enlightened. Super Saiyan is a unique transformation method for Saiyans. In fact, he is also considered a kind of racial talent. If you want to become a Super Saiyan, you first need to understand the Saiyan, the fighting race in the universe. Saiyan, a cosmic fighting nation, he has excellent warrior blood. At the moment of being seriously injured and on the verge of death, if it can be resurrected, there will inevitably be a rapid increase in strength. Their blood naturally contains fighting factors, and the more they fight, the stronger they become. Moreover, after anger, it is possible to achieve a crazy increase in combat. Then, after roughly understanding the talents of Saiyans, let's understand the characteristics of Super Saiyans. According to this piece of information, Super Saiyan is actually a transformation mode that is most suitable for Saiyans to increase their combat power. The first thing you need is to pull the Saiyan blood in your body. The original book, the beginning of the transformation, Sun Wukong and others use anger to achieve. And next, it is to realize the assistance of Qi, that is, the help of internal strength. The two are combined into one, and then supplemented by strong will and spiritual energy, we can complete the transformation of Super Saiyan. Yang Qing understood the transformation of Super Saiyan. This transformation, in fact, does not require high strength, and a combat power of 100,000 is enough. That is, Sun Wukong reaches Namek and completes the combat power after 100 times of gravity. This kind of combat power, Yang Qing also possesses at this moment. Then, this half year is to complete the transformation of the Super Saiyan. Since there is such a method, Yang Qing will naturally not let it go. As for the 10,000 combat power, it can be easily trained. Next, Yang Qing glanced at the items in the exchange system again. The way to become a god. Kaiwang God Fruit. God of Destruction Identity Brand. The staff of all kings. These were all swept away by Yang Qing. The things were very good, and they were all things that could make people immortal, but he couldn't redeem them at all. At that price, the cheapest one is hundreds of millions of combat power. And there is one thing, but it also made Yang Qing pay attention. The blood of ancient Saiyans. Due to long-term historical changes, Saiyans have fallen from the race of gods to mortals. The blood of ancient Saiyans can purify the blood of Saiyans and stimulate the blood of Super Saiyan gods in the body, increasing the odds of becoming a Super Saiyan god. Quote. Exchange price, 500,000 combat power. Yang Qing was amazed and shocked. Good stuff. He just glanced at it and understood the value of this thing. If the blood of this ancient Saiyan is fused, then his Saiyan blood concentration will surpass that of many people in one fell swoop. Even, being able to transform into a Super Saiyan god in the future is far stronger than the concentration of the blood of Sun Wukong and others, and there is no need for 5 people to gather together in the future to transform. A single person can complete the transformation of the Super Saiyan god. Moreover, in the ordinary Saiyan stage, it must be far superior to the rest. For Saiyans, this is the real treasure. But the price was something he couldn't afford at the moment. He shook his head, and had to wait for his combat power to reach the standard in the future, and then exchange it. Next, the spacecraft continued to drive towards the Saiyan star quickly. Yang Qing, on the other hand, is cultivating while studying the method of Saiyan transformation. 3 months later, the 10,000 combat power that Yang Qing had lost had already returned to him, and it had risen again. Today, under 100 times the gravity, he can complete fast jumps and punches, which is much stronger than before. At this moment, he is trying to transform into a Super Saiyan for the first time. Yang Qing clenched his hands into fists and put them on his waist. His eyes were sharp. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Extremely. In this spaceship, I must gather all the breaths in one place, otherwise, the whole ship will be shattered by the powerful chi. And this is also the condition for turning into a Saiyan, so be careful. First of all, anger. His mind began to recall the things that made him angry, and gradually, a series of images began to appear in his mind. On his body, his robes moved without wind. A small arc began to flicker, and his breath condensed and became stronger, and his pupils were also changing, twinkling. After 3 breaths, the abnormality on his body began to disappear. No, the chi is not strong enough. The first transformation is the most difficult. With my current chi, it is difficult to break through the bottleneck. Then, Yang Qing's eyes widened and he shouted loudly. Explosive fist. The surging breath around his body began to flow. After such a long period of cultivation, he has been able to perfectly control any breath in his body. Suddenly, an aura that was 3 times stronger was surging towards the outside. Transformation. Immediately afterwards, Yang Qing drank heavily. Immediately, a more powerful aura emerged from his body. That vast aura seemed to disperse all the haze blocking his head, and all the aura blocking his body could be smashed to pieces. This is an invincible, powerful and frightening breath. Chapter 501_Saiyan Blue. The golden aura-like flames began to burn around Yang Qing's body, mighty and mighty, like a blazing hot star. Accompanied by golden lightning, crackling sounded around him. Next, Yang Qing's eyes turned pale green, appearing ruthless, and finally, a lightning flashed past him, and his hair and beauty turned golden. Boom! The dull thunder sounded. Yang Qing's body was full of majestic energy, and the spaceship was trembling in front of this incomparably powerful aura. Success! Yang Qing looked at himself now, feeling the huge and vast aura, and his whole body became excited. At the same time, an incomparably terrifying desire to fight came from his mind, and that desire to destroy everything was accompanied by it, making his expression a little cold and evil at the moment. Saiyans are a fighting family. They are naturally cruel, and when they transform into the first, Tier Super Saiyans, they will be accompanied by a huge desire to destroy. But in only 5 seconds, the breath on Yang Qing's body disappeared again. For a moment, he also felt extremely weak, as if his entire body was hollowed out and lay on the ground. Hoo-hoo. He took a deep breath of air, although he felt tired all over, but Yang Qing's face was full of smiles. It's done for the first time. Then next, I just need to keep laying the foundation and make my strength stronger, so that I can truly complete the transformation without relying on the explosion of Kikwan. The exchange method of this system is actually really reliable. After being excited for a while, Yang Qing fell into a deep sleep. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, a year has passed since Yang Qing left Ker's star. On this day, Yang Qing withdrew from the practice, wiped the sweat from his body, and saw the huge star in front of him. As the Saiyan planet here. Standing on the spaceship, he could see a lot of huge spaceships coming out of Saiyan star. And in the sky, there are also a huge number of Saiyans floating all the time. Yang Qing could feel the blood connection between them from all the distance. It was people of the same race as him. It was at this time that complex emotions arose in his heart. Because he clearly knows that this group of people will be bombarded by Frieza and this planet into scum in the not-too-distant future. The spaceship quickly approached the port of Saiyan Star, and soon, the review results came out. Unknown spaceship, please sign up. The deep voice entered Yang Qing's ears, his eyes flashed, and then he laughed. Saiyan, ow. Saiyan. The guard's eyes fluttered, looking at Yang Qing, and when he saw the symbolic tail behind the latter, he nodded. No doubt it's a Saiyan, let it go. Boom. Soon, the spaceship landed from the sky, but the place where it was located was a harbor where the spaceship was parked. When Yang Qing jumped out of the spaceship, he saw 4 Saiyans flying quickly from the sky in the distance. Saya Star has no record of you, Saiyan, report your name. The visitor stood in front of Yang Qing and asked loudly. Is there no record of me? Yang Qing was stunned. This is the first time I came here. When I was conscious, I was on another planet, but the spaceship I was on had the coordinates of this planet. I tried to find my past here. The 4 Saiyans froze for a moment, then looked at each other and nodded. There is no doubt that he is a Saiyan. It seems that he is a low-level warrior who was expelled when he was a child. There was an accident, and he came back here. After they discussed it, they came up with a way to deal with Yang Qing. Report your name and combat strength, and we will make a record of you. Yang Qing was stunned for a moment, then said, Qing, the combat power, 100,000. The 4 of them quickly wrote down Yang Qing's name, and after writing the combat power, they suddenly froze and looked at the number in the pen again. 10. 100,000. Boy, are you sure your combat power is 100,000? What are you kidding, boy? They all shouted in disbelief. At this moment, even King Vegeta only has a fighting power of more than 10,000, and this kid actually said that he has a fighting power of 100,000. Yang Qing frowned slightly. I said 100,000 is 100,000, I can't be wrong. The 4 of them looked at each other and didn't believe it at all. One of them even shot directly and punched Yang Qing. But a second later, his fist was tightly grasped by Yang Qing, and the strength of the grip was like an iron hoop, making the man's forehead sweat and his face even more frightened. You are too weak, I will not bully you. Loose. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Opening his hands, the man took a few steps back and sat down on the ground. The other 3 looked into Yang Qing's eyes again, full of shock. Do you really have 100,000 combat power? As I said, there is basically nothing wrong. Yang Qing frowned. Combat tester, let me test it. One of the women said, and soon, there was a diddy sound on her glasses. And as the sound came out, the woman's expression was extremely difficult to see, and even a shock appeared in her eyes. 30,000, 40,000, 50,000, 70,000, 80,000, 10,005. Sudden, pop, the combat effectiveness tester shattered into pieces. The woman's whole body trembled, and she looked at Yang Qing again, already full of horror. 100,000. Really 100,000? No, his combat power, even more than 100,000, has exceeded the limit of the combat power tester. What? Several people present were shocked and looked at Yang Qing in horror. Are you really a Saiyan? They have never seen such a powerful Saiyan. Even if King Vegeta at this moment has only 10,000 fighting strength, he is already the most powerful Saiyan at present. In other words, this Saiyan who was sent out to perform a mission at some point and then returned, his combat power has surpassed that of King Vegeta by as much as 10 times. Go and tell King Vegeta. The four immediately panicked, and the two of them turned their heads and left without hesitation. Sir, please come with me, your accommodation is arranged here. Please wait a moment, I think King Vegeta will definitely come to you. One of them bowed in awe and said, and stretched out his hand to lead the way. Yang Qing nodded and followed the two of them away. Then let's see what kind of person our king is. Chapter 502_King Vegeta. Saiyan Palace. The two people who just left, with anxious and nervous expressions, quickly walked through the palace. They reported the news 3 minutes ago, and they were also summoned by King Vegeta. Soon, the two had entered the palace and saw King Vegeta sitting on a chair deep in the hall. At this time, King Vegeta was still very young, and he looked very young, only about 20 years old. You said you found a Saiyan with a fighting strength of 100,000. Is this true? Seeing the two, King Vegeta asked with a solemn expression. He is very clear about what this matter represents. If it is a foreign race with a fighting strength of 100,000, it is okay to say, but if it is a native race, it means that it will have a great impact on his status. The situation is true, Your Majesty. The man's name is Qing. He is a Saiyan who has been displaced, and today is the first time he has returned. The two replied quickly. Qing. King Vegeta pondered for a moment, then said, take me to see him. Regardless of whether it would affect him or not, King Vegeta decided to take a look first. Their bloodline, because the bloodline has the highest purity, has always been born with the highest combat power. The Saiyans are a nation that fights by natural combat power, and basically seldom cultivate and enhance their military power. Suddenly a 100,000 combat power appeared, and he doubted whether it was the legendary person. 15 minutes later, King Vegeta, led by the two, came to the house where Yang Qing lived. My lord, King Vegeta is here. Yang Qing, who was observing the scene in the house, heard the voice outside the door, and was stunned for a moment, and then a smile appeared on his face. Vegeta's father. He stepped to the door and opened the door. What caught my eye was a face that was almost identical to Vegeta. At this time, King Vegeta is still very young. Heart-side, Yang Qing's mood was a little complicated. And King Vegeta looked at the same young face in front of him, a little dull. The person in front of him seems to be about the same age as himself, but does he already have a fighting strength of 100,000? He looked carefully at the tail behind him, and was sure that this person was a Saiyan. Are you Qing? King Vegeta was stunned for a moment, then asked aloud. Yes, I have seen King Vegeta. Yang Qing bent down slightly, with a neither humble nor arrogant tone. He knew in his heart that his strength at the moment had surpassed the Saiyans by a lot, and naturally he was not afraid of the king in front of him. It's just that as the head of the clan, he naturally has to be respected. And seeing Yang Qing salute, King Vegeta's mood is also relieved. He was really worried that the person in front of him was the kind of guy with huge ambitions and no respect. Then, the disaster for the Saiyan family may be coming. After hesitating for a while, King Vegeta waved his hand to disperse the two around him. Then they entered Yang Qing's room, and the two looked at each other face to face for a while. King Vegeta's face became serious, stared at Yang Qing and asked seriously, Next, I ask you a question, Qing, you must answer me carefully. King Vegeta, please. Yang Qing smiled. Are you, the legendary Super Saiyan? King Vegeta first took a deep breath, then asked in a low voice, with anticipation in his eyes. He can imagine that if the person in front of him is really a Super Saiyan, then the future of the Saiyan family. What a glorious and prosperous future will that be? Any Frieza or any other powerful race must be reduced to scum in front of the Saiyans. Super Saiyan. Yang Qing couldn't help laughing. Why does King Vegeta ask that? Because the Saiyans have never had an individual as strong as you. Even me, the purest king of our family, has only 10,000 fighting power. And you, surpassed me 10 times. King Vegeta shook his head. Now mine is not a Super Saiyan yet. Yang Qing pondered for a moment and said softly. Isn't it? King Vegeta was a little disappointed, then reacted and looked at Yang Qing blankly. Not now, then, yours, what do you mean? I can transform into a Super Saiyan. Yang Qing nodded. The so-called Super Saiyan is a transformation mode of Saiyans. Just like some races in the universe, they all have transformations unique to their own races. As long as they transform, they will gain more powerful power. I think King Vegeta should understand this. Yang Qing did not hide his strength. One is because he is already strong enough to have the power to protect himself. After completing the transformation into a Super Saiyan, the combat power has increased by 50 times. At this moment, his combat power after transformation is sufficient. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. There are as many as 5 million. Even in front of Frieza, as long as he doesn't transform, he can kill him in an instant. The second is that he does not dislike the Saiyan race. Even though most of them are evil, they are also kind-hearted. After all, they are just a race in the universe. Even King Vegeta in front of him has the kindness, majesty, and sense of responsibility of a king. He bears the glory and everything of a race, and is a respectable person. Saiyans are not only arrogant and arrogant. I understand. King Vegeta was excited. Those races will be 10 times, 20 times stronger than before. You mean, we Saiyans can also transform? Then. King Vegeta was speechless when he thought of this impossible fact. Super Saiyan. Can you really transform into a Super Saiyan? Have you reached it yet? Facing King Vegeta's question again, Yang Qing nodded after hesitating. Yes, I can transform into a Super Saiyan. King Vegeta was so excited, his eyes lit up. Then, can I take a look? Ow, my lord. Under his excitement, he even started to call Lord Yang Qing. Hee, King Vegeta doesn't have to do this, you are the king of our Saiyans. Yang Qing said with a smile, and then stood up. Then, King Vegeta, look out for you. Seeing that King Vegeta was ready, Yang Qing put his fists on his waist, clenched his fists, and his face became indifferent. Then, in the next moment, with a hum sound, a huge chi burst out. Poof! His hair, eyebrows turned golden, his eyes turned pale green, and his expression became indifferent. It was the Super Saiyan mode. Chapter 503_I don't agree. The golden arrogance lingered around Yang Qing's body, and the fierce momentum rose wildly. That threatening aura made King Vegeta, who was standing beside him, immediately stepped back in horror. To King Vegeta, that terrifying aura was as if a whole planet was pressing on top of his head, causing sweat to roll down his forehead. He had never seen such a huge aura. Even Frieza could not have such a terrifying aura. He had felt the power of Frieza up close, but it was far less than the horror given to him by the person in front of him. This is Super Saiyan. King Vegeta murmured, his eyes filled with shock. At this moment, Yang Qing's cold eyes suddenly swept over. Being glanced at by those indifferent and cruel eyes, King Vegeta trembled unexpectedly, and there was a touch of fear in his heart. Immediately afterwards, Yang Qing released the transformation of the Saiyan, with a smile on his face. Yes, this is Super Saiyan transformation. It's so powerful, King Vegeta said excitedly. He looked at Yang Qing expectantly. Qing, we Saiyans have you, so we don't have to be afraid of Frieza, and we don't have to be submissive. We can get out of planet Vegeta, conquer other planets, and build a huge empire. There is no doubt that Vegeta is a very ambitious king, and the Saiyans themselves are very aggressive races, otherwise they would not be notorious in the universe. Yang Qing frowned, and he was somewhat resistant. By nature, he wasn't that kind of evil guy. King Vegeta, I guess I will disappoint you. I only want to fight against the strong, and I have no interest in conquering other planets. Also, Saiyans can become stronger through training and become Super Saiyans. I tell you this, and I also hope that our ethnic group will become stronger. Finally, Frieza's combat power is not as simple as you appear. As far as I know, he can transform into Tier 3, which is unimaginably powerful. King Vegeta was completely shocked. Yang Qing's words completely overturned his previous fantasy. What made him even more terrified was that Frieza's strength even seemed to be afraid of Yang Qing. I will take some young people from the Saiyan tribe and train them to become powerful warriors. These warriors, I will be the seed of hope to protect our Saiyan race, and this is my contribution to the Saiyans. Yang Qing spoke again, paused, looked at King Vegeta and said, I also hope that King Vegeta can select some outstanding young people from our clan and let me train them. King Vegeta was stunned for a moment, then said in surprise, really? That's great, I will definitely support Master Qing with all my heart. Yang Qing's words made King Vegeta excited again. Even if you can't invade other planets and build a huge interstellar empire, it is possible to enhance the strength of the family. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked at Yang Qing embarrassedly. Master Qing, can I train with you? Speaking of which, King Vegeta was a little embarrassed. Yang Qing smiled and said, of course you can, you are the king of my clan, this strength is not enough, I will train you to be as strong as I am now, don't worry. King Vegeta was excited, and the pursuit of power was originally the instinct of Saiyans. From now on, Master Qing is the chief elder of my Saiyan clan, responsible for protecting the safety of my Saiyan clan. Yang Qing had a headache and was about to shake his head to refuse. There is no need to refuse, Great Elder, your strength has won this position. In addition, the position of Great Elder is also the most suitable for your current status. I can't give you the status of a king, and I hope you will be considerate. King Vegeta said helplessly. Speaking of which, he, the ruthless fighting nation king, is really domineering and cold in front of the people in front of him. It was really that powerful strength, which shocked him too much. Okay. In desperation, Yang Qing could only nod his head. After a while, King Vegeta withdrew. For the next 2 days, Yang Qing sat cross-legged in the room alone, exercising the control of qi. In fact, in his part, in addition to honing the body to increase strength, the total amount of inflated cultivation qi can also become stronger. In the original book, Vic took more of this approach to become stronger. 2 days later, Yang Qing was summoned by King Vegeta and came to the palace. When he entered the palace, he saw 10 young Saiyans standing in the hall, most of them were 15 years old, with the pride and honor inherent in the Saiyan family. Elder, you're here. King Vegeta greeted him and pointed to the 10 Saiyans in the hall with a smile. The 10 here are the top 10 selected after layers of screening. The young and most powerful tribe. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. They are all superior warriors, and their bloodlines are of high purity. Yang Qing nodded, walked up to the 10 people, observed them one by one, and then frowned. 10 are too many. I only need 5 people. As soon as these 2 sentences came out, everyone present changed color, and King Vegeta became even more puzzled and asked. 5 people, isn't it too few? What I need is a kind-hearted person with little desire for conquest and little hope, outstanding talent, a seed of hope that can maintain the power of the ethnic group, someone who is arrogant and evil at heart. I don't need it. Just a glance, Yang Qing pointed at the 5 of them. You 5, unqualified. The rest. Yang Qing hesitated for a while, then pointed at the 2 again. These 2 are also unqualified. This time, the people in the hall looked at each other in dismay. In just a split second, 7 of 10 people were kicked out by Yang Qing, and only 3 people remained. King Vegeta had a headache. Now there are only 3 people left, the Great Elder, the elite clansman. It's hard to find. Hee, don't worry, King Vegeta, I will find the other 2. Yang Qing said with a smile. The remaining 3, one with short hair and a cute face, was a woman, while the other 2 were men with elegant appearance and gentle appearance. These 3 people don't seem to have the fierceness on the faces of the other 7 people. They have obviously experienced not many killings and killings. It can be said that they are kind-hearted. Their eyes are not cunning, sinister and other colors. Just these 3, I'll take them away. Yang Qing greeted and turned around to leave. At this moment, a voice suddenly came out, causing Yang Qing to stop. Stop, I'm not convinced. Chapter 504_Practice. This voice contained a strong sense of unwillingness and arrogance. Yang Qing raised his eyebrows and turned around. What caught his eye was the one who was kicked out of the 7 people just now, and when he looked at the others, he was also full of unwillingness and resentment. Rabat, shut up. King Vegeta on the throne was angry, and his heart exploded. This stinky boy, does he know who he is facing? Quickly apologized to the first elder. His voice became cold and majestic. The name was Rabat, and the Saiyan who had just opened his mouth was immediately terrified. It's okay, Your Majesty. Yang Qing laughed, then looked at Rabat. It seems that you are very dissatisfied with me. Rabat glanced at King Vegeta fearfully, and noticed that the latter had no objection, and just said, yes, I don't agree with you. Although King Vegeta asked you to be a great elder, I don't accept you. What skills do you have for this position? Although Yang Qing has been named the position of the great elder in the whole clan. However, its combat effectiveness has not been disclosed. All Saiyans only know that the Saiyans have an elder named Qing, whose status is the same as that of King Vegeta. However, many people don't know its specific combat power and what it looks like. As a result, many people will naturally be dissatisfied. Ha. Yang Qing laughed again. What ability do I have to take this position? Although this voice was laughing, it clearly contained anger. King Vegeta naturally felt Yang Qing's expression at the moment, and glanced at Rabat coldly. What a dead boy. Then come, shoot at me. Yang Qing stretched out his right hand. I only have one hand. If you can hit me, it will count as my loss. I will let you give you the position of the Great Elder. Rabat was startled and looked at King Vegeta with some hesitation. Is that okay, King Vegeta? Yang Qing saw the latter's scruples and called him directly. Okay. King Vegeta glanced at Rabat coldly, and then said. With King Vegeta's approval, Rabat's eyes slammed, his tail flicked, and after Sora made a pop sound, the whole person disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Yang Qing, and his stout fist was slashed towards the latter's cheek. One punch will break your face, you are still arrogant. What great elder, a kid who is only a few years older than me, what qualifications does he have to be a great elder and teach me? Heart sneered, Rabat saw that Yang Qing was still, and there was a cruel smile on his face. He showed no mercy at all, and was full of jealousy and resentment towards this guy who was regarded as the great elder. Bang! But a second later, there was a loud noise from the palace, which turned the smile on his face into shock, and then incredible. A punch, but a punch from the opponent. The punch hit his fist accurately, and then he felt a vast to huge force that swept his whole body and slammed him out fiercely. This force spread all over his body in an instant, making the cells in his body seem to let out an unbearable whine. In the eyes of the people around, Rabat flew back almost as soon as he rushed up, and then slammed into the wall of the palace next to him, and even the hard metal walls were knocked out by him. Made a dent. Cough cough. A few mouthfuls of blood were spit out, and Rabat fell off the wall, lying softly on the ground. This scene made everyone present shrink their eyes and take a breath. Rabat, who has a fighting strength of 7,008, can't stand his punch. This great elder is so powerful. The 3 people behind Yang Qing also showed curious expressions at this moment, and they looked at the figure in front of them with admiration. Rabat, who was lying on the wall, was terrified and fearful at the moment. He tried to struggle to get up several times, but found that his whole body seemed to be out of strength. With just one punch, he even knocked out his courage and strength. Any one of you who is not satisfied, you can come up and try it. Yang Qing turned his eyes to the rest of the people and said lightly. Unsurprisingly, no one spoke out against it. Yang Qing's strength made these people fearful. Then, King Vegeta, I'm leaving. Finally, facing King Vegeta sitting on the throne, Yang Qing nodded and turned away. When he saw Yang Qing's back completely young, King Vegeta just looked at Robot with a dazzling expression. Stupid waste, dare to challenge the big. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Elder. Robot gritted his teeth and said nothing. Get off. After a scolding, the 7 quickly left here. Yang Qing led the 3 of them out of here quickly. After half an hour, the 4 of them found an open place. Introduce yourself to the 3 of you, and I will start training you to improve your combat effectiveness in the shortest possible time. The 3 looked at each other, and then spoke excitedly. My name is Karayat, I am 10 years old, and have a combat power of 5,000. My name is Dodori, I'm 17 years old, with a combat power of 4,003. I'm Stoyat, I'm 18 years old, I have a fighting power of 18, and I've seen my master. All 3 were wearing Saiyan-specific battle clothes, and Stoyart was polite and finally saluted. Very good, your talents are excellent. You can still achieve such combat power without special training. You deserve to be a superior soldier. Yang Qing praised with a smile. He was sincerely impressed that these guys have been sent to fight on other planets from birth, relying on instinct to fight, and then learn from experience and grow rapidly. Although the combat experience is extremely rich, in the final analysis they have not gone through even a single training. Systematic education, not to mention. Even in such a situation, it can still have such fighting power. You can only imagine how talented they are. Then, let's get started. Next, you all have to listen to me and practice for a while. Yang Qing nodded. Afterwards, Yang Qing unfolded a series of training effects on the Earth, Wu Tian Teacher, Kalen Cat, and God on Sun Wukong for the 3. Such as carrying weights, swimming, fighting for things, closing your eyes and feeling all the bells and whistles, etc. While the 3 were cultivating, Yang Qing was also strengthening his foundation. It can be said that the teaching of the 3 is also an improvement for oneself. Chapter 505_Flaw. On the empty ground, the breeze was blowing, and the green grass was bent down. The eyes of the 3 young teenagers were covered with black cloth, and the expressions on their faces showed pain from time to time. Yang Qing held a soft stick in his hand, with a smile on his face, he waved to the 3 from time to time. And his eyes were also covered with black cloth. Yang Qing's expression trembled, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Duoduoli's expression really made him speechless. It made me seem like I did something to you. Gather your spirits and use your perception to judge everything around you. The feeling of the wind blowing on you, the feeling of the surging air touching your skin, and the dramatic changes in the airflow when the attack hits you. These different distinctions, perceptions, have to be imprinted on you, and then turned into your conditioned instincts. After forming such an instinct, in the battle, you will turn it into the capital of your battle. The indifferent words were passed into the ears of the 3 of them, causing the 3 of them to tremble. It sounded simple, but it was really too difficult to do. Speaking of which, this Saiyan Great Elder is powerful, and they admire him, but the way he trains and teaches people is really strange. It was unacceptable for them to split bricks with their bare hands, rushing back and forth at super limit speed in situ. Controlling the rise and fall of their own breath, even today, they actually let them cover their eyes with a black cloth to feel the attack that didn't reach them. How to dodge invisible attacks. How is this possible? However, when they asked questions, the Great Elder covered his eyes and let them attack at will. After 2 breaths, all 3 fell to the ground. Their eyes are full of incredible, actually realized The Great Elder could dodge their attack even with his eyes closed, and then counterattacked. Finally, under strong pressure, this bizarre training began. Crack! The soft stick hit Dodori's shoulder fiercely, making a crisp sound that made the woman scream in agony. Didn't I say it? You need to sense the airflow, use the airflow to judge the direction, don't use your hearing is just one way. You want to achieve fusion, do you know fusion? Hearing, sensing fusion airflow. When the wind blows, your body hair will sway, controlling every cell and every muscle in your body, using the cells of the epidermis, hair, etc. to judge the direction. Learning to use every part of your body is the key to winning. The faint voice sounded again. Yang Qing swung the soft stick, and the three of them kept making a pop sound. After one day, the three people's bodies were blue and purple, and their faces were very unsightly. Okay, let's go down and rest. Yang Qing's words immediately freed the three of them, and after a sigh of relief, they flew away frantically. Half an hour later, the three came to a bar on the planet, ordered 3 bottles of drinks, and then let out a long breath. How is it possible to close your eyes to judge the enemy's movements? At the end of the day, I was covered in injuries and felt more tired than a fight. Where did the Great Elder come from? Is this inexplicable training method useful? The three complained, kept wiping their wounds, and touched the medicine on them. I don't know if our combat power has risen after these days. Stoyart suddenly said. Who knows? Kurayat shook his head and said, but Saiyan's combat power can only be increased through battle or life and death. With such training, it is estimated that there is not much hope. Duoduo looked aggrieved, and drank the drink beside her sullenly. After a while, the three were chatting with each other when suddenly a voice came over. Yo, aren't these the 3 great disciples of our Saiyan elders? It's been a month, I don't know if there has been any progress. After the 3 turned back, their expressions changed immediately, and it was the Saiyan from the palace that day, Rabat. Behind him, there were also 2 Saiyans, all looking at the 3 with ridicule. Rabat, Kalayat whispered, what are you doing here? What are you here for? Rabat laughed. What are you doing here? I am also here. After a pause, Rabat narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice. It's just that I doubt you very much. The elders are indeed powerful, but you, I don't know if you have learned your skills during this period of time. Rabat, whether we learn or not has nothing to do with you. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Duoduo said crisply, are you trying to provoke? Provocation. Rabat raised his voice. You 3 wastes, what are you worthy of my provocation? It's ridiculous. After he finished speaking, he laughed, and the 2 behind him also laughed. The faces of the 3 of Stoart became extremely ugly, and they were scolded as waste. If they could hold back, it would be too embarrassing. You're going too far. Although Dodori was a girl, she had a fierce personality and attacked Rabat directly. She punched Rabat directly in the face, but then, her complexion changed. This punch was directly dodged by Rabat. I didn't say, hello, girl. The gap in our combat power is too big. Rabat sneered, then punched and counterattacked. The power carried by this punch is undoubtedly great, and the speed is much faster than Dodori. Behind Dodori, the expressions of both Stoyat and Kurayat changed drastically. Stop, Rabat. Dodori, be careful. However, what happened next made everyone in the room a little sluggish. Due to the enormous strength of this punch, before she could answer Dodori's body, the surging airflow blew on her body. This is, the surging of the airflow. The wind driven by his fist is too strong. Compared to the teacher, his flaws are too many. Duoli's eyes suddenly condensed, and the next moment, in everyone's eyes, she slipped, dodging the blow. Rabat, there are too many flaws in your punches. Chapter 513 Duel King Vegeta. Pirates Supreme control new novel network, in Baidu to find the latest chapters. After a low drink, Yang Qing attacked Vegeta. Bang! In an instant, a dull sound came out, and King Vegeta was directly beaten by Yang Qing's punch and stepped back a dozen steps, showing a trace of pain on his face. "You are too weak." Yang Qing's mouth suddenly sneered. "How can you become the king of Saiyans when you are so weak?" King Vegeta was stunned for a moment, and then his anger rose to the sky. He was already in a state of anger because of his memories. At this moment, under Yang Qing's ridicule, he was about to go wild. "Ah!" King Vegeta rushed over and attacked Yang Qing frantically, attacking Yang Qing with one punch and one punch. The speed is unbelievable, and King Vegeta's combat power under the outbreak is even 3 or 4 times higher than usual, which means that he himself is switching back and forth between Super Saiyan and Normal Saiyan. Still not enough, too weak. Yang Qing's fists quickly resisted King Vegeta's attacks again and again, and his mouth was constantly provocative. Bang 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 bang. A muffled sound came, and the ground was cracked, and cracks were punched out by the powerful forces of the two. "Ah, you kid!" King Vegeta roared. The golden flames on his body swelled and exploded, and then he threw a punch. This punch was nearly 10 times faster than before, and his combat power also swelled at this moment. Following that, this punch hit Yang Qing's arm ruthlessly, causing the latter to retreat nearly to the back. 100 meters away, he slammed into the hill behind him fiercely, causing the mountain to be destroyed in an instant. Almost. Yang Qing's eyes flashed. Not enough, you're too weak." With a loud roar, he slammed his right foot a little, and the whole person came to King Vegeta like a bow from the string, and then threw a punch. Bang! This punch was beyond King Vegeta's expectations, and was directly hit in the face. The latter raised his head and his eyes were slightly dazed. Afterwards, a series of fists went back towards King Vegeta's face. Clap 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 clap. The sound was very crisp and loud, and King Vegeta was beaten back and forth again and again, and blood was thrown out. He wanted to make a roar in his mouth, but he couldn't shout at all because of the intense attack. At the same time, the anger in his heart accumulated more and became heavier. "Trash, trash, trash. You are trash. What are you doing, Saiyan King? You bastard, is that all you can do? Is that all you have?" Yang Qing's cold shout made King Vegeta go wild. Crackling. Golden lightning began to surround King Vegeta, his eyebrows turned golden with a poof, his hair also turned golden, and his pupils suddenly turned pale green. A ruthless and ferocious aura suddenly swept over King Vegeta's body. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and a thunderbolt fell from the sky and landed on King Vegeta, but it had no effect. Yang Qing looked at King Vegeta who had changed, and his eyes suddenly froze. He threw a punch again, driving a gust of wind. Bang! This punch did not hit King Vegeta, but was firmly held by the latter. "I am not trash." The cold words were spit out from King Vegeta's mouth, and his whole body was surrounded by lightning, crackling, and his aura reached its peak. 50 times, a full 50 times, King Vegeta's breath at this moment is 50 times that of before. His combat power has reached an astonishing 7.5 million. "I am King Vegeta. I am the Saiyan King." With a loud roar, King Vegeta's aura reached its peak, and the state of Super Saiyan finally stabilized on him. The anger of being humiliated by Yang Qing made King Vegeta almost lose his mind at this moment, and he slammed his fist down. Seeing King Vegeta at the moment, Yang Qing's pupils shrank suddenly. Exploding. Boom. With a sound of explosion, Yang Qing's whole body was surrounded by light blue arrogance, and the whole person's aura suddenly rose. The 500,000 combat power he had cultivated in the past 2 years suddenly increased to 1.5 million. Crack. A quick movement, Yang Qing grabbed King Vegeta's arm with both hands, then turned around, and hit the position of King Vegeta's shang with his back, suddenly exerting force. Call. King Vegeta was violently thrown out by Yang Qing, and the wind in the air was heard in King Vegeta's ears, and after a short tenth of a second, Yang Qing's figure appeared on top of his head. Feet stomped hard. Crack. King Vegeta grabbed Yang Qing's right foot, roared all over his body, and his whole body was full of breath, and then he used his strength to fly Yang Qing out. The breath swelled again, and King Vegeta rose into the sky and launched a violent attack on Yang Qing. Ya da 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 da. Roaring frantically, the golden arrogance around him surged, and he attacked Yang Qing with a punch. But to his surprise, Yang Qing dodged from left to right, like a phantom, and managed to escape every punch from him dangerously and dangerously. The pupils stared, King Vegeta's fists paused slightly, and his right foot suddenly swept out. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Go straight to Yang Qing's leg. The latter's eyes narrowed, his hands immediately sank, and he hugged the right leg that he attacked. However, the huge force still carried Yang Qing from the air for nearly 100 meters. After 100 meters, Yang Qing took a deep breath and suddenly forced the Vegeta dynasty to the ground. Boom! The ground was knocked into a big pit by King Vegeta, who was falling at a high speed, and Yang Qing, who was in the air, roared. Ah! Between the hands, dense qigong waves fell from the sky and rushed towards the big pit on the ground. The amount of these qigong waves is terrifying, and after hitting the ground, there will be explosions one after another, flames rising into the sky, and dust everywhere. After a full 5 seconds, Yang Qing stopped doing this. He narrowed his eyes and looked towards the ground. And at this moment, a fist suddenly enlarged in front of his eyes, hitting his chin ruthlessly, sending him flying into the sky. The next moment, a figure rushed to the top of his head. Embracing both palms, King Vegeta slammed Yang Qing on the ground with a savage cannon hammer. Bang! The ground was torn apart. Yang Qing squatted on one knee and looked up at King Vegeta. Seeing the golden figure, his right hand suddenly stretched out. Out! A golden qigong wave formed in an instant. The breeze blew, Yang Qing's black hair fluttered, and an excited smile appeared on his face. Chapter 514 The Shock of the Saiyan Nation. Pirates Supreme control new novel network, in Baidu to find the latest chapters. Excited, so excited. Since his combat power has improved, he has never encountered an opponent that is comparable to him. In the pirate world, he was already invincible. And in Dragon Ball Dimension, the great sage from the beginning, after the only battle of a similar level. His strength has entered the stage of leaps and bounds, almost to the point where he didn't even dare to think about it before. In just a few short years, his strength has grown to 500,000. A combat power of 500,000 means that on planet Vegeta, even in the entire galaxy, it is difficult to meet an opponent. These various ethnic groups, the powerhouses in the planet, rarely appear on weekdays, which makes him helpless. And at this moment, he met King Vegeta. The King of Saiyans finally became a Super Saiyan under his own teaching. At this moment, he is standing high in the sky, covered in golden flames, and his aura has reached the peak of his life, so awe-inspiring that the surrounding void is trembling. This is invincible, almost unstoppable momentum. That icy body, cold killing intent, and brutal expression are all worthy of the strongest warrior in the universe. The golden qigong wave was formed in a matter of seconds, and then charged downward with a bang, heading straight for his body. Ah! With a loud shout, Yang Qing clasped his hands together and suddenly pushed into the air. The light blue qigong wave, appeared with a sound, and then became larger. The next moment, it also rose into the sky, and went straight to the golden qigong wave that fell from the sky. After a while, a huge explosion sounded. The two qigong waves collided fiercely, and then stalemate together. Ah! King Vegeta stood high in the sky, his whole body was full of breath, and he constantly sent the power in his body into the qigong wave. Yang Qing, on the other hand, was excited, and also let out a roar. With the increase in strength, he kept pushing towards the sky. 3 seconds later, Yang Qing's face was a little helpless. He has not transformed at the moment, and in terms of combat power, he is more than 5 times worse than King Vegeta. The qigong wave in the sky that day just went through a stalemate, and then pressed his head down, and then descended from the sky along the line. Drink. When danger came, Yang Qing naturally no longer hesitated, and with a loud drink, his hair and eyebrows turned golden, and his pupils became pale green. This is the full power state of Super Saiyan. He has been thoroughly familiar with all the states of Super Saiyan 1 in 2 years, and can perfectly control this almost violent power. As much strength as you want to exert, you will have as much strength as you want. In the beginning, every time he stepped out, he would leave footprints in the room, and he would not be able to control the strength to smash the glass into pieces. But at this time, he had already done it lightly. On the other hand, King Vegeta in the sky is a completely violent force, unable to control that powerful force, allowing the force to be squandered recklessly. He raised his hands and suddenly swung towards the Qigong wave falling from the sky. With a bang, the golden Qigong wave was punched into the sky by Yang Qing, streaked across a brilliant golden streamer, and then burst open. The next moment, there was a faint smile on Yang Qing's face on the ground. He was not surrounded by golden thunder and lightning, and he didn't have such a powerful aura, but it just gave people a sense of heavy pressure. It looks extremely ordinary, as if it has not changed at all from the previous black hair, but the internal power has undergone tremendous changes. Afterwards, his golden hair returned to normal, and the whole person stood up again and attacked King Vegeta. Da 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 da. The roar came from the mouths of the two, fists and feet, constantly attacking each other. The two of them controlled all their own power, and they were quite accurate in judging everything from the outside world, and they could even exert their combat power far beyond the stage of appearance. The other is that the combat power is so powerful that the speed and strength have been increased by 50 times, which is unbelievably powerful. At this moment in the sky, you come and go, and the battle is exciting. This is a terrible battle that surpasses Star Vegeta's current stage and everyone's combat power. Every time there is a bang, there will be a thunderous hum in the sky. In just a short moment, it has already attracted the attention of people on planet Vegeta. What sound, such a powerful energy fluctuation. For a time, many Saiyans pointed the combat effectiveness tester at the two black spots on the side of the day, and began to measure the combat response. But a few seconds later, a series of explosions sounded, and all the combat effectiveness testers looking to the horizon shattered. Those two are so strong. Their combat power and energy response are beyond the scope of the combat power tester. It's too powerful. Who is it? Is it the enemy? A large number of Saiyans began to rise from the ground, heading for the place where the battle was taking place. As they got closer, the shocked expressions in their eyes became stronger and stronger. There were strong winds, and thunder and lightning continued to occur in the sky. Every time the two figures collided, a huge halo would appear, and then a gust of wind blew their black hair, making them almost unable to stand in the sky. All Saiyans are very clear in their hearts that it was caused by the two great force generated by the collision of the two people, and because of this, they were even more frightened. Such power, they have never seen before. Who the hell is fighting? This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. No one can answer this question. The two people in the sky are moving too fast. After each encounter, their stature quickly shifted, and then the next. The dull sound of thunder came and went, and after a few seconds, a Qigong wave containing terrifying energy fluctuations would fall from the sky, pass by their side, and slammed into the mountains or ocean behind them, causing a huge explosion, shocking them. They broke into a cold sweat. A few minutes later, a powerful high-level warrior approached the two of them, and saw the faces of the two, with an incredible expression on their faces. That is, Great Elder. The other person is King Vegeta. From this moment, the Saiyan tribe exploded. No matter how rich their imaginations are, they can't imagine that these two people would be the Great Elder and their king. Look at King Vegeta, the color of his hair, the color of his eyebrows, and the huge aura around him. Too powerful. Could it be the legendary Super Saiyan? Chapter 515 Fierce Battle. Pirates Supreme control new novel network, in Baidu to find the latest chapters. The Saiyans were shocked, excited, and guessing, but they had really guessed the truth. Compared to King Vegeta, they were even more shocked by another figure in the sky. Elder, he is so powerful that he is fighting King Vegeta, who seems to have become a Super Saiyan. The two of them are evenly matched. People all looked at the two people in the sky with admiration, and were amazed. Such a huge power, even Frieza, the overlord of the galaxy, doesn't seem to have it. Just feeling this kind of breath made them tremble, and a strong fear rose in their hearts. In the sky, the two people who had once again launched a dense fist and foot collision, retreated and separated. The fine beads of sweat dripping down King Vegeta's forehead, his expression looks a little tired, but Yang Qing, who is opposite, has a smile on his face, and his eyes are full of fighting intent. Elder, is this a Super Saiyan? King Vegeta finally asked. After a while of battle, he finally slowly got used to the skyrocketing power, and he almost released the surging killing intent in his heart. At the same time, he also realized the reason why Yang Qing humiliated him before, and he was very grateful to this great elder. Yes, it looks like you've regained your senses. Try to feel how you're feeling right now and make a note of how it feels. Then, slowly practice such transformations in the future. I believe it won't take long before you will master such power. Yang Qing chuckled lightly. Thank you very much, great elder. King Vegeta said excitedly, the legendary Super Saiyan. He believed that among all the Saiyan kings, he might be the first person to master such terrifying power. In other words, he broke the limits of the previous Saiyans. Now, I ask the king to accompany me to fight. It's really exciting, Yang Qing said with a smile. I'm not the elder's opponent. King Vegeta gave a wry smile. He knew the answer very well in his heart. The person in front of him was only in the initial state, and he was already on par with him. If he became a Super Saiyan, then the power, he couldn't believe it. At the same time, King Vegeta was also secretly suspicious. He clearly felt that the power in the opponent's body was not as strong as his own, but why was the opponent able to defend, avoid his own attack, and still attack? I will fight you in the original state. You have become a Super Saiyan at this moment, and you need to master this power as soon as possible. Fight, only by fighting can you grow up quickly. Yang Qing said excitedly, and then, without hesitation, he launched an attack thinking of King Vegeta in front of him. In just a flash, Yang Qing was already behind King Vegeta, and when he moved his elbow, he swiped straight at the latter's neck. Bang! The dull voice came out, and King Vegeta turned around, blocking the elbow with his arms. Then, with a loud shout, Yang Qing retreated, and he jumped up and slashed with one foot. Crack! Yang Qing blocked this leg with both hands, and in the next second, King Vegeta turned around and swung the other leg over again. His pupils shrank, and Yang Qing raised one of his legs, blocking it. King Vegeta is worthy of being the king of the Saiyan nation. He has experienced more than 10 million battles in his life, and his rich combat experience is unimaginable. The two fists, their legs formed a stalemate at this moment, and began to fall from the sky. After 3 seconds, the two separated, and at the same time as they fell, they waved their fists, raised their legs, and continuously attacked each other. Da 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 da. The two roared like thunder, fighting to the point of madness, and their expressions were crazy and not human-like. The Saiyans below have been completely stunned. These two people have fought like this, and they are already like madmen. Some Saiyans even trembled. They believe that such an attack, if any blow comes on them, it will be let them die no more. After falling to the ground, the two separated again. Hoo 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 hoo. Panting heavily, the beads of sweat on King Vegeta's face were as fine as rain, rolling down and falling to the ground. On the other hand, Yang Qing's breath was also a little chaotic, but his condition was getting better and better. The first battle after a long time made him discover how exaggerated his progress was. Compared to the time he fought with the great sage, he was terrifyingly strong at the moment. This also proves that his cultivation is correct. After 3 seconds, the two looked at each other again, and then shuddered violently. At the same time, they disappeared in place. The next moment, in the middle of the two, the ground burst open, and a shock wave spread out, the wind was messy, and the dust was everywhere. Next, the two moved their positions while fighting. Above the ground, deep pits began to appear, and rocks exploded. After fighting again for 3 minutes, 5 or 6 shock waves were thrown into the sky, and beautiful fireworks exploded. The figures of the two of them appeared again at this time. At this time, King Vegeta's expression was exhausted to the extreme, and his golden hair turned black with a poof from the state of Super Saiyan. Fall down. King Vegeta. Looking at the latter, who was about to fall, Yang Qing took one step and supported him. I can't, I'm too tired. Elder, you are so powerful. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. 1 inch. Yang Qing was startled, and then saw King Vegeta passed out in a coma. Shaking his head, he showed a sullen look on his face. He didn't know what to say either. The latter's 7.5 million combat power, possessing incomparable chi and strength, was consumed by himself. At this time, Yang Qing finally saw his own strength. It turns out that I'm already so strong. With a sigh, Yang Qing looked towards the sky. Many black spots were flying over there. 5 seconds later, the Saiyans landed on the ground and looked at the two people in the field with awe. Elder, King Vegeta. He's fine, he just lost his strength and passed out. Take him to the sanatorium and he will wake up after a short rest. Yang Qing said with a light smile. That's good. Saiyans breathed a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that the king who could transform into a Super Saiyan would have any surprises. Elder, King Vegeta just now, was that a Super Saiyan? Has he really become a Super Saiyan? The Saiyans suddenly became excited again and looked at Yang Qing expectantly. Chapter 516 Little Vegeta. Pirates Supreme control new novel network, in Baidu to find the latest chapters. After a little thought, Yang Qing shook his head. To disappoint you, that's not the legendary Super Saiyan. The Saiyans were stunned for a moment, and then became frustrated. The legend of the Super Saiyan has always existed in the Saiyan family, and it will be a symbol for a nation. If King Vegeta is really a Super Saiyan, then it will have enormous significance for the Saiyan nation. Watching the Saiyans leave, Yang Qing shook his head. If the news of the Super Saiyans gets out now, then Frieza will definitely come over and destroy the entire Saiyan tribe without hesitation. Then, being able to become a Super Saiyan is no longer a good thing, but a curse. Moreover, the god of destruction Beerus has not come yet, and he has always been worried in his heart. Compared to Beerus, the god of destruction, Frieza is nothing at all. Continue to practice, strive to break through the limits of Super Saiyan, and break through the second state of Super Saiyan. If he can enter the stage of Super Saiyan 2, then his strength will improve again, reaching a more terrifying realm. In addition, he faintly discovered that after this battle with King Vegeta, his combat power has increased again, and it should have reached the level of 800,000 at this moment. A battle has made him improve by 300,000, and he is even more admired in his heart, worthy of being a fighting nation. If I can fight an enemy stronger than myself, I'm afraid my progress will be more obvious. Then he entered the training room again and started a boring practice. 3 days later, King Vegeta woke up from a coma. After opening his eyes again, he felt that the world in his eyes was not the same as before. The world was clearer and clearer, and he seemed to be able to see the texture of everything clearly. On the other hand, he was aware of the change in his combat power. 200,000. A look of shock appeared in King Vegeta's eyes. He was fighting a total of 200,000 at the moment. What a terrifying combat power this is. After turning into a Super Saiyan, his combat power has actually increased by 50,000. By the way, Super Saiyan. He stepped out of the recuperation tank, then clenched his fists around his waist and snorted. Ha! The breath of the whole body suddenly increased and expanded, and the whole body was surrounded by golden flame breath, but after more than 10 seconds passed, he frowned. No success. It seems that even if the transformation is successful for the first time, if you want to succeed later and stabilize, you still have to practice often. King Vegeta understood, and he had also heard from the elder about this situation, so it was not surprising. After a few steps out of the sanatorium, he saw the Saiyans coming and going and stopped them immediately. King Vegeta. Saiyan turned around and saw King Vegeta, and immediately said in awe. The golden King Vegeta in the sky that day was like a god, so powerful that it was impossible to look directly at it. Where's the great elder? He desperately wanted to find Yang Qing, to consult himself on how to cultivate next, and to fight again. Therefore, the battle in that bloodline is boiling at this moment. The first elder has already entered the practice and said that he will not let anyone disturb him. In addition, the first elder also left a message saying that after the king wakes up, you only need to follow the usual practice, continue to improve, and control your new power. Secondly, the news that you can transform should not be spread, otherwise it will lead to disaster. King Vegeta was stunned, and at first he didn't understand. He has been able to transform into a Super Saiyan, and there is a more terrifying character like the Great Elder. Who does he need to fear? But then, he reacted. As a king, he is not blindly arrogant, but a person with self-confidence and tolerance, honor and responsibility. Our strength at the moment is still not as good as Frieza. He understood, and then he gritted his teeth. Finally, he lifted his foot and left here. After returning to the palace, looking at his 5-year-old son with a confident, brave, and fearless face, a smile appeared on King Vegeta's face. When little Vegeta saw her father, she opened her arms happily and ran over. Dad. King Vegeta suddenly picked up his son and let out a hearty laugh. My good son, ha 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 ha. Dad, I miss you. Little Vegeta said cutely. Ha ha ha, well, Dad misses you too. Misses you to death. King Vegeta hugged his son tightly, his whole body full of joy. As the king of a family, he has just turned into a legendary Super Saiyan, and he has a well-behaved son. King Vegeta feels that he has reached the peak of his life, and he is happy. Dad, I feel you are different from before. Little Vegeta suddenly raised her head and said. Oh, what's different? King Vegeta asked with a smile. I feel that you are stronger, Dad. Little Vegeta said, I want to be as strong as Dad. King Vegeta was stunned for a moment, then laughed. No problem, Vegeta, you have a combat power of 10,000 at birth. You are the best Saiyan warrior, and you will definitely transform into a Super Saiyan in the future. Super Saiyan? Little Vegeta asked suspiciously. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Yes, the legendary warrior of our family, the most powerful warrior. King Vegeta laughed. When you are strong enough, I will ask the elders to teach you and teach you to be our strongest. Great Saiyan warrior. Elder Chief. Is it Elder Qing? Little Vegeta asked curiously. I heard Raditz and the others say that Elder Qing is very powerful. Yes, the Great Elder is the most powerful warrior of our family. King Vegeta sighed. The most powerful, but isn't the most powerful warrior of our family, Dad. You are our king. Little Vegeta wondered. Ha ha ha, it's true that my father is the king of Saiyans, but the strongest Saiyans must be the elders. You must also remember to respect the elders. King Vegeta scratched at Vegeta Tower's nose, made the latter frown cutely. I want to study with my father, not like with the elders. Little Vegeta said. That's not good. Dad doesn't have time to take care of you. Well, let's go out and play. Dad is busy again. King Vegeta said helplessly. HMPH. Little Vegeta snorted dissatisfied, and then left the palace. Chapter 517 Desperate Bardock. Pirates Supreme control new novel network, in Baidu to find the latest chapters. On planet Vegeta, a Saiyan was in a trance at the moment. The Saiyans will be exterminated. Is this a dream or reality? Bardock's mind is full of everything he experienced in his sleep at the moment. He dreamed that the Saiyans of Noda were exterminated by Frieza alone. That powerful force destroyed all the glory of the Saiyans with just one blow. With the will to fight, they destroyed the planet they lived on for generations. And the entire ethnic group, along with the explosion of the planet, became the bright fireworks in the universe. But how is that possible? He saw with his own eyes the strength of the Saiyan family. Their warriors were so powerful that no one could stop them. He believed that even the cosmic Emperor Frieza could not be the opponent of their Saiyan clan. However, everything in that dream seemed to have actually happened, which made him despair. It's not going to happen, it shouldn't happen. He told himself not to believe this, but another voice in his heart was urging him, telling him that it was all true. Is it true? He began to become a little dazed and a little panicked. He ran around and told his people that the Saiyans would face a peerless disaster, but to his despair, no one believed him. What? Saiyans will be exterminated? Frieza. Haha, Bardock, are you crazy? Bardock, it was just a dream, did you see it? How powerful is our king? King Vegeta, I believe that Frieza is not necessarily an opponent of our king. Don't believe in a dream, you are an excellent warrior of our Saiyan family. Don't be too superstitious, Bardock. No one wants to believe him. After all, he is not the king of the tribe. No one wants to believe the language of an ordinary warrior. This is too absurd. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed. Yang Qing is still immersed in cultivation, but at the moment he is taking into account the cultivation of his own longevity formula. Saiyans are powerful, but their orders are short-lived. He does not want to be a short-lived person. And, he also has a plan to do an internship. This ancient Saiyan blood, in addition to the method of exchange for combat power, can also be exchanged for Dragon Balls. Collect 7 Namek Dragon Balls, which can be exchanged for pure ancient Saiyan blood, and there is a chance to awaken the blood of the legendary Super Saiyan. The legendary Super Saiyan Yang Qing naturally knows that the bloodline of Broly in the original book is the legendary Super Saiyan that comes out every 1,000 years. He can continue to grow stronger with the battle, but it is irrational, and the whole person is killed and slaughtered. And destruction fills the mind. There is no doubt that Broly's bloodline is extremely powerful, which is a pure-blooded Super Saiyan bloodline. It was just the breath when he was just born that made Sun Wukong cry out of fear. It is conceivable how powerful the pressure in that bloodline is. If you can open such a bloodline, then use it, and then transform into a Super Saiyan, I am afraid it will be more powerful. Yang Qing was looking forward to it. He decided to wait for the god of destruction Beerus to appear, then go to Namek to collect Dragon Balls and complete this matter of great significance to him. And this year, he has also achieved a lot. The combat power has reached 1 million. And he has become more powerful. At the same time, the Johei sword has also been imprinted with many formations by him. Taking advantage of the intermittent time, he even sat in the aircraft and went to some places. On the planet with huge combat power, the other side of the beast was captured. At this moment, the spirit in the Johei sword is a powerful and fierce beast with a combat power of 3 million that he has crossed over 3 solar systems. In other words, the Johei sword at this moment has truly become a fierce and incomparable spirit sword, extremely sharp, extremely tough, and difficult to destroy. The refining techniques of these cultivators are really amazing. Holding the Johei sword, Yang Qing's eyes filled with admiration, and he was very fond of this sword. On this day, Yang Qing suddenly heard the news that Bardock was proclaiming that the Saiyans were about to go extinct, and that they should unite and fight Frieza together, and his expression flashed. Go and summon Bardock. Yang Qing waved and asked the Saiyans to summon Bardock. Yes, Great Elder. Saiyan was stunned for a moment, then led the order to retreat. Half an hour later, Bardock came to the door of the Great Elder. He took a deep breath first, then knocked on the door. Bardock decided to tell the Great Elder all the language in the dream. He believed that the Great Elder would not be as stupid as other Saiyans. Come in. The gentle voice of the Great Elder came from the door, which made Bardock feel relieved. He secretly thought that the Great Elder was a Saiyan with a very gentle character, just like the rumors. As soon as he entered the door, Bardock saw Yang Qing's light face, which was similar to his own age, but his body was full of mysterious aura. Bardock has seen the Great Elder. Bardock said respectfully. Yang Qing nodded, and then observe the father of Sun Wukong in the original book. Just at first glance, he showed such an expression as expected. Bardock can't be regarded as a very talented Saiyan. His racial talent is inferior, that is, inferior warriors, with only more than 1,000 combat power. But that was before, and since he woke up from that coma, his combat power began to rise rapidly. Up to now, Bardock has nearly 15,000 combat power, and for Saiyans, this kind of combat power is already very powerful. However, Bardock himself did not realize the change in himself. Also, Bardo. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The faces of Kei and Sun Wukong are also unusually similar, but they are more mature and hostile than Sun Wukong. There is a scar on his face, which looks much fiercer. Bardock, I've heard of you. Yang Qing nodded. This father did not throw King Vegeta far behind like his son. His fighting power at the moment was an insurmountable gap compared to King Vegeta. Moreover, under Yang Qing's observation, if Bardock wants to complete the process of transforming into a Super Saiyan, it will never take a short time. And their time is running out. Elder, listen to me, I have something very important to tell you. Bardock said anxiously. Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and then she said with a smile, Go ahead, I'll listen carefully. We Saiyans will face a huge disaster, we will be exterminated, and Vegeta will be destroyed. And the murderer is Frieza. Chapter 518 God of Destruction approaches. Pirates Supreme control new novel network, in Baidu to find the latest chapters. Frieza. Yang Qing glanced at Bardock, then do you know the reason why he destroyed my Saiyan clan? He is afraid of the Super Saiyans that appear in our family, and is afraid of threatening his status, so he wants to destroy us. Bardock said in a deep voice. Then he looked at Yang Qing. You must believe what I say. Yang Qing nodded. I believe in you. Hearing Yang Qing's serious words, Bardock was taken aback. Do you believe me? He thought that he would have to spend all his energy to explain it well, but he never thought that the elder would believe it like this. Actually, I started preparing for it a few years ago. Of course, the reason we prepared was not just because of Frieza, but because of another more terrifying enemy. Yang Qing said in a condensed voice. A more terrifying enemy. Bardock was stunned, and a trace of tension grew in his heart. Who is it? Is there a more terrifying enemy than Frieza? In that dream, Frieza was as strong as a god and demon. All Saiyans were not his opponents. In front of that brutal king, he would easily be destroyed by him. Such power even made him think he had already there is no hope. Where can I think of? There are even more terrifying enemies. I can't tell you this, but you just need to know that we are ready. Besides, do you have 2 sons? Yang Qing shook her head and asked curiously. Son. Bardock was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, Elder, I only have 1 son, and his name is Raditz. This time, Yang Qing was speechless, and Sun Wukong was not born yet. But that's fine too. Which means they still have time. You go back, don't worry, we are all prepared. In addition, even if we encounter a powerful enemy, the Saiyan people will not be afraid. Even if we sacrifice everything, the honor of our Saiyans will never be given up. Isn't it? After a pause, Yang Qing looked at Bardock with a solemn and serious expression. Bardock, do you have the courage to dedicate your life, everything, to the Saiyan nation? Bardock shuddered, and then said loudly, From the time I was born, everything I have has been of the Saiyan nation. I can give my everything, including my life, for him. His voice was sonorous and powerful, full of sincerity. Yang Qing nodded, and then ordered him to retreat. Very well, as long as we Saiyans work together, there will be nothing difficult to get through, don't worry. Well, then I'll go down, Great Elder. Bardock nodded and turned to leave. Leaving Yang Qing's room, Bardock was full of emotion. I didn't expect that most of my Saiyans are brutal, but the elders are so gentle and kind. It's really a blessing for my Saiyans. After seeing Bardock leave, Yang Qing also got up. This time, he went to one of Vegeta's best restaurants. As far as he knows, Beerus, the god of destruction, has an unimaginable interest in food. Every time he goes to a planet, he will try the food there. If it tastes good, he will be more forgiving. If it makes him feel unpalatable or if they resist, they will destroy the planet without hesitation. All Yang Qing has to do at this moment is to give the chefs on this planet the gourmet recipes from his previous life or the world of pirates. As for success or failure, it can only be left to fate. In a blink of an eye, half a year has passed. One of the accidents was that Bardak's wife was pregnant again, which reminded him of the sentence the elder asked if he had 2 sons. Could the first elder figure out that I will have another son? On this day, when Yang Qing was still cultivating, in the far-flung cosmos, in the Cosmos Palace, a cold gaze suddenly opened. Oops, Beerus-sama, you've finally woken up. Weiss shouted loudly, looking at Beerus, who opened his eyes and had sleepy eyes in surprise. Weiss, where is the food I stored last time? I'm so hungry. Beerus staggered and walked over in his pajamas. Weiss blinked. The food last time. Did you forget it, my lord? When you were awake last time, it was all over. Beerus's footsteps stopped, and his expression suddenly turned gloomy. Have I finished eating? Weiss had sweat on his forehead, and said firmly, yes, you have finished eating. Oh, then there's no other way, I have to look for it again. Although the universe is big, there are so few delicious food. It's a pity. Beerus stepped up and said helplessly. Hee hee. Weiss wiped his sweat secretly, and secretly said a fluke in his heart. Then leave as soon as possible, I'm already hungry. Beerus waved, I'll wash up first, and we'll leave in a while. This time, I saw a warrior with golden flames all over in my sleep. It's very interesting, I want to find him. Weiss was stunned. A warrior of golden flame. Is it strong? Very weak guy, but it reminds me of a race from the past, like, what is it called, super something. Forgot. Beerus shook his head, but didn't mind. A quarter of an hour later, with Wes in front and Beerus behind. This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. The two quickly traveled through the universe. An hour later, with their napkins, they slowly ate a piece of meat on the table tightly into their mouths, chewed a few mouthfuls, and swallowed them under the trembling onlookers of the strange races around them. Well, Beerus' expression was indifferent, as if thinking, but it made the surrounding races tremble and tremble. Too bad to eat. 5 seconds later, Beerus' cold words came out of his mouth. This planet must be destroyed. With a boom sound, a crisp voice sounded, and a whole body of purple light was thrown from his hand. Then it sank into the ground, and a moment later, the huge planet exploded with a huge explosion, shattered into pieces, and turned into cosmic dust. From a distance, it is as colorful as the most beautiful fireworks. The scene of the explosion of the planet is really the most beautiful. Standing in the universe, Beerus said with a smile, and Whis smiled behind him. Let's go to the next place. I'm so unlucky this time, I'm so disappointed that there is no one delicious. You need to find delicious food, Beerus-sama, you are in a hurry. Huh. Beerus snorted coldly, and the two figures quickly disappeared here. Chapter 519 must be destroyed. Pirates Supreme control new novel network, in Baidu to find the latest chapters. In the universe, a planet that is free between dimensions. As the grown-up awake. A dozen planets have disappeared, and I don't know how many planets will be destroyed this time. Oh, I'm really helpless. There was fear in the eyes of the Realm King, but there was nothing he could do. That god is far more powerful than him, even if he ties 100 to 1, it is not enough to kill. Gradually, Beerus and Whis were getting closer and closer to the northern galaxy. And behind the two of them, some food was already piled up. Although it's not very tasty, just make it hard, or I'll starve to death. Beerus complained. Speaking of which, where is the super person you saw in your dream? Weiss asked while eating. Well, it's almost there. Beerus said indifferently. An hour later, a streamer descended from the sky and fell directly into the palace where Vegeta was. Is this the palace of Star Vegeta? There doesn't seem to be anything delicious. Whis glanced around and said disappointedly. Beerus was silent, looking at the only person sitting in the palace who seemed to be looking at documents. Hey, boy, he cried, causing King Vegeta to look up immediately. Who are you? King Vegeta said in surprise. There were 2 more people in his palace, and he didn't even notice it. I have to say, it really shocked him. God of Destruction, Beerus. Beerus said indifferently, what food do you have here? Bring it all up, I'll taste it. If I'm not satisfied, I'll destroy your planet. If you're satisfied, it might save you a way out. Beerus' words did not carry any murderous intent, but it made King Vegeta feel inexplicable pressure. At the same time, when he heard the name, he remembered who this person was, and couldn't help but shudder. Didn't you hear? Beerus asked impatiently. King Vegeta was shocked, and then immediately said, No problem, Sir Beerus, I will order now and arrange the best food for you to enjoy. Afterwards, he recruited guards and ordered them to summon the elders to come and prepare food for Beerus and Whis. The guards went down quickly, and at the same time, Yang Qing woke up from the practice, and the expression on his face became solemn. Beerus, he murmured, with a heavy heart, will we finally see you? A minute later, he came to the palace, and he saw Beerus and Whis, exactly the same as in the original book. Qing has met Beerus and Lord Whis. Yang Qing bent down and said respectfully. Both of them are extremely powerful, and it's not that he doesn't know anything about a novice. If there is a trace of disgust between the two here, then the entire Star Vegeta will not be able to survive even today. Oh, Saiyans, you know us? Weiss asked curiously. Once upon a time, I heard the rumors about the 2 adults. Yang Qing said with a smile, the 2 adults don't have to worry, the food will be served in a while, and you will be satisfied. He, funny boy. Beerus glanced at Qing and said with some playfulness. Weiss also looked at Yang Qing curiously, thinking about something. After a while, the Saiyans came up with plates made of silver and presented them with meals, delicacies. The delicious food immediately caught the attention of everyone present, and even King Vegeta looked at these dishes in surprise. This is Vegeta's meal. Why haven't I eaten it? Whis and Beerus kept their noses twitching. Okay, it smells so good. Yang Qing folded her arms, looking at the expressions of Beerus and Whis. She naturally understood that they were completely attracted by the food on the table. He walked over and started to introduce one by two. This is mapo tofu. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, sweet and sour pork loin, braised pork. And here, salt and pepper mushrooms, farmhouse fried pork, preserved eggs, tender beans, and tofu. After introducing them one by one, Yang Qing handed them chopsticks. What is this? Beerus wondered, holding the 2 wooden sticks in his hand in a daze. Chopsticks are used to eat food. Yang Qing picked up the chopsticks, made a demonstration, and said to the 2 of them. Beerus and Whis looked at each other with expressions of interest. It's interesting, boy, you have aroused our interest. Yang Qing smiled helplessly, and then said, don't you 2 try it. The 2 raised the chopsticks, but after they were not familiar with it at first, they picked up the food on the table and ate it slowly. They first aimed their chopsticks at the braised pork, then put them in their mouths and started tasting. 3 seconds later, the 2 of them were shocked, and their eyes lit up. Yummy, quote. Whis sighed in admiration, and Beerus also had an expression of enjoyment in his eyes. Afterwards, they pointed their chopsticks at other meals and quickly picked them up. As the food on the table decreased, the expressions of the 2 became more and more enjoyable, with a happy look. When 3 minutes later, when the 2 sandwiched again, they were all stunned. Gone. Looking at the empty dishes on the table. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Son, Beerus frowned. Hey, boy, it's gone. He drank and looked at Yang Qing. Yang Qing was not afraid, but asked with a smile, "Lord Beerus, how do you feel about the food?" Beerus was startled. How was the food? Delicious. He had never eaten such delicious food, but what would he say? It's so delicious. Weiss said with enjoyment, his eyes still closed at the moment. I've never eaten such delicious food. A black line appeared on Beerus' forehead. This unrestrained fellow. Hee, it seems that the two adults are very satisfied. Yang Qing laughed, and then said sternly, "Then, Lord Beerus, Star Vegeta. Star Vegeta must be destroyed." Beerus said unceremoniously. His voice was very strong, and there was no room for turning around. "This will never change." "What?" King Vegeta immediately became angry. "I don't like Saiyans. I hate them." Beerus was full of murderous intent. "So, this race must be destroyed. However, if you said that the food is together, Star Vegeta doesn't need to be destroyed." Yang Qing said with a wry smile. "Also, after Star Vegeta is destroyed, there will be no such delicious food anymore." Beerus hesitated, and after a while, he said again, "I can spare the planet at the edge of your northern galaxy. Here, it must be destroyed." Chapter 520 _____. Pirates Supreme control new novel network, in Baidu to find the latest chapters. Damn. King Vegeta became angry, and his breath suddenly rose. Golden flames surrounded his body, his hair and eyebrows turned golden, and his pupils turned pale green, and he had become a Super Saiyan. "You are too much." The glory of the Saiyan and the dignity of being a king made King Vegeta completely ignore the gap between the two at this moment, and suddenly rushed up and punched the latter. Seeing King Vegeta's situation at the moment, Beerus' eyes lit up, and Whis was also startled. "This is the Golden Warrior. Let me try." Beerus took a step forward with a funny expression on his face. Just raising his hand, he blocked King Vegeta's full-strength punch, and the next moment, his finger lightly poked at the center of King Vegeta's forehead, causing the latter to fly suddenly. He went out and slammed into the wall behind him. "Too weak." Beerus' eyes showed disappointment. "Are you super what?" Beerus scratched his head. King Vegeta got up. His forehead was blue and purple, and that stab made his whole body go soft. Hearing Beerus' question, he said angrily, "Super Saiyan. Oh, it's a Super Saiyan. It's a good transformation, but unfortunately, it's still too weak." Damn it. King Vegeta was even more angry and charged up again. But a second later, he was directly hit in the stomach by the latter's punch, and he lay down on the ground softly. Then, Beerus stepped on King Vegeta's head with his right foot. "You're disappointing me, you know. The food is really good, so I leave you with a little hope that I will not destroy the planet on the edge of the northern galaxy, but here must perish. Of course, I won't do it. After all, I said that if the food is delicious, I won't destroy the planet." Damn it. King Vegeta felt extremely ashamed and helpless. He transformed into a Super Saiyan's power, which he couldn't even touch the other side. In a corner of the palace, Vegeta hid behind the stone pillar and saw this scene clearly. He saw that his father was trampled on the soles of his feet by that strange person, but he had no ability to resist. A strong father, in the hands of the other party, is as weak as a child. At this moment, the young Vegeta had a feeling of fear towards that person, which was deeply imprinted in his heart. "Lord Beerus, please take back your feet. The one under your feet is our king. Lord Vegeta." Yang Qing's serious and dignified voice spread, causing everyone present to be stunned. Weiss looked at him with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Based on his intuition, he felt that this guy was not simple. "Oh, Saiyan, what do you want? Do you take action against me?" Beerus said with interest. "I have a good impression of you, not like this proud, arrogant and ignorant guy." He lifted his footsteps and removed King Vegeta's head, but the latter was still lying on the ground, unable to struggle at all. In just an instant, Yang Qing's hair, eyebrows, and pupils changed. His original Wenyi's aura had become extraordinarily fierce at this moment. But unlike King Vegeta's aura, the aura of his whole body is restrained, and he can't see a single flaw. This Saiyan is very good. Beerus was slightly startled. He has mastered all the combat power of the new form with extreme precision. Weiss nodded. Come on, let me try your abilities. Beerus hooked his fingers. In the corner, seeing Yang Qing change into the same state as King Vegeta, Vegeta was taken aback for a moment. Big Elder. Call. There was a gust of wind in the palace, very light, but Beerus' eyes flashed, and the next moment, his hand pointed to the void in front of the left. Bang! The wind suddenly rose, and Yang Qing's fist appeared there. His pupils contracted. Yang Qing didn't expect the latter to block his own blow with just one finger, which was beyond his expectations. With a twist of his waist, his right leg suddenly lifted high and swept towards Beerus' neck. Bang! Beerus lightly blocked it with one arm, and then Yang Qing's eyes narrowed and his expression became cruel. Exploding. Boom! His body was golden, and the blue arrogance suddenly swelled. The combat power of the entire body tripled in an instant, and the aura around him was terrifying to a whole new realm at this moment. His original combat power has been cultivated to the level of 1 million, and the Super Saiyan transformation has been enhanced 50 times, which is 50 million, plus the superposition after the explosion, it instantly reaches 150 million. Terrifying level. 150 million is enough for a real battle with Frieza. Of course, it is impossible to win by just relying on such an explosive method with a strict time limit. But at this moment, Yang Qing couldn't back down. He is the great elder of the Saiyan nation, and he is also a pure Saiyan. The militant factor in his blood has already begun to boil with enthusiasm when he faces a powerful enemy at this moment. Even in the face of a powerful enemy, you have the courage to clench your fists and wave. This is the Saiyan. Never fear, fight. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The Nation of the Sky, the Saiyans of the Fighting Nation. What's more, he is a full-power Super Saiyan at the moment. Ah! A series of angry roars came from Yang Qing's mouth, and his body's speed, strength, and reflexes all increased a lot. Oh, very good momentum. Beerus' eyes lit up. He took one step and came to Yang Qing. Subsequently, the two launched a series of attacks and defenses. The fists waved to each other, and the feet also kicked fiercely towards each other's body. Their attacks were extremely fierce, but they were all precisely blocked by the opponent. This kid. Beerus' eyes became more and more strange as he fought. Since, I'll see if you can block my 1,000th of my power. Even if it is 1,000th of his strength, it has far surpassed Yang Qing's combat power at the moment. But the next moment, Beerus was surprised. His speed is so fast that no one can capture it, and his strength is so huge that he can instantly kill him with one punch, but he didn't even hit the opponent. With a move of his ears, Beerus clearly heard the muttering voice of the other party. Seeing the color. One Piece Supreme Control, Chapter 521 to 540. Chapter 521 Become a God. The golden arrogance suddenly swelled, and Yang Qing's cold face and expression became extremely indifferent. In the Super Saiyan state, he is extremely calm and calm. Even at this moment, his eyes could no longer see Beerus's whereabouts, but his deep perception allowed him to avoid Beerus's repeated attacks. With his fists constantly waving, Yang Qing quickly retreated, jumping back and forth in the wide field of the palace, dodging. Gradually 10 seconds passed, and what surprised Beerus was that the Saiyan seemed to be able to predict the attack, always dodging his fists dangerously and dangerously. Da 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 da. Yang Qing's breath soared again. In the state of bursting gas, he was extremely powerful, and his fists were like raindrops, squandering them towards the opponent. Next, it's his home time. Although Beerus' eyes were surprised, his reaction was countless times more sensitive than Yang Qing's. The figure is also dexterous to avoid any attack from the opponent, or take it. Boy, you are very good, but unfortunately your strength is too small. And your miraculous ability to predict, you can actually allow yourself to evade my attack in advance. The voice faintly entered Yang Qing's ears, but the next moment, Yang Qing was stunned. I saw that the fist that the other party originally swung suddenly accelerated, but in an instant, it surpassed the speed of his own reaction, and then a force was thrown directly on his face, sweeping his whole body out, ruthless. He slammed into the wall beside him. However, your skill has a limit after all. With ease, Beerus saw through his weakness. Yes, any skill has its predictable limit, as well as seeing and hearing. In the pirate world, he seems to be able to predict even the speed of light, and then avoid it. However, in the world of Dragon Ball, breaking the limits of the human body and different rules make it impossible for the human body to respond even if it can predict it. He shook his head fiercely and wrote down, Yang Qing regained consciousness, and then, his arms shook, and the dark-armed color covered them with domineering. Armed color. When he started again, he disappeared in place and attacked Beerus. The belligerent blood in the Saiyan's body is boiling, and the blood makes him unable to bear it. The fighting family should fight like crazy. No matter how powerful the enemy is, they have the courage to throw a punch. Are you coming? Nice boy, Beerus praised rarely. At this time, another Saiyan has already served the meal. When Weiss saw it, his eyes lit up immediately. What is this? This is Coke. Saiyan glanced at the two who were fighting, and then at King Vegeta. His heart was shocked, but he didn't dare to say anything nonsense. Coke. Weiss' eyes lit up. What about this? According to the elder, this is called beef ramen. It smells delicious. Weiss' eyes glowed. He picked up his chopsticks and tasted it, then took a sip of the drink. Immediately, his eyes brightened. It was so delicious. Quote. Here, Beerus and Yang Qing are standing up frantically. It's been a long time since I've met an opponent who can fight for a fight. Beerus, the god of destruction, is a little itchy at this moment. He compresses his combat power to the level of the same level as the opponent, that is, 1.5 billion, and then uses his full strength to start a battle with Yang Qing. The terrifying combat experience and the perfect combat skills he mastered immediately played a role. The two of you come and go, and they can even fight on a par. Happy. Yang Qing's eyes are getting brighter and brighter, and his whole body is now covered with a domineering look. His strength and defense are greatly enhanced. Boom 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 boom. During the collision, the strength of the two people has always been condensed within a small group. Although the space oscillates, it will not be broken. This shows that both sides have the ability to fully control the power. The more he fights, the more the fighting blood in Yang Qing's body boils. His speed is faster, his strength is stronger, and his combat power seems to be increasing. Cool. Quote. Faintly, the battle with Beerus has made Yang Qing realize that he is about to break through that limit. Go beyond the boundaries of a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan Stage 2. If he can reach that stage, his strength will soar to a terrifying level, and at that time, Frieza will no longer be his opponent. And Beerus himself has said that he will not shoot again, so it shows that this catastrophe is likely to be past. Come again. Yang Qing's desire to fight have swelled to the limit. He kept waving his arms and posing in various poses, attacking the enemy in front of him. Sweep the legs, kick back, punch straight. A series of attacks have turned into phantoms. At this moment, Beerus looked at the young man in front of him in shock. The more he fought, the more incredible he felt. This kid's battle reaction is close to a god. This is not his exaggeration, but at this level, the opponent's understanding of his own strength and already fighting has reached a level that is no worse than his. It stands to reason that a strong combat power will have the same level of understanding of combat, and a stronger talent may surpass this level and master combat skills at a more management level. But, this chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. There is absolutely no such exaggeration of this kid in front of him. Is it because of his combat skills? Or is his understanding of combat really reaching this level? If it's the former, it's okay to say, but if it's the latter, it proves that this kid has the potential to truly break the boundaries between humans and gods with this powerful power in the future. He may become a god. Beerus came to this startling conclusion, and he was shocked. Then, in the face of Yang Qing's more violent fighting rhythm, Beerus responded quickly and counterattacked. Boy, I'm the god of destruction, don't be too arrogant. Looking at the idle time, Beerus gave the opponent a severe blow with his powerful strength. Bang! The impact force came out directly, hitting a corner of the palace, directly smashing it into foam. Yang Qing spat out a mouthful of blood, his head sank, and he fell heavily on the ground. It seems that the shot is a little too hard. Forget it, blame him for being too weak. Beerus scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Chapter 522 Ways to Break the Limit. Then, when Beerus turned his head, his expression changed drastically. Weiss, you actually finished eating it all. No, Beerus-sama, and I reserved it for you. Weiss shook his head. Beerus walked over quickly, sat next to Weiss, picked up his chopsticks, and was about to enjoy the food, but his hand was slightly stunned and looked aside. Huh. Can you still get up? It's really amazing, Weiss admired, looking at the Saiyan who was slowly standing up. It's not over yet. Yang Qing gritted his teeth and said, the corners of his mouth were stained with blood, but his pale green eyes were full of fighting flames. The breadth of the whole body swelled up again. At this moment, his whole body is wrapped in a domineering armed color, showing a pitch-black appearance, which is very strange. Boy, you have reached your limit, your strength is not bad. Beerus frowned. Lord Beerus, it is precisely because I want to break through this limit that I have to fight. Yang Qing said in a deep voice, setting up a fighting stance again. Beerus looked at Yang Qing's resolute expression, and his expression became serious. He understands the mood of a soldier, and he is also very clear about what Yang Qing is thinking at the moment. But he wants to eat. In the next second, Yang Qing's body suddenly shook, the whole person retreated from the state of Super Saiyan, and the strength increased after the explosion also suddenly decreased, returning to the original state again. In an instant, a huge sense of exhaustion emerged, causing Yang Qing's whole body to be shocked, and his face became extremely ugly. He can't do it. Weiss froze for a moment, then said. Well, it's the limit. Beerus nodded and began to eat with confidence. Yang Qing was full of unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do. In the battle with Beerus, he used all his strength, and the explosion and the transformation of the Super Saiyan increased his strength by 150 times. However, the consumption of this is also extremely huge, surpassing any previous time. In addition, in this battle, he used almost all means. Facing Beerus' pressure was unimaginable. But even so, he still lost. It is precisely because of his concentration that he exerted all his strength with every punch and kick, so the consumption of physical strength was also more rapid and serious, causing him to not even have any strength at this moment. Your fighting style has won my respect, but unfortunately, you are still too weak. Shaking his head, Beerus said disappointedly, Vegeta Star, I will not destroy it myself, but he must destroy it. Including you Saiyans. Understood. A faint coercion shrouded the heads of everyone present. Yang Qing's expression changed, and his heart was extremely unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. His strength is too weak, still too weak. Understood. Yang Qing nodded with an ugly expression. Beerus didn't say anything more. With a wave of his hand, he said lightly, make another 10,000 servings of these foods for me, and I will take them away. In the future, maybe I won't be able to eat it anymore. I really regret it. King Vegeta also stood up at this moment, with a look of pain on his face, but he didn't say much. The situation is stronger than people, so he can only bow his head, otherwise, he does not want to destroy Star Vegeta now. Order to go down and make 10,000 of these foods. No, make 20,000 copies. He waved to the Saiyan and gave the order. Seeing that King Vegeta was so acquainted, Beerus nodded in satisfaction. Very good, although you Saiyans are arrogant, but you two are still full of interest. Yang Qing did not miss this opportunity. He came to Beerus and Whis, and bowed respectfully. In fact, Beerus in the original book is not so unreasonable. If he can prescribe the right medicine and please him, he will not provoke his anger. Lord Beerus, Lord Weiss, I want to ask you a question. Beerus and Whis looked at each other, then Whis smiled. What do you want to ask? I feel that my strength has reached a bottleneck recently. I want to know how to continue to break through my limit and continue to improve my strength. Yang Qing asked directly. Weiss glanced at Yang Qing, then pondered for a moment. You have indeed reached the current limit bottleneck. According to common sense, the Saiyan can achieve your current achievements, even his achievements. It is already very remarkable. Saying that, Whis also glanced at King Vegeta. However, if you want to break through your limits, then you need to put more pressure on yourself. Very strong pressure. There is a high chance of breaking through the bottleneck, breaking the limit, and entering the next stage on the edge of life and death. Or, you can improve the purity of your bloodline. I vaguely feel that there is a crazy force in the blood of your Saiyans. It is very powerful. It seems that it is not much worse than the gods, and the potential is very great. If you can elicit this potential, that kind of power is otherworldly. Weiss, words made Yang Qingming realize. This is indeed the case. His recent combat strength growth rate has declined because the pressure he faces is too small. He has almost never faced a real powerful enemy, even this time Beerus, there is no such. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The urgency of walking a tightrope on the edge of life and death, his pressure is too small. On the other hand, in the original work, Sun Wukong, Vegeta and others, each time they faced a strong enemy, their fighting power increased greatly. This is the rapid progress in the face of pressure, and this is what he does not have. And the purification of ancient bloodline is also a method. This is also what Yang Qing is keen on. Compared with the first point, this point is obviously more convenient. There is no future trouble, and it even affects his future path. Namek, it seems that we must go there. Yang Qing secretly thought. After a while, the food was ready. Beerus and Whis nodded to Yang Qing and King Vegeta. I hope to see you two again next time. Afterwards, the two turned into a streamer and left here with a large amount of food. In the vacuum of the universe, Beerus and the others were moving fast. Oh, I'm really reluctant to destroy their planet. The food is so delicious. Then you also destroyed that planet, Weiss said with a smile. Beerus fell into silence and seemed to hesitate, but after a while his face darkened. Star Vegeta must be destroyed. Chapter 523 Namek. There was a puzzled look on Weiss' face, but he didn't ask any further questions. The two swiped in the deep universe, but the direction they went was the direction of the universe Emperor Frieza. Your Majesty, I'm sorry. In the palace of Star King Vegeta, Yang Qing shook his head and said with a very disappointed face. The First Elder doesn't have to say this to me. Lord Beerus is too strong, so strong that I can't resist at all. King Vegeta instead comforted Yang Qing. It's the First Elder, who is too powerful. You are the hope of our Saiyan family. I have a hunch that as long as our family has you, sooner or later, we will become stronger. Saying that, King Vegeta started to get excited. He saw the scene of Yang Qing fighting Beerus just now. That kind of Super Saiyan's full power state is simply how many times stronger than he is. There is no suspense. The elder in front of him is undoubtedly the most powerful warrior of the Saiyan nation. But, Star Vegeta, Yang Qing was still uncomfortable. From the time he came to this world, except for the Curse star at the beginning, the rest of the time was almost on the Vegeta star. For this group of crazy fighting nations in the universe, his heart is still very deep. No problem, Great Elder. King Vegeta smiled calmly. Destroyed should always be destroyed, but the living will suffer even more. After laughing, there was silence, and after a long time, King Vegeta sighed. I am the king of the Saiyan nation. Even if it is destroyed, I should destroy it with them. Yang Qing's expression changed. Looking at King Vegeta, he could see the plan of the person in front of him. Clenching his fists, he didn't hesitate any longer at this moment. King Vegeta, I want to go out. Facing the latter's puzzled expression, he said again, there is one very important thing that may be able to save our Saiyan nation. But, taking a deep breath, Yang Qing did not hide the unknownness of this matter at all, but, it is also possible that I will not be able to catch up with the time. Don't worry, King Vegeta said with a smile, you have left a ray of hope for our Saiyan nation, haven't you? The 3,000 Saiyan warriors are our seeds. Looking at King Vegeta at the moment, Yang Qing's heart was also inexplicably relieved. The two looked at each other and suddenly laughed. In addition, if there is a chance, I hope the elder can take care of my child. King Vegeta greeted little Vegeta over, and Vegeta, who was only 5 years old, looked at Yang Qing timidly. The powerful Yang Qing just now was so shocked that little Vegeta was stunned. He never knew that the great elder of the Saiyan nation was actually so powerful. Yes, your child is naturally my relative. Yang Qing did not hesitate and smiled gently at little Vegeta. Call the elder, Vegeta. King Vegeta patted little Vegeta. Elder. Without hesitation, little Vegeta called directly. Yang Qing nodded with a smile, and then said solemnly, it's not too late, I'm about to get up now, I hope I can get back before Star Vegeta is destroyed. Okay, King Vegeta nodded. He naturally would not suspect that Yang Qing's departure was to escape this great disaster. Yang Qing, who is stronger than him, was shocked by his crazy desire to fight. In addition, King Vegeta also admires a character like Yang Qing who puts a race in his heart. Sometimes King Vegeta thinks that, compared to himself, it seems that this young elder is more suitable to be the king of the Saiyan family. 10 minutes later, Yang Qing only prepared some daily necessities, and then set off to leave. The small aircraft passed a stream of light in the universe and disappeared instantly. Yang Qing sat in the aircraft, entered the coordinates of the spacecraft, determined the destination as Namek, and closed his eyes. The time display was unknown, and the distance was not measured. He knew the result long ago. That's why he told King Vegeta that time is unknown. The coordinates of Namek are a little weird, like an unexplored cosmic vacuum. Then, he closed his eyes and went into hibernation. This time, he was riding a small-sized aircraft, abandoning all uses, but increasing the speed. It is a Saiyan's combat spaceship, which is the same as in the original book. After a stuporous slumber, Yang Qing was woken up by the sound of dee-dee-dee-dee, after an unknown amount of time. The destination is approaching, the destination is approaching. The mechanical electronic sound came out. Yang Qing opened his eyes and quickly checked the current time. It's been 6 months. His face was a little gloomy, and Yang Qing was very worried about whether Star Vegeta would change in the past 6 months. It is so far away from Vegeta that even the signal of the spacecraft has been lost. 3 hours later, the spacecraft broke through Namek's atmosphere and plunged into the planet's surface. Boom! The dull sound made the Namekians stunned. In a higher house, the old Namek star opened his eyes. There are guests here. The young Namekians below were stunned for a moment, and then said, who are they? Because Namek is located in a remote area, it usually does not. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. No aliens or cosmic races are coming. And if there is such a situation, it definitely does not represent a good thing. Go and invite him here. The elder did not answer the previous question, but when he said, compared to him in the future, this great elder is not as old as the original at this moment, and he is still full of energy. The Namek star below did not have any doubts. When he left the door, he went towards the place where the spaceship fell. Soon, the Nameks got there. Around the spaceship, a group of Nameks were already surrounding them, all pointing at them with curiosity and caution in their eyes. A few minutes later, the spacecraft opened with a bang. The seated Yang Qing was reflected in the Namekian's eyes, full of curiosity and surprise. Hello, I'm visiting without authorization. My name is Qing. After getting out of the spaceship, young Qing smiled and politely saluted the Namekian in front of him. After all, there is something to ask others, and the tone is not too harsh. Salute first, then soldiers. If you really don't give it, I'll grab it. When it comes to the survival of the Saiyans, young Qing has no hesitation or softness. Guests from afar, the Great Elder has an invitation, please come with me. Chapter 524 The Namek people led the way, young Qing and others flew into the sky, and in about 5 minutes, they saw the Great Elder's room, which was obviously different from other Namek buildings. A few people fell to the ground, and then the Namek people who came to lead the way glanced at young Qing, then stretched out their hands and said, "The Elder is inside, you can go in." As he said that, he stared at young Qing cautiously, ready to take action at any time. Young Qing smiled and then stepped in. As soon as he entered, he saw the Great Elder of Namek sitting on a huge chair. With obvious features, young Qing recognized him at a glance, and there was not much difference from the original book. The Great Elder already knew that I was coming. Young Qing looked curiously at the Great Elder whose eyes were a little hazy. He knew that the Great Elder in the original book seemed to have the ability to predict. Guest from afar, what is your purpose in coming to Namek? I can feel the powerful energy in your body. Elder Namekshing opened his eyes and looked at young Qing and said gently. I hope I can use Dragon Ball. Young Qing said without turning the corner. As soon as he spoke, the Namekians next to him all looked sharp. It's okay. The elder reached out his hand to stop the clansman's changes, and then asked, what kind of wish do you want? No, I just want to be able to see these 7 Dragon Balls. Young Qing shook his head. The system exchange does not need to summon the dragon, and he has read the original book, and naturally knows that this seemingly omnipotent Dragon Ball actually has his limits. For example, the Earth Dragon in the original book, after seeing Beerus, immediately freaked out. This proves that Shenlong is not omnipotent. But what can really fulfill countless wishes is the wishing ball distributed in the 6th and 7th universes, which is as big as a star, and its whole body is golden and bright, like a star. Just to see, the elder was stunned for a moment, as if he had not thought of it at all. After pondering for a while, he waved, go and fetch the Dragon Balls. Elder, the Namekian became anxious. Go, if he wants to do something, you can't stop him. The elder shook his head. This sentence made the Namekians glance at him in shock, then hesitated for a moment, then flew away. Thank you, Great Elder. Young Qing said gratefully, avoiding a fight, which always saved a lot of trouble. I feel that there is no evil in your breath, and it contains uprightness, so I conclude that you are a kind child. The elder said with a smile. Young Qing suddenly realized that this Great Elder has a magical ability. In addition to predicting and judging breath, he seems to be able to draw out the potential of the human body. With a twinkle in his eyes, young Qing thought about the potential for traction, and suddenly had a new idea. He turned his gaze to the Great Elder. At this time, the latter was not as old as he would be in the future. Although he looked old in appearance, he was full of energy and had strong fighting power. Of course, compared with him, he was naturally inferior. Too far. Do you want me to help you draw out the potential in your body? The elder noticed young Qing's eyes and asked with a smile. I can't hide it from the elders, I do have such thoughts. Young Qing said helplessly, to be honest, my hometown is facing a terrible disaster. I can only do everything I can to improve my strength. I feel the anxiety and tension in your heart. Namek will also face a disaster in the near future. The elder shook his head and said with a bleak tone, I will help you. Thank you, Great Elder. Young Qing said gratefully. At the same time, in his heart, he also admires a person who is open-minded and kind-hearted. In Dragon Ball, although there are many powerful, dark and evil cosmic warriors, most of the time, they are promoting the positive energy of light and courage. It is a good drama with correct 3 views and inspiring people to thrive. After entering this world, Yang Qing has a deep understanding that even the brutal and ruthless Saiyan warriors have a gentle side in their hometown. After a while, the Nameks arrived here with 7 Dragon Balls. Elder, I have brought all 7 Dragon Balls. Taking a cautious glance at Yang Qing, Namek, who had just left, said humanely. Okay. The elder nodded, then looked at Yang Qing. What do you need Dragon Ball for? I look at him. There may be some changes, you don't need to panic. Yang Qing said with a smile, and then reached out and took the 7 Dragon Balls. Looking at the 7 volleyball-sized Dragon Balls in front of them, golden all over, and 7 stars in them. The cold voice of the system in Yang Qing's mind also sounded, causing a smile to appear on his face. I sense that the host has collected 7 Dragon Balls, whether to exchange for the blood of the ancient Saiyans. Yes. Without hesitation, Yang Qing's eyes flashed with excitement. Just after he was confirmed, the 7 Dragon Balls burst into bright light, suddenly magnifying and brightening, making all the Nameks here startled. Elder, this is it. The Namekian panicked. He doesn't know the language of summoning dragons. Quiet, this is not summoning the dragon. After careful observation, the elder said strangely. What? The Namekians were surprised. Not summoning the dragon, that kind of movement. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. What happened again? A large number of rays of light began to gather, concentrated in front of Yang Qing, and then, under the traction of the system, instantly entered between his eyebrows. Finally got it. Sensing the drop of golden ancient Saiyan blood into his body, Yang Qing immediately became excited. At the same time, the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground suddenly rose up, rushed out of the room, shot out in all directions, and disappeared into golden streamers. Such a situation is as if a wish was made. Opening his eyes excitedly, Yang Qing said to the Great Elder, "Thank you very much for your help. A huge change is taking place in your body, doesn't it matter?" The Great Elder asked curiously. After being mentioned by the Elder, Yang Qing suddenly reacted. He immediately felt the majesty in his body that was like opening up the world. The hot blood began to move in all directions, and in an instant, it swept away to every corner of his body. Chapter 525 Transformation. Ah! Pain, severe pain swept through every part of his body, blood vessels, meridians, skin, bones, and even the depths of cells, all of which were being changed by the ancient Saiyan blood at this moment. This was a complete change. Yang Qing's blood, aptitude, and potential were all changed by that drop of golden blood. The moment the golden ancient Saiyan blood entered his body, the blood containing the majestic bloodline energy exploded. Just like the origin of the explosion at the beginning of the universe, it radiates in all directions in an instant. The powerful energy swept through Yang Qing's body in an instant, and then it was like the scene of a tenth of a second when the universe was born, and it was constantly transforming his body. And the severe pain also began to tear, shattering Yang Qing's soul and consciousness. This little drop of blood contains incredible terrifying energy. This energy can destroy Yang Qing thousands of times in one breath. The energy in the blood of the ancient Saiyans is terrifying and unimaginable. Just touching and feeling this energy, Yang Qing doubted whether this drop of blood came from the body of the ancient Super Saiyan God. The blood exchanged by the system is not ordinary blood, but the essence and blood of ancient Saiyans. The purest and most compressed blood has terrifying energy and can improve the blood in any Saiyan. In this room, for half a quarter of an hour, Yang Qing's whole body was shrouded in golden light, his painful roar kept coming out, and the whole body radiated this extremely strong energy fluctuation. Elder, who the hell is he? The Namekian asked in horror, looking at Yang Qing, who was holding his head and his face was in pain. It's that breath. It's incredibly powerful, and it also contains a monstrous evil aura. Saiyan, he is a Saiyan. The elder said with a complicated expression. Fighting race Saiyan. That evil race Saiyan. The Namek was startled, then at a loss. He looks like he's going crazy, won't he mess around? Disappointingly looking at the Namekian in front of him and shaking his head, the elder fell silent. He only lost his position when he encountered a powerful enemy. Such a mentality really disappointed him. How could he move forward and become a powerful warrior? But here Yangqing, he can no longer take care of everything in the outside world. The great change in his body, the severe pain, makes his consciousness almost blurred at this moment. The whole body was constantly convulsing and twitching, and black sweat was discharged from his pores, exuding a strong stench. This severe pain lasted for nearly 10 hours, causing Yangqing to sweat profusely. But even so, it hasn't stopped, it's just the long-term pain that makes his pain nerves numb. Big, great elder. Yangqing opened his eyes with difficulty, and said tiredly. Are you all right? I felt the huge energy fluctuations in your body, and it seemed that a strange force suddenly entered your body. The elder asked curiously. Yes, can you? Yangqing gritted his teeth, resisting the pain in his body. Could you please draw out the potential in my body? At this time, it is the time for body transformation, and the bloodline has been transformed, so his potential is naturally much stronger than before, and it is naturally the most suitable time to lead out. Really? The first elder hesitated. I see that you are in pain right now. Will you be unable to support it? Come on, great elder, I can do it. Yangqing gritted his teeth firmly. All right then. After pondering for a moment, the great elder stretched out his right hand and pressed it towards Yangqing's head. Yangqing sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. 3 seconds later, a huge palm pressed on top of his head. Then, he felt an inexplicable mysterious force that entered his body from the top of his head. This force seemed to have the ability to pull, penetrated deep into his cells at a very fast speed, and then began to pull his cells. Deep energy. At the same time, a trace of shock appeared on the face of the great elder. This is such an unfathomable potential. With my ability, I'm afraid it's not enough to draw it out completely. Forget it, I will try my best to tap the potential in your body. How much you can grow depends on your luck. In Yangqing's body, pulled by the strange power, the burst of energy began to sweep across more unscrupulously. Yangqing's expression became more and more painful, and he even screamed. The golden blood seems to contain endless energy, which can continuously transform his body. The first elder has been sitting there, guiding Yangqing to the potential in the depths of his body. After a full week, the first elder withdrew his hand with a tired face. I have tried my best, but the potential in his body is still unfathomable and has no end. Next, it depends on his fortune. At this time, Yangqing fell into a deep sleep. The golden blood is transforming his body all the time, changing his potential and enhancing his strength. This process is destined to last forever, but Yangqing doesn't realize it. Time passed quickly, like a white horse. In a blink of an eye, 3 months have passed, and at this moment in Yangqing's body, the golden blood is about to disappear, leaving only the tiny particles of hair radiating light. Where is this place? This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. At this moment, Yangqing had already sunk into his own consciousness. In front of him, a young man with hair, eyebrows, pitch black, and human appearance, but with a tail, stood on the ground. And Yangqing, at this moment, was standing not far from the man. Although the two were not far apart, the man didn't seem to be able to see him. Next, Yangqing's pupils contracted suddenly. Ah! The young man suddenly roared, his body aura soaring into the sky, his eyebrows and black hair turned golden with a puff, his hair stood upright, and his eyes turned pale green. This is Super Saiyan 1. 2 seconds later, in Yangqing's shocked eyes, the young man roared again, his hands clenched into fists at his waist. Roar! The golden hair changed again, and the aura on his body was twice as strong as before. Crazy aura began to rage on the place where Yangqing was standing, and the fluctuation of power caused the void to generate thunder and lightning. At this time, Yangqing was completely sluggish. Chapter 526 Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan 2. The young Saiyan at this moment has suddenly become the second stage of the Super Saiyan, and his aura is unparalleled. However, this is not over. The roar continued, the energy fluctuations in the young Saiyan's body became more and more violent, and thunder and lightning began to linger around his body, and his expression became hideous. Finally, with a violent roar, even the air distorted, and the appearance of the Saiyan began to change greatly. His eyebrows disappeared, his forehead bones began to grow taller, his long golden hair grew longer, and when it reached his waist, his appearance became more ruthless and mature, with a powerful breath like a god, and even the space seemed to be unable to bear his power. This is Super Saiyan 3. Yang Qing said in shock. Seeing the shock of the Saiyan changing from 1 to 3 with his own eyes is difficult to describe in words. Powerful, unreasonably powerful. This is the power that can shatter even dimensions, and no one can stop such power. Then, in Yang Qing's more incredible eyes, this Saiyan's whole body began to flash red light. The crimson red-like flames began to burn beside the Saiyan, and then a sound like a broken space came out, the long golden hair of the Saiyan disappeared, and the grim face disappeared, replaced by a boy like a teenager. Young face, dark pupils, but his hair is red. Standing there quietly, his body no longer had the original burst of energy and momentum, but it gave people a sense of pressure. Super Saiyan God. Yang Qing's mouth was dry, and he didn't know what to say. This Saiyan actually changed from the original normal state from 1 to Super Saiyan, and demonstrated all the modes of Super Saiyan for him. Immediately afterwards, in Yang Qing's eyes, the red on the Saiyan disappeared, replaced by blue hair, and a vigorous body, which also condensed majestic energy fluctuations on his body. It's just that there is a little less sense of incomprehension than the previous Super Saiyan stage. Super Saiyan Blue. After 3 seconds, the Super Saiyan suddenly turned around and looked at Yang Qing. Just as Yang Qing was trying to widen his eyes, trying to see what he looked like, the Super Saiyan suddenly twisted and shattered into pieces of black light. Involuntarily, Yang Qing was startled. Immediately after, the black light condensed, and another figure appeared in front of Yang Qing's eyes, causing his eyes to shrink and his heart jumped suddenly. With black hair, black eyes, and a dark Taoist robe, he exudes a sinister aura, and that face is another him. Just when he opened his mouth to say something, a sinister smile appeared on the corner of Yang Qing's black mouth, and then he took a step forward and ran towards him. The speed was astonishingly fast, and Yang Qing didn't even have the slightest chance to dodge. With just a bang, the black Yang Qing rushed into his body. At the same time, crazy violence, killing intent exploded from his mind, filling his mind instantly. In an instant, he, who was sitting cross-legged outside, opened his eyes. What was frightening was that his eyes were blood red, and an evil aura was surging all over his body. The great elder turned pale with fright, and the Namekian next to him also panicked. He has such a strong evil aura. Too huge, what the hell happened to him? The person who was calm a moment ago is now showing an extremely violent aura, as if he has changed a person, making people completely unable to react. At this time, Yang Qing, who was in the seat of the pan, stood up suddenly, and his blood-red eyes immediately startled the Nameks present. The gloomy aura made the previous people retreat quickly. At this moment, a struggle appeared in Yang Qing's eyes. I'm going out. His voice was hoarse, and after running out of here, it immediately turned into a stream of light that rose into the sky. In the air, Yang Qing's breath began to fluctuate constantly, sometimes becoming evil and sometimes bright. Moreover, his hair also switched between green and black, and his eyes were sometimes calm and sometimes ruthless. The hostility in the blood of this ancient Saiyan is so heavy. Yang Qing's expression was strange, and a hoarse voice came out of his mouth. He quickly crossed the sky, and after a while, he had already found the aircraft he was riding in. After pressing the switch outside, the spacecraft opened with a roar. Not daring to delay at all, Yang Qing sat in it and pressed the flight switch. The spaceship hummed and spewed flames straight into the sky, but in an instant, it disappeared on Namek. Great Elder Room. Elder, he has left Namek. Well, He should be in an excessive stage at the moment. If one is too bad, I am afraid that there will be another big devil in this world. The elder said worriedly, he left here because he was worried that he would not be able to stop himself, causing damage to us. Quote. The Namaks looked at each other, all looking at the stream of light in the sky with worry. At this moment, Yang Qing, who had broken through the atmosphere and was sitting in the spaceship, was already unable to control the evil aura that suddenly surged. Damn it. He knows his current situation. It should be that the ancient blood has played its role to the limit. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Awakened the Super Saiyan bloodline in him. That's right, this state is the legendary Super Saiyan that came out every 1,000 years. Not a transformation mode, but a real Super Saiyan. You can continuously improve your true combat power as you fight, and the more you fight, the stronger you become. However, because of the strength of the bloodline, the violent and cruel factor is also very difficult to control. At this moment, it is the violent factor in the blood of the Super Saiyan who is at work. Ah! Holding his head, Yang Qing slammed into the console frantically, and blobs of electric sparks flickered, and the sound of diddy continued to sound. Damn it! He became anxious, but the more anxious he became, the more crazy the madness factor in his bloodline became, affecting him. And because of his restlessness and movement, the console failed, sparks began to flash in various parts, and a series of explosions began. Even if he has become stronger than before, defeating Frieza is no longer a problem, but how can he return to his current state? The more he thought about it, the more ferocious Yang Qing's expression became, and the more violent his mood became. Chapter 527 Evil Entity in Consciousness. Ah, damn it. Burst, like a chulong. And his aura is also extremely unstable. After experiencing the changes of the ancient bloodline and the traction of the Great Elder, his combat power at this moment is more than 4 or 5 times stronger than before. Even he himself could not distinguish his fighting power for a while. The violent airflow made the interior of the spacecraft begin to flicker. Just half an hour later, the spaceship has already started time and space, the direction is erratic, and it is flying randomly in the void of the universe. At this time, Yang Qing's violent consciousness finally accumulated and suppressed to the extreme. At the next moment, his whole body aura suddenly rose, his hair and eyebrows turned green, and his pale green pupils were full of cruelty. The brutal, cold, and bloody killing intent in his mind was released to the max, hitting the core part of his mind directly, causing him to tremble and sink into darkness. The aircraft on which he was riding was completely unable to withstand the powerful force surging on Yang Qing's body at this moment, and with a direct roar, flames rushed out from the inside. But it is quite a coincidence that the aircraft at this time happened to be very close to a planet. At the moment when the explosion was out of control, it was pulled by the gravity of the planet and fell into the atmosphere. Then the wind whistled, turned into a flame, and fell from the planet. Yang Qing, who fell into a coma, has returned to normal hair, but the black is mixed with green, and it has become a bit non-mainstream, as if his hair has been dyed. The aircraft turned into a hot flame, fell from the sky, and then plunged into the land of the planet. The flames were burning, and Yang Qing had already lost consciousness. If this continues, then when the flame burns to the core, Yang Qing will inevitably die. But just a minute after the spacecraft fell, a figure suddenly appeared on the ground. The figure looked at the falling aircraft with strange eyes, and his expression changed when he saw Yang Qing lying inside the spaceship, who had not yet been affected by the flames. There are humans. Stepping out one step, the figure entered the flame directly, then grabbed Yang Qing, and disappeared into the flame with another step. Immediately afterwards, the figure pressed his finger between his eyebrows, and 2 seconds later, he disappeared here with Yang Qing. His disappearance was silent, and it seemed like a teleportation, which was very strange. At this time, Yang Qing was standing in a dark and blood-red world. Around him, countless tall and fierce tyrants roared in the sky, hammering his mouth fiercely, and his eyes were red. The entire space was filled with a violent and ferocious aura. Is this the space of consciousness projected by the most ferocious factor in the Saiyan bloodline? Looking around, the mountains and the sky made of blood red, there was a flash of enlightenment in Yang Qing's eyes. If I can't get out of here, then I'll get lost in this evil aura and turn into a demon. Yang Qing realized the seriousness of the matter, and his face became solemn. Afterwards, he turned his eyes to the gigantic tyrannical apes in front of him. These violent apes are the embodiment of evil. As long as I defeat them, I can get out of this space. In just a short moment, Yang Qing had already figured out everything here. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he rose up into the sky and waved his fist towards the ferocious ape. I don't have time to stay here, Saiyan, waiting for me. With a roar, Yang Qing's fist collided fiercely with the fist of the fierce ape who was also roaring up to the sky. Bang! The contrast between small and huge is extremely strong, but their power distorted the space at this moment, and the surrounding mountains rumbled and shattered. The power of this punch is beyond words. Even Yang Qing was a little shocked at the moment. He looked at the fierce ape that was knocked away by his own fist, and then retracted his right hand. His face was a little dull. My strength has risen so terribly. At the moment, the combat power is 3 million. That is to say, at this time, Yang Qing's combat power in his original state was twice as high as before. On the side, the violent ape, who was blown away by Yang Qing's punch, was even more angry. They shouted up to the sky, and the breath of their body was soaring, and in an instant, it increased tenfold. Yang Qing's eyes became dignified. The original combat power of this violent ape was actually stronger than him, because the strength of these fierce apes was determined by multiplying his own combat power by 10 times. That is to say, the strength of these fierce apes is now 30 million. Boom 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 boom. A series of muffled thunderous voices came out the next moment. Yang Qing's figure in the air kept retreating, his arms were full of dark-armed domineering, and at the same time, he used the explosive method to increase his strength by a full 3 times, reaching a terrifying level of 9 million. However, it still couldn't stop the attack of these ferocious apes. There are too many of them. There are hundreds of them standing on this land. A densely packed piece that looks desperate. Buzz. A burst of air suddenly came out. Yang Qing's face changed. He turned his head suddenly, and saw a huge red ball of light rushing towards. Behind the red ball of light, a violent ape. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. He opened his mouth wide, his pupils blood red. These violent apes even released qigong waves. This time, something is wrong. Yang Qing's scalp was numb, because he looked around and saw that at least 100 fierce apes were brewing red balls of light in their mouths at this moment, and these balls of light were aimed at him. Roar. With a roar in the sky, the qigong waves in the mouths of the violent apes suddenly cut through the void, quickly enlarged, and headed straight towards Yang Qing. Yang Qing's face changed greatly, and he hurriedly raised his hands to block in front of him. Boom! A huge sound came out, the hot flames shot up into the sky, the air was distorted by the high temperature burning, the energy gathered by the huge number of qigong waves was enough to destroy a planet thousands of times. But at this moment, it drowned Yang. Green. Call. The breeze blew, and gradually the flames dissipated, and the dust was blown away by the wind. Yang Qing's figure was reflected in the eyes of violent ape, and their eyes that had calmed down suddenly became fierce again. Roar. Chapter 528 _. The violent apes rose from the ground one after another and jumped towards where Yang Qing was. They were huge, and they jumped a dozen miles away. In almost an instant, he was in front of Yang Qing, and then a fist the size of a hill slammed down. In the void, Yang Qing was surrounded by lightning of golden light green, and his breath quickly changed between gold and green, but his hair at this time was golden green, and his pupils looked colder than before. It's just that the breath of his body has suddenly increased to a terrifying realm. This time, the Super Saiyan transformation, the increase is 60 times. Yang Qing clenched his fists, and a confident light flashed in his eyes. Such a huge power made the blood in his whole body boil. He understands that this is the credit of that drop of ancient Saiyan blood, and the effect is beyond imagination. At this time, Yang Qing's clothes were tattered, but his body was tingling, his expression was cold, and his mental state was unimaginably full. Facing the huge fist that suddenly appeared in front of him, Yang Qing's eyes were smiling, and his figure just flickered, and suddenly, there was only a phantom left on the spot. Bang bang bang. A series of sounds came out, and the violent apes who had just jumped in front of him were immediately thrown away by his powerful punch. It seems that I didn't expect that this small figure would suddenly have such a powerful power, and the eyes of the violent apes were still a little confused. But in the next moment, above their heads, a golden-green ray of light flickered incessantly. Immediately after, a light blue qigong wave suddenly became larger, and finally fell towards their bodies with a bang. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the violent ape was completely vaporized and disappeared under the qigong wave of high heat energy. What is even more shocking is that at the same moment, a Yang Qing appeared on the top of the hundreds of violent apes in the field, and their faces had contemptuous smiles. The right hand sticks out, and the light blue qigong wave in the palm gradually takes shape. Shish! The dense sound rang out, and the sound of continuous explosions spread throughout the entire space. For a time, the dust was everywhere, the flames shot into the sky, and the entire blood-red world was roaring with flames. After more than 10 seconds, the smoke-filled situation slowly recovered. A powerful and inexplicable figure was exposed, with a golden-green light shining all over his body, his aura soaring into the sky. The hundreds of avatars of Yang Qing disappeared one by one. These clones are all phantoms caused by his too fast speed, not real entities. Until this moment, Yang Qing looked at the empty blood-colored space in front of him, and then he let out a long sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his face. Finally done. The next moment, he looked up at the sky, suddenly opened his mouth, and let out a loud roar. Roar! The blood-red sky was suddenly roared by Yang Qing, knocking on a long gap, twisting and spinning, like the door of a dimension. Without hesitation, Yang Qing rose to the sky, passed through the gate, and disappeared into this world. Then, his consciousness fell into nothingness. When he opened his eyes again, he saw an unfamiliar scene, and he couldn't help but be stunned. After looking around, Yang Qing realized that he was in a strange building. Most of the items on the table were in strange diamond shapes, and their uses made him bewildered. Where is this place? Am I in a spaceship? He stood up slowly, and then saw that his upper body was naked, with white bandages wrapped around his waist, position, and arms, and he couldn't help frowning. I'm hurt. Yang Qing touched the bandage wrapped around his body, but he really couldn't remember what happened before he fell into a coma. Walking to the door, Yang Qing pushed it open, and the door opened in response. As soon as he opened the door, a figure appeared in his eyes. Who are you? Yang Qing asked suspiciously, looking at the pretty, slender woman in front of her. My name is Angela, your spaceship broke down, I saved you. Angela said with a smile. It was only then that Yang Qing understood that perhaps when he was attacked by the evil consciousness, the spacecraft had some kind of malfunction, and this woman named Angela, who looked like a human, just happened to save her. He looked at Angela carefully and realized that Angela was not human, because she had a pair of small wings on her back. Who are you? How did the spaceship crash? If I hadn't happened to be by my side, you would probably have been burned to death in the flames. Angela said worriedly, and what about your injuries? Thank you very much. Yang Qing said gratefully, and then he felt himself, my injury is almost the same. Then, he said embarrassedly, but I'm very hungry now, do you have any food? Angela was stunned for a moment, and then laughed, you were injured so badly, I didn't expect that when you woke up, you just wanted food. Hey, if I eat too much, I will recover faster. Yang Qing touched his head and said embarrassedly. Every Saiyan is actually a big eater. The digestion of food can replenish their physical strength very quickly, and it can also speed up the recovery of their injuries. Angela asked Yang Qing to accompany her into the room, and then opened a diamond-shaped black device. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Qing was stunned, completely unable to understand what it was. But 3 minutes later, at their door, there was a plate with a height of 3 meters and food as high as a hill. I checked your body data and noticed that your organs are very strong, so I judge that your food intake should be amazing. Angela smiled and said, these foods should be able to fill your stomach. Yang Qing stared at the food outside, and had already started to drool, and then said gratefully, thank you so much, I am so grateful. Haha, eat quickly, Angela said with a smile. Yang Qing nodded, and then began to gobble up. In less than 10 minutes, he had swept away the things that were high on the hill, leaving Angela beside him stunned. You're so delicious. Then, under Yang Qing's surprised eyes, Angela shook her head, pressing one hand on the tableware, while the other hand pressed it between her eyebrows. Then, the shoe disappeared in front of him. Chapter 529 The Doom of Star Vegeta. Yang Qing was stunned, completely stunned. Angela's weird way of disappearing made him a little suspicious of the world and life. Because he clearly didn't feel the huge amount of qi, that is, energy, in the opponent's body, but he didn't even notice the movement of the opponent when he left. Wait, that pose she just did. Yang Qing suddenly reacted again, a skill that Sun Wukong learned in the original book flashed in his mind. Teleportation. Isn't Angela's appearance before disappearing just like the teleportation that Sun Wukong knows? After thinking about it for a moment, his mood became excited. Teleportation is definitely an incredible magic skill in Dragon Ball. Yes, he is definitely a magic skill. Because even the gods may not necessarily have mastered such miraculous skills. He must learn this skill. The aircraft just happened to be destroyed. If you can master such a skill, then it will only take a moment to return to planet Vegeta. Just when he made his decision, Angela's figure appeared in front of him again. Angela, can I ask you one thing? Yang Qing looked at the woman in front of her expectantly. He really wanted to learn the skill of teleportation. Yes, this is not a big skill. Angela looked at Yang Qing and said with a smile after a moment's surprise. Great, Yang Qing was excited. Afterwards, Yang Qing and Angela introduced themselves to each other. At this time, Yang Qing realized that the planet he came from happened to be the planet Sun Wukong went to after defeating Frieza. And when he came out of Namek, because of the time and space of the aircraft, he came here by accident because of the accidental collision. It really makes people sigh at the incredible fate. Sun Wukong got the skills of teleportation and integration and body on this planet. This unique skill, it can be said that even the gods may not know it. At this point, it may also be regarded as a feature of Dragon Ball world. In the universe, some races possess unique talents that even gods cannot. But relatively, because of the power of their skills, the combat effectiveness of humans on this planet is quite low. Yang Qing felt that the most powerful person among them only had a combat power of around 500. The skill of teleportation is not so easy to learn. Yang Qing has been studying with Angela for half a month before learning this skill. And it took him half a month to learn another magical skill from Angela. Qing, you must remember that meteors must not be used frequently, otherwise it will hurt your life. When learning this skill, Angela said to Yang Qing with a solemn expression. This second skill is Meteor, which can make one's combat power expand in an instant, increasing to 10 times, 100 times or even 1,000 times its original strength. The only thing worse than Kaiwang Fist is that Meteor consumes vitality. If you consume too much, there is a good chance that you will die after a battle. Moreover, if you want to open him, you will consume your life all the time. I understand. Yang Qing nodded earnestly. This is a life-saving trick, and naturally it is impossible to use it casually. After that, Angela smiled again and said, I can only tell you these 2 tricks. There is really no other way, because I only have these 2. Yang Qing smiled understandingly. People on this planet have all kinds of strange skills, some can even control lightning, some can control flames, and some can manipulate a short moment of time, which can be called strange. However, each person can only master two. Thank you very much, you not only saved me, but also taught me these two tricks. Hee, it's alright, there are not many aliens you can encounter in the planet, and you have been the only one for 1,000 years. Angela smiled. A hint of doubt appeared on Yang Qing's face, but he didn't ask any further questions. Afterwards, he asked Angela to prepare a black Taoist enlightenment suit for him, and prepared a big meal. After he was ready to set off. And just 3 days before he learned these two skills, there was chaos on planet Vegeta. On this day, Saiyans face the greatest sorrow and fear of their lives. In the vacuum outside the planet, a huge one-week spacecraft stood silently above. King Frieza, is there really no room for relaxation? King Vegeta shouted angrily at Frieza in front of him. Frieza stood quietly in the aircraft, his eyes indifferent and his voice hoarse. King Vegeta, you Saiyans have been too arrogant recently, you have violated the rules I made, and must be destroyed. The cold voice made the Saiyan nation completely desperate. And just as King Vegeta and Frieza were desperately trying, on the ground, Bardock gently put his newborn son into the spaceship. Kakarot, I saw it, I saw that you were the hope of avenging our Saiyans. In the future, you will definitely become a Super Saiyan and become the existence that terrifies Frieza. Live well, my father is proud of you. Afterwards, he slapped the button on the spaceship fiercely, and the hatch closed immediately, and Kakarot, who was still a toddler, cried loudly. The spaceship roared and disappeared into a stream of light. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. On Vegeta, heading towards the atmosphere. In the void of the universe, Frieza's eyes slanted, and he saw the flying machine that rushed out. Just a toddler monkey, cut. Without paying more attention, Frieza withdrew his gaze and let the aircraft disappear in front of him. And another spaceship in the void in the distance saw this scene in its eyes. My arrogant brother, you will eventually pay for your arrogance today. This is a round spaceship that is not inferior to Frieza's spaceship laughing, and inside it is Frieza's older brother, Kavira. When Frieza destroyed the Saiyan clan, he watched the play with a sneer here. King Vegeta looked at Frieza in front of him with a cold sweat on his head. Only when he really faced it could he realize what the Great Elder meant by pressure and panic. It's too strong, it's not his opponent at all. Suddenly, a stream of light rushed in front of him and let out a roar of rage. Frieza, go to hell. Chapter 530_. The roar came into King Vegeta's ears, causing the latter to change his face immediately and look back. As his gaze shifted, the face of the coming person immediately caught his eye. Bardock! King Vegeta exclaimed in shock. The person who came was Bardock. He was full of anger at the moment, and his body was full of breath. The fighting power revealed by the momentum that was blocking his body was nearly 100,000 high, which shocked King Vegeta. He never knew that the latter would have such a powerful combat power, which was far beyond his combat power at the time. In fact, it was only after receiving Yang Qing's teaching that Bardock made rapid progress during this period of time. But even so, it's still far from enough. Go to hell, Frieza. The roar sounded like thunder, and Bardock's momentum was tumbling. His palms were constantly waving forward, and the sparkling qigong waves turned into a dense piece, constantly impacting the void ahead. Boom 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 boom. Qigong waves continued to explode, and Frieza's figure was immediately buried. But Bardock still didn't stop his attack. He yelled and attacked frantically until he was gasping for breath before he retracted his right hand and took a quick breath. At this time, his forehead was covered with sweat. Frieza is powerful, and he has never underestimated it, so he has already exerted his full strength from the very beginning. But after 3 seconds, the flames dissipated, and Frieza's figure was revealed, which shocked the Saiyans present. What? How come? He's not hurt at all. Bardock's attack was so fierce, but it didn't do any damage to Frieza. At the same time, they also noticed that Frieza's expression was extremely cold at the moment. In his eyes, cold light flashed, and the killing intent was soaring. A group of monkeys dare to attack me. Frieza was angry. He stretched out his right index finger, and saw a bright light burst out from above the index finger. In an instant, it penetrated Bardock's forehead, so that the Saiyans present did not respond. At the same time, the middle fingers of Frieza's right hand turned into palms, and a Qigong wave waved out, drowning Bardock in the blink of an eye and burning it completely. Damn it, Frieza! King Vegeta's anger value was already bursting at this moment. He no longer concealed his strength, and broke out with all his strength without hesitation. He suddenly rose into the sky and threw a punch towards the ladder. At this moment, King Vegeta's combat power has reached 200,000, twice as powerful as Bardock. The moment he suddenly burst into flames, Frieza didn't even react, and he couldn't help but be stunned. When he realized it, King Vegeta's fist was already in front of him, and he swung it fiercely. Bang! Frieza raised his right hand, his eyes indifferent. Too weak, Monkey King. His voice was cold and mocking. King Vegeta immediately burst into anger, roaring loudly. A golden aura surged out, his fighting power instantly increased, and he threw a punch again. Bang, sounded like a dull thunder, and Frieza was directly knocked into the air by this punch, and there was a look of pain on his face. When he raised his head again, he saw that King Vegeta's Super Saiyan mode was different from before, and he was immediately startled. This is... The corners of Frieza's eyes trembled, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. Immediately following, King Vegeta's figure rushed over quickly. His speed was so fast that Frieza couldn't react, and he punched Frieza with a punch, causing the latter to suffer extremely. In the eyes of the Space Warriors, at this moment, Frieza was completely beaten by King Vegeta in turn. This scene shocked them, but they couldn't come back to their senses. How is this possible? King Frieza was actually caught by a Saiyan monkey. King Vegeta, come on, kill him. The two groups of people looked at the sky, the two figures constantly shuttled, but their mentality was completely different. Ah! King Vegeta roared, his body shining with golden light, his combat power swelled to the limit, and his combat power had reached a full 10 million. After just a few punches, a large mouthful of blood spurted out of Frieza's mouth. At this moment, even the most powerful warrior in the universe was a little confused. He was beaten like this by a Saiyan monkey. How can that be? This uninterrupted attack lasted for a full minute before King Vegeta stopped. At this moment, his expression is arrogant, cold, and his voice is high. Saiyan's usual arrogance is reflected in him. Frieza, aren't you very powerful? How did I get this way? Seeing that Frieza was hanged and beaten by himself without any resistance, King Vegeta relaxed and began to doubt whether what Yang Qing said was wrong. Hoo-hoo. Frieza's face was covered in blood, and the coldness in his eyes was even worse. Looking at King Vegeta, whose whole body was covered in gold, his heart shook. Beerus' words reverberated in his heart at this moment. I heard that the Saiyan nation has a kind of warrior called Super Saiyan. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Much stronger than you, Frieza. Those indifferent words were constantly echoing in Frieza's ears and mind at this moment. Is this the Super Saiyan? Frieza stuttered a little, his eyes filled with panic. The legendary Super Saiyan seems to be much stronger than himself. King Vegeta is in this state at the moment, surrounded by gold, and his combat power has greatly increased, which is clearly not powerful. Yes, Frieza, this is the Super Saiyan mode. King Vegeta said proudly, do you still have any skills? If not, I will kill you now. The Saiyans below were inexplicably excited at this time, and they were all excited and roared loudly. The strongest warrior in Saiyan history, the Super Saiyan, turned out to be their King Vegeta, which is really exciting. However, at this moment, everyone did not see a hint of doubt in Frieza's twinkling eyes. His combat power at this time doesn't seem to be as strong as I imagined. Afterwards, he took a closer look at King Vegeta and revealed a gloomy smile. So it is. Chapter 531 Destroyed. Frieza observed that even though all of King Vegeta's aura seemed to be extremely powerful at the moment, it was also much stronger than his combat power at this time. But that's what his fighting power is. At this moment, King Vegeta is already standing at the highest and peak position. But he hasn't transformed. Ah! Suddenly, Frieza let out a loud roar, and his breath rose fiercely. King Vegeta was stunned immediately, and then when he realized that the other party's breath was far away from him, he felt relieved. Perhaps the first elder is wrong, Frieza is not as powerful as he said. The breath in front was high, the wind was howling, and Frieza's body gradually changed in a loud roar. His head became round, his body became exquisite and compact, his tail grew, and his breath began to be restrained. At this time, he didn't have the hideousness at the beginning, but looked a little cute. Super Saiyan, really powerful. If you didn't give me a chance at the beginning and killed me directly, I'm afraid I'll have to drink my hatred here too. But, King Vegeta, you're still too young. Frieza's face was cold, and his eyes were full of killing intent. Do you think you're stronger than me after your transformation? Frieza. King Vegeta didn't notice how powerful Frieza's breath was at the moment. Level of fear. I have to say, you Saiyans are really a disgusting race. Frieza looked even colder. Super Saiyans are indeed powerful. You, who were originally weak, have such great fighting power. That's why I will directly transform into the third stage. I'll let you know how stupid your arrogance is. King Vegeta's expression changed, and he heard something wrong in Frieza's words. At the next moment, Frieza's breath suddenly rose. Then, just helplessly, Frieza's figure disappeared from Vegeta's eyes. What about people? Gone. Almost instantly, a fist enlarged in front of his stomach and hit King Vegeta hard. The pain, the severe pain, made King Vegeta terrified. He didn't see this move at all, and this punch seemed to smash his internal organs directly, making his whole body was shaking violently. At this moment, I am much stronger than you. Frieza's figure appeared in front of King Vegeta with a cold face. King Vegeta bent over and endured the pain, trying to say something, but couldn't say it. Bang! With another punch, King Vegeta's whole body trembled, blood spurted out of his mouth, and his eyes turned sloppy. Powerful, so powerful. At this moment, Frieza's body did not have such a strong momentum, but when he attacked, the violent force made King Vegeta unable to resist. Bang! With another punch, King Vegeta spat out blood, and his consciousness began to blur. At this moment, he realized what the Big Elder had been worried about all along. Endless regrets also emerged in his heart. If he was not so arrogant, if he had smashed the opponent into pieces from the very beginning. However, no if. After King Vegeta completely lost his fighting power and his hair turned black, a sneer appeared on the corner of Frieza's mouth. Saiyan, it's over. He slowly drifted away from King Vegeta, who had lost his resistance, and stretched out his right index finger. With a buzzing sound, the next moment, a huge and devastating Qigong wave appeared above his head. Then, the Qigong wave was rapidly growing, and in just a few breaths, the Qigong wave had become as huge as a football field. Frieza floated in the void, and his body was very small compared to Qigong Bo, but his aura was extremely fierce. Destroy it, Saiyan. With a low shout, Frieza suddenly swung his right hand forward. And as he waved the Qigong wave in his hand, the huge destructive light wave drew a brilliant streamer towards the group of Saiyans in front of him. At this moment, countless Saiyans let out unwilling, terrified roars. In the face of that huge shock wave, they have no resistance at all. Visible to the naked eye, a figure was evaporated by this huge Qigong wave, and then disappeared into the human world. 5 seconds later, the entire star Vegeta was hit by this Qigong wave, trembling and shaking without a sound, and then shattered with a bang. Become the most splendid fireworks in the universe and disappear here. And the place where Star Vegeta originally stayed was empty, with large pieces of dust and meteorites floating around. Watching the planet in front of him disappear, a cold smile appeared on Frieza's face, and then he turned into his original form and returned to the aircraft. Go back. The disappearance of the Saiyan finally gave Frieza a sigh of relief and a little joy. It has to be said that the combat power of the wild monkey after his transformation is indeed unbelievably powerful. If his original combat power is stronger, then he is not necessarily his opponent. Super Saiyan, this race, must be destroyed. Frieza said coldly in his heart, such a powerful race is too strong a threat to him. A ship in the distance. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. In the middle, watching Frieza disappear, Kevlar showed a mocking smile on his face. My silly brother, it's never clean to do things. But what about me? He sneered, then ordered the ship to move. This happened about a month ago. Yang Qing, who was learning skills on that planet, did not know that the Saiyan nation had disappeared into this universe, and that Vegeta had turned into dust of the universe. A month later, when he finally learned the two skills well, and then held his breath and began to sense King Vegeta's anger, something that made him look ugly happened. How? How is it possible? Yang Qing's face was ugly, and he didn't even sense King Vegeta's breath. He closed his eyes and began to sense Bardock's breath, but after a few minutes, his face became even more ugly, and a cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. At this time, Yang Qing already had a bad feeling. Immediately afterwards, he sensed dozens of other different Saiyan breaths on his face, but they were all empty. Finally, he settled down. Star Vegeta, destroyed. Chapter 532 Kevlar. What's the matter, Qing? Angela asked curiously, watching Yang Qing's face change suddenly. My hometown has been destroyed. Yang Qing said with an ugly face. His eyes were full of anger and unwillingness. Didn't catch up. I didn't expect Frieza to start so quickly. According to the time of the original book, it should be a year away. How could the time come so quickly? After listening to Yang Qing's words, Angela looked at him worriedly, and said comforting words. I have to leave here, thank you for taking care of you during this time. Taking a deep breath, Yang Qing calmed down and said to Angela. Now that things have happened and Star Vegeta has been destroyed, it can't help him no matter how sad he is. The only thing he can do now is to avenge the Saiyan family. Are you still going to leave? Angela looked disappointed. She thought that the hometown of the person in front of her would be destroyed and she would stay for a while longer. Well, I have other things to do. Yang Qing nodded. Then, Yang Qing closed his eyes again and began to feel the powerful breath in the star field near Star Vegeta. Star Vegeta was destroyed, but it is certain that this time will not be too long. If you want to complete the transfer in an instant transfer, you first need to lock the breath, and then use this as a coordinate point, so that you can quickly reach the opponent's eyes. In the universe, it may be difficult to find a breath as powerful as Frieza. However, at this moment, there is still hope. For half an hour, Yang Qing's eyes suddenly opened, and he locked it. That huge, evil aura that makes people feel cold, this is definitely Frieza's aura. I'm leaving. Thank you, Angela. Turning his head, Yang Qing said to Angela. Immediately after, Yang Qing's fingers were pressed between his eyebrows, and his body suddenly twisted in the next moment, disappearing in front of Angela. Qing, you must be careful. Angela looked at Yang Qing worriedly. The people who can destroy Yang Qing's hometown are probably very powerful. In the incomparably vast universe, suddenly in a strange space in the universe, a stream of light suddenly shone, and then quickly disappeared here. Within the northern galaxy, a huge aircraft was slowly sailing. In the cockpit, a group of powerful space warrior races stood there with their arms folded, staring coldly at the deep universe outside. And on the chair behind this powerful space warrior, a tall voice with a faint cold smile on his face was playing with what he was holding. Lord Kavira, we will arrive at our site in 2 weeks. One of the space warriors, after looking at the dashboard, turned around and said respectfully. Very well, I came out and watched a good show this time, but it's not boring. Kavira looked casual and nodded. The aircraft continued to sail quietly, and after about 3 minutes, his brows suddenly trembled, his eyes suddenly concentrated, and he stared sharply at the void ahead. Just as he raised his head, a tingling body twisted and appeared inside the spaceship. As soon as this figure appeared here, he was obviously taken aback, and then he glanced around. When he saw Kevila, his face showed the original expression, and his eyes were even more stern. "Where's Frieza?" Yang Qing stared at Kevila with a grim expression. "Frieza." There was a strange look on Kevila's face, and then he looked at the person who suddenly appeared in front of him with cold eyes. "Don't mention my stupid brother, tell me, who are you?" Saying that, Kevila glanced at Yang Qing's tail. "A Saiyan. Don't you feel rude to come to me suddenly?" Yang Qing was expressionless, with angry flames in his eyes, but just stared coldly at the person in front of him. "Your lord is asking you something. Wild monkey, answer quickly, it's rude." The cosmic warrior on the side snorted coldly, and his figure was already moving. With the slightest breeze, he was already in front of Yang Qing, and then he threw a punch. Yang Qing's eyes were colder, and he couldn't avoid it. Just when the cosmic man's fist was about to land on his face, his right hand suddenly swung out, which was nearly 100 times faster than the previous one. Bang! The moment the punch was about to come out, a look of shock appeared in Kevila's eyes, and it became even more dignified. With just one punch, the cosmic man clutched his stomach in pain, and fell softly to the ground without making a sound. This punch actually directly shattered the visceral bones of the man's body. "You are very powerful, tell me your name, Saiyan." Kavira stood up, his eyes were full of seriousness and fear. Unlike that stupid brother, he was more cautious than the latter. "Qing," Yang Qing said coldly. "Very good, Qing, you have aroused my interest." Kavira raised his hand, and the space warrior on the side stepped back. Yang Qing looked cold and stared at Kevila. Immediately afterwards, the figures of the two disappeared almost instantly, and when they reappeared, their fists had already slammed together. At the moment when their fists collided, the entire aircraft trembled, followed by a series of electric sparks. The sound of explosions came out, and the aircraft vibrated violently. Kevila's eyes wavered slightly, and he retreated several times towards the rear. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. With this punch, he was at a disadvantage. What a strong Saiyan! And Yang Qing's eyes also lit up instantly, and the cold light became extremely deep. Kavira is Frieza's older brother and a more formidable opponent. In its most complete state, it possesses nearly 2 billion terrifying combat power. Compared to Frieza, it can be said to be much stronger. And this punch also made Yang Qing have a similar judgment about the current Kevila. The usual combat power is around 1.5 million. Saiyan, there are people as powerful as you, it really makes me feel incredible. Kevila said with some surprise. The person in front of him is indeed incredibly powerful. He thought he was like King Vegeta, and he was already very good. Unexpectedly, this one in front of him is more powerful. Slowly, Kevira moved his neck, and he was about to get serious. He clearly saw the transformation of King Vegeta in Frieza's battle, and the person in front of him, will it? Go ahead, Saiyan, let me see your strength. Chapter 533 Using Dragon Balls. Yang Qing's eyes turned cold, and the aura on his body became more violent. The fierceness in the Saiyan bloodline and the anger at the moment merged to make his aura evil. The sound of the wind suddenly rose, and in the eyes of the space warriors in the spaceship, the figures of the two suddenly disappeared again. When they appeared, there was a dull crashing sound inside the spacecraft, and the shock wave of a punch spread out. The roaring wind made the people in the cabin retreat a few steps towards the rear, and their faces changed drastically. Immediately after, a series of voices came out. Bang 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 bang. At the same time as the loud sound came out, the lights in the space capsule began to flicker on the console, and even some lines were smashed by the two attacks, and the entire spaceship shook. After attacking each other for more than 10 breaths in a row, Kevila's face became more solemn, and he shook his aching arm. He found that in his current state, he was probably not the opponent's opponent. I can't believe that there are still experts like you among the Saiyans. I wonder why you weren't there when Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta. Kevira asked curiously. But he didn't want to ask this question, so Yangqing immediately became furious, his breath swelled again, and he launched an attack directly. In a flash, Yangqing stood in front of Kevira, punching with a cold wind, and swiping towards the opponent's face. The speed of this punch was even faster than before, which made Kevila unresponsive. Bang! A punch slammed into Kevila's face, causing a flash of pain in the latter's eyes. Immediately following, Kevila, who was hit, also became furious, and immediately counterattacked with a punch. His speed also suddenly accelerated, stronger than before. However, when he threw out this punch, he was caught by Yangqing halfway. Damn you! Yangqing's icy words made Kevila's eyes shrink, and then there was another sharp pain in his stomach. In less than a second, the gust of wind blew toward his face again, so that he didn't have time to get angry, and hurriedly raised his hand to fight. The two people moved quickly in the small spaceship control room. Every time they punched out, the entire spaceship burst into brilliant electric sparks, and the spaceship shook even more violently. At this time, some of the cosmic warriors next to him were even a little unsteady, and panic expressions appeared on their faces. Fly, the spaceship can't bear the aura fluctuations when the adults are fighting. It's about to explode, the spaceship is about to explode. In the field, the fists and feet of the two were still colliding rapidly, causing the entire spaceship to burst into pieces soon. Just after banging fists again, the control panel of the spacecraft finally burst out with a bang sound, bursting open, and the glass in front of the control panel shattered directly, breaking a big hole, because the air pressure was different. A huge suction force immediately swept the control room, causing the 5 people close to the control panel to scream in despair, but they were sucked out in an instant. The strong wind began to attract everything in the spaceship, and even the battle between Yangqing and Kevira was affected. Glancing at the scene outside the window, Yangqing's eyes narrowed slightly. His physical body cannot survive in the universe at this moment. Saiyans are also human and need to breathe, and although their bodies are strong, they still cannot stay in a vacuum for too long. On the other hand, the people on the other side don't have such troubles. The Frieza family has a special physique and can easily survive in the universe. In less than a second, Yangqing had already made a decision. I'll come back to you, Kevila. His voice was cold and contained strong killing intent. This battle is not over yet. With 2 fingers of his right hand pressed between his eyebrows, Yangqing's figure suddenly twisted, and the whole person disappeared in front of Kevila. Seeing Yangqing's sudden disappearance, Kevira was shocked, and a colder light shone in his eyes. This Saiyan named Qing is too much of a threat. Not only does he have more strength than any Saiyan, but his ability to suddenly appear and disappear is even more disturbing. Yes, strong combat power is not terrible, because Kevira is confident that he is in his prime, and the opponent will definitely not be his opponent. But the ability to leave suddenly is too terrifying. Free to come and go, doesn't it mean that the opponent can't beat him, but he can escape at will? Just like a fly, you can never shoot it, but it can always buzz in your ears. Moreover, this Saiyan is much stronger than a fly. When Kevira finished thinking, the cosmic warriors on the side came up with horror on their faces. Lord Kevira, this spaceship can't hold on anymore. We have to change to a smaller spaceship and get out of here quickly. Kevira looked up and nodded. Afterwards, everyone immediately left towards the small spaceship that was carried with them inside the spaceship. Less than 3 minutes later, the spacecraft exploded with a bang, shattering into cosmic dust. Among them, many cosmic people who have not had time to do so have completely disappeared here with this explosion. Namek. The Great Elder is guiding the cultivation of the clansmen on the planet at the moment, and his eyes are a little serious. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Don't be too nervous. When fighting, let your body relax. Too nervous will affect your combat effectiveness. And you, too lax. Fighting is a serious matter. If you are like this, the enemy can defeat you at will. Looking at the 5 or 6 clansmen in front of him, the elder's tone was very sharp. These people are the hope for the future of Namek. He wants to make these people stronger, so that they can hope to resist the disaster in the future. Suddenly, the light in front of the great elder distorted, and a figure suddenly appeared here. Ching, the elder called out in surprise. Elder, I may have to stay with you for a while. Yang Qing said helplessly. When he left on the Kevira spaceship just now, he also tried to sense the position of Dodori and the others, and finally determined that it was too far away from his position, and he could only sense a vague breath, but could not transmit it. On the contrary, the breath of the great elder Namek was clearly perceived by him. Also, I might have to use the next Dragon Ball. Chapter 534 Make a Wish. The Namekians standing beside the great elder looked at each other, and they naturally knew the Saiyan who had just come here not long ago. On the face of the great elder, there was an obvious stunned look. Dragon Ball. You want to use Dragon Ball? He didn't even bother to ask how Yang Qing came here suddenly. Why is this? The first time Yang Qing came, he just looked at the Dragon Balls, but the Dragon Balls became as if they had been used. This made the great elder a little puzzled, and he couldn't figure it out. At this moment, this Saiyan, who is powerful but kind-hearted in his eyes, wants to use Dragon Ball. I need to use the power of Dragon Ball to defeat an evil warrior. I hope the elder can help me. Yang Qing took a deep breath and said seriously. Evil warrior. The great elder showed surprise. Who is it? Kevila, the brother of the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza. Yang Qing said solemnly. Compared with Frieza, his elder brother was undoubtedly more difficult to deal with. Za more powerful strength. The most helpless thing for him is that he cannot survive in the universe. If he encounters the last battle, he will definitely lose, no matter how powerful he is. In an airless universe, there will also be death. This is the racial disadvantage of the Saiyans, not as good as the Frieza family. Dragon Ball still needs 4 months to be used. After you touched the Dragon Ball last time, it had a strange phenomenon. The elder gave Yang Qing a deep look, and then said slowly. He finally chose to trust Yang Qing, no matter what the other party's purpose was, but he had already drawn his potential last time and saw that the other party was not an evil person, and the young man in front of him had a kind heart. 4 months. Yang Qing was taken aback, then nodded. I'll wait. The first elder glanced at Yang Qing, then nodded. In that case, how about you help me train these young boys in exchange? Of course. Yang Qing smiled and glanced at the Namekian in front of him. With a satisfied smile, the elder turned and left. But the Namek people who had been trained by the elders before saw Yang Qing's complexion changed. At the same time that Yang Qing came to Namek, Kevira had returned to his own planet. Along the way, Kevila's mind always recalled every detail of the battle with Yang Qing. Seriously, the battle between the two of them wasn't that intense. It was just a short period of time. However, this ruthless warrior had already judged Yang Qing's strength through the opponent's every move. Because of this, Kevira's thoughts were extremely dignified at the moment. That Saiyan has more primitive combat power than me. His hair is mixed with green, which is different from normal Saiyans, and what is even more terrifying is that from the short moment of fighting with him, it can be seen that the opponent's control of power is extremely complete and perfect. This is a very scary warrior. He's even scarier than King Vegeta, who can transform into a Super Saiyan. Kevila's icy eyes flashed. He flew up, and came to the training ground specially built by people on the planet. I have a hunch that he must also be able to transform into a Super Saiyan. According to the performance of that waste of King Vegeta, if the Saiyan can transform, his original power will be terribly increased. That is, said, at that moment, this kid named Qing will become no less powerful than my consummation stage. And Frieza, that trash, is probably not his opponent at all. Quote. He strode into the huge training field in front of him, and with a laser beam shot out from his right hand, with a humming sound, thick iron pillars rose into the air. After a short while, these iron pillars combined into a huge formation. In just an instant, a terrifying gravity filled the training ground. I can't lose to a mere monkey, I need more power. The time may not be long, but I have never cultivated since I was a child, so I can play for a few days as appropriate. Kevila's eyes flashed with cold light, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Their clan is a natural fighting clan, and they are born with strong and invincible combat power. They don't need to practice at all, and they never know what practice is. However, he got a revelation from that Saiyan. Since a mere monkey can become so powerful, why can't he? Next time we meet, I will definitely not let you escape again. He spat out these words coldly, and it seemed that Yang Qing's cold face and figure appeared in front of Kevila's eyes. I have to say that in the short confrontation, Yang Qing left a deep impression on him. 4 months passed in a blink of an eye, on Namek, on the top of a high mountain. Yang Qing stood at the forefront, the great elder behind him, and everyone from Namek stared at the person in front with excited and puzzled eyes. On the ground in front of Yang Qing, golden dragon balls the size of basketballs were placed there, exuding crystal light. Go on, Bryn. The first elder gave a cold drink, and Namek, whose name was Bryn, jumped out and agreed. Yes, great elder. Afterwards, the burly Namekian named Bryn stretched out his hands and shouted at Dragon Ball. Come out, Shenlong. View. A crisp whistling sound came out, and the 7 Dragon Balls reflected each other, and the golden color swept the sky. This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. Half of the sky was reflected in a bright red glow, and then, a streamer filled with endless auspicious aura and auspicious omens, it meandered forward, and finally formed a snake formation in front of Yang Qing and others. After the streamer dissipated, a turquoise and ferocious dragon appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the huge dragon in front of him, Yang Qing's face was a little dull. Is this the dragon? What a miraculous power, he murmured, can it fulfill my wish? As soon as the huge Namek dragon appeared, it looked down at the people below, and then it opened its mouth and made a roaring sound. Say your wishes, mortals, no matter what kind of wishes, I can help you realize them. But you only have 3 chances to make a wish. Qing, tell me your wish. The great elder also said. Yang Qing's eyes flickered, he took a deep breath, and then shouted out to Shenlong. Chapter 535 Gods. Shin. God, please give me a physique that can survive in the universe and can be reborn from a broken limb. The huge pupil stared deeply at Yang Qing, and then the long whisker swayed, and after a full 3 seconds of pause, a light flashed in his eyes. Cunning human, your first wish has come true. Yang Qing immediately felt his body, and immediately realized that his whole body was enveloped by a strange force, and then he quickly transformed his body. This power does not have the huge energy of the ancient blood of Saiyans, but it has incredible abilities. After noticing the change in his physique, Yang Qing's face immediately showed a smile. Standing in the void of the universe, without breathing, and the physique of being reborn from a broken limb, this can be attributed to 2 wishes, but it was said by him that it was merged into one, which can indeed be called cunning. Next, say your second wish. It is estimated that because of Yang Qing's cunning, Shenlong's tone was not gentle. Please remove the evil factor from my body and let my bloodline be one. Yang Qing's second wish was made, but it was to get rid of the particularly unstable bloodline of the ancient Saiyans in his bloodline, which was easy to lose his mind, and let his bloodline melt into one furnace. Bright. Shenlong's eyes flashed again, and a low voice came out. Your second wish has been fulfilled, and there is still one last. Yang Qing thought about the last wish for a long time, and finally his eyes flashed and his eyes became sharp. In the original work, the strength of Sun Wukong and others is strong, but their dimension is always at the lowest level. This is a problem of the essence of blood. If it is not changed, then it will only be immortal. My last wish, please God Long tell me how to become a god. After saying this wish, the great elder standing beside him flashed his eyes and looked at Yang Qing solemnly. Long, who claims to be able to fulfill any wish, there was a bit of hesitation in his eyes this time. In the end, the huge god Long shook his head. I can't tell you the exact method, I can only tell you roughly. The formation of gods can be divided into two types. One is the innate gods, the gods determined by the oracles issued by the supreme god of the universe, and the second is the acquired gods. The two kinds of gods have the same divinity and can intervene in the life of all things in the universe and maintain the normal operation of the universe. In essence, they are the same. However, combat power has nothing to do with the strength of divinity. Some gods have strong divinity, but their combat power is weak, and even if they are not gods, they have the power to destroy the universe. I can tell you only one sentence. The formation of the gods requires you to cultivate your own spiritual power, to achieve the unity of gods and the universe, to explore the mysteries of the universe, and to understand the supreme magical power. It's different from combat power, but it's just as mysterious. The end. Shenlong gave Yang Qing a deep look, and disappeared into the sky as a ray of light. For this daring person who delusionally explores the realm of God, he really wants to avoid it. There is a difference between gods and people. Generally speaking, unless the previous generation of gods inherits it, it is absolutely not allowed to interfere in this field indiscriminately. Otherwise, it will affect the normal operation of the entire universe. At this time, Yang Qing stood there dumbfounded, and began to think about what Shenlong said. Indeed, as Shenlong said, it did not tell Yang Qing how to become a god. However, specific directions have been pointed out. With this direction, Yang Qing will be able to go on with basis. Mental power. Maybe it's not spiritual power, but soul. A smile appeared at the corner of Yang Qing's mouth. Sure enough, Shenlong was still afraid of the gods in the dark, so he didn't dare to say anything indiscriminately. Although the power of the gods is not comparable to the later Monkey King, Vegeta and others. However, their life level is very high, and they have an almost infinite life, which is countless times longer than ordinary human beings. Moreover, it also possesses incredible magical powers, such as seals, such as time travel and so on. In Yang Qing's comprehension, the so-called wanting to cultivate into a god in the day after tomorrow is probably to transform one's soul, complete the sublimation of the soul, give birth to divinity in the soul, and then become a god, transcend the mortals, have all kinds of incredible means. No matter how powerful a mortal is, he is still a mortal. There are births, old age, sickness and death, and fatal flaws. But becoming a deity will make one's own life essence more complete and stronger. If you want to cultivate your soul, you must first have a strong spiritual power. Yang Qing naturally understands this truth. The spiritual cultivation method in this long pearl world is actually very rough and can become inferior. Compared with self-cultivation and exploring the mysteries of the human body, the essence is many levels worse. Now that you understand it, it's easy to handle. A smile appeared on his face, and Yang Qing heaved a sigh of relief. After the 3 wishes were made, the worry in his heart disappeared. Qing, do you want to explore the realm of the gods? This is a big taboo, don't be impulsive. The elder came up at this time, and exhorted in a condensed voice. He makes long beads, and he has all kinds of incredible abilities, but it is not a kind of god, and it is not as powerful as gods. However, he is very clear about the consequences of this. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. How serious? Don't worry, great elder, I'm measured. Yang Qing said with a smile, but there was a flash of light in his eyes, and he naturally wouldn't give up. He will never give up any path that can become stronger. Immediately following, Yang Qing felt his body at the moment. After a while, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. It's a really good body, reborn from a broken limb, perfect recovery ability, able to survive in a vacuum, remove the weakness of the Saiyans, and in addition, the hidden defects in the ancient bloodline have also been completely eliminated. Me at this moment. Suddenly, Yang Qing opened his eyes, and his aura rose up. His black hair began to change color, and it stood up towards the sky. After a short 3 breaths, it all turned green. The muscles on his body also began to swell, and his body became stronger, with a strong sense of strength. At this moment, Yang Qing's temperament has also become wild, like a beast that only knows how to fight. However, he has a very clear mind. This is Super Saiyan. Yang Qing at this moment is the legendary Super Saiyan. Chapter 536 Fighting Kavira Again. Shin. It is slightly different from Broly's transformation in the original book. At this moment, Yang Qing's hair is green, his body is tall, and he is close to 3 meters. His breath is blazing like a flame, his muscles are strong, and he is surging. The rolling combat power is like a star that continuously releases light and heat towards the outside world. Compared with his black-haired state, his combat power at this time is even stronger, and he does not suffer any loss of physical strength. This is the legendary Super Saiyan mode. Yang Qing's eyes are bright. In this state, although his combat power has not changed, there is always a strange power surging in his body. With the blessing of this power, he can accompany the battle and let his combat power continue to rise, which is a mode with endless potential. And this pattern is his norm. After his body changed, his body became smaller, his hair turned black, and Yang Qing returned to his normal Saiyan appearance. God Long's 3 wishes have brought his current state to the peak, which is very powerful. At this moment, he is the most powerful moment in history. He started punching, kicking, and adjusting his breath. The combat power has declined a bit, but my strength has become stronger. Yang Qing clenched his fists and felt himself. He judged that his combat power at this time was actually more than 1.8 million points, which was less than before. But if you want to fight, it is much stronger than before. No one knows how terrifying a body that can quickly grow its combat power with battle. When he is strong, he is strong. As long as he encounters a warrior who is stronger than himself, he will be able to grow up quickly. The bloodline of the ancient Saiyans gave him a unique talent, able to imprint the power of stronger enemies in his body, making himself more perfect and stronger. 3 days later, Yang Qing completely mastered the adjusted body and state. Then, he narrowed his eyes, put his right index finger and middle finger together, and slowly placed it between his eyebrows. Let go of your mind, and the surrounding environment becomes extremely quiet. Yang Qing's power began to wander, gradually going out from Namek and extending into the universe. His mind spread rapidly in the universe at an incredible speed. He can feel countless breaths through this inexplicable heart power. Of course, at this moment, he can only feel the identity of his familiar breath, and the unfamiliar can only vaguely sense. This is also one of the abilities of the gods. Perhaps, I can use this to find out the mystery of becoming a god. The power of the mind continued to unfold, and countless unfamiliar auras swept across Yang Qing's body quickly. In the end, his brows suddenly moved, and a sharp aura appeared on his body. It's him, Kavira. The majestic aura in front of it, rippling with evil and cold, is as frightening as a poisonous snake. It fills the sky and can be clearly perceived even in a solar system. There is no doubt that it is Kavira. At this moment, Yang Qing's body standing on Namek suddenly twisted and became blurred. In another flash, he had disappeared. At the same moment, in front of Kavira, a figure appeared here twisted. Slender figure, wearing a loose martial arts uniform, his expression is cold and stern, and he is staring at him coldly at the moment. You're here again. Kavira was startled for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. I knew you would come. Of course I will come, the scum of the Frieza family, I will remove them one by one. Yang Qing's face was stern, his voice seemed to be squeezed out of ice slag, and the coldness deepened. Oh, Saiyan, you are very confident. Kavira laughed mockingly. I am not the me before. This time, I will not let you escape again. You will surely die. The one who will die is you, not me. Yang Qing put on a fighting stance, and his aura became fierce. Then let's see the real chapter under the hand. Kevela also slightly bent his waist, his eyes became cold, and his heart was full of killing intent. After a period of training, although his combat power has not improved much, he is still very confident in dealing with the guy in front of him. At this moment, the two of them are in an underground training field, which is very vast, with a radius of 100,000 meters. In this wide scene, there are only the two of them. It's very quiet here, no one will come to disturb us, just let me see how powerful you are. Saiyan. Kevela roared, his legs and legs bent suddenly, and the next moment, his entire body was thrown out. There was a shock on the ground, and a large piece of soil splashed under his feet. His speed was incredible. At this moment, he almost reached the speed of sound, but he was already in front of Yang Qing in an instant. Two pairs of iron fists quickly swung out. The airflow is rushing, the wind is roaring, and the air is trembling like a knife. Seeing the color, Yang Qing's eyes widened, his body trembled, his feet kept on, and he began to dodge left and right. His head sometimes turned left, sometimes right, and his body went up and down. The whole person seemed to be drifting with the wind, and Kevela's fist never reached his body, causing the latter's complexion to change again and again. This dense raindrop-like attack quickly fell on Yang Qing's body. Although he was able to dodge it, he was completely suppressed. What happened to this guy? The combat power is twice as high as before. Yang Qing's face changed slightly, in this fast punching attack. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Down, but it was already noticed. The latter's body has obviously changed. It is much faster than when he faced off a few months ago, and his strength has also increased greatly. For more than 10 seconds, the figures of the two moved rapidly, and Yang Qing kept retreating. The two of them retreated all the way, and the ground under their feet began to roar, and beside the two, because of Kavira's fist fluctuations, a large amount of explosions began. Dodge. Proud Saiyan monkey, just dodge. Ha 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 ha. Crazy punching attacker, Kavira made a mocking sound. Not only did his fist not slow down, on the contrary, his strength and speed increased even more. Stupid wild monkey, do you think I'm so capable? How long can you hide? Suddenly, Kevela's whole body trembled, and his bones and joints rubbed slightly. There was a sound of rubbing, and after a shock, he suddenly threw a punch. Chapter 537 Shin. Yang Qing's eyes saw the fist that suddenly increased in speed, hitting his stomach, and his eyes immediately became sharper. Armed color. The position of the stomach, above the skin, immediately became pitch black, as if a thick layer of hard armor covered it. Just as the domineering arrogance of the armed color was just overwhelmed, Kavira's heavy fist hit Yang Qing's stomach with a bang. Suddenly, the atmosphere froze, Kavira's stormy attack came to an abrupt end, the smile on his face trembled, and there was a touch of incomprehensible doubts. Are you finished? Yang Qing remained expressionless, his eyes staring coldly at Kevela, who was close at hand. Are you all right? Kavira said in disbelief. He used the strongest power at the moment, how could the other party have nothing at all? It's a little itchy. A mocking smile appeared on the corner of Yang Qing's mouth, and at the same time, his right hand suddenly exerted force, punching from bottom to top, returning to the opponent's chin. Call. The gust of wind blew, and Kavira quickly dodged the punch. However, when he reached 100 meters away, there was still a shallow bloodstain on his face. The fist was as windy as a knife, even if the punch didn't hit him, the wind swept out had already formed a blade and scratched his skin. Squinting his eyes, Kavira became dignified. The Saiyan in front of him is weird and terrifying. Next, it's up to me. After setting up the posture, Yang Qing's eyes showed a touch of excitement. Kevela is indeed a formidable opponent. Even at this moment, the two of them are at the normal level, but after a short contact, he is already excited, and the blood of the Saiyans has begun to flow faster. A cheerful and refreshing feeling swept through his body, making him unable to hold back anymore. In battle, you should do your best. Ha! After a loud shout, Yang Qing's figure suddenly disappeared, and between the fluttering black hair, he had appeared in front of Kevala, making the other party's complexion change. With a bang, the two completed their first fight. The air suddenly shook, and the surrounding land on both sides burst open. Immediately after, a series of fist collisions appeared here, and a large piece of dust was raised, and Kavira's face changed continuously, and he began to retreat. He didn't see the domineering look and could not accurately predict the opponent's attack, but his strength was there, and he could also effectively prevent Yang Qing's attack on him. After retreating 3 kilometers in a row, Kevala finally couldn't bear such anger. He could feel that the opponent's strength was twice his own, but he was forced to retreat under the opponent's attack. Boy, do you think you can beat me? With a roar, Kavira abruptly stopped his backsteps. He stopped there arrogantly, his eyes widened, watching Yang Qing's fist approaching his face quickly. At the same time, his right hand also squeezed violently, the air burst, and then he punched out fiercely. Bang, bang. 2 voices came out one after another, and the bodies of Kavira and Yang Qing trembled fiercely. It's like tickling. Kavira laughed sarcastically. The corner of Yang Qing's mouth curved, took 2 steps back, raised his hand, wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth, and looked at the other party with a smile on his face. That's interesting. Yes, it's interesting. Kevala shook his neck from side to side, with a cold smile on his face. It's no fun to beat the weak, only killing the strong like you will make me more successful. Sense. Ha ha. Yang Qing smiled disdainfully. After 3 seconds, their bodies disappeared again. Elbows, legs, and heads have all turned into their effective means of attack. The figures of the two began to move quickly in this open space, sometimes appearing here and sometimes there. They either collided with their fists, causing dust to fly, or their feet tried to fight, causing the ground to crack, or they collided with Kong Zhou's elbows, making the air buzz. Bang! In the air, Yang Qing was severely hit in the stomach by Kevala's punch. His body immediately bent, and the next moment, he endured the pain and also punched the opponent's face, letting the back of the head twitched. In the first punch, the two frantically began to compete with each other to withstand blows. Bang 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 bang. A series of voices kept coming out, and the air kept buzzing. The faces and stomachs of the two were constantly under attack that was enough to break a mountain. The entire basement began to shake. After nearly 20 minutes of confrontation, the two just left here floating in the sky. Woo-hoo. Quickly adjusting their breathing, the expressions of the two looking at each other were full of excitement but extremely cold. In such a frantic battle, they all realized the strength of the other party and the difficulty of dealing with the other party. At the same time, it has also been confirmed that in this primitive combat state, it is definitely impossible to defeat the opponent. Boy, you are very strong. Among the Saiyans, I have never seen a person as strong as you. If it was me 4 months ago, in this mode, I'm afraid I would really be defeated by you, but now I am 3 times stronger than before. You will die at my hands, as. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. If you only have that kind of strength. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, but he didn't say a word, looking at each other quietly. I saw Kevala standing in the void. After saying this, the aura of his body suddenly rose, and his body began to be surrounded by cyclones, like a long. With his high aura, the surrounding space began to tremble. Seems to be afraid of him. At the same time, his combat power was soaring rapidly. So powerful. A look of shock appeared in his eyes. Yang Qing could see that Kevala had not transformed at the moment, but his chi was 3 times stronger than before. In other words, at this moment, based on a rough estimate, his combat power has reached 6 million. In 4 months, how did Kevala increase his strength to such a perverted level? If that's the case, then I won't lose to you. Yang Qing shouted loudly. There was no wind in his clothes, and cyclones began to surround him, and the color of his hair changed. Initial mode changed, Super Saiyan. Chapter 538 Getting Stronger. Shin. With a loud roar, Yang Qing's hair all turned green, and his figure became taller and stronger. In his eyes, it became even colder than the normal state, and there was a faint condensation of evil spirits. At first glance, it looks like a cold and ruthless invincible warrior. In such a state, although Yang Qing's combat power did not increase, he was able to become stronger as he fought. As long as the increase in combat power was not too great, then he could become infinitely stronger. Of course, this increase in combat power is not because his real combat power is increasing, but he has entered a magical state during the battle. Saiyan's crazy fighting factor gives him this kind of power. At the same time that Yang Qing completed his transformation, the cyclone around Kevala slowly dissipated and became calm. At this time, Kevala was full of confidence and strength. His eyes were indifferent, staring at Yang Qing from a distance in the air, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Next, let you see my strength and let you know the gap between you and me. The faint words entered Yang Qing's ears, causing a trace of disdain to bloom from the corner of his mouth. Huh! The sound of breaking the air suddenly came out, Yang Qing's pupils shrank, and he immediately saw Kevira's face that was drawn in like a long line. At the same time, the fist was also quickly swung over. He lifted his right hand, there was a crisp, pop, sound, and Yang Qing's palm blocked in front of Kevira's fist. The huge force caused his body to immediately retreat thousands of meters in the air. Above the right palm, there is a feeling of soreness and numbness. Then, there is pain. This pain caused Yang Qing's eyes to flash with bright colors, and the blood of excitement accelerated. Strong. Really strong. Immediately following, Kevala seemed to have entered another dimension, approaching the point where it was difficult for Yang Qing to keep up. Even if he can clearly see the movement of the other party, it is difficult for his body to quickly keep up and react. Bang bang bang. Loud noises kept coming out, and Yang Qing was constantly hit by Kevala on his body, and the pain spread rapidly. At the same time, the Saiyan blood in his body is also flowing rapidly, and the crazy factor makes the excitement in his eyes even crazy. So strong, so strong. Cool. Quote. A punch hit Yang Qing's body, making him unable to fight back at this moment. Kevala, on the other hand, had a look of excitement and killing intent. His pride, and power instantly killed his opponent at this moment. In the end, when he hit Yang Qing's head back again, Kevira roared, and his body reached the top of Yang Qing's head, then crossed his hands, and slammed his head with a cannon hammer. Buzz. The sound of cutting through the void came out, and Yang Qing fell directly to the ground, knocking the ground into a deep pit, and the smoke and dust drowned his figure. Saiyan, you have disappointed me so much. It's still weak. If you really can't become that Super Saiyan and improve your combat effectiveness, then you have to die here. In the right hand, the red destruction Qigong wave began to condense, and Kevira's killing intent was not concealed at all. The smoke gradually dissipated, and the figure of Yang Qing standing up slowly appeared on the ground. With long green hair, erect roots, a cold and ruthless face, and a sturdy 3-meter body, Yang Qing's head suddenly lifted, and his expression at the moment was clearly reflected in Kevala's eyes, making the latter immediately startled for a moment, followed by pupil contraction. Actually smiling. That's right, Yang Qing's face at this moment is full of smiles, excited smiles, and irrepressible smiles when encountering strong enemies. The fun of fighting, who can understand except Saiyans? The more excited he was, the more mysterious power was drawn inside his body, which blessed his fighting power and made his chi start to rise wildly. In just a breath, Yang Qing felt the injury he suffered a moment ago, all the pain disappeared, and he returned to a perfect state again. View. A long scream came out, a red Qigong wave fell from the sky, and Kevira unleashed his terrifying attack. Looking at the Qigong wave that fell from the sky and became bigger and bigger, the smile on Yang Qing's face became more and more blooming. Ha 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 ha. The Qigong wave suddenly enlarged, approaching him, and Yang Qing waved out. This punch was swung very casually, but the huge Qigong wave was sent flying by its punch. There was a dull look on Kevila's face, and the scene just now was clearly reflected in his eyes. The extremely destructive Qigong wave was actually hit by the opponent's punch, and then the Qigong wave did not explode, but deformed, changing from a circle to an ellipse, and finally, it was ejected by its punch. Boom! In the distance, a cloud of mushrooms rose, and the huge basement training ground began to shake. And at the next meter, Yangqing appeared in front of him with a smiling face. Immediately after that, a punch was thrown out fiercely. You got me so excited. With a loud shout, Yangqing's fist suddenly appeared in front of Kevila's face. The latter's pupils shrank, and then he moved faster, grabbing Yangqing's wrist. Saiyan monkey, you are too arrogant. The other fist, with a smile on his face, let the guy he hates swipe out. Bang! This punch hits the opponent's big legs. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Yangqing immediately retreated 10 meters. Even if his combat power has risen and he is very excited, there is still a gap between him and Kevila's strength. Get stronger. Kevila's face changed slightly, and he finally realized that the guy in front of him was much stronger than before. He actually was gradually approaching his own combat power. How is this possible? But the next moment, when Yangqing punched up again and let out a crazy excited smile, he finally confirmed this matter. While being shocked, the killing intent in his heart was even worse. This guy must be destroyed. He has no reservations, and his punches and kicks are very close to the ultimate strength at this moment. Ha! Yangqing's body was running fast, and his fists and feet were quickly struck. He was able to hit Kevila only a handful of times, but the opponent was able to sway the power of a punch on him recklessly, causing him to keep backing up and bleeding from the corner of his mouth. The Saiyan's blood is boiling, roaring, giving him a steady stream of strength. The more painful it is and the stronger the opponent, the faster he can grow. Finally, Yangqing's breath rose again and again as he was hit, and his figure suddenly flashed. Chapter 539 Shin. How is it possible? At this moment, Kevila's expression changed drastically. He was actually shocked to find that the strength of his opponent suddenly rose again, and in an instant, it reached the level of his own. A fist suddenly enlarged in front of him, almost to an unbelievable level. Afterwards, his whole body shook violently, as if he was hit by a heavy hammer, and his consciousness appeared in a trance for a moment, and the whole person was actually knocked to the ground from a high altitude. Ha 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 ha, it's so cool, let's fight. Above the sky, Yangqing's frantic voice contained excitement. The light blue Qigong wave in his palm quickly formed, and then without any hesitation, he was directly thrown into the sky. As soon as Kevila stood up, he saw a streamer passing by and came to him. His face changed greatly, and his hands were in front of him. Boom! The loud explosion sounded, and Kavira withdrew his hands and looked at the sky again. His face changed again. This damned fellow. He actually saw the figure above the sky, and he kept shouting excitedly. Light flashed in his hands. In just a short breath, dense Qigong waves fell from the sky and slammed into him fiercely. Boom 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 boom. The sound of the explosion drowned out Kevila. The ground was shivered by the massive flames and high temperature, and the mushroom cloud bulged high. By this time, the spacious underground training field had actually turned into a mess. The ceiling on the top floor even had cracks, crumbling and seemed to collapse at any time. The dust dissipated, and Kavira's embarrassed figure rose from the ground, rose into the air, and stood opposite Yangqing, his eyes grim. Ha! Without any hesitation, he roared loudly, and his body changed, but in an instant, his appearance had changed greatly. Kavira transformed into the first stage, his breath soared 3 times again, the sky wave caused the ceiling above to collapse, and gravel began to fall. After a full 5 or 6 breaths, his combat strength growth just stopped. I'm going to kill you. With a cold drink, Kevila moved, came to Yangqing, and punched directly. Ha ha! Yangqing laughed loudly, his fists also swung out, and the armed color was domineering. With a bang sound like a muffled thunder, Yang Qing's entire body fell on the ground again, causing the ground to vibrate and dust flying. Do you think it's over? Kevira's figure was vertical, and the person fell from the sky, and in a blink of an eye, he came to the top of Yang Qing's head, and stepped on his feet ruthlessly. Yang Qing jumped immediately, dodging the blow. The clods on the ground splashed up, and when Kevila stepped on it, it flew towards both sides at a high speed. With strides to keep up, Kevila pursued him and launched his most violent attack. Within 3 seconds, Yang Qing couldn't dodge, and suffered 3 heavy blows. The Saiyan's blood in his body became more and more boiling, and his strength began to rise again at a steady rate. Da 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 da. The fists of the two kept colliding, the wind roared, and the shock wave moved in all directions, causing the surrounding land and ceiling to tremble. This basement, under the unscrupulous battle of the two, is about to be destroyed. Yang Qing kept retreating, his body trembled, and the number of times his body was hit by Kevila was already unknown. From the beginning of Kevira's transformation, he was unable to resist a blow, and now, Kevira has hit him 3 times, and he can fight back once. The battle between the two was so fierce that the roars continued, and their blood boiled at this moment. Gradually, Yang Qing's roar grew louder and louder, the Saiyan blood in his body boiled to the extreme, and a white and high-temperature heat surged out of the entire body, and his fighting power increased again. At this moment, he suddenly punched the figure in front of him. Bang! This punch slammed into Kevila's face, causing him to spin and fly out, falling to the ground. The corners of his eyes trembled. Kevila stood up and looked at Yang Qing, who was surrounded by white mist, and his breath was high, his face was cold and uncharacteristic. This guy's combat power has risen again. In his heart, he began to feel that Yang Qing was extremely difficult to deal with. Just like this, he first improved his combat power, and then the latter was able to quickly improve his combat power in battle. While he was thinking, Yang Qing had already rushed up screaming. The fist waved like the wind, and Kevira ducked with his head down, his body turned, and his other hand suddenly swung out with the power of the rotation. Bang! But it was accurately caught by Yang Qing. Immediately after, the legs of the two of them trembled, and the elbows of the legs slammed into each other fiercely. Click! The 2 elbow joints slammed together fiercely, and the air shook, as if the space was about to shatter. The next second, the two changed their movements, the other leg was lifted, and they slammed into each other again. Immediately following, another fist was quickly swung out and collided. After a brief stalemate, Kevira retreated with a cold expression. While retreating, his right index finger lifted and pointed forward. Huh! A crimson streamer burst out immediately and rushed towards Yang Qing, who was close at hand. Seeing the color. In the face of this almost impossible to escape attack, Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, and his figure was strange. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. A different twist, the next moment it returns to its original state. At this time, the red light had already whizzed past and landed behind him, causing a sky-high flame and explosion. His eyes trembled, and Kevira looked at Yang Qing with an unusually cold and serious expression. This Saiyan is too strong. Come again. Yang Qing was very excited, and when he moved, he rushed up again. The two collided fiercely again. Under the movement and impact, the ground around them, the void, the cracks, and the gust of wind whistled out. The entire basement finally couldn't stand it anymore, and the ceiling began to collapse. Above the ground, the inhabitants of the planet who were working ran towards the outside world in a panic. Run! The ground is collapsing. What the hell is going on? This place has been shaking continuously since just now. I heard an explosion in the ground. And the cosmic warriors changed their expressions, because they knew that under the ground, Lord Kevira was there. Boom! The ground finally couldn't support it, and it began to collapse towards the bottom. Chapter 540, the third stage of transformation. Shin. In the basement training ground, Yang Qing and Kevila quickly faced off. The bricks on the ceiling fell quickly, towards the two of them. Although these stones fell fast, it was easy for them to dodge with their speed. Under the falling stones, the two people shuttled around, cruising quickly, fists colliding with each other. Every time they fight, the stones around them will be shattered into pieces. Huge power fluctuations are rapidly spreading towards the outside world. Boom! Suddenly, a large area of land above his head began to sink. Kavira looked up at the ceiling, her eyes changed. At this moment, Yang Qing let out a loud laugh, and his body suddenly rose, speeding up, and heading towards the outside world. Kevela below also quickly chased after him. Just as he rushed out of the broken land, Yang Qing's right hand suddenly stretched out and aimed at Kevela, who was flying fast below. "What are you going to do?" Kevira's face changed. "Huh." A radiant qigong wave emanated from Yang Qing's hand, but it hit Kevela in an instant, causing a huge explosion. The next moment, Yang Qing soared into the sky, smashed the ground, and rose into the sky. He stood in the void, looking down at the collapsed ground below, with an inexplicable excited smile on his face. He raised his hands again, and then swayed in samsara. The qigong waves that gathered a lot of energy were continuously thrown out of his hands, and they drew an arc downward and went away quickly. Shish! A large explosion began to spread, and the ground that had already collapsed, dust flew up again, and the flames turned this place into a scorched earth, and the flames danced with the dust, rising into the sky. Under Yang Qing's attack, the ground dropped a full 5 or 6 meters. It's so exciting to feel this way. The more he fought, the more itchy and itchy Yang Qing's body became. He seemed to enjoy this feeling. At the next moment, the representative office below suddenly bulged, and then burst into a dazzling light. Kevela! Yang Qing narrowed his eyes and stared at the bottom. Ah! A huge roar came from the ground, and Kavira's breath surged, becoming majestic again. The wind was loud, and there were layers of dark clouds in the sky, with thunder and lightning drawn from it, and then fell, slashing straight into the scorched earth below. In a dazzling explosion, Kevela's figure appeared again. His expression was indifferent, and there was deep anger in his eyes. This Saiyan monkey had completely angered him, and he decided to use his most powerful body to directly smash the guy in front of him. The third stage, transform. Stupid boy, you've completely pissed me off. I'm going to kill you. I must kill you. Kavira roared angrily, and the aura around him swelled again. Large pieces of stone, while he was raising his aura, were all suspended, and then shattered into powder by this powerful air. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed and became solemn. At this time, Kevela was so terrifying that it was unparalleled. In the third stage of transformation, with this guy to change, he was much stronger than Frieza. And, not to mention because of him, this guy is much stronger than before. Gradually, Kevela's body was full of combat power, and the evil and icy aura slowly spread out. In the sky, large tracts of dark clouds gathered, and there were pieces of thunder and lightning shining. This majestic air flattened the land with a radius of nearly 1 million meters in just an instant, so that the original building and the creatures on it were not only blown away, but turned into a desolate flat land. Rivers are diverted, land is deformed. The terrifying combat power, at this moment, shrouded the entire planet in a cloud of darkness. At this moment, compared with the former, Yang Qing's breath is like a small boat in the sea, submerged in the gust of wind and tsunami, unable to make any splash. It is too powerful. This majestic breath is like the vast universe. Mortals in front of him, so small and almost invisible, can only be turned into a little candlelight, and disappear with the wind. With just one breath, he was able to blow over a large block of high-rise buildings, and with one punch, he could blow up the sea level. A casual blow can cause a huge disaster to the entire planet. This is a galaxy-level battle between the universes, powerful and fearful. Even Yang Qing was sweating on his forehead at the moment. In his feelings, at this time, no matter how strong the Saiyan bloodline is, if the opponent exerts his full strength, he can be eliminated in seconds with just one move. This has crossed the previous battle, too many layers. This vast and majestic air can even be transmitted from this planet and permeate the entire solar system, causing countless people to fear. Crackling. A trace of golden lightning began to shine around Yang Qing's body, and the next moment, his breath suddenly increased. Ah! Yang Qing also began to roar into the sky. Using Super Saiyan as the initial combat power, he transformed again. After 3 breaths, his hair turned golden with a puff, his eyebrows turned golden, and his pupils turned pale green. The body size has shrunk from the previous 3 meters to 1.75 meters, with a look of indifference and violence in his eyes, and a terrifying gust of wind began to spread out in circles around his body. Compared to Big Virus transformation, his transformation is not so earth-shattering. However, the terrifying energy fluctuations formed around him. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The golden flames and thunderbolts distorted the space. His strength is more introverted, making it difficult to distinguish the truth from the truth. Clenching his fist, the air was directly squeezed, making a crisp sound. Then he threw his fist, and the wind sounded. Zhu, Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. The power after transformation is beyond his imagination. You know, at this moment, he is a Super Saiyan transformed from a Super Saiyan, and he is still in full power form. The overlap of the two made his combat power at the moment reach a point where it was difficult for him to judge for a while. It's just that the only thing he can feel is that at the moment, he is much stronger than the confident guy on the opposite side who is also punching, kicking, and testing his strength. After the transformation, the astronomical change due to the strong energy finally began to slowly disappear, and the attention of the two finally focused on each other again. At this moment, the two people looking at each other, the corners of their mouths are curved. One Piece Supreme Control, Chapter 541 to 560. Chapter 541 Sword. Shin. I will crush your head, and then crush all your body inch by inch. Kavira said with a cold smile, her voice extremely cold. Yang Qing just smiled sarcastically. He would let the former know how naive he was. Look at your current appearance. Have you become a Super Saiyan? It looks exactly the same as King Vegeta, but I don't know how much your strength has increased now. Kevila said contemptuously, but no matter how much you grow, you won't be my opponent for the 3rd stage of transformation. My stupid brother Frieza, the combat power of 3 transformations can reach 150 million, and at this time, I am 3 times stronger than him, and I have a combat power of 450 million. Yang Qing was startled when she heard Kevila's voice. Does the opponent's combat power already have a combat power of 450 million? In other words, his combat power has exceeded 450 million. This is really a terrifying number. Just hearing it, even he can't help but be startled in his heart. What? Scared? Seeing Yang Qing's expression, Kevila thought that the other party was already afraid, but he showed a disdainful smile. However, it's useless for you to be afraid, I will still kill you. Your strength is very strong, and it has threatened our cosmic emperor family. I will never allow you to survive. Suddenly, Kavira's expression became indifferent. Yang Qing was stunned for a moment. After realizing that the other party would be wrong, he shook his head helplessly. It seems that it is necessary to let you know which of the two of us is stronger. In the next moment, the expressions of the two of them became extremely cold, and their bodies were surrounded by killing intent. In the next battle, these two people with full combat power will definitely not have the slightest reservation. Yang Qing is on another planet and is still in the enemy's territory. Naturally, he will not have the slightest scruples, and can use his strength to the limit. And Kevila himself is a ruthless emperor, and naturally he will not pay attention to the people on this planet. Suddenly, a thunderbolt flashed in the air, and the figures of the two who had separated the void and the ground suddenly disappeared. Just 1/1000th of a second later, there was a collision in the air. Boom! Immediately afterwards, there was a continuous sound of thunder. The two began to have accumulated conflicts and collisions in the sky. Every collision made the sky and atmosphere of this planet tremble and tremble. On the ground below, a gust of wind began to roll up, thousands of waves were set off in the sea, the tide rose, and the surface began to crack. Suddenly, a dazzling light shone, and the stream of light suddenly appeared, slamming into the ground ruthlessly. Boom! The violent explosion sounded, and the louder wind sounded with shock waves in all directions. In just an instant, a city-sized land was razed to the ground and turned into a piece of scorched earth. Immediately following, countless dense light bullets fell from the sky, like meteorites, falling on the ground and in the sea. At this moment, the huge planet experienced the most tragic disaster since his birth. Countless creatures were crushed into flesh and blood by the aftermath of the battle between the two, countless vegetation was directly destroyed, the ground began to split, and magma began to rush out from the surface. Even so, the collision in the sky still did not stop. They are too powerful, so powerful that the stars are like vulnerable ants in front of them, powerless and fragile. After the two fought continuously for half an hour, Kebila's eyes became sharp. I didn't expect you to be so powerful after your transformation. Hee, I've probably figured out your third stage transformation. If you have any other tricks, just use it. Yang Qing smiled indifferently. Don't be ashamed. Flames spewed from Kebila's eyes, he shouted angrily, and rushed over again. His figure has already surpassed the speed of light many times, and ordinary people can't see his moving figure with the naked eye. Bang! Kavira's body suddenly stopped on the way forward, and there was a flash of incredulousness in his eyes. Looking at Yang Qing, who had come to his side at some point, he tightly grasped his waving wrist. What? Break your arm first, what do you think? The smile on the corner of Yang Qing's mouth was very cold. Then, with a sudden force, with a click, Kavira's wrist was directly crushed into pieces by him. Ah! Kavira let out a pained cry, and a circular plain qigong slash appeared in the other hand, and then quickly waved. Like a sharp blade, this qigong slash directly slashed towards Yang Qing. With a slight change in expression, Yang Qing retreated, but the qigong slash suddenly accelerated and turned into a stream of light. Will it be tracked? Yang Qing narrowed his eyes and remembered Frieza's stunt in the original book. Then, his right hand touched a hard handle behind him. It was he who created the Johei sword. After the sword light flashed, the slashing qigong slash was cut in half by him, and then fell into the high mountain behind him. Soaring. Afterwards, Yang Qing's figure flashed, and he raised his sword and slashed towards Kebila in front of him. His sword skills are absolutely precise and dexterous, forming routines, one ring after another, and his speed is extremely fast. In an instant, Kebila's hands collided with Yang Qing's blade more than a dozen times, and a little blood fell from the sky, causing him to. This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. His eyes changed, very apprehensive. Suddenly, a sneer appeared at the corner of Yang Qing's mouth, and the speed of the long sword in his hand suddenly increased. Kebila's expression changed drastically. With his years of combat experience and the fastest speed he could play at the moment, he quickly leaned back. At the next moment, Yang Qing's body and the long sword seemed to merge into one, and the two crossed each other by the slightest difference. Woo! Kebila quickly raised his upper body and body, with a sigh of relief in his eyes. But at this moment, his back suddenly became cold. Blood spilled out and quickly fell to the ground. Kavira turned quickly and saw the half of her tail that had fallen. Although this sword did not cut off his neck, it cut off his tail. Wild monkey. This time, Kebila was completely angry. In his body, the raging power that burned from the depths of the cells swept towards his whole body again, and once again, terrifying energy fluctuations lingered throughout his body. You totally pissed me off. Wild monkey. Yang Qing's eyes suddenly changed and became extremely solemn. The guy in front of him is finally going to make his last change. Chapter 542 Limb Regeneration. Shin. Boom. The bursting breath burst out from Kebila's body again, and it was mighty, and the extremely fierce wind swept away in all directions of the entire planet under his feet with him as the center. The ground under his feet even began to crack and shatter into pieces. Large tracts of land and stones were shaken by the terrifying energy fluctuations to the sky. Gradually, the hot lava under the crust began to reveal. In the sky, the atmosphere shattered into a hole under the impact of this surging energy. Gloomy dark clouds shrouded the sky, and endless thunder and lightning were intertwined, entangled in the clouds, spinning and roaring. Half of the sky was turned into a blood-red flush, like the rosy clouds on the horizon, releasing beautiful colors. Above the ground, rivers flow backwards, seas churn, and land shatters. Everything on the planet is as fragile as scum in the face of Kevala's terrifying aura. Spectacular, imposing, beautiful scene. This moment sweeps the scene. Centered on Kevala, who stood proudly in the center of the sky, an endless storm began to churn. His breath was as violent as a burning star. No, it was even hotter than a star. His whole body, at this moment, was surrounded by hot and cold flames, centered on himself, releasing an unparalleled violent aura. Majesty, a strong majesty suppresses the entire huge planet. At this moment, this huge planet is as fragile as paper, and it can't even stand for a moment in front of Kevala's aura. The surface of the entire planet seems to have been swept again. No creatures exist anymore, and large tracts of land have collapsed, shattered, and collapsed. Moreover, because of the terrifying thunder and lightning swept through, countless charred blacks spread over the entire surface of the planet, constantly smashing the planet. A scene like the end of the world has descended on this planet. As for Yangqing, who was under the impact of the closest gust of wind, her eyes became brighter and brighter, and the excitement in her eyes became more and more frantic. Strong, it's so strong. Is this his most terrifying power? 800 million or 1 billion? No, it's far beyond the level of 1 billion combat power. It's so scary. At this moment, Yangqing's whole body trembled, and he was shaking with excitement. The strength of his body seems to be burning, and his breath is rapidly increasing and expanding at a terrifying level. In just a short moment, half of the sky has been filled, showing golden arrogance, competing with Kevala in front of him, comparable to that. This terrifying momentum made Kevala's expression stagnate in an instant, and his eyes became even more fierce. Damn Saiyan monkey, I didn't expect such a terrifying power to exist in your body. I must kill you. The killing intent on Kevala made the gust of wind in the sky even colder and whistled past. As the clouds rolled, the thunder continued to fall, causing the magma on the ground to tumble. It's not over yet, Kevala. There was a smile in Yangqing's eyes. With his strength at this time, he was naturally not a master of the other party, but he still had tricks that he didn't use. Aha! With a roar, Yangqing's strength suddenly swelled again, and it tripled. Exploding. Kevala's pupils contracted suddenly, then widened. The next moment, in his shocked and disbelieving eyes, Yangqing actually disappeared in front of his eyes. Huh! A stream of light just flashed before him, and then a fist quickly enlarged in Kevala's eyes. Die! Yangqing roared, and slammed his right fist down. The long sword in his hand was already sheathed. In this neat and tidy world, he was more used to using his fists to simply and rudely deal with all enemies. Bang! The thunder roared, and Kavira was directly knocked into the air by a fist. But immediately after that, Kevala had already reacted without using a thousandth of a second. At this time, Kevala was also extremely terrifying. With another buzz, Kevala had already rushed in front of Yangqing, and then, in the latter's equally wide eyes, he slammed a punch. Bang! Yangqing tilted his head, blood spurted out of his nose, and the pain quickly entered his mind, causing his blood to boil again. Then, with an angry roar, Yangqing swept out. Ah! Kevala groaned in pain and bent down. This feeling swept across his stomach, an unusual pain. As soon as he gritted his teeth, Kevala's feet also kicked up, and when Yangqing couldn't dodge, he kicked his chin ruthlessly, causing him to rise directly into the air and quickly rise. In just an instant, it has already flew hundreds of meters. Kavira resisted the pain, roared loudly, and rushed up against the wind, straight up to the top of Yang Qing's head, raised his right leg, and then slashed down fiercely. Bang! The thunderous voice came out again, but Kavira was shocked, and his eyeballs were about to come out. Yang Qing's swift punch came first, and hit him in the thigh and leg ruthlessly. In just an instant, Kevila felt that his big legs and legs lost his intuition. Damn boy! With a roar, Kewe stretched, shot, and yanked. Yang Qing's right arm was directly grabbed by him, and then he exerted force. Click! A crisp sound came out. Yang Qing's right. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The arm was directly pulled down by Kevila, and a large amount of blood was thrown out. Ah! Yang Qing roared. The pain made him roar, raised his left hand and pinched Kevila's left leg. Then, the breath in the body expanded, and a golden qigong wave was formed in an instant. Boom! And Kevira, when she saw the golden light shining, her eyes widened in horror. A huge explosion sounded in an instant. Yang Qing's eyes were angry and indifferent, and the battle strength was in the flames, not retreating at all. The fire soared into the sky, and after 5 seconds, Kavira's painful voice came out, revealing his remaining body. In the heat of the explosion and flames, Kavira lost all of his right leg and the calf of his left. The two of them were dripping with sweat on their foreheads at the moment, standing in the void, staring at each other with anger and murderous intent in their eyes. The pain of the severed limb made both of them want to kill each other immediately. Ha! In the end, Yang Qing let out a cry, and where his right arm was broken, a sudden protrusion suddenly gushed out. The next moment, a brand new arm appeared in its original position. Chapter 543 Planet Explosion. Shin. Kavira's eyeballs almost popped out, and he saw with his own eyes that the arm of the person in front of him that had been removed by him appeared again, making his worldview almost collapse. How is it possible? Saiyan, how can there be regeneration skills? Such a skill, even he, the strongest emperor in the universe, Kavira, is impossible to possess. The mighty Kavira, even though he lost 1.5 of his legs, his breath was still high, and his cold and stern aura made the surrounding void tremble. But his mood was at this moment unable to calm down for a long time, even though his combat effectiveness did not decline. But at this time, the opponent's limbs are sound, but he lacks the means of attack. There is no doubt that he is already at a disadvantage. Saiyan, why can't we regenerate limbs? A sarcastic smile appeared on Yang Qing's face. This regeneration skill, he really didn't lose a little bit of money for what he wanted from God. Next, you will die. With a loud shout, Yang Qing's figure quickly disappeared, and then, in Kevira's sharply contracted eyes, a fist quickly enlarged. As soon as he twisted, he was about to fight back. But at this time, due to the lack of limbs, there was a problem with the balance of the body, and the body could not help but shake slightly. It was a shock, delaying his action, and Yang Qing's fist slammed into his face. It was as if 10,000 hammers had been slapped directly on his face, and Kavira's expression instantly became dazed. And after this stunt, Yang Qing laughed and couldn't be more polite. The left fist was swung out, and with a bang, Kavira floated back, and the right fist was swung out, and with a bang, it floated back again. Bang 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 bang. A series of thunder-like roars came out, and Yang Qing's left and right fists quickly greeted Kevila's face. The strongest man in the universe, who was hit directly, spewed out blood, and Venus shot up in front of him. In just a few short breaths, Yang Qing didn't know how many fists slammed into his face. Anger, brewing and fermenting in Kevila's heart. In the end, during the interval between Yang Qing's fists, the furious emperor of the universe finally broke out. Kill you, I'm going to kill you. A fist clenched fiercely, and then swung out fiercely. Bang! The huge force directly impacted from Yang Qing's back, spread rapidly, turned into a gust of wind, and even the atmosphere was broken through a big hole. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Yang Qing's mouth, and the attacking action stopped immediately. After this confrontation, the two finally confronted each other again. At this time, Kevila's combat effectiveness has shrunk a lot. Even now, he was beaten by Yang Qing's random punches, and even now, Jin Xing is still running around, his whole face is bruised and swollen, even his father can't help coming to him. But even so, the breath on his body was still very violent. As for Yang Qing's attack, he did indeed use his full strength. That chaotic hammer, I don't know how many times he threw his fists, and he felt refreshed. However, the consumption of energy is also terrifying. Hoo-hoo. Both of them were breathing air, their lungs were burning as if they were burning, and their muscles became tighter. The battle is approaching the final moment, and both of them are using this brief time to quickly recover themselves. In the current situation, Yang Qing undoubtedly has the upper hand. His explosiveness gave him the power to match or even surpass Kevila. However, the consumption of this body is also extremely terrifying. In addition to the recovery of the arm, at this time, he has spent a lot of physical strength and feels tired. This is a dangerous signal. It means that the time for him to maintain such combat power is running out, and soon, I am afraid that his combat power will begin to decline rapidly. Before this, the opponent must be killed. And Kavira, who had the same idea as Yang Qing, also blinked, thinking about how to solve the opponent in front of him. This guy is too powerful. I must destroy him. But his strength is comparable to mine. It's too hard to kill him in battle. Also, I'm missing 2 legs at the moment. If I continue to fight like this, I will be dragged to death by him, and I don't know how many times I will be hit. If it is a powerful Qigong wave, I am afraid that I will be defeated in an instant and then die at his hands. Kevira is sinister, cautious, and ruthless, even better than Frieza. His eyes flickered and he swept around. Suddenly, he saw the lava rushing under his feet and the ground covered with white mist, and a smile appeared in his eyes. As far as I know, Saiyans can't seem to breathe in the universe. This sudden emergence of inspiration made Kevila's eyes burst into a smile immediately. Sorry, mighty Saiyan. I am really reluctant to kill you. After all, it's good to have an opponent like you in the universe. Kevira smiled with a hint of hypocritical sympathy, but who made you stand in my way? Yang Qing raised his eyebrows when he heard the words, and a mocking expression appeared on his face. Don't be ashamed. With a cold air, Yang Qing didn't care about Kevila's alarmist words. There was a roar in Kevila's eyes, and he was extremely angry with the confidence of the Saiyan in front of him. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. If that's the case, I'll kill you right away. With a roar, a crimson Qigong wave formed in Kevila's right hand immediately, and then a stream of light was drawn, rushing towards the ground below. At the same time, Kevila looked towards the opposite side, and Yang Qing's panic and nervous expression clearly reflected in his eyes. Ha ha ha, destroy it, Saiyan, follow this planet and destroy it together. It's too generous to use a planet as your graveyard. His figure quickly rose up, and while flying high, he saw that Saiyan seemed to be frightened, standing in the void, without even the slightest movement. The Saiyan is the Saiyan, the inferior race in the universe. I see how you deal with such a scene. Die, you poor race. Kevila sneered in his heart, and his figure turned into a streamer and quickly disappeared. Below, after the entire planet was hit by the Qigong wave that blasted into the star core, Wang's voice trembled immediately, and then, hot flames shot up into the sky. The magnetic field is chaotic and stormy. Yang Qing stood in the void, with a mocking smile on his face, looking at Kevila who disappeared. His right index finger and middle finger were brought together, and then pressed between his eyebrows. Chapter 544 The Realm King. Shin. Boom. The soaring flames, magma, and scorched earth were unable to impact the universe in all directions. The huge star was destroyed in an instant at this moment, bursting into a group of extremely brilliant fireworks. And Yang Qing's figure gradually disappeared in the flames that flew almost at the speed of light. The beauty of the explosion of the planet is extremely bright, and it blooms in an instant. It is colorful, colorful, and dazzling. And this beauty is like a flash in the pan, and it dissipates in an instant. The coldness in the vacuum made the fireworks quickly return to darkness. Gradually, a large number of cosmic debris appeared in the universe, floating quietly. The high-temperature burning flame was quickly extinguished, cooled, and everything returned to darkness. A complete and huge star standing quietly is such a complete destruction. Kavira stood in the vacuum, looking at the shattering stars with a smug smile in his eyes. Ha ha ha, Saiyan monkey, just monkey. How are you going to survive in an explosion like this? I'm afraid he's already dead. Slowly fluttering, standing on the suspended meteorite, his face was full of smiles, his eyes swept around, but he didn't see a single figure. Sure enough, with this beautiful fireworks, it disappeared into the void. However, just as he finished saying these words, his expression suddenly changed, and his whole body tightened. He felt behind him, and suddenly there was a breath. This breath is so familiar, so that his pupils immediately surged with endless anger. To disappoint you, I am not dead. And, you are too careless. The faint words came into his ears, the figure was too close to him, and if the other party launched an attack, he would not be able to escape at all. Damn it! With a loud roar, Kavira turned around suddenly with disbelief and anger in his eyes. Then, in his eyes, a bright sword light shone. The sword light was so dazzling that he couldn't open his eyes when it shook, but in just a moment, it slashed across his neck, and then cut across his arms, legs, and body in less than a breath. At this moment, Kevela couldn't even count how many swords he had chopped at the moment he waved his hand. It only felt for a moment, the sight in front of him was split, and then split again. The next moment, he saw that his body had been cut into countless tiny particles. At the same time, his huge aura began to drop rapidly. 365 yuan. 365 yuan for such small pieces. Yang Qing looked at the flesh and blood in front of him lightly, watching them float quietly in the universe. I know that as long as you are not completely destroyed, you can be resurrected again, but I will not give you a chance. Kevela, while you were destroying the planet and calculating me, you didn't know that you had already fallen into my calculation. While you are happy with my death, your attention is also the most distracted. In such a state, you have no ability to escape my attack. Suffer to death. The dazzling golden light flickered, and a huge amount of energy quickly gathered in Yang Qing's hands. In just an instant, a qigong wave was formed. In Kevela's broken line of sight, this qigong wave with high temperature and incredible changes appeared, and he immediately panicked. He could feel that under such qigong waves, he would be destroyed. Really destroyed, not even a little bit of scum will remain. Boom! The dazzling qigong wave broke out instantly, Yang Qing shouted loudly, and the thick qigong wave in his palms suddenly blasted out. 365 pieces of minced meat were evaporated and vaporized in this high temperature in an instant. After that, the golden Chenghong was still not a little bit slow, and was thrown farther away. In an instant, the wreckage of the universe that had just been shattered was swept away. After passing through one after another, the Kavira stump left on it also instantly disappeared in this huge aura bombardment. After a full 10 seconds, an extremely dazzling light bloomed in the universe. Then it emits colorful rays of light, forming a circle of light, which quickly spreads out. After 3 breaths, everything returned to calm. Yang Qing stood in the void. After a blow, the golden color on his head disappeared immediately, and the Super Saiyan mode returned to normal. Black hair appeared, and dense sweat appeared on his forehead. Tired, after a big battle, he felt very tired, but it was worth it. Destroying Kevela, this powerful enemy, Yang Qing was very happy. Moreover, in a battle with Kevela, his combat power has grown again, and it has grown to 5 million. This was incredible and made Yang Qing extremely excited. It's worth it, it's worth it. With a smile on Yang Qing's face, he followed, sitting cross-legged on the broken meteorite nearby. He needs to rest for a while because, after this, there are more important things to do. Glancing towards the north, Yang Qing's eyes flashed slightly. Then, he closed his eyes and began to rest. In that extreme north position, he sensed a line of sight peeping at him. This is a mysterious feeling, very faint, but Yang Qing is very familiar. Because this is very similar to the way he uses teleportation to sense others. And for this person. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. He also had a guess. Above the Milky Way in the extreme north, above the end of Wangquan Snake Island, hangs a planet whose gravity far exceeds that of ordinary planets. This planet is very small, and there are very few people living on it, only 2 or 3. Among them, a man with blue skin, long thin horns sticking out from his head, and wearing sunglasses. At this moment, fine beads of sweat are oozing from his forehead, and he is gathering to feel the breath of that faraway place. It's unbelievable, terrifying Saiyan. Is this a Super Saiyan? It's terrifying to kill the tyrannical cosmic Emperor Kevala. Also, he seems to have spotted me just now. What an astonishing tactile perception. Terrible man. Is he the great elder of the Saiyan family? Frieza wiped out the entire Saiyan nation, yet there is such a terrifying opponent. Suddenly, the man was shocked, and inconceivable burst into his pupils. Chapter 545 Guidance. Shin. This person's heart was full of deep shock. From the beginning of the battle, the huge energy fluctuations that erupted were already noticed by him. However, there was nothing he could do. Because the two sides of the battle, compared with him, although he is superior in status, but in terms of strength, he is too far behind. Blue. He muttered the name of the Saiyan out of his mouth, and the man was stunned for a while. Suddenly, his face tightened, and his heart trembled. No, gone. Just now, he noticed that the terrifying young man opened his eyes from the rest, then stood up and pressed the index finger and middle finger of his right hand between his eyebrows. At the next moment, the figure disappeared from the universe. Huh. A slight wind sounded, and in his wide eyes, the figure he was sensing appeared in front of his eyes so abruptly. You. He was shocked and stepped back a few steps, his eyes full of horror. How did you get here? The figure that appeared, glanced at the environment here, and then felt the gravity on the planet, with a clear look in his eyes. After that, he just turned his eyes to him. Because the war has just ended, the cold and domineering surging fighting spirit has not dissipated, and at a glance, people can't stop trembling all over, which is very terrifying. Lord Realm King, I'm sorry to disturb you. Suddenly, the cold-faced man opened his mouth, his tone was gentle, and a smile changed on his face. As soon as the voice came out, the dignified and majestic pressure dissipated, and the Realm King breathed a sigh of relief. I sensed that someone was watching me secretly, so I chased after your breath. Looking at the puzzled eyes of the King of the Northern Realm, Yang Qing said with a smile. You chased after my breath. The King of the Northern Realm was shocked, his pupils shrank again, and his heart was secretly shocked. This guy has already reached such a level. He is not only powerful, but also mentally powerful. So horrible. Being able to clearly perceive his breath means that the person in front of him has cultivated to a terrifying realm. I didn't expect it to be Lord Realm King. I'm really flattered. Yang Qing said with a smile. Although the King of the Northern Realm is not very powerful, he is knowledgeable and has a lot of research on martial arts. If he can instruct him, maybe his power will improve again. I'm also very surprised that you were able to kill Kevala. At this moment, the Northern Realm King, shocked by Yang Qing's power, actually lost his usual amusing and became very serious. He's very strong, and I almost tried my best to find the right opportunity to kill him. If it wasn't for his overconfidence, it would be very difficult for me to kill him. Yang Qing told the truth, and his eyes were full of seriousness. The King of the Northern Realm nodded, and then said, What are you doing here with me? If you have nothing to do, you can leave. Yang Qing was stunned, then smiled and said, I want to ask Lord Realm King to guide me in my practice. The King of the Northern Realm was stunned, then shook his head like a rattle. No, you are already so powerful, I can't guide you, you should leave quickly. Please, Lord Realm King. Yang Qing ignored the rejection of the Realm King, and directly bent over. Then he curved his mouth again and said softly, if you can accept me as a disciple, you must be in front of other Realm Kings. It's going to be a lot of fun. When the King of the Northern Realm heard Yang Qing say this, he immediately started to associate. Thinking of the other 3 Realm Kings' men being beaten up and down by Yang Qing, they were completely defeated, and then there was a light on their face, and they began to laugh involuntarily. Hey. The King of the Northern Realm covered his mouth and kept laughing. After a full 5 seconds, he inadvertently glanced at Yang Qing, realized the current situation, and then pretended to cough. Well, it's okay to want me to guide you, unless you can tell a joke to make me laugh. Joke. Yang Qing was stunned for a moment, then became confident. If he remembered correctly, this Lord Realm King actually had a very low immunity to jokes, and any nonsense words could make the latter laugh non-stop. Lord Realm King, you are so handsome. Lord Realm King, you are the most powerful. After trying to say a few words, Yang Qing looked at the King of the Northern Realm tentatively. I saw that the latter began to become serious after listening to these 2 sentences, and his face was very serious. He was stunned, feeling bad. It seems that what he said is not even a joke at all. Just when he was screaming badly in his heart, the King of the Northern Realm slightly curved the corner of his mouth, then covered his mouth and began to laugh secretly. Ha, I'm the most handsome. Ha, he said that I am the strongest, ha. It's so funny. The King of the Northern Realm kept laughing, making Yang Qing secretly relieved, but a black line appeared on his forehead. It has to be said that the joke aesthetic of the King of the Northern Realm is really different. Lord Realm King, have I passed the border? When the King of the Northern Realm was about to laugh, Yang Qing coughed softly, and then reminded the King of the Northern Realm. Cough, that, starting today, you can follow me to practice. The King of the Northern Realm became reserved, holding the. This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. With an expression on his face, he looked at Yang Qing. Then, Qing, you should unleash your strongest strength first, and let me see, so that I can decide how to guide you according to your weakness. Now that the King of the Northern Realm has decided to teach Yang Qing, he will not hesitate, so he speaks directly. Okay. Yang Qing nodded. He still believes in the King of the Northern Realm. After all, as the god of the Northern Galaxy, his realm level should be very high. He should be able to guide himself to continue to become stronger, but for a while now, he really can't find an opponent. Fists clenched around his waist, Yang Qing's face became serious. Then, his breath began to increase rapidly at a terrifying speed. In the end, he shouted loudly, his hair and eyebrows turned golden, and his pupils turned pale green. At this time, he has transformed into a Super Saiyan. The gust of wind blew, and the terrifying aura swept across the entire Zhuang Star, causing the Northern Realm King's clothes to shake, and his mouth was twitching. Such a huge energy fluctuation. Lord Realm King, this is not my strongest. Next, I will explode, please advise. Yang Qing reminded, then his face became serious, and he shouted again. Exploding. Suddenly, the face of the King of the Northern Realm began to change greatly. Chapter 546 World King Fist. Shin. Huge energy fluctuations appeared in the feelings of the Northern Realm King. At the same time, the gust of wind began to charge in all directions with Yang Qing as the center. The King of the Northern Realm and his pet Babris, Gurgly, and the 3 were instantly swept up by this gust of wind and flew towards the back. Then, it slammed into the wall of the house behind and stuck tightly. Stop! 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 The King of the Northern Realm shouted loudly. Yang Qing's breath fluctuated, causing the golden clouds above the King of the Northern Realm to form a vortex and swirl frantically. This huge energy fluctuation is really shocking. The wind was howling, and even thunder and lightning began to appear out of thin air. The little King of the Northern Realm is now encountering a huge wave that has rarely been seen in thousands of years. What's wrong, Lord Realm King? Hearing the cry of the King of the Northern Realm, Yang Qing was stunned, and then asked. All right, all right. The wind calmed down, and Yang Qing's breath began to drop rapidly. The King of the Northern Realm quietly breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's too powerful, I have nothing to teach him at all, what can I do? The King of the Northern Realm quietly got into trouble, but just by feeling Yang Qing's breath, he knew clearly that the strength of the person in front of him had reached a point where it was difficult for him to assess, and I am afraid that he had already surpassed all the gods he had come into contact with. It is really hard to imagine how this guy cultivated. Lord Realm King, is there anything else I need to improve? Yang Qing asked tentatively. Cough cough. The King of the Northern Realm coughed. His face flushed red, but finally he had to say, your cultivation has indeed reached the pinnacle in all aspects, and I can no longer guide you in terms of martial arts. Well, I'll teach you my Kaiwang fist, maybe I can help you a little bit. Just after saying this, Jia Wang felt embarrassed again. Jia Wang fist is indeed very useful, but with the increase of strength, it is difficult to improve synchronously, which means that he has a limit. With Yang Qing's strength, it would be difficult to use a single-digit multiple of Jia Wang fist. Jia Wang Quan. Yang Qing became excited. The power of the boxing mastered by Sun Wukong in this original work is real and visible. It is many times higher than the explosive gas, and there are also some in the system's exchange, but the exchange price of up to 500,000 has stopped him. Although his combat power has reached a very high level at this moment, he has not yet reached the point where he can waste it casually. Well, I hope it can help you. The other thing is, your power is already very strong now, but in terms of martial arts, I observe you are still a bit rough. Perhaps you can visit all over the place and play against the strong people from all over the world to form your own unique style. Lord Zhuang said, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Yang Qing also nodded earnestly. He knew that sometimes, in terms of martial arts, other people's seemingly careless words were enough to have a huge impact on him. Next, after spending a month, Yang Qing and Lord Zhuang learned Zhuang boxing. As for the Vitality Bomb, the Realm King did not mention it, and it seems that he is not ready to teach him. He was not unhappy either, and being able to learn the World King boxing was already very satisfying to him. A month later, on Zhuang, Yang Qing maintained the original form, and then put his hands on his waist and slammed 3 times the king's fist. With a hum, a crimson aura appeared around his body, the qi in the body immediately boiled, and the aura suddenly swelled 3 times. 5 times. A hotter red flame appeared, and Yang Qing's whole body was emitting a brilliant light. 10 times. Boom. The crazy airflow was surging, and the wind began to sweep out. The expression on Yang Qing's face was a little crazy and distorted. I haven't reached the limit yet, and I can still improve. The King of the Northern Realm was blocking his head at the moment, looking at the man in front of him in shock. How is that possible? How could he possibly increase his strength 10 times more? At his level, it's hard to mention horror. This guy's talent is terrifying. The King of the Northern Realm was shocked to the extreme. The next moment, when Yang Qing shouted out those words, the King of the Northern Realm was shocked and stepped back 3 steps in a row, his face full of confusion. Jia Wang fist, 15 times. Roar. The high-temperature scorching flames rushed into the sky like waves, and the violent breath made the entire Northern Realm King Star uneasy. Yang Qing's original combat power of 5 million, plus a 15-fold increase, then it is a terrifying 75 million. That is to say, under normal conditions, with the help of Zhuang Fist, he can reach a terrifying combat power of 75 million. What a terrifying type of boxing. Yang Qing started to cheer up and excited from the bottom of his heart. Ha 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 ha, too strong. His great god laughed, and his voice traveled far and far. The Northern Realm King's eyes trembled, not knowing what to say. What kind of monster have I made? With trembling in his heart, he said this sentence, the King of the Northern Realm. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. I didn't know whether to be happy or worried. If the other party's character is good, then it's easy to say, but if the other party is evil, I'm afraid it will bring huge disaster to the entire universe. Moreover, according to the observation of the Northern Realm King during this period of time, this person's personality is definitely not that kind. In his soul, there seems to be a trace of conquest, subjugation, domineering, stubborn and deep, and it is difficult to change. That is, this person is an ambitious person. Such people are very dangerous. Gradually, the breath calmed down. Yang Qing turned his head, and bowed respectfully to the King of the Realm. Thank you, Lord Realm King, for your teaching, thank you very much. No, it's fine, what should be taught? I have finished teaching, you can leave. The King of the Northern Realm waved his hand. He was still secretly worried that if he created a demon, it would be a big deal. After all, the guy in front of him was originally the evil Saiyan family. I still want to practice with Lord Zhuang for a while. Yang Qing scratched his head awkwardly. I don't have much to teach you. The King of the Northern Realm began to push Yang Qing, with both hands trying to push Yang Qing out, but unfortunately, the latter did not move at all. Well, I'll stay for another 3 months. Just 3 months. Chapter 547 Divinity. Shin. In the end, the King of the Northern Realm was conquered by Yang Qing's rogue appearance. No matter how he pushes, the other party will not leave. And hearing that it's only 3 months, for the Realm King, it's actually nothing. Just 3 months, 3 months, you will leave here. The King of the Northern Realm glared at Yang Qing. Yes, hee. Yang Qing just smiled. He stayed here for 3 months, and actually had his own purpose. Star Vegeta was destroyed, and there are probably still several years before the plot begins. As for the powerful enemies of Sun Wukong when he grows up, there is still a long way to go. Moreover, he has a goal in this world, that is, to become a god. There is still a big gap between mortals and gods. Mortals are busy all their lives, but only for 100 years, but gods have a long life. Unless they are killed by others, they can even live forever. Although relying on cultivation, Yang Qing can also increase his lifespan, but there is no doubt that it takes a long time to cultivate. Maybe I can get some inspiration from the Northern Realm King. Yang Qing's eyes flickered. He stayed here for 3 months to observe the divinity of the Northern Realm King, that is, the dimensional gap between him and him. Compare this with your own understanding, and then improve. For the next 3 months, Yang Qing's life was very leisurely. The King of the Northern Realm entertained himself all day, driving his car around the entire planet, and he was very happy. Yang Qing, on the other hand, hovered cross-legged in the air, quietly observing the King of the Northern Realm. No, this seems to be the energy after the sublimation of spiritual power. No, it's not right, it seems that the soul has been elevated, and a trace of divinity was born in the soul. God, what kind of creatures are they? And how did they judge their rank? With the observation, doubts were born in Yang Qing's mind, more and more, making him wonder. It seems that it is not easy to study the method of becoming a god. However, the soul of the Realm King has given him a lot of inspiration, and he already has some ideas. In addition, when he is free, Yang Qing will get the permission of the king to go to hell and fight against Kevla to improve his combat effectiveness. Because Kevra was very evil, he was thrown into hell directly after his death. And this villain is restless in hell, making trouble all day long. Soon, a month passed. Regarding the observation of the Realm King, Yang Qing finally fell into a bottleneck. There are deeper layers that I haven't observed. Frowning his brows, Yang Qing had no choice. His eyes were just ordinary mortal bodies, and it was difficult for him to observe the soul at a deep level. Look in the system, maybe there is a way. Yang Qing's eyes lit up, and then he opened the system interface and began to look for it. Yin-yang eyes can see ghosts. Dead eyes. Writing round eyes. Blind eyes. Looking for them one by one, Yangqing swept past them quickly, and in the end, his eyes lit up. The Eye of Reincarnation, the eyes of the legendary Six-Path Immortal, can see through the Six-Path Reincarnation and possess various incredible powers. The Eye of Reincarnation, the Eye of God in Hokage, may be a bit worse than Kagai's, but these eyes seem to be able to see through the soul. Samsara is the samsara of life and death, and it possesses incredible power. Although these powers may have been difficult to help Yangqing's combat power, he only needs to rely on the particularity of his abilities. Of course, at a higher level, there are more powerful reincarnation writers, but considering the cost-effectiveness, Yangqing only exchanged the reincarnation eye. The price of Samsara Eye is 1,000 combat power, while the price of Samsara Shaker is 100,000. In between, there are too many differences. Exchange, Samsara Eye. In just a moment, Yangqing's eyes blinked, feeling a little sore. Immediately afterwards, his pitch-black pupils turned white, and lines appeared in them, showing a circle-like distribution. At the same time, the blood of Samsara Eye itself also introduced its function into his mind. A glint appeared in his eyes. Then, Yangqing looked at the Realm King and glared fiercely. In just an instant, the real body of the Realm King was immediately seen through by him. He clearly saw that the body of the Northern Realm King was enveloped by a layer of golden aura. This golden color is not dense, but it is not thin. In addition, there is blue energy flowing continuously. Gold is divine, blue is energy like qi. Yangqing came to understand that divinity does not only exist in the soul, but also in the body, where it becomes one with the body. Only in this way can the soul, body, and divinity be one in one, and can last forever in the world. The pupil power in his eyes continued to open, and Yangqing saw through his body and directly penetrated into the soul of the Realm King. With just one glance, Yangqing was shaken violently, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. At the same time, the Realm King also turned around and looked at Yangqing with a hint of doubt on his face. "What are you doing looking at me, Qing?" the King of the Northern Realm asked in confusion. At that moment just now, he actually felt that his soul had been seen through. It was as if he had encountered a god of a higher dimension than him, which made him a little puzzled. "Hey, I feel that Lord Realm King is so powerful." This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Damn! Yangqing's eyes flashed, returning to normal darkness, concealing the shock in his heart. "I'm amazing." The King of the Northern Realm was stunned for a moment, then turned around and laughed secretly. Qing actually said I'm amazing, ha ha ha. On the other side, Yangqing stared blankly at the King of the Northern Realm with black eyes, and a huge wave was set off in his heart. What a great divinity that is. Just now, when he used the writing wheel to see through the soul of the King of the Northern Realm, he saw the soul of the King of the Northern Realm with his own eyes. What a huge soul it was, with golden dazzling light all over its body, like a momentary star, burning with dazzling light. The King of the Northern Realm stood there, with a dark galaxy behind him. He stepped on the Milky Way. It was huge and boundless. His divine nature seemed to be boundless, and it seemed to merge with the entire Northern Galaxy. This is the Supreme God of the Northern Galaxy. Yangqing swallowed his saliva. It was true that this Realm King's combat power was different from his own, but the terrifying divinity shocked him to the extreme. Afterwards, he used his reincarnation eye to observe himself, and he saw his soul and body in an instant. Chapter 548 Back to Nova. Shin. Physically, there is not a little bit of divinity. Soul, divinity is as tall as ordinary people. Compared to the terrifying divine light of the Northern Realm King, Yangqing was fully aware of the gap between ordinary mortals and gods. This is the absolute gap between dimensions, which cannot be filled by power. Between humans and gods, this is the difference in the nature of life, from acquired to innate, symbolizing the change in the meaning of life. He has always pursued this state. Just a glance, Yangqing was shocked by the divinity of the Northern Realm King. The latter showed a slight hint of resistance, and his peeping couldn't go on. This is the voluntary resistance of divinity, and it is impossible for mortals to make any objection. After the shock, Yang Qing's heart became excited. Losing 1,000 combat power, but getting detailed information on divinity. This wave is not a loss. That's right, at a glance, Yang Qing discovered where the so-called divinity came from. A soul is born with a soul, and a spiritual will is born from the soul. People with strong willpower have a high degree of spirituality, and then extend outward from the spiritual power, integrate into the void of the universe, obtain information and materials of the universe, and feed back their own spiritual power. They will obtain divinity. The gods are born from heaven and earth, and are born with a huge divinity. If mortals want to become such people, they need to cultivate their own realm. This state is the understanding of all things in the world and the control of the rules. It sounds mysterious, but it is how much the spirit is integrated into the void Rongcheng. After gaining more divinity, the quantitative change promotes the qualitative change, and the dimensional level of the creature will be changed by the universe and become a god. This is God. In terms of combat power, God may not be much stronger than the creatures in the universe, but in the dimension, the understanding of the rules of the universe is too much worse. After that, it took a while. Yang Qing continued to observe the king of the northern realm, and then spent 100,000 combat power to exchange some information and cultivation methods about spiritual power from the system. These are all worth it, because just when the 3-month deadline was up, Yang Qing opened his eyes with a happy smile on his face. Success. Combining the information obtained from Samsara Eye and the secret books about spiritual power, Yang Qing finally created a mysterious book called 3 Treasures Magic Art. The 3 Treasures Magic technique was created by combining the secret books in many systems, such as the method of self-cultivation, the method of soul sublimation, and the way of rules. Aiming at every void in the universe, it can react and cultivate the strongest method. What is the difference between man and God? It's the soul, the spirit. The gods can make perfect use of their power and exert 100% of the power under their control, while human beings have limits. They may be able to reach 99.9%, but they cannot be perfect. 3 months have come. Qing, you should leave. The king of the northern realm still hadn't forgotten about this. He came to Yang Qing's side and reminded him. Hee, I see. Thank you Lord Zhuang for taking care of him during this time. Yang Qing thanked him with a smile. The king of the northern realm was stunned, and felt that the person on the opposite side seemed to be a little different. From the feeling, it seems that his body has a breath that is similar to his own. But how is this possible? When he was puzzled, Yang Qing had already pressed the middle and index fingers of his right hand between his eyebrows. Just a flash of effort, has disappeared in front of him. Yang Qing left this time, but came to Xinxing, the place where the 3,000 Saiyans stayed. As soon as he appeared, he was discovered by Dadara, who was training himself hard in the gravity room at the moment. Master. Big Elder. Dadala noticed Yang Qing at first sight, and then Duo Li, Ruo Lan and others found him coming, with excited expressions on their faces. After scanning the 5 people at a glance, Yang Qing nodded secretly. These 5 people are the most talented among the Saiyans, and the hearts are also good. At this moment, their combat power, the weakest, is around 30,000. Of course, this is also their own reason, teaching them how to become stronger. Are you okay? After greeting, the expressions of the 5 people were all depressed and lost. We're all okay, just Star Vegeta. Dodori cried. That was their hometown, and it was destroyed when they got news a few days ago. Together with the huge number of Saiyans, all were wiped out. Elder, we thought you were too. Ruola cried and hugged Yang Qing. Don't worry, I'm fine. Yang Qing patted Ruolan with a heavy face, comforting the 5, are you all okay on the new star? This. Stoyart hesitated for a moment, and then said disappointedly, although the 5 of us are powerful, we have no identity, and the 3,000 Saiyans will not listen to us. Elder, they've been making a fuss about finding Frieza to take revenge recently. Dodori said loudly, Frieza is so powerful, we've stopped it several times, and we can't hold back. Hearing this, Yang Qing's face immediately sank. Frieza. After he eliminated Kevala, he originally wanted to eliminate the source of the scourge immediately. However, after careful consideration, he gave up the plan. As a result, compared to Kevala after training, Frieza is no longer challenging for Yang Qing. If Kevala, he has to use a lot of effort to destroy it, then Frieza, it can be said that it is easy to destroy. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Can kill each other. Second, Frieza threw it to the future Sun Wukong, which was also a training for Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Moreover, he also thought about using the plot development to go to that other time and space, and meet the really powerful enemies there for a while. Compared to the time and space that Trunks went to, this time and space would be much more boring. The third reason is that he intends to use these years to cultivate his own three treasures magic technique, trying to complete his own dimension level. Yang Qing made a specific division of the dimensional level of the Longzhu world, such as the level of the Earth God, which becomes the god of stars, and then the god of the star system, and then the god of the galaxy, which is the level of the king of the realm, and then the god of the star system. The high point, the great realm king, and finally the realm king god, which is the highest god of the universe. As for the god of destruction, the dimensional level is actually the same as that of the Kaiwang god, but the difference in combat power between the two sides is too great. What a bunch of idiots. Said in a cold voice, Yang Qing's face was a little ugly. Chapter 549 Shin. Although Frieza is not a great master in front of him, but for these Saiyans who are still at the lowest level, he can destroy them with a single finger, and he doesn't even need to transform. Superior. Among the Saiyans he brought, the 5 were the highest in terms of strength and the best in terms of talent. He originally intended to cultivate them into the hope of the next generation of Saiyans. However, he counted their strength, but not the temperament of these Saiyans. Not to mention how many of the 3,000 Saiyans are the elders of these 5 people. The identities of these 5 people alone cannot convince the crowd. As for their use of coercion to rule the Saiyans, that's even less likely. Who knows, on top of the 5 of them, there is an undead Prince Vegeta. Moreover, the hearts of these 5 people are also kind, and they are not the kind of guys who will rule the Saiyans by force. Come out with me, I'll see what these guys want to do. Do you want to go to heaven? Yang Qing's tone was very bad, which meant that he was angry. Indeed, they desperately saved their lives for these guys, but these people didn't cherish it, and even wanted to kill themselves. Did they feel powerful? 3 minutes later, Yang Qing came outside. He took off into the sky, followed by 5 apprentices. At the moment of the new star, a large area has been transformed by the Saiyans, and many buildings have been built. Because it is a fighting nation, so don't think about how beautiful these buildings will be. It looks like it's all rudimentary. After ascending into the sky, Yang Qing saw these Saiyans in his eyes with just one glance. The Saiyans living on this planet are indeed boring. For the belligerents, fighting is the only pursuit. It turned out that they could also go to other planets to invade and occupy and fight. But since surviving here, it's been boring. What do those little dolls want to do? King Vegeta is still in the hands of Frieza, and our Vegeta star has also been destroyed, and the elders, I'm afraid it's the worst, they don't let us take revenge. Wait a little longer, the most powerful ones are also forbearance. I want to explode again, I'm afraid they will be useless. On the ground, 3 or 4 Saiyans gathered together and discussed each other. Suddenly, one of the Saiyans looked up to the sky, and after a meal, a smile appeared on his face. Hey, look, those 5 little spots are out again. What did they want to do? No, you look at the man in front of them, it seems a little familiar. At this time, many Saiyans recognized the person flying in the front, and their hearts were shocked, and then they reacted, and their faces changed greatly. Big Elder. The Great Elder is not dead, ha ha ha, look. That's the Great Elder. At this moment, the Saiyans standing outside were all excited. Among the Saiyans, there are 2 powerful people who make the Saiyans most proud. one is King Vegeta, and the other is the Great Elder. In the eyes of all Saiyans, the Great Elder is the most powerful person in the Saiyan nation. Even King Vegeta may not be as good as the Great Elder. As long as the Great Elder is there, they are not afraid of everything. Moreover, the strength and prestige of the Great Elder is enough to lead them. Come out quickly, the Elder is back, we Saiyans have hope. Such a voice spread throughout the entire Saiyan nation, and many Saiyans rushed out with excitement. When they saw the figure flying high in the sky, their eyes lit up. It's really the Great Elder, that's all right now. At this time, Yang Qing also stopped in midair, his eyes swept away, and he looked at the high platform built by the Saiyans in the middle. The high platform is wide enough to accommodate 3,000 people. Now, all the Saiyans gather for me on the high platform in the middle, and I have something to say. In just an instant, Yang Qing's order came into play. The 3,000 Saiyans didn't hesitate at all, they just flew up and rushed to the high platform in the middle. After all 3,000 people had arrived, Yang Qing and his 5 apprentices slowly descended. Elder, Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza. Elder, Prince Vegeta is still under Frieza, and he's kept in the dark and doesn't know anything. Elder, what should we do? Just as soon as he landed, countless voices rang in his ears, causing Yang Qing to frown. Be quiet first. Yang Qing stretched out his hands and pressed them down slowly. The 3,000 Saiyans calmed down and looked at Yang Qing expectantly. Star Vegeta was destroyed, and I only found out not long ago. I left Star Vegeta before to get the power to protect Star Vegeta, but the sky is not as good as human. I got the power, but still didn't catch up on time. Quote. Speaking of this, Yang Qing couldn't help but feel unwilling, but he couldn't help it. However, since things are already like this, we can only continue to develop. Fortunately, King Vegeta and I established a new star and moved you over before the disaster. When I moved you over again, I didn't tell you why. Now, I tell you. Yang Qing's tone paused and sank. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. We are the last hope left by me and King Vegeta to the Saiyan nation. As soon as these words came out, the 3,000 Saiyans were in an uproar, and an incredible look appeared on their faces. I can't tell you too much, I can only let you know that we have long known that Star Vegeta will face disaster. We have tried to prevent this disaster, and we have worked hard to become stronger and left hope, but the result has been still haven't escaped the demise of Vegeta. But, we haven't been exterminated yet. You who are here are the last hope. Therefore, Yang Qing's face turned cold, and his eyes were full of coldness. You stay here well for me, don't think too much of yourself, your strength, in front of Frieza, can't even hold a finger. Remember to me that you who survived are with the hope of the Saiyans, and the lives dedicated by those who died are left to you. So, from now on, let me stay on this new star honestly and work hard to become stronger. Only when you are strong can you hope for revenge. After speaking, Yang Qing turned around and left, leaving behind a group of Saiyans with slow faces and complex expressions. Chapter 550 Divinity Blooms. Shin. Yang Qing's words completely calmed these Saiyans. No matter whether the words of the first elder are reasonable or not, the position of the other party in the clan at the moment is no one else can compare. They don't want to listen, they have to listen. In the entire Saiyan family, it can be said that only Yang Qing can suppress all Saiyan conflicts and resolve everything forcefully. Because he is the most powerful and the most awesome. After that, Yang Qing brought 5 people to the room. In my eyes, the recent achievements of you guys are not bad. Among them, Stoyart, your combat power has reached 60,000, and your progress is very rapid. Glancing at the 5 people, based on the breadth of the 5 people, Yang Qing probably made an estimate, and felt relieved. These 5 people are also his apprentices. If their strength is weak, he will naturally not be happy. Kurayat is second, the combat power is 55,000. Ruolin, you need to work hard, your combat power is still a little weak. After listing the strengths of the 5 people one by one, Yang Qing said solemnly. In the Dragon Ball world, there are many strong people, and they will destroy the stars at every turn. If they don't have enough power, they can't survive at all. Yes, Master, the 5 said respectfully. Then, among the 5, Kurayat hesitated, and finally asked, Master, Frieza, are we really not going to take revenge? Frieza. Yang Qing looked at Kurayat with a smile on his face. Frieza is nothing. The 5 were shocked. In the eyes of the 5 of them, Frieza was already so powerful, but in the eyes of the Master, it was nothing. And according to what they know about Yang Qing, he is not a person who likes to brag. In other words, their Master already has the strength to deal with Frieza. Just when they were shocked by this conclusion, Yang Qing said another sentence. His brother Kavira is a really scary character, but fortunately, I have already dealt with him. Yang Qing with a laughing voice passed into their ears, making the 5 people shocked. You mean, Frieza has a stronger brother? Stoyart said in surprise, and then, Master, you have defeated his brother. Not to defeat, but to kill. I killed his brother and made him disappear from the universe. Yang Qing's face was cold, and his eyes were very sharp. Then, Frieza, Dodori asked, with hatred in her eyes. Frieza destroyed their hometown, in which her parents and brothers died at the hands of that demon. Frieza, there will naturally be a younger generation of our family who will bring him down in the future. Yang Qing took a deep look at Duoduo Li. He is nothing in my eyes, but he can be used as a grind for the younger generation. Sharpening. The 5 people were very puzzled. They didn't understand Yang Qing's thoughts, but they didn't ask much. What about Prince Vegeta? He's still kept in the dark by Frieza and doesn't know the reason for the whole thing, Kurayat asked. Vegeta. Yang Qing showed a sullen expression on his face. Thinking of King Vegeta's request to him, he sighed secretly in his heart. When the right time comes, I will let him return here. This matter is up to me. Take charge, you don't have to worry. The 5 looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how you say it, Vegeta is the king character of the Saiyan nation, that is, the future king. Fall into the hands of the enemy, no matter what. After that, Yang Qing waved 5 people back, and he had to try for a while before he could master the method of becoming a god. After the 5 people left Yang Qing's place, they began to spread the news that Yang Qing told them indoors. When they heard that Yang Qing had eliminated his brother who was stronger than Frieza, the Saiyans were excited and smiled excitedly. They were shocked on the one hand and excited on the other. The Saiyan family finally came out with such a powerful character. The entire universe knows how powerful Frieza is. But even so, in front of Yang Qing, it was still not enough to see. In the room, Yang Qing closed his eyes and began to cultivate his spiritual power according to the method of the 3 treasures. When he was in the world of pirates, Yang Qing's mental strength was actually not weak. The ability to control the fruit originally relies on the spiritual power to control everything. As his ability improves, the spiritual power will naturally rise. At this time, all he has to do is to condense his spiritual power. There are 3 treasures in the sky, the sun, the moon, and the stars, and people have the 3 treasures in spirit. The 3 treasures, gather for me. In the soul, Withwell is the general and spiritual power is the army. Yang Qing let out a loud shout. In an instant, the golden aura of spiritual power began to spin rapidly, turning into a huge vortex. The whole body of this vortex is golden, crystal clear like liquid and body. They began to turn faster and faster, more and more quickly. Gradually, in the center of the vortex, it began to condense into golden beads. This bead seems to be condensed from liquid and body, and it is completely solidified, and its density is much stronger than before. Immediately after, under Yang Qing's control, the golden beads were completely stabilized. At this time, Yang Qing just opened his eyes and exhaled softly. Phew, it's successful. Spiritual power is condensed. From now on, I can perfectly control my spirit and use my spirit to control my body, and my reaction power is even faster than before. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The next step is to continue to build spiritual power, and then let it bloom with divinity and gather my divinity. Of course, this will take Yangqing a long time to complete, and it will not be successful overnight. As early as Zhuangxing, Yangqing had already decided to take this matter of becoming a god as his next most important task. Therefore, for a long period of time, Yangqing stayed on the new star to cultivate his spiritual power. A year later, Yangqing's spiritual bead was the size of a basketball, and the golden light was shining like a small sun, illuminating his whole body. As soon as his thoughts move, mental power will radiate out, controlling every cell and nerve of his. At this time, Yangqing's expression became solemn and nervous. Next, it's time to see if the divinity can bloom. The blossoming of divinity is like a flash in the pan. If it doesn't succeed, it will have to accumulate again for a long period of time. Success or not depends on now. Chapter 551 Fusion Void. Shin. Yangqing took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and concentrated all his thoughts on the basketball-sized golden bead in the sea of consciousness of his soul. The golden beads were dazzling, like the sun, releasing light and heat that illuminated the entire body. This is completely different from the previous feeling. When the mental power is not condensed, the mental power is scattered, and there is no feeling of knowing everything and controlling everything. The human body is obscure to the world, and can only rely on the naked eye to distinguish things. At this time, it is not that kind of feeling at all. Even with closed eyes and relying on mental touch, you can perceive everything around you. This time, when the divinity bloomed, Yangqing needed to maintain himself in the best state. He closed his eyes and calmed down. After 5 days, the golden bead in the sea of soul consciousness shuddered. Immediately after, this golden bead burst into the sky. This is a space-time dimension that cannot be seen by the naked eye, but Yangqing can clearly perceive it. In that inexplicable dimensional space, the golden beads suddenly burst open from the top. Immediately afterwards, the golden liquid and body inside rushed out from the top as thick as mercury slurry. In an instant, golden light radiated all over the sky, and this space was illuminated extremely brightly. At this moment, Yangqing's forehead was dripping with sweat. He was very nervous, and paid attention to the changes in the golden beads at this time. At this time, all his mind was concentrated on this golden bead, trying to control it to complete his own changes. The lead mercury-like liquid and body slowly flowed out towards the sky. Gradually, this golden light blooms, bright and bright like the sun, bringing light and heat to the surrounding space. Immediately afterwards, after an unknown amount of time, the golden light liquid and body in the golden beads were all released. At this time, the golden light like a long strip is constantly extending towards the sky. With his extension, the original density of lead and mercury has become much thinner. Gradually, the strip began to twist slowly, becoming an S-shaped shape, like a human body. Then, time passed slowly. A full year has passed, and Yangqing is suspended in the air with his knees crossed. The surroundings of his body seem to be shrouded in gold, releasing a charming and noble color. His sea of consciousness, the S-shaped golden strip resembling a human body has now turned into a truly tall human body. Head, neck, arms, body, lower limbs, tail. The whole body is exuding bright gold, radiating high temperature and everything. He is 900 feet tall, standing in the void like a giant. At this moment, the face of this golden giant has not yet been revealed, but its body has already formed. A line of lines slowly appeared on his body, as if carving strange and mysterious runes. After another 6 months, the giant's face, nose, eyes, mouth, ears all appeared, and even thick golden hair grew on the top of his head. Lifelike, as if a real giant god dominates everything. Another 3 months have passed, and the giant's entire body has been completely formed. There are delicate textures on his skin, which look mysterious and unusual, as if born from heaven and earth. Unimaginable dignity and majesty. Standing in the void, the giant closed his eyes, as if he had fallen into a heavy weight. Finally, He opened his eyes. Boom! The void in front suddenly trembled and shattered in an instant. The void is shaking, countless cracks appear in the sky, and there is a crazy vortex suction spreading to the edge, and everything that hits is distorted. It was also at this time that the golden giant god had a smile on his face. Success. God, I have finally reached this level. Standing in the void, he is 999 feet tall, with a majestic and solemn divinity rippling around him. This is a dimensional level that is completely different from ordinary gods, and is far beyond the level of ordinary creatures. Of course, at this moment, Yang Qing's level is the level of a god on a planet. There are countless such gods in the universe, and they are nothing. However, this represented his first step. He is a god that he has cultivated by himself. Unlike the mandate of the universe, he is stronger and more powerful, and his own strength is even greater, far exceeding that of ordinary gods. The next second, Yang Qing took a step and roared towards the void above his head. Roar! His body began to rise, and the golden light bloomed. After the 5 breaths, his body was already like a star. From a distance, the golden light was so bright that it really looked like a star. This is my limit, my divinity is 1 star. Yang Qing's eyes showed a clear look, and then the golden giant took 1 step and dissipated here. In reality, Yang Qing opened his eyes. In his dark eyes, there was a flash of gold, followed by the whites, and there were lines of dark lines inside, which were the eyes of reincarnation. In the end, everything returned to peace. The next step is to take my divine body into the universe, integrate the void of the universe, and see what kind of abilities the universe can give me. All gods have various incredible abilities, and different gods have different abilities. And Yang Qing's self-cultivation to become a god, what kind of ability will he have, even he himself does not know. Taking 1 step, a golden light rushed out from Yang Qing's Nuan Palace, instantly disappeared into the atmosphere of the new star, and entered the universe. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. After stepping into the vacuum of the universe, Yang Qing's divinity was suddenly released, and the huge golden body like a star stepped in the void. How majestic and majestic, but in the universe, it seemed so insignificant. Integrate the void, feel the void. Muttering these 8 words, Yang Qing's golden body spread out, and the huge golden stars dissipated, turning into little golden stars and disappearing in place. Gradually, an inexplicable feeling flowed through Yang Qing's heart. It's amazing, he seems to suddenly understand something. He understands something, but he doesn't know the specifics, he can't touch it or see it. It was as if all of a sudden, a large piece of information was stuffed into his mind, but he didn't understand what the information was, because he didn't read it, and because he didn't understand it. On Nova, indoors, Yang Qing's body is undergoing strange changes at this moment. Chapter 552 The World's First Martial Arts Club. Shin. There was a red aura rippling around him, flickering, and a look of pain appeared on his face. And the most shocking thing is that his originally black hair is actually developing towards red, and the red is still crimson. His face is getting younger, towards the appearance of 16 or 17 years old. This is a very strange, very abnormal change. And if Yang Qing could see what he looked like at this time, he would definitely understand. This is what the legendary Super Saiyan looked like after he transformed. He became a god, and even made his own genes move towards the level of Super Saiyan. But unfortunately, this appearance only lasted for about 3 minutes before calm was restored. Yang Qing's hair was still black, and he looked 24 or 5 years old, and the pain disappeared. In the universe's starry sky, Yang Qing's divine body stretched his body. I just felt like I had slept for a long time and had a weird dream. He glanced around a few times, and an inexplicable smile appeared on his golden face. I can feel 7 or 8 of the gods around here. It's hard to imagine how many gods there are in this vast universe. After becoming a god at this moment, Yang Qing can also clearly feel the gods around him. This may be his powerful relationship, because he can feel other gods from a long distance, but other gods can't feel him. Smiling, Yang Qing turned his head and took a step forward, disappearing into the void. The next moment, his indoor body opened his eyes. After the divinity covered the body, a little bit of divinity was also planted in his body, causing himself to undergo a strange change. Then, Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and the clothes on his body changed into a black martial arts uniform in the next moment, just like the black Wukong in the original book. Let him show a bit of mystery and coldness, and he looks very imposing. Afterwards, it took another half a year for Yang Qing to completely stabilize his strength after becoming a god. In the past 2 or 3 years, his combat effectiveness has not improved much, but his actual combat ability has reached a satisfactory level. First of all, after becoming a god, he can control 100% of his strength and exert his own limits. Moreover, because of the existence of the King Fist, he can even break through his own limits and reach a level that even he can't even estimate at present. Level. It seems that there is no increase in strength, but in fact Yang Qing is much stronger than before. This is the effect of becoming a god, a subtle change. With a smile on his face, Yang Qing walked out of the room. In the outside world, after 2 or 3 years, the Saiyans have changed again. First of all, in the Saiyan buildings, there are a lot of wild beasts. They were tamed and became the most powerful mount partners of the Saiyans, which enhanced the strength of the Saiyans. Noticing that Yang Qing came out, all the Saiyans respected and saluted Yang Qing. No need to be more polite, I'm also very happy to see your strength steadily increasing. Yang Qing said with a smile. In the past 2 years, because of stabilization, the Saiyans have also begun to combine, and new children have appeared. These new lives are the inheritance of the Saiyans. As long as their descendants continue to grow, the race of Saiyans will exist forever. Elder, we haven't fought for 2 years, and are about to fall ill. Is there anything to do? When walking through the Saiyan street, a strong Saiyan asked embarrassedly, scratching his head. Hee, I know that you have rarely fought recently, and your body is almost rusted, so this time you came out for this matter. Yang Qing said with a smile. Oh, what is the elder's order? We must obey. Saiyans are a fighting clan, and it is impossible to stay idle. In just 2 or 3 years, they couldn't calm down. I'm going to hold a martial arts meeting to let you fight freaks vent. The martial arts club, Saiyans asked suspiciously. In the past, Saiyans fought outside all year round, so there was no martial arts club. The #1 martial arts club in the world. Yang Qing nodded. Within the Saiyans, there is a competition of strength. Those who are willing can sign up to participate. After fighting each other, it can also promote the enhancement of your strength. And the referees are presided over by Stoyard and the others. 5 referees will help you decide the top 10. Yang Qing said slowly, so that these Saiyans also understood. So, don't they have to participate in Stoyat? Saiyan asked curiously. Of course, the 5 of them are more powerful than you, and there is no need to participate. In addition, from now on, the 5 of them are the sons of inheritance among us Saiyans, representing the hope of our Saiyans in the future. Many of the Saiyans showed dissatisfaction on their faces, but because Yang Qing was here, he didn't say a word, just made eye contact with each other, and wanted to try to find these 5 people in private. Yang Qing naturally saw the secret communication of these people in his eyes, just smiled and didn't care. If 5 people can't even beat these ordinary Saiyans, then his cult level is too bad. After a while, he turned to leave, and ordered to go down. The #1 martial arts conference in the world will naturally be presided over, so there is no need for him to worry about it. When Yang Qing got up and walked away, the remaining Saiyans made eye contact and immediately made a decision. Saya, you are the strongest warrior among us. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The combat power is 13,000, and it was once praised by King Vegeta. It is up to you to challenge those 5 little guys. I don't believe that those 5 guys are really as powerful as the Great Elder said. One of the older Saiyans shouted. However, the Great Elder asked us to prepare for the world's #1 martial arts conference. We disobeyed his orders and challenged the son of inheritance. Is that okay? The man named Saya hesitated after hearing this, but he can also see to the excited look in his eyes. Don't worry, the Saiyan family is the supreme power, and the elder will not blame you. The older Saiyan said humanely. Saya confirmed it now, then looked at each other with the people around him, and nodded. Okay, I'll go. I've been wanting to try the elder's apprentice for a long time. How powerful it is. A group of people took off quickly, and then came outside the house of the 5 of them. Chapter 553 Chin. In the house, 5 people were sweating profusely doing cultivation. Their faces were hideous, and their body aura was strong. These 5 people are exercising themselves under 10 times the gravity, and they are challenging their own limits every moment. This is also what Yang Qing asked them to do. Only by constantly squeezing their potential can they break through the limit at the fastest speed and gain powerful strength. Just then, the doorbell rang suddenly. The expressions of the 5 people suddenly stopped, and then Stoyart looked at Dadala and said with a difficult expression, Dadala, go and see who is here. Okay. Dadala responded, moved to the door step by step with difficulty, and then pressed the switch. The heavy and thick door opened with a hum sound, and Dadara instantly felt that his body was much more relaxed, and then he stepped out quickly, and the door closed with a bang. When Dadara saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but be stunned. How are you? Dadala asked strangely. Why not us? The tall old Saiyan laughed. Dadala, we are here to challenge you. Challenge. Dadara's face was even more strange, and he naturally knew in his heart that compared to the Saiyan elders in front of him, their power far exceeded them. The 2 sides are no longer of the same level, so what is the challenge? Call Karayat and the others out, you little brat can't handle such a scene. The Gordian said loudly. Little brat. Dadala was stunned for a moment, then came back to his senses, with some anger in his eyes. He is the most talented person under the master. After receiving the master's teaching, he has already been able to control his own power skillfully. Although he is worse than the others, he is still much stronger than the Saiyan in front of him. Since you are here to challenge the 5 of us, let's start with me. I am the second to last among the 5. If you defeat me, you can challenge the other 3 brothers. Dadala's expression was not so gentle, with obvious anger in his eyes. After all, he is a child at heart and can't stand provocation. The Gothayan hesitated for a moment. Dadala was only about 10 years old now. He was really poor. He didn't want to bear the reputation of bullying the weak. He glanced back and turned to Saya. An inquiring look. Saya just hesitated for a moment, then nodded. If that's the case, then I will defeat you first, and then challenge them. However, Dadala, fighting is fighting. I will not be merciful. If you are injured, don't blame me. Sia paused and said with a serious face. No, Dadala exclaimed. Afterwards, the 2 sides looked at each other, nodded, and flew into the distance. In the central city area of the Saiyans, there is a large platform, which is just used for the duel. Saya and Dadara flew up to the high platform, their eyes became sharp, and they stared at each other closely. The old Saiyan stood on the side of the high platform, and after looking at the 2 of them, he raised his hand and shouted, Battle, start. In an instant, Dadara bent his knees, and the whole person seemed to be a longbow full of power, and then suddenly shot off the string. The speed was so fast that it turned into a lightning, but it was in front of Saya in an instant. Saya, who was 20 meters away from the opposite, immediately changed his expression. He was shocked to find that the strength of this child was beyond his imagination. His fist suddenly turned towards his face, and then a dull sound came out, and he actually slid back more than 10 meters before he stopped. At this time, the expressions of the Saiyans who were watching the game showed disbelief. On the top of a mountain, Yang Qing sat cross-legged, eyes closed, and a smile appeared on his face. Observing the battle of Dadara with mental power, can get the information between the 2 in great detail. How is it possible? Saya, he was knocked back with a single blow. My God, this kid isn't 10 years old yet. He seems to have said he was only second to last out of those 5 boys. The Saiyans were all shocked by this terrible fact. Before they didn't understand what it means to be ranked second, but now they completely understood. On the stage, Seiya's face could not be hung. He is 26 years old, and his talent is also very good. Among these Saiyans, his fighting power is the strongest. However, just now, he was actually repelled by a little guy who was almost a whole generation younger than him. Damn boy. There was no delay at all. Seiya shook his numb hands, and then speeded up and disappeared in place. His speed was equally terrifying, and almost instantly, he reached the front of Dadara and threw a punch. Dadala raised his fist to greet him, but after a breath, his expression was stunned. What about people? Seiya actually disappeared, and after throwing his fist, he lost the other person's figure in front of him. Just then, Seiya's voice appeared behind him. Boy, here I am. The strong wind swept his neck, and the pain caused Dadala's complexion to change suddenly. You are still too tender. Ha 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 ha. The laughter spread out, and Seiya stood behind Dadara and struck his neck with a knife. It's been decided. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Everyone below shook their heads. Dadara's strength is very strong, and they are all shocked, but they have too little experience in battle, and they were swayed by Seiya's false move. However, at this moment, Dadara's figure had turned around abruptly without knowing when. Seiya's fist has been swung out, but his expression has changed drastically. Too soon. There is no way for anyone to turn around at an incredible speed after he has already thrown his fists. He clearly saw that the opponent was coming first, and those small fists were faster than his own speed. Be quick. This child who is less than 10 years old, his speed has far surpassed himself. This means that the strength of the other party is far higher than his own. But how is this possible? Bang! The dull voice came out, and all the Saiyans watching the battle fell into silence. Some people swallowed their saliva, their eyes full of disbelief. In the field, Dadara's fist was tightly pressed against Seiya's stomach, while Seiya's fist was hanging in front of the opponent's forehead. It was an inch away, but couldn't get out of it. Chapter 554 I am Seiya. Shin. Gradually, a painful expression appeared on Seiya's face. The latter covered his stomach, took a few steps back, and then sat down on the high platform, sweat dripping from his forehead. Looking at Dadala's expression, it was already a shock. You. Seiya pointed to Dadala for a long time, but still did not say the second half of the sentence. However, everyone understood what he meant. Agreed, Dadala said indifferently. Defeat his opponent and satisfy his childish vanity. Originally, he was often bullied. However, from this moment on, he has become a real powerhouse. Seiya knew that when he was on Star Vegeta, he was the genius of the younger generation of Saiyan family. However, he couldn't even hold on to a single move in his own hands. Oneself, become stronger, and very strong. Confidence, pride appeared on the face of this less than 10-year-old child. With strides, Dadara left here. Watching Dadala leave, the Saiyans looked unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. I didn't expect that this 10-year-old child under the elders could be so powerful. It's really surprising. Seiya was helped off the high platform with a complicated expression on his face. Looking at the building at the top of the distant mountain, Seiya murmured, Elder. The disciple who has only been taught for a period of time is already so powerful. If he can become the disciple of the strongest person in the clan, how powerful can he become? With a look of firmness in his eyes, Seiya made a decision that would change his future enormously. At the top of the mountain, Yang Qing frowned slightly. Dadala's changes were easily seen by him. After all, he is still young. Shaking his head, Yang Qing ignored it. Everyone has their own growth and changes, he cannot cover everything. After Dadala left the high platform, he entered the training room. After saying hello to Stoyart and others, he started to practice again. Dadara, who is looking for us outside? Dodori asked curiously. It's the other Saiyans who want to test our power, Dadala said with a smile. What's the result? The four of them looked over curiously. We are the disciples of the Great Elder, and we are naturally the most powerful among the Saiyans, Dadala said confidently. The other four looked at each other and frowned, feeling the change in Dadara. It turned out that Dadala was the youngest, the most polite and the most humble little guy. But when they came back after going out this time, they seemed to have a touch of pride and arrogance. This is exactly the same flaw that other ordinary Saiyans are born with, and it is also the deadliest. Dadara, what did you seem to have experienced after you went out? Kurayat asked with a frown. Yes, they delusionally want to challenge the five of us, but they don't know that compared with theirs, our strength is already the difference between heaven and earth. Dadala said with a big laugh, hee, it's a bit over the top. Stoyart. On the side Kurayat gestured to the latter, and Stoyart understood and nodded. Then, Stoyart walked towards Dadala. Dadala, I haven't tried it with you for a long time. Come on, senior brother, consider your strength. Dadala was stunned for a moment, and then she said to herself, I haven't played against my senior brother for a long time. Then, without hesitation, he took a stance. This scene made the other four frown. It seems that it is necessary to let him know that he is still far away. A smile appeared on the corner of Stoyart's mouth, and Dadala's change made him very uncomfortable. The Great Elder chose the five of them because of their kindness and steadfastness in their hearts, without the impetuousness and impulsiveness of other Saiyans. However, the changes in Dadala have left this behind. Next, the two are in the gravity chamber, ready to start the battle. The gravity in the gravity chamber was not removed, so it was difficult for both of them to move. In comparison, the powerful Stoyart is naturally a lot easier. His speed was also very fast, and in just a few steps, he had already arrived in front of Dadara, and then threw a punch. Dadala also quickly waved his right hand, but after the punch was thrown, his expression changed. Gone. Just like Seiya, Stoyart actually disappeared in front of his eyes. In just an instant, Dadara reacted. Fake trick. Then, he used all his strength to turn around, blocking the blow just like before. However, he was disappointed. Under the influence of gravity, his speed was more than 10 times slower, and he had to use all his strength to even move. Just when he had this idea, a palm knife had been gently slashed on his neck. The severe pain immediately made Dadala let out a scream, but he did not faint. It hurts. Dadala, your strength is not enough, you are too weak. Stoyart's voice came into his ears, if this blow is an enemy, it is enough to kill you. Dadala immediately changed color, and then sweated profusely. He understood. I'm sorry, brother. I'm so stupid. The reason we are stronger than the other Saiyans is. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Because of our kind personality, down-to-earth style, and modest and prudent way of doing things, the elders have taken a fancy to us, and this is how we teach us how to fight and how to become stronger. One day, if you abandon such a concept, then you will become vulnerable. Dadala, you must remember. Stoyart said slowly, his voice very serious. Dadala nodded again and again. He thought that before, he thought he was very powerful, there was a feeling of invincibility, and he was ashamed and angry. I was wrong, I will definitely remember this lesson. Thank you, brother. Dadala bowed and apologized. Just know what's wrong, come and train, you've been delayed for a long time. Kurayat came over, patted Dadala on the shoulder, and said with a smile. Yeah, Dadara nodded. After that, the five started training again. In Yangqing's place, there is a figure standing in front of him at the moment. The figure's face was full of hesitation and tension, and he was even pinching the corners of his clothes. After a long time, the figure seemed to make up his mind and just took a step. Elder, I am Seiya. Chapter 555 Challenge the Milky Way. Shin. Yang Qing is cross-legged on the top of the mountain, cultivating spiritual power. He was wearing a black martial arts uniform, looking a bit cold and mysterious. After hearing Seiya's voice, he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were as calm as the lake, and the waves were not disturbed, but his eyes flashed, and he said lightly, "What are you doing here with me?" Seeing the person he admired the most, Seiya immediately became excited and took a few deep breaths before saying, "Big, great elder, can you teach me to practice? I want to be stronger." Cultivation. Yang Qing put on a smile. Then why do you want to become stronger? Those 5 want to become stronger because I want them to protect the entire Saiyan family. They are very courageous. After Seiya listened, he was stunned and didn't know how to answer. Those 5 people became stronger to protect the Saiyan family. It was the first time he heard of this reason, and he couldn't help but be shocked. So why is he so powerful? I don't know either. I just want to be stronger. Saiyan said embarrassedly. Saiyans are like this, with a kaji at heart, disdain to lie, they can say what they think. After hearing this, Yang Qing couldn't help but smile. You have a little heart. Just in time, I'm going to go out during this time, so you can follow me. As for how much you can learn, it depends on your ability. Hearing Yang Qing's words, Seiya immediately became excited. By the way, do you like to use swords? Suddenly, Yang Qing suddenly threw such a sentence, which made Seiya stunned. Huh. When the brilliance flickered, in Seiya's surprised eyes, a long sword was born out of thin air in the hands of the first elder. Then, the elder threw the long sword to him. After Seiya caught it awkwardly, he heard Yang Qing's next words. Practice well when you go back, and familiarize yourself with it first. Seiya was puzzled and wanted to ask again, but saw that the latter had closed his eyes. In desperation, Seiya had no choice but to fly back home with his long sword on his back. Along the way, he still couldn't understand why the Great Elder gave him such a sword. Could it be that the Great Elder thought he was suitable for using a sword? With a strange mentality, Seiya returned to the house, and then drew out his long sword, which was no different from what he usually saw. I tried to swipe a few times, but it was also a random hack without a routine, but with the power of the Saiyans, it was also fierce and mighty. I didn't understand it all the time, but Seiya didn't dare to ask the Great Elder indiscriminately. One was that he respected the Great Elder in his heart, and the other was that the power of the Great Elder really made him awed. It was not until 15 days later that the voice of the Great Elder came from his ear. Come and find me on the top of the mountain, it's time for us to go. Seiya immediately cheered up and could finally start practicing. He put away his long sword, then quickly pulled up and flew towards the top of the mountain. After a while, he saw Yang Qing in a black martial arts uniform. Elder, Seiya shouted respectfully after passing by. Well, get ready to go. Yang Qing nodded, looking at Saiyan's unique fighting costume, frowning slightly, then pointed out, you can't wear this. It was just a flash of light, and Seiya's body was changed into a black martial arts uniform, and a big blue character was engraved on the Shang's mouth and back. Since there is you, let's take the aircraft and leave. Yang Qing said in a low voice, and then the two of them rode an aircraft, which turned into a streamer and rushed out of the atmosphere of the Nova 3 minutes later. Elder, aren't we cultivating in Nova? Seiya asked curiously. Of course not, the practice is naturally carried out in the universe, challenging the powerhouses from all walks of life, will make your martial arts more perfect and stronger. Yang Qing explained with a smile. Cultivation, one is to cultivate strength, speed, reaction, that is, combat power, and the other is realm, the mastery of martial arts, and the understanding of all things in the universe. The two are combined into one, azimuth practice. The nearest moment to the planet will arrive in about 5 days. Seiya looked at the dashboard and said curiously. Just go there. Well, First Elder, what are we going to do? Doing what? A smile appeared on Yang Qing's mouth. Challenge the entire galaxy. This sentence came out, but it made Seiya open his mouth in Pakistan, and he couldn't close it for a long time. 5 days later, Yongqing and Seiya came to the planet Snoud. This is a very common scientific and technological civilization planet, and there are not many people with strong fighting power on it. Yongqing asked Seiya to shoot, and after 3 days, the two left. I'm so disappointed, these guys are not even as good at martial arts as the Saiyans. Yongqing shook his head helplessly. To be honest, although Saiyans are not very skilled in martial arts, but because of the long battles, they are not bad in the entire universe. It seems that the plan to challenge the Milky Way and complete my martial arts cultivation is still very difficult to complete. However, Yongqing will not be impatient. He found Seiya as a helper. If he is not strong enough, he will take action. Although the combat power of more than 10,000 is far from enough compared to the strong, it is not enough for some ordinary people in the galaxy. Said, but it is already high above. A month later, the two have. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. After picking 10 planets in a row, there is still no gain. Elder, these guys are too weak. Seiya complained, even if I suppress my strength, they are not my opponents. Glancing at Seiya, Yongqing was also very helpless. Who would have thought that these guys in the Milky Way were so weak? After thinking for a while, Yongqing gritted his teeth and said, give me a move towards the area ruled by Frieza, I don't believe it anymore. As the first elder going to shoot Frieza, Seiya said immediately, but he knew that the strength of the elder had already surpassed that of Frieza. Don't talk nonsense, go ahead for me, this time, if your strength is less than 100,000, don't follow me. Yongqing said fiercely. 100,000. Seiya was shocked, then excited, okay, I'll turn my head now. The spaceship's forward trend suddenly stagnated, and then it turned around and quickly turned into a streamer, heading towards where Frieza was. At this moment, in the area ruled by Frieza, a martial arts tournament that covers almost the entire northern galaxy is being prepared. An entire planet was used by Frieza to set up this martial arts meeting. The purpose was to select the strong to be his subordinates. Chapter 556 Victory. Shin. The news of Kevila's murder. Frieza had already received the news. Frieza was shocked by this incident. He is clear about his brother's strength. Although the two rarely fight against each other, he is very sure that the strength of that guy is probably comparable to his own. Such a strong man of the same level as himself was killed by others. And, until now, no one has even been able to find out who killed Kevila. I just heard that the man had blonde hair, and his breath was so strong that even a planet could not bear it. This time, the universe selection meeting has been going on for 3 years. The purpose is to select subordinates. As long as they are powerful people, they can obtain this qualification. This can be regarded as adding a sense of security to him, although in this big universe, there are very few people who are as tyrannical as himself. However, one more strong is always good. Sitting in the dome-topped building, Frieza looked at the noisy crowd below through the glass. There are martial arts platforms all over the planet, and the 10 in front of him are only the most powerful. After silently observing the battle on the stage for a while, Frieza asked in a cold voice. Is there any news about the murderer who killed Kevila? Not yet. Lord Kavira and a planet have been completely destroyed in the universe. I really can't get any clues about that person. The man said with difficulty. There was fear in his eyes, for fear that Frieza would not be able to do anything. Happy to kill him on the spot. Trash. Fortunately, Frieza just cursed coldly, then turned around again and ignored him. What happened to those Saiyan brats? After a blink of an eye, Frieza asked again with a sneer on his face. The cosmic warrior in the combat uniform next to him was stunned for a moment, then nodded and smiled. They are all willing to serve the adults, and there is no resistance at all. HMPH, count them as acquaintances. Saiyans are just a group of wild monkeys, and they dare to resist me. Frieza snorted coldly. However, there was a twinkle in his eyes, and he remembered King Vegeta's transformation before his death, and his eyes became deep. When you're done using it, destroy them. He is still uneasy, always feeling that someday in the future, these Saiyans will do something very unfavorable to him. On the other side, the side of the planet that Frieza took. Yangqing and Saya have already landed here, looking at the space warriors coming and going, with all kinds of strange appearances. They can't help but be curious now. Some of these people's expressions are cold, some are cruel, some are smiling, and they are very kind, but without exception, these people are very powerful. The breath on their bodies is violent and sharp-edged, and they are all strong men from various planets in the universe. This time King Frieza selects the strong, as his subordinate. This is a cosmic warrior, the most honorable thing. I must succeed, must succeed. The two were walking, and there was a bald man beside him, who was 3 meters tall. At this time, he was curled up, very nervous, and kept talking. Elder, are we really going to compete with these guys here? Saya said nervously, his eyes drifting to the highest building involuntarily, but he knew that Frieza was there. If found, will it be destroyed directly on the spot? If you want to hone your martial arts and improve your combat effectiveness, just do as I say. As for Frieza, you shouldn't worry about it, it's all up to me. Yangqing spit out these 2 sentences lightly, which calmed Seiya's mood. After taking 2 deep breaths, Seiya took a big step forward, then stood under a competition platform, and spoke loudly to the applicants at the table. I want to sign up. Okay, state your race, name. Saiyan, Saya. The person who accepted the registration couldn't help but be stunned when they heard the Saiyan, then glanced at Seiya, and when they observed the whole, they nodded. Okay. I heard that the Saiyans have been destroyed, but I didn't expect to escape. Passed. Humph. Saya snorted coldly, the strong breath shocked the applicants, eyes with fear, and dared not say more. The Saiyans were destroyed by Frieza, and the spread in the universe was not very widespread. Only some special groups of people knew the news. Even Vegeta at this moment is still concealed and does not know the truth of the matter. Yangqing's figure was erratic, standing quietly under the stage, watching Seiya ascend to the competition stage. He originally planned to meet the masters of Wubei Galaxy in person. Even if his strength is not as good as him, he can compress himself to absorb the opponent's understanding of martial arts. World affairs are all knowledgeable, and human feelings are the articles. Even people who are not as good as themselves can absorb knowledge from them. However, with Seiya around at the moment, it naturally saves him a lot of things. Saya's own strength is not weak compared to the various races in the universe. With his action, Yangqing can save a lot of things. Moreover, through mental power, he can easily observe everything about his enemies. The game begins. The Saiyan family, Saya. The Bit family, Darth. On the competition stage, the referee stood in the middle and slammed his right hand down. The eyes of the 2 people on the stage became extremely sharp when the referee said the beginning. In just a moment, Saya rushed to the front of the man, and then made a false move, and it was already there. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Behind the opposite side, a fist was thrown suddenly. The opponent, although not as fast as Saya, has an incredible ability to adapt. It was only the moment when his head was bent, and the strong wind whistled, and Saya's fist was evaded by him. Immediately following, Seiya attacked again. Darth made a sudden jump and flew high into the sky, ready to command a high altitude and use the gravity of the landing to deliver a fatal blow to Seiya. But at this moment, Seiya, who was standing on the stage, showed a sneer. Being a target in the air. His right hand slammed upwards, and with a sound of, "Ha!" a light blue qigong wave directly charged into the sky, cutting through the void. Darth's expression changed greatly, and he dodged immediately. But just as he dodged, Seiya on the ground had disappeared. "I'm on top of your head." Saya's voice came, and Das's face had become desperate. Bang! A split from top to bottom directly hit Das in the head and slammed it to the ground. Saiyan, victory! Chapter 557 Three Swords. Shin. The referee's voice is not loud but not too small, and it spreads far. It stands to reason that Frieza, who is nearly 10,000 meters away from here, would not be able to hear it if he didn't pay attention. But by coincidence, Frieza was thinking about the Saiyans at the moment. The word Seiya immediately flashed a coldness in his eyes, and involuntarily, he turned his head to the stage where Seiya competed. With just one glance, the ruthless Emperor's expression suddenly changed. Saiyan. The iconic tale broke into Frieza's eyes abruptly, stimulating his nerves. Let Frieza for a moment, it is killing intent. But after a while, a smile appeared in his eyes again. This Saiyan actually came to participate in the tournament I set up. It seems that he didn't know that Star Vegeta was destroyed by me. The wild monkeys are really stupid guys. Thinking of Prince Vegeta who surrendered to him, and the Saiyan who ended the battle in the distance, Frieza suddenly felt a lot better. The Saiyan family is what he is most worried about, fearing that they will become Super Saiyans in the future, threatening his position. But I have to say that this kind of irritating and exciting feeling of walking on the tightrope will make people intoxicated. After watching Seiya carefully for a while, a sneer appeared at the corner of Frieza's mouth. The strength is average, not enough to be a threat to me at all. A guy with 10,000 combat power is indeed nothing to Frieza. After taking another look, Frieza ignored it. Just in my heart, I remember that Saiyan. If he can make it to the final, then he doesn't mind letting that wild monkey play under his command. After all, it's not easy to stop someone else's kindness. On the competition stage, Seiya jumped off the stage and joined Yangqing. Elder, I won. Seiya was very happy, and he was very excited by the good start of the first battle. Yes, but your strength is still a little too weak. There are still 3 days before the next game. I will train you well, and try to increase your combat effectiveness during this time. Yangqing nodded. Cultivation. Saiyan's eyes lit up. Recently, on the aircraft and on various planets, Yangqing taught him to practice swordsmanship, but the rude Saiyans can do such fine work. The two left the competition area and came to the rented room. This is a house with more than 300 square meters, and the interior is very spacious, which is very suitable for space warriors to practice in it. In the afternoon, after the two of them had lunch, they stood in the middle of the living room. Pick up your sword, I will teach you a set of swordsmanship. Yangqing pointed to the long sword behind Seiya and said lightly. Sword. Seiya's face became bitter. Elder, I'm really not suitable for practicing swords. Saiyans are a fighting nation. They are used to using fists and violence to solve all disputes. It is really unaccustomed to use this long sword to wield. Not suitable. Yangqing laughed. In his eyes, this Seiya's muscles are slender and flexible, his fingers are slender and powerful, and he is the most suitable for practicing swordsmanship, but his brain is a bit stupid. Don't talk nonsense. What am I teaching you? You learn what you want. Oh, Seiya grimaced, very helpless. Afterwards, Yangqing's hand flashed a ray of light, and the Johi sword behind him was pulled out. He slowed down and began to practice swordsmanship. This set of swordsmanship is called 13 Swords of Death. You spend 3 days to master him completely. Seiya has never been exposed to swordsmanship, but his powerful combat power has provided him with a fighting realm behind him. For this swordsmanship, Yangqing predicts that he should be able to control it soon. Later, Seiya began to practice. Sure enough, just as Yangqing thought, after just watching it once, Seiya was able to perfectly practice the 13 deadly swords. 3 days later, Seiya has completely mastered this sword technique. 1 sword. 2 swords. The unique powerful combat power allows Seiya to exert the strongest strength of this sword technique even if he has no internal strength. In the spacious living room, the two of them jumped up and down, and the 2 swords collided, making clanging noises constantly. After half a moment, Yangqing nodded and put away his Johi sword. Very well, you've got it. Today's battle, you are only allowed to use a long sword. What? Great Elder, me. Seiya's face changed immediately, and everyone could see the distressed expression. I still think I'm suitable for using fists. Don't talk nonsense, or go back to Nova. Yang Qing showed no mercy at all and scolded directly. Soon, it was time for Saya to fight. The two went out of the house and went straight to the competition stage. This time, the distance between the contest stage and Frieza's place was 1 kilometer closer. The Saiyans, the battle, the Fords, the Hanlisha. The referee's high voice came from far away, causing Frieza in the tallest building to immediately project his eyes again. As soon as he came to power, Seiya obeyed Yang Qing's teaching, and drew his long sword, and the sword was aimed at Hanlisha. Do Saiyans also use weapons? Are they not confident in their own strength? Hanlisha laughed when he saw it. There are also weapons that use weapons in the universe, but they are usually regarded as useless things. After all, everyone's combat effectiveness is so high that they can destroy the planet at any time. You play a sword made of steel. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Is that useful? Swords are sharp, but can they cut through their bodies? There's so much nonsense. Saya's eyes were cold, and the other party's mockery made him angry. The game begins. The referee shouted. The atmosphere in the field suddenly changed. Seiya clenched his right hand, and then rushed out. At this moment, with the help of the movement technique, Saya's speed almost turned into a light. And Hanlisha also narrowed his eyes and turned into a gust of wind. Soon, the two sides meet. Hanlisha's face showed a sinister smile, looking at the sword in Seiya's hand, without any scruples. Can a broken sword break through my defenses? He didn't believe it. He had already trained his body to the point where he was not afraid of steel. Moreover, his combat power is 15,000. In terms of combat effectiveness, it can be said that there is no difference between the two sides. But at the next moment, Hanlisha's pupils shrank suddenly. How is that possible? In front of his eyes, Seiya, who was almost still, disappeared because both sides were in a state of extreme speed. The next moment, blood spurted out from his neck, and he completely lost consciousness. 3 Swords. Chapter 558 There are secrets. Seiya spit out these 2 words coldly, put his feet on the ground, and then put away his long sword. Under the competition stage, when the two of them crossed each other, all the space warriors became sluggish. How is this possible? Yes, how is it possible? The combat effectiveness of the two people on the stage can be clearly observed by everyone through the tester. Among them, the man with the sword had only 14,000 battle strength, while the opposite side had 15,000. Obviously a guy stronger than his opponent, but he was killed by the opponent's sword. What do you think? How impossible. In the tallest building, Frieza, who looked at Seiya through the glass, narrowed his eyes. There was doubt in his eyes, but it was still cold. Wild monkey, when will you pay attention to skills? As the strongest group of people in the universe, Frieza's research on martial arts is naturally much more than others. With his perfect combat power, he can almost fully display or even exceed it. Naturally, it can be seen that in Sayana's sword, the use of skill is the way. For some reason, a word suddenly appeared in Frieza's heart. This Saiyan has a secret. This time, the game started one after another. And Seiya was going all the way, and using that set of swordsmanship, he actually picked 10 people in a row, and each of them was a guy stronger than him. This set of swordsmanship is so powerful. Saya finally understood, and he was more convinced of the elders in his heart. It's just a set of swordsmanship, but it allows him to exert his strength beyond his own strength. When he defeated the 10th person, he had already exerted nearly double his strength, which was 28,000 combat power. That is to say, at the moment when he swings his sword, his combat power can soar to 28,000. After getting off the competition stage, Seiya looked at the elder with admiration on his face. Elder, you are too powerful. I feel that I am becoming more and more familiar with the feeling of the sword in my hand. Yang Qing just smiled. The battles in the later stages of Dragon Ball are basically solved with fists, but it cannot be denied that weapons also have a place for him. Trunks, isn't it the sword? The next game is in a month, and within this month, I'll make your fighting power up again. Seiya nodded happily. The next day, the two got up. But he entered the gravity room. For Saiyans, if they want to improve their strength, there is no doubt that it is gravity. Under the endless gravity, there will be strong pressure, and under pressure, a Saiyan's potential can be squeezed out. In the gravity room, Seiya was sweating profusely with a long sword in his hand. Yang Qing's index finger and middle finger folded together into a sword, and then easily caught every sword that Seiya swung out. This relaxed state made Seiya nervous. Every time he used the sword, Seiya was shocked, because he felt that the elder on the opposite side seemed to be an incomparably tall god, and his body was perfect without any flaws. He didn't know how to swing the sword at all. Gritting his teeth, when he swung his sword down, the great elder could easily block his every blow, putting more pressure on him again. It can be said that every swing of a sword is the most difficult test for Saiyan. Hoo, no way. Elder, you are too strong. Seiya was sweating profusely, his long sword leaned on the ground, and he waved his hand. It's not that I'm strong, it's that you're too weak. Saying this rudely, there was no sympathy on Yang Qing's face. Seiya's expression on the ground changed immediately, and the next moment, he waved his sword again and attacked Yang Qing. I don't want to be a weakling. I want to get stronger. I want to get stronger. The long sword is getting faster and faster, and the 13 deadly swords are in Seiya's hands, and he is getting more and more skilled and faster. A circle of boiling arrogance began to burn around Seiya, and his combat power began to slowly increase. A smile appeared on Yang Qing's face. Yes, that's how it is. Press yourself, and you can become stronger. The long sword collided with the fingers, making a clanging sound, and even sparks. In this state of fighting each other every day, a month passed quickly. This time the battle was closer to Frieza, and even Seiya stood on the competition stage, and he could clearly see the cold and ruthless face behind the glass cover. And while he glanced there, the eyes in the glass were also staring at him. There was no tension or fear. Seiya was very calm at this moment. He has changed, he has grown and become stronger. 50,000, his combat power at the moment is 50,000, and with the tactics of the 13 swords, he can even exert a combat power of 70,000 or 80,000. The stronger it is, the stronger the strength of some external tricks will be weakened. At this moment, not only is his strength stronger, but his temperament has also become much tougher. The game starts. The referee waved and shouted. In an instant, Seiya's eyes were sharp, and he bent his knees, and the next second, the figure disappeared. A cold, blooming light wafted out of the air, and then disappeared in an instant. A large piece of blood filled the air. Seiya turned around, the long sword was still sheathed, and he calmly jumped off the competition stage without looking behind him. On and off the stage, there was peace. Inside the glass cover, Frieza's pupils shrank suddenly, his fists clenched. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Man, there must be a secret. Yes, no matter who it is impossible for him to become so powerful in 30 days. Seiya's opponent, he knows. He is a very powerful person, and there is a 60% chance that he has become his subordinate, but he was killed by Seiya with a sword. Hey, too strong, he's a Saiyan, I remember him. Masters of swords are rare in the universe. The cosmic warriors under the stage all pointed at Seiya, their faces full of awe. The strong are worthy of respect wherever they are. In the next battle, no matter who he faces, Seiya is almost cut off with one sword. He is too strong. Among these cosmic warriors, he is the most powerful existence. After 5 battles, Seiya finally faced one of the strongest warriors. With a combat power of 50,000, he is known as a powerhouse who is 100% in the sight of Lord Frieza. The sword pointed directly. Seiya's expression was very indifferent. And just when Seiya was fighting on the stage, somewhere in a corner, a pair of young eyes were staring at him very complicatedly. Saiyan, there are other Saiyans besides us. Chapter 559 _. The man who spoke softly was not very old, only about 10 years old, but his face was cold, and his eyes were full of cruelty and blood, but he was a stubborn warrior. And beside him, there are two slightly larger-looking teenagers, both of which are also cold. He really is a Saiyan. The teenager next to him looked at the tail behind Seiya on the competition stage, with surprise and a hint of joy on his face. Prince Vegeta, should we directly reveal our identity and subdue him? His power may be helpful to us. Raditz, who is somewhat similar to Bardock behind his back, whispered. Look and observe again, Vegeta said coldly, then turned to leave here. When he accidentally met his own clan here, Vegeta was a little excited and happy in his heart. The Saiyan family, he thought that there were only these few people around him, but he didn't expect there was another one. But Seiya's strength also shocked him, which is far more powerful than him and the people around him. He even guessed whether this guy was as powerful as his father. This person is too powerful and dangerous. You can't touch him at will, Vegeta said calmly in her heart. On the martial arts stage, Seiya's face was flat, and he was almost invincible. No one could resist 10 moves in front of him. The swordsmanship combined with the explosive power of his god made him strong enough to be a very exaggerated one. Level. This one's called Seiya, it's interesting. On the top of the mountain, Frieza said in a low voice inside the glass cover. According to his trend, the probability of becoming your subordinate has reached 90%. Behind him, a person said with a smile, congratulations to Mr. Frieza. Haha, Frieza smiled, you can take a look at this kid. For Seiya, Frieza was indeed tempted, but what moved him even more was Seiya's sudden surge in strength. He wanted to know how this weak guy in his eyes became so powerful in such a short period of time. There must be a secret he doesn't know, and he is very interested in this. In the field, the Saiyan jumped off the stage under the awe-inspiring eyes of the cosmic warriors and referees. His performance is outstanding, can be said to be a blockbuster. In the eyes of these space warriors, almost 100% can join Frieza's command. And becoming the subordinate of the cosmic Emperor Frieza can definitely be said to be a step to the sky. Seiya's strength, coupled with his almost certain status later in life, earned him the respect of these men. Lord Seiya, the lounge we prepared for you is here. As soon as they got off the competition stage, a space warrior walked over with a flattering smile, and said with a flattering smile. Seiya was stunned for a moment, then glanced at the crowd, and then waved, no need. Immediately following, Seiya turned his head and left, leaving behind the space warrior with a dazed expression. He had never met such a straightforward person who refused. You know, that is the most luxurious lounge in the entire northern galaxy, even the star masters of some planets cannot enjoy it. About a minute later, Seiya found Yang Qing standing in the crowd. Elder, he said respectfully. It was not until this moment that he understood the reason why the great elder let him practice swords. The more he used it, the more he liked the feeling of holding a long sword in his hand, which was a natural feeling, as if he was born to do it. Well, let's go back. Yang Qing nodded and said expressionlessly, not showing his anger. The two followed the flow of people and quickly left here. Just after they left, a group of cautious cosmic warriors followed closely. About 3 hours later, the team of space warriors crept to the door of a house on the planet and knocked on the door. Come in. A childish voice came from the house. Lord Vegeta, we followed the man named Seiya and determined his location. The space warrior replied in a low voice. Very good. Vegeta nodded. But, space warrior hesitated, then said again, but we found out that there is another Saiyan. And another. This time, not only Vegeta, but Raditz and Nappa were all shocked. After the Saiyans were exterminated, it was good to find one. Will there be another one? How can that be? Prince Vegeta, what should I do? Raditz asked directly. If the two Saiyans can be drawn into their camp, it will be unimaginable for them to help them. Vegeta began to hesitate, and after a full 30 seconds, he just popped out a sentence, 3 days. 3 days later, let's find them. At the same moment, Yangqing and Saya also returned to the house. Saya poured tea for Yangqing diligently, then wiped the table, the ground, and cleaned up, and then looked at Yangqing with awe. Big elder, do you have anything else to teach me? After hearing this, Yangqing let out a laugh. Haha, you kid, you are insatiable, and you still want to improve. Yeah, Saya nodded hurriedly. Your power has surpassed those 5 boys now, and you still want to improve. Yangqing's expression was a little playful. Elder, I know you have a way to make me stronger again, please. Saya bent down deeply. It's okay to make you stronger. After Yangqing pondered for a while, he raised his head and looked at Saya with a smile. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. With a smile on Saya's face, he said very wisely, please ask the elders, no matter what, I can do it. Ha ha ha, it's not that exaggerated. Yangqing shook his head. For the next 20 years, you will stay by my side and be my assistant who brings tea and water. 20 years. Pour tea and water. Assistant. A series of words made Saya immediately bewildered. When did Saiyans do these things? He subconsciously shook his head, but thinking of the mysterious power of the elder, he finally nodded with difficulty. I did it. Elder, as long as you can make me stronger, I will do anything. Haha, I like your boy's pure heart of becoming stronger, it's much better than those 5 boys. Yangqing laughed. In that case, I'll teach you something. The day after tomorrow, give me the first place in this martial arts meeting. I will definitely do it. Saya is also confident. Chapter 560 Decisive Battle. 3 hours later, Yangqing taught Saya the method of bursting gas. The latter's ability to learn is very fast, and on the second day, it is already mastered. At this time, Saya's instant explosive power can almost reach the strength of 150,000. With the addition of explosive gas and swordsmanship, he is stronger than most people on this planet. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. On this day, the crowds on this planet seem to be denser, almost shoulder to shoulder, one next to the other. It was extremely lively everywhere, and everyone knew that today, a new batch of space warriors will enter the finals and become the new subordinates of King Frieza. Yangqing and Saya followed the crowd to the stage of the final competition. At this time, 2 strong men were fighting on the stage. The fighting style is really rough. Shaking his head helplessly, in Yangqing's opinion, these people are strong, but the fighting skills are really clumsy. Not as good as some time ago, the battle of some weak races, let him learn a lot. These people are powerful, and they are only gifted by their own racial talent. An hour passed, and finally it was Saya's turn to play. Elder, I'm going. After nodding towards Yangqing, Saya flew to the competition stage. As soon as Saya appeared on the stage, the surrounding space warriors were all excited. It's that Saiyan, the guy who barely beaten the other day, it's his turn. This is a good show to watch. His opponent heard that the combat power has reached 100,000. According to the combat power he showed before, the highest is only 50,000 or 60,000, he will definitely lose. I don't know. In the first few games, Saya solved his opponent very quickly. Maybe he has any hidden tricks. The crowd of onlookers began to discuss in full swing, with excited expressions on their faces. And after Saya stood on the competition stage, he was cold and closed his eyes. He was wearing a black martial arts uniform, with big blue characters engraved on his mouth, and a long sword on his back, looking very imposing. After more than 3 minutes, the competition platform shook, a huge object fell from the sky, and a large piece of gravel appeared in the direction of the competition platform where it fell. Big monster, Godzilla. This is a powerful opponent with a combat power of 100,000 and a height of 30 meters. On the opposite side of him, is the strongest among the Saiyans of the fighting nation, Saya. He once had a dazzling record. In the face of any enemy, he can almost kill with a sword. His powerful combat power, even more amazing. Quote. The referee shouted loudly and introduced the two in 2 sentences. Then, he waved his hand without delay. Battle, start. Roar. Godzilla is 30 meters tall, with sturdy arms and legs that are as large as 5 or 6 sayas, and when he takes a step, the sky is shaken. Little one, I'm going to trample you to death. With a loud roar, Godzilla raised his right leg and stomped it down. His fighting strength of 100,000 is pure physical strength. How huge it is. With every movement, the space is trembling, the air is rushing, and the wind is blowing. Moreover, at 30 meters, he stood in front of Saya like a giant, completely blocking the latter's sight. Boom. The air hissed, and the huge feet fell directly towards Sean's head. Go to hell, little one. Until this moment, the strong wind swept across his head. Seiya still closed his eyes. His hair was swaying, his black martial arts uniform was shaking, but his expression was still calm and calm. Finally, the huge foot was less than a meter away from the top of his head, and the wind was even more violent. Saya finally opened his eyes. These black and white pupils, how sharp this moment is. Exploding. He drank these 2 words coldly in his mouth, and suddenly, a majestic breath rushed out of Saya's body. He exploded, tripled in an instant. Immediately after the next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared under the huge feet. At the same time, Godzilla's feet slammed down. Boom. A large area of the competition platform collapsed, and it began to shake violently, and dust was everywhere. In this blow, almost the entire destruction missed. Godzilla felt that there was no one under his feet, and his face was puzzled. Immediately afterwards, he glanced around the ground, but did not see the other person's figure. Where are the people? Where did they go? His voice roared like thunder, and the quaking void was shaking. Hey, big man. Suddenly, a figure came from behind him. Godzilla shuddered and turned around. Where am I here? The clear words came into his ears, and Seiya was holding his hands in his arms at the moment, looking at this huge guy with playfulness. How dare you escape? Godzilla was immediately furious, and his stout arm swung out violently, hitting the void. But the next moment, he was disappointed, and he still missed the hit. That little guy was gone again. Hearing words in his ears, he turned around again and threw a punch. However, the result is still the same as last time. He turned around desperately, and then punched, but the opponent turned him around, making him more and more angry. 30 seconds. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. After that, a helpless voice came from his ear again. Strength is strong, but he is a stupid guy. Godzilla was enraged. He turned his head sharply, and punched again. Who are you talking about, stupid? This time, after the punch was thrown, the little guy didn't dodge, just stared at him coldly. You are so stupid. With a punch, Godzilla became excited. He clearly saw that the punch hit the opponent, but the feeling of emptiness later made his heart tremble again. It's a phantom. There was a loud roar from the audience under the stage. Godzilla shuddered, and then turned his head again. According to the previous rules, that guy must still be behind him. But this time, what greeted him was a kind-hearted sword light. Huh. The speed was incredible, and it was aimed at his neck. Then, the sword light flashed, Godzilla's huge head rose into the sky, and a large amount of blood sprayed out again. One move, another move. One sword killed Godzilla with a fighting power of 100,000. It's too powerful, too powerful. Seiya, Saya, Saya. A group of people shouted the name loudly and excitedly. At this moment, the atmosphere is high.